Tale kicks off with Suzuki Teru, a young guy lining up his move to an apartment in Tokyo so cheap it feels cursed. He's staring at the lease like, no way, because it's a roomy 2 LDK in central Tokyo for just 3,000 yen a month, and that bargain hits him with whiplash. Pure amazement and a nasty, uneasy feeling that something's totally off, like a hidden flaw or an eerie secret waiting to be revealed. Teru chuckled nervously with the realtor, trading jokes about ghosts in the apartment, but the suited man only smiled while something tight crept into his eyes, because people were whispering that goblins or even slimes had been seen here before, and no matter how hard Teru tried to laugh it off, the whole thing still crawled under his skin. The realtor shoved the contract across the table and practically begged Teru to sign, just moments after they'd laughed off those eerie rumors. But as his eyes hit the paper, his hands locked up. The sign it now pressure felt off, and dread crawled in as he started to worry the deal might be masking something dangerous. Teru's eyes snapped to a bizarre article, shadowy as hell, but way too tempting to ignore, and since he had nothing left, a washed-up high school dropout stuck in a pathetic part-time warrior gig, he couldn't stop himself from going for it. He tossed aside every ounce of doubt, slammed his seal onto the paper, and chose the unknown over his hollow daily grind. That's when Teru finally cracked the contract's twisted, unusual clause. The apartment he bought was wired straight to a dungeon, and his pulse went wild. Still, his eyes lit up with pure excitement as he realized what waited beyond those walls, not some bargain place but a door to the unknown. Teru would later remember how the uneasy realtor shoved the keys into his hands and practically fled the second the deal was done, standing by the door, keys in hand, unease tightening like a noose, everything screaming wrong, yet he fought to stay calm and figure out what he'd just gotten himself into. After the movers finally dropped off his stuff, Teru dove into unpacking his new apartment, stacking boxes and lining up his belongings in tense silence, while that creepy contract kept rattling around in his head, yet he forced himself to focus, determined to turn this eerie place into something that felt like home. As night swallowed the street, Suzuki Teru burst out the front door and walked straight into an endless pitch-black stone room. The icy air hung with a creepy silence, and the realtor's warning about goblins and slimes slammed back into his mind, his resolve. His thoughts sprinted as unease snapped into full-blown shock. No matter how he tried to talk himself out of it, the truth wouldn't budge. This wasn't just a random basement or secret hallway. His apartment was wired straight into a dungeon, and that realization slammed a cold shiver through his whole body. Teru froze in the doorway, gripping his phone like it might save him, staring into the stone passage beyond. The contract's accidental clause still haunted his thoughts, but what stood in front of him felt way too real to be a mistake. This wasn't just an extension of his apartment. This stretch of the house straight up led into the dungeon. The idea hit him like ice. If he stepped forward, could he even crawl back alive? He sucked in a deep breath, squared his shoulders, and forced himself to move, because this wild, deadly link was no longer some theory. It was now part of his home and his fate. Suzuki Teru slammed the dungeon door shut behind him and backed away from the entrance, panic surging as his thoughts spiraled. He gripped his head, trying to make sense of it all. Those weird claws, the endless stone hallway, and the realtor's warnings pounding in his skull. He couldn't shake the doubt that maybe, once he stepped through, he'd never find his way back to his own world. Then he froze because a strange light suddenly flooded the room, and it was supposed to be night. But the street lamp's light spilled in too bright through the windows, and he snatched his shoes and bolted for the balcony. His heart hammered in total confusion as the familiar city skyline loomed ahead, unchanged, silent, and waiting like it knew something he didn't. He scanned the area, and Takakawa City looked completely normal, Tokyo streets packed with people just living their everyday lives. Somehow his apartment was secretly wired to a dungeon, while the rest of Japan looked totally normal. Yet standing there, he slowly snapped the pieces together. The contract's strange clause didn't just sound weird, they were real. Every time he tried the front door, the world flipped into endless darkness and dungeon corridors, but if he left any other way, he stepped right back into ordinary Japan. The city stayed the same, while his home turned into a doorway to something dangerous and completely unknown. Teru suddenly started seeing those strange claws in a whole new light, and for once, he thought they might actually give him the edge. The only catch hit him fast. To dodge stepping into the dungeon through the front door, he'd have to crawl in and out through the window. Still, for a 2 LDK apartment in the city for just 3,000 yen a month, it felt like a deal he could live with. A faint, confident smile tugged at his lips as he finally got it. This weird situation might just open the door to something big. Suzuki Teru's doubt snapped into grit. Those accidental claws had hauled him straight into a dungeon, and instead of panicking, he latched onto the thrill. The idea of dungeon crawling lit up his chest like fire, flipping his fear into pure adventure, because for him it wasn't just living through monsters and hunting treasures, it was a man's romance. He clenched his fist, took a breath, and set off to stock up and get ready. He stormed into a store and grabbed everything he could possibly need: food, tools, and a full mountain climbing set, and buried the most important piece at the bottom: a helmet with a headlight, the only way to survive the dark stone passages ahead. The store even had surprise survival gear, and it blew his mind with how many options it offered. With supplies in hand and grit in his chest, he finally felt ready to take on whatever deadly surprises waited just past the mysterious door of his apartment. With his brand new helmet snug on, Suzuki Chiru tiptoed up to the dungeon's front door, pressed his ear to the wood, and listened. Nothing. Not a scrape, not a whisper, just that heavy silence daring him to open it. He clenched the handle, forced his breathing to stay steady, and told himself he wouldn't get hit the second he cracked the door. Even as every instinct screamed for caution, he still steeled himself and pushed on. Chiru slipped back through the dungeon door, and his headlamp sliced the darkness open, way brighter and clearer than his phone's flashlight. When the light finally washed over the stone floor, he froze. The space beyond had blown up into this massive new chamber, like the dungeon had rewritten itself. He inched forward, every step careful and silent, while the headlamp glow jittered over the stone pillars, and each shadowy move sent his heart racing. He told himself he wouldn't randomly bump into some goblin hiding in the shadows, but unease still crawled under his skin, because the unknown yawned endlessly ahead, and even with steel in his resolve, he couldn't shake the terrifying thought that one wrong move could flip his whole world in an instant. He froze cold as faint noises slithered through the pillars behind him, his heart hammering, his grip on the climbing axe crushing tighter with every beat, because his mind instantly cooked up the worst: a goblin lurking. Hiding in the shadows, he made himself breathe and think straight, because it sounded like there might be just one, or maybe none at all. Still, he kept telling himself, if trouble popped up, he'd bolt right back to the entry hall. Chiru forced his nerves to shut up and stepped forward, realizing the silence was just messing with his head, not some real threat. He matched his breathing to the moment, then crept across the stone floor, headlamp slices cutting through the dark. Every shadow that moved made his heart slam harder, but he clamped down on panic and stayed cool. Chiru flattened himself against the wall, then peeked out from behind the pillar with bated breath, his headlamp swinging across a massive, motionless shape sprawled on the stone floor, and he froze as his instincts screamed to stay silent. Then the beam landed on a small figure near the pillars, and his breath hitched again. There it was, a goblin. His grip snapped tighter around the climbing axe, muscles locked in pure tension, and even though he stared it down, something felt off. It looked busted up, barely able to stand. That single glimpse didn't fully calm him, though his guard stayed razor high. He tiptoed up to the fallen body, lit up by his headlamp, and for one terrifying second, he swore it was a goblin. Panic slammed his heartbeat into overdrive. Then his vision finally snapped into focus, and it hit him. This wasn't a monster. A girl lay on the cold stone floor, her small frame shaking as she hugged herself tight, trembling with every faint sob. Her outfit looked straight out of a game, armor meant for a female knight, but right there, helpless and barely moving, the truth screamed louder than any disguise. Fear and exhaustion painted her face, and Chiru just stood there, completely stunned by what he'd found. Chiru froze on the spot, backing away as he stared at the girl sprawled motionless on the cold stone floor, because in a dungeon, you never trust what you see. This could be a trap, sure, but if she really can't move, then she needed help. His grip clenched on the climbing axe as he weighed every move, and sheer determination flooded his chest. Seeing that girl sprawled helpless on the cold stone floor ignited something fierce in him. Even so, he knew that sometimes, even a simple, plain village kid from Japan had to step up when it counted, and the words his late grandmother left him, always be kind, kept pounding in his head as he tightened his grip and got ready to climb into his moment. Chiru swept his headlamps over the dim dungeon walls and floor, searching every inch as he moved, and he found no enemy shadows creeping nearby, so he finally caught a breath. Then up ahead, his eyes locked onto a heavy metal door set into the stone, sticking out like a warning, like the kind of secret that was waiting to be uncovered. A nasty idea slammed into his head, and the female knight sprawled there, helpless as bait, only made it worse, because what if she was luring him closer? Step too near and that door could swing wide, unleashing a goblin horde that pours in like a nightmare, while his imagination paints danger waiting right on the other side of the threshold. Chiru decided to scout the moment with razor caution, knowing it was smart to stay back before he even got closer. Then he clenched a tiny stone and lightly flicked it toward the armored girl sprawled on the ground. The pebble tapped her armor with a sharp clang, and just like that, her whole body snapped into action. She stirred, exhausted but stubborn, and instinctively gripped her weapon. Two Russey's went wide with shock. She wasn't out cold at all. And he crept forward toward the armored girl, moving slow and controlled so he wouldn't spook her. What shocked Chiru wasn't her look, it was her language, not Japanese, yet the meaning slammed into his head like he'd always known it. When he shouted if she was all right, she snapped into a defensive panic right away, screaming at him to stay back, her voice trembling with pure fear and urgency as Chiru froze, watching the armored girl squirm weakly on the ground. At the same time, a shocking thought hit him. He didn't just understand her words. Somehow his own thoughts were reaching her too. She snapped at him again to stay back, but her voice shook with helplessness, and when he looked closer, he realized she couldn't move a single inch. Still, he forced himself to take one cautious step forward, and despite everything, he chose to close the distance, because he refused to leave her alone. Crouched beside her, he fought to calm his shaking fingers and forced himself to move, reaching out carefully to steady her and reassure her, until his hand got close and her frail body. Her whole body froze with terror, and she screamed, begging him not to kill her or hurt her. She was shaken to the core and completely powerless. Chiru froze in shock as the girl snapped, tears tore down her trembling face, and she begged him like her life depended on it, offering anything she could do, cleaning, washing, whatever it took, just to spare her. Through broken sobs, she finally cried, "Goblin-sama," and begged for her life. Chiru blinked in shock because it clicked. Chiru realized she'd mistaken him for one of the dungeon's monsters, and that's why she was so on edge. His headlamp beam was blindingly bright, so she couldn't make out his face and only saw a monster-shaped silhouette. He yanked the headlamp angle into place, then forced himself to breathe, knowing he had to move slow and careful to earn her trust without spooking her worse. He dipped the lamp lower until the glare melted, leaned in closer, and urged the girl to look hard, just like that, hoping she'd finally see it. He wasn't a goblin. Tears shimmered in her eyes as she blinked into the glare, fighting to make out his face, until the instant their gazes locked, and her expression snapped into pure shock and terror, followed by a piercing scream that tore through the dungeon. The armored girl let out a tiny breath and slipped into unconsciousness, her body finally surrendering to exhaustion. Then, right before she fell, she whispered that she was glad, a fragile flicker of relief after all the terror she'd swallowed. Chiru steadied himself, eyes locking on her, relieved beyond words to see she was still alive and breathing steady. Chiru's eyes snapped to something off as he stared at the unconscious girl sprawled on the dungeon floor, her legs faintly shining under the weak light, slicked with what looked like wet liquid or slime. So wrong it froze him, a heavy doubt crawling in as he realized leaving her like this could get her killed, and walking away would feel more shameful than anything. The young man clenched his resolve and chose to help the girl anyway, no matter what it cost. He swung her up onto his back, and when he felt her thighs slick with sweat, he winced hard, but he didn't stop. He hauled her up tight and secure, locking in on one mission: get her to safety. Her shield, though, too heavy and bulky to juggle with her weight, so he made the brutal call and left it behind. Her life mattered more than her gear. He slipped through the dungeon passage with careful steps, desperate to find a safe place for her. He figured heading back to his mansion room was the smartest move, because she'd finally feel safe enough to breathe easy and heal, and when he got her there, he told her to sleep in a Japanese-style room, since the bed in his own place wasn't set up yet. Exhaustion finally crashed over him, and he let out a short, defeated sigh. He toyed with the idea of stripping off her wet armor and clothes to keep her comfortable, but he froze, terrified she'd take it the wrong way, even so. Staring at her peaceful sleeping face, he couldn't help but see how stunning and fragile she looked, like a perfect, lifelike doll. The thought that they were finally safe drained the last bit of strength from Chiru's body, and he crumpled into a deep, instant sleep. As Chiru teetered between sleep and wake, a faint voice echoed through the dark. They called him the Great Sage, and that booming voice yanked him straight out of sleep. Dazed, he cracked one eye open. And there he was still stuck in his apartment, so it hit him. Maybe he'd just passed out before he even unpacked his luggage and whether everything. But that dungeon, that wounded girl, the whole thing, it was only a wild dream. He angled his head just a little and bam, warmth spread under him, like a pillow, faintly musty but weirdly familiar. It took him a second to clock that his head was resting on the girl's thighs, then he jolted up, mumbling nonstop apologies. She waved him off, saying it was okay, and admitted she couldn't bring herself to wake him because he'd been sleeping so peacefully. Still, he apologized again. She said that in a cozy room like this, sleep would hit like a wave. Then she looked at him with pure awe and called him Great Sage-sama. Chiru pressed her, did she really mean him? She did, and honestly, that felt way better than being mistaken for a goblin. She explained that his face was hidden, and he'd spoken what sounded like monster language. Knight still didn't get it, but he swore he was still speaking it, right now. That made Chiru snap to a terrifying thought. In her world, Japanese might be the tongue of monsters. He tried to brush it off and deny he was some legendary great sage, but she wouldn't budge. She kept staring like he was clearly a hermit magician, holed up in seclusion with a bed soaked in weird, spell-carrying magic. A bed that wouldn't budge or stiffen no matter how she moved, so comfy it felt like she could sleep on it forever. She also pointed to his crazy collection of elaborate dolls, claiming they looked like real magic tools, but the truth was way cooler. Those dolls were Chiru's anime figurines, the very first things he'd ever unpacked. Chiru blushed hard and realized there was no backing out, so she decided to go along with her. She went along with the story, letting herself think those figurines were magical tools, until the girl finally spilled the truth. When she first saw them, something felt wrong, like he was holding a grudge and lashing out with black magic against humans. And it got worse fast, because then she spotted that some of the dolls were half naked. That realization hit Chiru like a punch. His words snagged in his throat as he stalled hard. Then the girl explained everything. The deadly anesthetic had paralyzed her, but its grip was slipping, and with trembling gratitude she told him that without his rescue, she'd be dead or worse. To her, the great sage was a lifeline, and once the tears hit, she swore she'd repay him, no matter what it cost, no matter what he asked for. That's when she finally admitted it. This is what she looks like because she used to be a knight, once upon a time, though she doesn't hold that title anymore. Chiru couldn't stop replaying the offer in her head. This girl swore she'd do literally anything he said. For a heartbeat, Chiru's mind tried to mess with him, but his grandmother's scolding voice, somehow in his head, snapped him back to reality. Flustered out of his mind, he practically begged the girl to drop it, but she snapped upright in fury, swearing a knight never forgets a favor, not while she's still breathing. Chiru stayed calm and quietly told her that promising someone she didn't even know, especially when they hadn't exchanged names, was a bad idea, and the moment it clicked, she gasped with wide eyes before pride lit up her face. With a smile that lit up the room, she stepped forward and said, "I'm Arya Eldersu." She even smiled and said, "Call me Rhea," and that's exactly what she wanted, yet Chiru struggled to say it, because with her breathtaking elegance, it felt like she was offering him casual closeness far beyond what he deserved. And then the moment hit, Rhea flashed a polite smile and asked for the name of the great sage who'd saved her. Chiru froze, because using his real last name, Suzuki, felt way too small for the legendary persona he'd accidentally built. After a quick breath, he swallowed his doubts and just said, "I'm Chiru." Rhea beamed and praised his name as lovely, while Chiru's heart exploded with joy. He could barely hold it in, because a girl had finally called him by his name. Rhea then showered him with praise, marveling that he'd unearthed a weapon this powerful and still somehow become a great sage at such a young age. He could only blink, totally lost. She waved toward the room they were standing in, and Chiru's eyes finally opened, because in her world, where even basic science was hard to come by, this space could only be seen as a magical artifact, something impossibly beyond anything she'd ever known. Chiru tried to dodge the whole mess and steer the talk toward the mix-up about his age and his great sage status. Then he panicked over how to fix it without ripping apart the perfect image Rhea had already bought into. So in a burst of improvisation, he blurted, "Heth Tidai," meaning, yeah, he'd been around for so long he'd earned the refined, ancient label. But Rhea snagged the words, "court," like it was some royal title, seized the opening to switch the story, and claimed he'd been a court magician since he was just 6 years old. Slipping away early to sharpen his magic and embrace the quiet, he admitted he was just 21, and Rhea's eyes went huge. She never expected someone that young to be a real great magician, and the fact that they were only 3 years apart blew her mind. Chiru was completely thrown off. He'd pegged her as way older from her calm and stunning beauty, but her words hit like a curveball. She was only 18. Chiru felt his whole body flood with relief and gratitude. He'd saved someone breathtakingly noble, with a gentler heart and a younger, more vulnerable spirit than he'd ever guessed, and leaving her locked alone in that dungeon suddenly felt impossible. Their talk kept spiraling back to the anesthetic. Chiru had to know if it was what knocked her out, and Ryo didn't hesitate to confirm it. Nights, she told him, always dragged monsters into the dark, and somehow she stayed awake the whole time, fully aware of everything around her, yet trapped, utterly unable to move. Memory hit her like a nightmare, and her whole body shook with that powerless dread, while Chiru finally understood why she'd wet herself, pure terror mixed with helplessness. He blazed into action to set up a steaming hot bath to comfort her, and when Rhea panicked for a split second, fearing it'd feel disrespectful to take a bath in a dungeon, Chiru stepped in and softly reassured her. That thought tickled him for a moment, because the very first person to try his brand new bath was going to be a girl, all thanks to the dungeon's weird little blessing. When Chiru came back from getting the bath ready, he found Rhea down on her knees, bowing so deep her whole body shook. With tears blazing in her eyes, she begged forgiveness for humiliating the moment by marrying herself before the great sage, and she made it crystal clear it was totally unforgivable. But two live in completely different ways. She could barely even move, forget finding a bathroom, so it wasn't her fault at all. Rhea tried to spring up and throw her arms around him in pure gratitude, then stopped mid-motion. She clocked that his clothes were soaked too, and Chiru, still calm, told her it happened while he was hauling her back, unconscious in his arms. Rhea snapped back into tears, mortified she'd done something so awful to the great sage. To her, it was pure disrespect, an ugly humiliation that cut to the bone, because nobody just pees on a great sage. With shaking nerves, she snapped that, after that humiliating disaster, nobody in the world would ever want to marry her. Chiru, fueled by pure impulse, snapped back that if nobody else dared, he'd just take her himself, and those words lingered a beat too long. Rhea gaped in shock as Chiru spiraled into panic, instantly regretting his outburst. Then, flustered and scrambling backward, he insisted it was all just a joke. Rhea steadied her breath and teased him with a playful jab, asking if he was going for a good laugh or a bad one, because for Chiru, this was scarier than anything that ever crawled out of the dungeon. Freshly able to walk again, Rhea demanded to know where the bathroom was, and Chiru realized, right then, that in this strange new world she'd need him for even the simplest things. He led her down the hallway, told her exactly where to take her shoes off, and walked her through the strange customs like it was second nature. Seeing that stubborn breastplate still clamped tight around her torso, he stepped in and offered to take it off for her. Rhea confessed her arms were still shaky, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't pry it loose herself. Then she told him to unhook it from behind, and his hands started to shake as he closed the distance, because stripping a girl's armor from the back isn't just hard, it's terrifying in a way no battle ever was. With her armor gone, Rhea stepped straight into the bathroom, like she could finally breathe. Her eyes popped wide as she spotted the bathtub, luxurious, her mind screamed, the kind only nobility deserved. She spun to Chiru, stunned, and demanded how a place like a dungeon could ever hold that kind of splendor. Chiru smiled and corrected her softly. This wasn't a dungeon at all, this was a mansion. Still, the idea of a mansion sounded totally alien to her, so he brushed it off like nothing, and Rhea snapped back that only nobles or royalty got baths like this, and now she was sure, Chiru had to be from high birth. He chuckled to himself and went, "Do you know what a shower is?" And her confused look said everything. Then he grinned and proudly explained what it does, crediting it all to the great sage's powers. He twisted the faucet and let warm water roar out, proving every degree he'd just explained. He broke it down so it could be tweaked exactly to her liking. At first, Chiru didn't get the same "oh wow" reaction Rhea had when he showed her the bathtub, but the moment he flicked water over her and proved it was warm, her eyes went wide in total disbelief. She couldn't wrap her head around heat with no fire, so Chiru just shrugged and said, "It's magic," because he had mastered fire and water magic. Rhea stood there, stunned. She'd heard of a ton of battle relics, but she'd never seen one built for comfort like this. Rhea practically loved her baths, and that sweet, kid-at-heart side of her totally amused Chiru. Then he introduced her to another modern bathroom miracle, shampoo, this slippery, soapy liquid she'd never seen before, and Chiru showed her how it worked by pressing the pump and blasting creamy foam into his hand, meant to keep hair and skin soft and squeaky clean. Rhea snatched it up eagerly, and the moment it touched her senses, that sweet floral scent exploded into her mind. She beamed harder by the second, like the whole world had turned into pure wonder. After Chiru let her freshen up, she pointed her toward the polished glass door and told her to keep her things right outside it. While she searched through his stuff, he tore through his belongings, hunting for anything she could slip into, until he grabbed a comfy t-shirt and jersey set, praying it would keep her cozy for the moment. But once again, ugly intrusive thoughts crashed through his head, and he pictured Rhea without any underwear, then started spiraling, wondering if he should tell her he didn't have any for her to use, until he gave in for a split second and let the fantasy carry him toward. Until Grandma's tearful, scolding face flashed in his mind and snapped him back to reality. A short while later, Chiru crept up to the bathroom to check on Rhea. He carried her clothes, then froze before stepping inside. Stepping into that changing room lit up his chest with shaky excitement, but he made himself play it cool, because he was terrified that if he lingered even a second longer, the dark magician inside him would wake up. Right when he was about to step away, a brutal scream tore through the air. His blood went cold, and he knew something terrible was about to happen. In his panic, he instantly fixated on the goblins, wondering if they could break out of the dungeon and invade. He burst into the room, and there was Rhea, rattled and drenched, the showerhead thrashing wildly through the air. She cranked the shower to full pressure and slammed the temperature to the absolute minimum, and the wild burst of icy water jolted her so hard she lost her grip. Chiru let out a huge breath of relief. No goblins at all, just some sketchy plumbing he didn't recognize at first. He grabbed her through the steps and showed her how to fine-tune the water pressure and temperature so this kind of disaster wouldn't happen again. He definitely didn't see this coming, Rhea standing there in a crowded scene, staring back at him. Crouched in the corner, naked and soaked to the bone, he flashed a frantic glance, then snapped his eyes away and babbled out a desperate apology before backing off, step by step. Rhea shot up and clung to him from behind, her whole body trembling as she sobbed. This time, it wasn't excitement for Chiru at all, just raw pity, and she narrowed her eyes. She'd barely clawed out of the dungeon alive, and now the whole world felt too big and too strange to breathe, so he asked gently if she was okay. Rhea clung to him like a lifeline, apologizing over and over. It was the scariest moment she'd ever lived through, and that raw, shared vulnerability lit a spark between them, so Chiru didn't leave her alone. With the shower blasting down, their bodies and hearts got washed clean and started to feel new again. He stayed planted by the bathroom door, telling her she was safe now, and promising he wouldn't go anywhere. Chiru scans the area with razor focus, making sure nothing slips past him. He lets out a shaky breath when he finds nothing lurking nearby, then digs in deep to calm his nerves. With determination blazing in his eyes, he snaps open his status screen, readying himself to charge straight into the unknown, because even with his nerves screaming, he knows he can't stop now. Chiru can't stop grinning as his status screen pops up in front of him, and he's blown away by how cleanly everything is laid out. But the moment he starts reading the numbers, a cold bead of sweat creeps in as he realizes his beginner-level stats don't look nearly as comforting as he wanted. Chiru stays perfectly still, replaying every word he heard from Rhea through that bathroom door, snapping the crucial details into place exactly like she said. That dungeon hooked straight into his room wasn't some random maze. It was an underworld ruin, the remains of an ancient underground city. His chest cinched tight because he remembered the truth. The monsters down there weren't annoying, they were lethal. Then the pieces clicked. Rhea's blow dart anesthetic didn't come from ordinary goblins at all, but from a special goblin crew that mastered darts meant to drop people fast. It was a flashing warning of the kind of danger crawling beneath the stone. Chiru steadied his breath and hardened his will, knowing every step forward shoved him closer to monsters way worse than he ever imagined. As Rhea soaks in her bath, she shrugs off any hesitation and says it straight. Being a knight has her nimble status insanely high, so she's built to hit hard and move even faster. And she tells me how dungeon slimes instantly bail the moment they spot you, slipping away so quick they're almost impossible to grab, and yeah, the whole fight is brutally hard. They're supposedly packed with real value, and Chiru's now stuck outside his door, totally crushed by how bold she was and how casual it all felt. He blurts out a flustered stammer, face on fire, completely thrown off. From the other room, Rhea catches it, tilts her head, and looks genuinely confused, like she's trying to figure out if her words even landed the wrong way. Chiru tore his gaze away from the slimes that kept fascinating him and turned to Rhea, curious how regular people saw their own statuses, because as a great sage, he had his own special way, and Rhea, stunned by the question, shot him wide-eyed and wondered if there were any other way at all to know your status. With her towel clutched tight and cheeks blazing, Rhea spoke in a steady voice and told her that once you truly meditate on it, numbers will rise to your mind like they were meant to, pure divine providence from God, given to every single one of his creations. Chiru practically buzzed with excitement and shouted that there had to be another way, pushing Rhea nonstop to tell him the exact method she used, and even while she was still under the shower, Rhea looked caught off guard by his intensity as she murmured through it, because right then, the young sage finally figured it out. His status wasn't showing because a spell on the room blocked status checks. Rhea lounged in the bath, and when she finally got it, relief washed over her, while he stood by his conclusion that the room ran on this world's rules, not his own limits, and with that certainty fueling his courage, he figured that once he was back in the dungeon, he'd track down his status, finally tossing off that crushing doubt and realizing he hadn't failed. He'd simply been trapped by the place itself. The young sage couldn't stop hoping that uncovering his powers, his real affinity, would be the best possible outcome, so he turned to Rhea and asked about the metal door behind where she'd passed out, panicking that maybe monsters would spill out if it opened. Meanwhile, Rhea sat in the bath, nerves buzzing as she whispered her apology. She said she'd fainted right after the anesthesia hit. She slammed that door shut while monsters chased her, then blurted how close she'd come to getting caught. Chiru immediately clocked it. No monsters were ever really coming, just like he'd feared. He leaned in and told Rhea the truth. He'd left her shield back in the dungeon when he carried her. No hesitation, he was heading back for it at once. Rhea looked stunned and tried to wave it off, saying it'd help, sure, but she didn't want to drag the great sage into more trouble. Chiru only grinned and told her to take her time, to soak in that bath slowly, and to enjoy it to her heart's content. Meanwhile, he slipped into the dungeon, chasing one goal above all, checking his status, so he kept it low-key, reminding himself not to draw attention as he pressed onward with laser focus. Chiru Suzuki leaned over his notebook and dissected every detail in it, because the numbers screamed one thing: he didn't look that strong yet, not even close. Still, he forced a calm grin and told himself this was only the beginning. What mattered was what he'd become next, so he stared ahead with steel in his eyes, ready to chase the growth waiting for him. After he scanned his stats, Chiru's eyes snapped to a single line on his sheet: no max level restrictions asterisk asterisk, and it screamed louder than everything else. The moment he realized his level gauge was basically set to infinity asterisk, hope hit him so hard it nearly stole his breath. Then he checked his MP and figured it meant he could cast magic, and the thought lit a fire under him. Finally, he stripped off his gear and tested the bare numbers again. The pickaxe clocked asterisk asterisk 104 asterisk asterisk attack, and the helmet brought asterisk asterisk 21 asterisk asterisk defense. Chiru tiptoed through the dungeon like every step might trigger a trap. Sure, monsters weren't likely, but he stayed razor alert, because something always lurks out there, even under a shield. Chiru tiptoed up to the fallen shield, then froze when a slime creature was squished flat beneath it. His eyes popped wide in disbelief. It was real right there. Without a second thought, he swung his pickaxe up and slammed it down with a savage yell, smashing the creature in one brutal hit. Then he finally locked his hands around the shield, and relief crashed through him, still tangled with that last sharp edge of fear. On his way back, he flicked his status screen, and to his absolute shock, the slime fight had supercharged his stats. Chiru wheezed through his breath, slumped against the door frame, and stared at the room like he'd just cheated death. Even with death lurking right there, he pulled it off, he killed a slime, and his level shot up. Chiru's grin broke wide as it finally clicked. A Japanese earthling like him had slain a monster and leveled up, and nobody from his world had ever done that before. Chiru thought my strength should have jumped too, right, and wondered if he should try it. When he headed back, he shouted, asking Rio if she was still in the bath. Ria spoke from behind the door with a warm smile, welcoming Chiru back and politely asking if she could keep the bath going a little longer. Chiru shot back a quick reassurance, telling her she could use it as much as she wanted, and the moment she said yes, he pounced on the chance, rummaging through a box like a man on a mission, thinking, might as well use this time to test how strong I really am. Chiru stared at the grip strength machine, then decided, now. He clamped down hard and pulled out a brutal 44 kg, and the moment he saw it, pure shock burst out of him. Up until today, no matter how many times he tried, it had never cracked past 40 kg. Chiru kept asking himself if this was really real, because every STR point surged 4 more kilos into his grip strength, and he couldn't stop wondering if hitting level 10 and adding 20 on Moore Street would crank it even higher, strong enough to crush apples with bare hands. He stared at his reflection, grinning through the dark thoughts, while Ria stood right beside him. Ria pointed out that the clothes she was wearing were the ones Chiru had lent her, and she couldn't believe how comfy they felt. Then she asked if she looked weird in them. Chiru's face went red, realizing exactly how adorable she looked in his stuff, and when he stayed quiet, Ria pressed him again. He instantly panicked, waving his hands and denying it fast, saying she looked completely fine and even insisting the hairstyle suited her, all while desperately trying to bury his embarrassment. Ria's cheeks flared with a deep blush, and a warm smile broke across her face as she whispered that she was genuinely relieved. Her fingers slid through her hair, admitting it had come loose when she tumbled in the dungeon, even though she always ties it back to keep it out of the way. Then she added that thanks to the soak Chiru gave her, her hair felt unbelievably soft and smooth, with a faint, sweet scent clinging to it. A wild thought flashed in Chiru's head, begging him to lean in and steal that scent. Then Ria spun toward him and asked, soft as a whisper, if he'd be taking the bath next. Chiru grinned and confirmed. Ria smiled politely and told him she'd wait in the room she'd been sleeping in, then asked if she could flip through the great Satsama's grimoires while she waited. Leaving Chiru so confused, he could only wonder if a Japanese-style room like his even had anything like that, because in his mind, it was probably just manga and a few skinny books. Chiru suddenly burst into a loud, panicked scream, his face twisting with shock, and when Ria jolted at the noise, she stared at him worried, trying to figure out what was happening. Chiru didn't waste a second. He snapped at her to stay put, his voice hard and urgent, and even though she was confused, Ria obeyed at once and froze in place. Chiru bolted for the nearest door, yanked it open, and started hauling a box off the shelves, packing item after item with ruthless focus until the shelves were stripped clean. With shaky breaths, he fought to steady himself as he went. With steel in his spine, he stared down Ria and blurted out that he had something deadly serious to say, then demanded her full attention. Ria's eyes went wide, and she gave a tiny nod, ready to listen with her whole focus. Chiru and Ria sat face to face at the table, the air so tense it felt like it could snap, and Chiru gripped his hands tight, leaning forward with a grim, heavy look, because the truth he was about to drop weighed on him like a curse. He warned Ria that those books on the shelf weren't just stories. They hid knowledge so dangerous it could seriously hurt someone who wasn't ready or skilled, and as he spoke, he leaned in again across from her, eyes tense, fear written all over his clasped hands. He said the books weren't just dangerous, they were forbidden, restricted grimoires, locked away from ordinary people, and when Rhea heard that, her eyes went wide, her face drained pale, and a bead of sweat slid down her cheek as everything clicked into place. She couldn't even breathe through the shock, and suddenly the air got heavy with the crushing weight of the truth between them. Rhea sat on edge, guilt crashing over her as the truth hit. What she'd unleashed was far worse than she ever imagined. Her hands trembled as she thought, I can't believe I did this. Across from her, Tiru steadied her with a soft voice, reminding her she never knew what the grimoire really was. Tiru snapped no matter what, she must never touch those books again, especially if she gets pulled somewhere beyond his sight, so Rhea shot him a quick nod, surprised but dead serious. Inside, Tiru exhaled in relief, his heart swelling with gratitude for Rhea's honesty. He reminded himself that this warning was meant to protect them both. Rhea paused for a beat, then lifted her eyes and asked, politely, if she could ask something. Tiru let out a shaky breath and urged her to move on, but one anxious thought snapped through him. She couldn't possibly be asking about the naked girls on those covers. Rhea swallowed her fear, worked up the courage, and asked about the bathwater, then confessed it might be a little late to bring it up. She worried it might be wrong to use that much, since it had to be so precious, but Tiru snapped in reassurance, saying the water was pulled straight from underground. Inside, he knew that was only half the truth, but it was close enough. Even so, Rhea still looked uneasy, and politely asked for one single glass of that same water, because she'd noticed she wasn't carrying anything at all, and realized she had to be starving for a drink. He paused, thinking about how precious water could be in a dungeon, then gave her an encouraging smile and told her, straight up, it was totally fine to drink it. Tiru suddenly shot to his feet, eyes blazing, and declared, I've got it, I know exactly what to do. Instead of handing Rhea plain water, he bolted to the fridge, yanked it open, and dug through the shelves like his life depended on finding something better. Rhea slid into her seat, eyes huge with curiosity, staring at the strange drinks the table had laid out, then whispered, what on earth are these? Tiru calmly laid it all out, pointing one by one, first milk. Rhea spotted it instantly, nodding with a smug little smile. Then he introduced the red tea, figuring she might be clueless, but Rhea cut in fast, saying she knew it and calling it insanely luxurious. Finally, Tiru held up the last drink, cola. Just like he feared, Rhea admitted she had absolutely no clue. Rhea stared into the glass, hunting for any sign it was safe to drink, and she couldn't help but gasp at how wildly generous Tiru was, handing her something this precious like it was nothing. Tiru soothed her, told her it was totally fine, and only asked that she spill her thoughts about them later. Then he slipped away, headed off to take a bath. Fresh out of his bath, Tiru stretched his limbs, basking in that cozy warmth that clung to his skin, and as he stepped out, a wave of pure relief hit. Then he towel-dried his hair like he was resetting his whole body. His thoughts flickered back to the bath Rhea had used earlier, and he could still feel her faint presence in the air. Then a sharp jolt hit him. That whole evening had blown past, and he'd completely forgotten to cook dinner. Tiptoeing toward the living area, Tiru spotted Rhea parked at the table, cupping a mug in both hands and lifting it to her lips like it mattered. Then a small, flustered sound slipped out, and a rosy blush burst across her cheeks, totally betraying how new and curious she was about the drink. And watching that, Tiru couldn't help but grin to himself. She must be hungry too. Thought hit him maybe he should slip into the kitchen and whip up something for both of them. When Rhea raised the glass to her lips, confusion flashed across her face. Tiru clocked her hesitation and flashed a soft, wordless smile, telling her without words that she didn't have to finish it if the taste bothered her. But Rhea wouldn't fold. She wasn't some helpless kid who couldn't handle her medicine. Steel burned in her eyes as she decided to gulp down every last drop, refusing to waste a single precious bit of that drink. Tiru nodded in quiet agreement that cola tasted a little like medicine, and that only made Rhea more confused. She couldn't wrap her head around how it wasn't medicine when the second she drank it, the lingering numbness in her arms and legs started fading almost immediately. Tiru fluttered his hands with a shaky grin, trying to steer the moment away, because the last thing he wanted was Rhea spiraling into doubts about who he really was again. Rhea took a slow sip of cola, silently cheering as her face lit up, so the great sage's artifacts really were legendary. The anesthetic should have taken at least a mid-level dispelling technique to undo, but this strange cola erased it on the spot, and she couldn't help but stare in awe at how powerful it was. That hit Tiru with a wild thought. What if cola is secretly a cure-all in this world, and not just any weak one, but the real deal? And if that's the case, maybe other foods are hiding their own magic too. Curious, he blurted out the question, what on earth do dungeon adventurers usually eat? Rhea's face flickered wistful as she remembered her own rations, bread as hard as stone, and little chunks of fish, brined up in salt. Even though she was always grateful for whatever scraps she could scrounge, the food tasted awful, so bad she'd drown it in soup just to choke it down, and somehow it still barely passed as edible. Chiru's heart clenched with pity, because in her world Ria had it brutally hard. Ria shut her eyes and took a slow breath, and then a sweet, unfamiliar scent drifted through the room, oddly comforting like it already belonged. She cracked her eyes open and stared as Chiru zipped around the kitchen, like he'd done it 1,000 times. Then he shot her a grin and invited her to dinner, quietly proud that cooking was his specialty, because yeah, he already worked part-time in a family restaurant's kitchen, and that experience made him confident he could whip up the real deal. Ria's hesitation was loud, so Chiru broke the silence and said it straight out. With a light, teasing tone, he snapped a warning, "Don't be rude and eat up so you'll get better." Then he cut her off mid-sentence, saying he'd already started cooking 2 portions, and he couldn't sit and eat comfortably while someone else was starving. Ria froze for a heartbeat, uneasy about eating in front of someone this generous. Then she shot an excuse and hurried back. With trembling care, she held out gold and silver coins, flashing them to Chiru. Sure, she might not be able to pay him back yet, but this was all she could offer right now. Panicking, Chiru rushed to tell Ria she didn't have to pay him. Then she snapped back instantly, refusing to accept his kindness. So Chiru scrambled for a reason on the spot, claiming that as the great sage, money was the last thing he lacked. Since he hid away deep under the dungeon, he demanded a different kind of payment, straight-up intel on what was happening above ground, because he refused to believe that was a fair bargain. Chiru swallowed his pride and reshaped his request, begging for her help to build an artifact, but the truth hit hard. It was just a bed that needed assembling. Ria heard that and nodded right away, then sheepishly admitted she was a bit strapped for cash at the moment. Chiru leaned in and told her this was the perfect setup for both of them, but she still felt the weight of owing him. Ria finally nodded and accepted, thanking him warmly as she took the dish he handed her. They slid into a calm, comfy understanding, and Chiru set the dishes down with a grin. Dinner was finally ready. Ria's eyes went wide with pure awe. Right in front of her sat a meal that looked so neat, so mouthwatering, and so fragrant she could hardly process how fast he pulled off something this detailed, while the rich aroma flooded the room and made her admiration for the great sage soar even higher. Tachiru, though, wasn't trying to show off. He'd just whipped up something simple: premium hamburger steak, microwavable rice with a few personal touches, and a salad he tossed together, because he realized he was starving too, so he cooked everything in a hurry. Her stomach growled like thunder, and Chiru laughed warmly as he told her, "Come on, let's go eat." As Ria plopped down, she froze, completely lost on how she was supposed to eat that hamburger steak. Chiru leaned in and calmly told her she could slice it with a knife and just pop the pieces into her mouth. Ria's cheeks flared red. Chiru kept at it, burning to figure it all out, while she rinsed off with a warm, mischievous smile. Chiru patiently guided Ria through slicing the fried egg right on top of the dish, showing her how the yolk and sauce would blend for maximum flavor. And even though she hesitated at first, she followed his lead, cut into her meal, and took a cautious bite. The second Ria took her first bite, her whole face lit up like she'd just found treasure. Every flavor hit harder than she ever expected, rich, cozy, and dead-on perfect. Even the hunger that had been steering her all day cranked the taste up even more. With a joy so bright it practically felt kid-like, she blurted out that she'd never tasted anything this delicious before. Chiru just watched her, smiling softly and amused, brushing off her excitement as she's probably starving. But deep down, he still couldn't help feeling proud that she truly loved his cooking. Meanwhile, Ria got completely swept up in the moment, her cheeks blazing as she admitted every word was true. Even back in the mansion, she'd never tasted anything like this. And that one little confession lit up Chiru's heart. His spirits shot up like he'd found the missing piece. Sharing a meal suddenly hit different, way more delicious than eating alone. Ria's words, her smile, her pure happiness, it stirred feelings he hadn't felt in forever, real, wholehearted appreciation. When the last bite hit the table, Chiru leaned in and softly begged Ria to finally tell him what was happening above ground, because he needed to know what he'd missed while he was shut away. Ria nodded right away, ready to spill everything as they settled in for a proper talk, and Chiru even pulled out a tray of sweet after-dinner treats, little tea cakes to wrap up the meal. Ria's curiosity ignited the moment she spotted them, and her eyes practically sparkled with excitement. Then, once everything was finally settled, she grinned and praised how insanely delicious the food was, saying it made her feel lighter, like every burden had been yanked off her shoulders. She even mused that the meal might be a whole new kind of artifact with special effects, just like the cola she'd gulped earlier. Even though the boost didn't last, she still felt her HP and MP jump up, and that shocked Chiru, like he'd been thrown inside a video game for real. The thought that food could hand out status boosts blew his mind, and Ria clocked his sudden excitement. She mumbled that she wasn't sure the effect would even show up on her status panel, but one thing was clear: his cooking had turned into a weird little artifact, and she let out a nervous laugh. He shot a mental note to check it later in the dungeon. Curiosity fizzed in his chest, and he couldn't wait to test more things and snag a few supplies before bed. Then he turned to Rhea and suggested they head out for a bit. Rhea sat there stunned, unsure what he was asking them to do, while Teru immediately clocked her confusion, because in her mind they were still trapped inside the dungeon. What threw him off was this: Rhea had been holed up in his Japanese-style room for ages, yet she never once clocked what was hiding past the windows. Wanting to prove his gut feeling, Teru beckoned her over, slid his hand into hers, and guided her toward the room's corner, while Rhea trailed after him, still completely baffled. As he pointed at the wall and asked what she thought, Rhea leaned in, stared at the window, and couldn't help but marvel at the stunning craftsmanship. To her, that crazy move, hacking glass into a dungeon, felt downright trendy, so she figured the great sage must have been dying to stare at that wall. Teru frowned because something felt wildly off. Outside should have shown him bustling Japan, not a wall. His mind tore through possibilities as he stared at what she could only see, then he leaned in close to the window to inspect it, and right then, his body slid through it like it was nothing. Rhea snapped a sharp gasp and stumbled back, her eyes blazing with pure wonder. To her, it had to be some crushing enchantment, magic that let him pass right through solid walls. Teru didn't just marvel, the weirdness hit deeper, and it hooked his brain. Whatever this was, it broke every rule. Some secret link between his apartment and the dungeon world had finally clicked into place, and now he couldn't stop himself from wanting to know more. Teru slipped back through the window into Takekawa City, then whispered his return. He'd gone out to shop alone because he still couldn't figure out how to get Rhea to come with him. Flipping the grocery bag onto the table, Teru blurted out whether Rhea was in the washroom, then pushed deeper inside and scanned the place until he spotted Rhea near the laundry room. And Teru fired the question straight into his mind. What was she even doing here? Then Teru stepped in. He stepped inside and saw Rhea on the floor, quietly washing clothes by hand, and when she looked up, she greeted him with a calm smile and told him she was just taking care of the laundry. Teru watched in silence, stunned that even here, right now, Rhea was hand-washing her undergarments, like it was the most natural thing in the world for a medieval girl, and that truth clicked in his head the more he thought about her past, until Rhea felt his stare. He looked up and murmured, "Did I mess something up? Did I say something?" Snapping Teru out of his own thoughts, Teru spotted Rhea near the laundry and softly asked what she was using to wash the clothes. Rhea's nerves kicked in as she admitted she'd been using body soap, instantly worrying she'd messed up. Teru quickly reassured her, telling Rhea he didn't mean anything bad. He had a special laundry artifact, the washing machine, and it was totally fine, so she apologized softly while he waved it off and told her, "Don't worry." She stumbled into an awkward question. Did he have anything she could use to dry the clothes? And he snapped back fast, offering to go grab it for her. Then Toru came right back shortly after. He held out a drying rack and offered it to her, then stopped dead in his tracks halfway, like something hit him out of nowhere. Rhea, still lifting the wet laundry with a slightly confused expression, didn't even notice his hesitation. That's when he spotted it. The boxing gear she was holding was his. Heat rushed into his cheeks, and still, Rhea beamed like everything was totally fine. She'd apparently dug through the laundry basket, found a few things that belonged to him, and tossed them into the wash, like they were just another load of clothes. Teru wanted to be mad, but he couldn't. Sure, the whole moment was awkward, but Rhea had even hand-washed his clothes with real care, thanking him like he'd done her a favor. Her sweet honesty left him frozen for a second, torn between mortified embarrassment and quiet, grateful respect. While the laundry hung to dry, Rhea suddenly shot Teru a question. Did he have rags and olive oil? Still baffled, Teru admitted he had, and then fired back, asking what she even planned to do with them, while Rhea stayed cool as ice and calmly said they were for armor maintenance, like that was the most obvious thing anyone could do. Teru came up, pressed the bottle into her hands, and asked if it was okay. Rhea nodded and thanked him politely. Then she slipped onto the floor and gently polished her armor, rubbing it down with the rags and olive oil Teru had brought. As he watched her, Teru realized he'd originally wanted her to help set up the bed, but the way she locked in made him hesitate. He refused to yank her out of that focus. So he swallowed his frustration and decided, resigned but determined, to set up the bed himself. Even though they said to team up with 2 or more people, he shrugged and figured he'd make it work somehow. Now fueled by pure determination, he stormed toward the pieces, ready to take them all on by himself, while Teru fought for his life trying to piece the bed together, only to realize it was way harder than he ever expected. Sweat poured down his forehead as he grappled with the heavy parts, and frustration kept surging higher with every second. Then Rhea clocked his hard work, rushed over, and asked what he was building. When she saw him straining, she jumped in to help, and together they finally got the bed put together. With the bed finally done, Rhea practically jumped onto it, bouncing a few times just to test the mattress, and her face lit up at the firm feel, so much better than the feather bedding she was used to. Feeling proud of what they'd built, Chiru declared it was time to stop for the day and get some rest. Chiru and Rhea argued over who would sleep where, and Chiru finally offered to crash on the tatami mat, basically begging Rhea to take the bed. Rhea's relentless stubbornness pinned him down, and eventually Chiru caved, though reluctantly, agreeing to sleep on the bed while Rhea sprawled comfortably on the tatami. Before the lights went out, Rhea calmly got ready and even called the light switch the brightness artifact. Right when she was about to finally relax, she froze for a second like a question was clawing at her throat. Then she swallowed it and kept her calm, quietly wishing Chiru good night. Chiru lay in bed, rolling and twisting like he couldn't escape his own thoughts. Sleep stayed out of reach, and he couldn't stop wondering if it was because he'd given his pillow to Rhea, even with the lights off. He spotted the tiniest shift near the door, then Rhea tiptoed over, hugging the pillow tight to her chest. When he saw her, Chiru froze on the spot, not knowing what she was planning. Rhea caught his worry and quietly slid the pillow toward him, like she'd figured he might still need it, so Chiru blinked in shock as she explained with a soft smile that she didn't need to use it. Reluctantly, he took it from her, then he froze, because she was shivering and completely flustered. He hurried over to calm her down, insisting the mattress artifact was built to make sleeping feel good, and with a pang of pity, he even suggested they try it together. Rhea froze for a beat, then finally gave him a small nod. The idea of sharing a bed shook Chiru to his core, but he had no choice, so under the blanket, Rhea inched closer and wrapped herself in a gentle cuddle. A hush hangs between them like a blade, and for one breath neither of them moves, then Chiru spots it. Her hands are trembling. He reaches out and takes her hand, and Rhea freezes, her heartbeat slamming as his fingers graze hers. Slowly, she threads her fingers through his, and that warmth surges through him like a quiet spark. She never said a thing, just squeezed his hand gently, and that quiet little signal said everything louder than any speech. Lay beside Chiru's real lab, yeah, the one people whisper about like it's dangerous. Her hand slid into his, gentle and steady, and she breathed that it felt warm, safe, not scary, something fragile she never expected to give him. Chiru's faint smile flickered back, and you could tell he was genuinely relieved. Gratitude lit up Rhea's face as she breathed out a quiet thank you, her cheeks warming with a shy blush, and just like that, the whole night turned soft, sweet, and unexpectedly amazing for both of them. Morning light poured through the window, and Chiru stirred in bed, still half chasing sleep in the dark. Right beside him, Rhea curled close, soft, steady, and peaceful. When Chiru finally cracked his eyes open, she met him with a warm, affectionate gaze that turned the whole room gentle. For a heartbeat, Chiru drifted into a dreamy fog, not sure if he'd truly awakened, or if the dream was still holding him. Then it slammed into him hard. He'd spent the whole night sprawled beside Rhea, right there in the same bed, and panic exploded in Chiru's chest as his heartbeat thumped like crazy from that sudden, way too intimate closeness he was never ready for. He shot upright with a gasp, face burning with embarrassment and pure disbelief. Rhea's face snapped from calm to full-on worry as she blurted, "Are you okay?" Chiru froze, then panicked and shot out a quick apology, scrambling for an excuse. He admitted that, as a great sage, the scars left by the world's prejudice and wars could still hit him like a reflex, and that's why he'd reacted so badly, though even with his voice shaking a little, he swore he was fine now. Chiru stared into the aftermath of yesterday, and his mind kept replaying that wild, surreal mess of events like a movie he couldn't turn off. He realized his front door was suddenly hooked up to a mysterious dungeon, and it hit him like lightning. He could still vividly remember smashing through a slime, getting the win, and leveling up, all in the same breath, leaving him buzzing with pure excitement and total disbelief, because somehow his whole world had flipped upside down. And right on top of all that chaos, a Bechujo from another world was suddenly living in his home, and he had zero clue what to do about it. Still, for now, he chose peace, flashed a gentle smile, and told them to share breakfast, and Rhea accepted with calm, graceful quiet. After waking up, Chiru and Rhea dove into unpacking and shared breakfast, but Chiru couldn't shake the guilt for making Rhea help him, quietly. Rhea shut that down hard, insisting that now she was under Chiru's care, helping him was only natural, and she accepted it without blinking. They were unpacking. Chiru couldn't stop his curiosity. He blurted out questions about the dragonkin, wondering if they were still lurking near the volcanoes, and he peppered Rhea with everything he wanted to know about demi-humans from fantasy worlds like elves and dwarves, but Rhea thought it through and told him dragonkin rarely showed up among humans, so she couldn't promise anything for sure. When Chiru demanded to know which demi-humans were friendly to humans right now, Rhea went still for a moment, then snapped back with what she knew. Elves and feline-type beastfolk usually welcome humans when they step into their forests. Chiru could barely contain his excitement when he heard that elves were real, and the idea of cat-beast people only cranked his fascination even higher. Both of it felt like his favorite stories had leapt off the page and into his life. Then Rhea blurted out, all thrilled, that she dug up some data on elves, her eyes shining with pure curiosity. Chiru leaned in, curiosity sparking in her eyes, and asked what Rhea meant under her breath, so Rhea grabbed the material, flipped through the pages, and couldn't help but marvel at how rare it was to find an illustration of an elf fighting a tentacle monster. Then she asked, politely, if she could take a closer look. Panic hit Chiru like lightning when it clicked. She was holding exactly that kind of material. His face burned crimson, and he shot forward, slamming the door shut in a blur. Frantic and flushed, he scrambled to bury the evidence before Rhea could see another second of it. Chiru wiped the sweat off his brow, and the moment he did, he realized he'd just poked a bear. Exasperated, he blurts out that it's one of those forbidden grimoires. He fidgeted and mumbled that more treasures were probably hidden in the pile of cardboard boxes. Then he spun to Rhea and begged for a break. Rhea grinned and happily said yes, already itching to relax. While they sat around the table, Chiru clocked how Rhea kept savoring that cola like it was the best thing in the world. She confirmed it, saying that once your taste buds got used to the fizz and the sweet hit, you couldn't stop. She even smiled while saying it. Chiru promised her she could go for seconds if she wanted, then flipped the topic, watching the dungeon's monster lineup like it was a clue, and asked Ryo if any truly nasty slimes had shown up lately. Rhea paused mid-sip, stared like the answer mattered, and then laid it out, calling the more dangerous ones by name. Terrifying slime types lurked everywhere, purple poison slimes oozing potent toxins, and dirty yellow acid slimes that spat corrosive death. She said these were the most dangerous kind she'd ever come across, then pointed out that the great sage would probably know everything about them. Chiru, though, admitted with an awkward grin that he hadn't fought a single monster lately, because he'd been hidden away in seclusion for ages. Rhea didn't press him at all, she just nodded, calm and fully convinced. Right after they wrapped up their monster talk, the two dove back into sorting everything together. Then Rhea suddenly squealed with excitement. Chiru snapped still, eyes bulging in panic, praying she hadn't just uncovered even more of his hidden data. Rhea beamed and thrust the outfit she'd found into view, shouting that the clothes were totally adorable, then proudly showed off her cosplay bloomers and swimsuits, blissfully clueless as Chiru's embarrassment kept ballooning. She tilted her head, innocent and curious, and asked out loud if these things could be dangerous too, just as Chiru went bright red, panicking and insisting to himself that absolutely they weren't. But the truth hit way harder. He spotted those outfits at Don Quixote the day before, grabbed them, and convinced himself they might work like the food special effects inside the dungeon. Then he pushed the practical excuse even further, thinking they'd replace Rhea's worn-out clothes and even her underwear, and he forced himself to add, emphatically, absolutely not. He wasn't buying them because he wanted to see her in something revealing. Rhea stared at the strange clothes, turning them over in her hands like they might be something she'd never seen before. Then she blurted, "Are these meant for women?" Chiru's face went hot with embarrassment, sweat beading on his temple as he blurted out that sometimes people asked him for women's clothing, and that if she wanted, he'd give her a set as a present. With bright eyes and shaking excitement, Rhea practically blurted out, asking if it really was okay, and begged to try them on right now, thanking them with non-stop, unstoppable enthusiasm. Without a second thought, she dashed for the changing room, gripping the outfits tight against her chest. Two frozen rookies stared in horror as his brain tried to catch up, because the moment he processed it, Rhea was about to transform into bloomers right there in his apartment. He just stood rooted, speechless, overwhelmed by the sheer ridiculousness of it all. As Rhea burst out of the changing room, she was in her bloomers. Cheeks wore a soft, rosy flush of innocent curiosity, then darted her eyes to Chiru, waiting for his verdict like her whole outfit depended on it. Chiru went totally still, his eyes wavering as his words died in his throat, while the bloomer clung just right, showing off Rhea's rounded, curvy figure. While the cloth grazed her thighs, he couldn't focus. His mind drifted straight to the idea of a lap pillow. His thoughts went from pure relaxation to instant embarrassment the moment he realized he'd blurted it out loud by accident. Then Rhea repeated him, innocent as could be, looping back to the pillow part, and Chiru's stomach dropped into a quiet panic. He sputtered, flustered, and tried to play it off. Not only did he compliment her, he couldn't help but feel oddly grateful inside, silently thanking that weird mansion dungeon fusion and his so-called manger for handing him this bizarre, bewildering surprise. Rhea gave him a gentle smile, said her undergarments would dry soon, and admitted she wouldn't stay cool like this for long, then clearly enjoyed her brand new bloomers way more than Chiru ever expected. As the night crawled in, the two of them dropped into their seats at the table. After they finished the first round of packing and dug into dinner, Chiru leaned toward Rhea, desperate to know what she planned to do next. Chiru demanded to know why she couldn't climb back to the surface immediately, and Ria gently told her the truth, back when it all began, a while back. She plunged through the dungeon with her comrades, but the group scattered, she got separated, and then somewhere along the chaos, her sword vanished. Chiru listened hard and realized that even if Ria hadn't clocked it, that incident had likely scarred her inside. Now he finally understood why she couldn't bring herself to walk back alone. Ria finally admitted she'd been clinging to one tiny, stubborn hope, that while she was out exploring the dungeon, other adventurers might wander all the way here to this mansion. Her voice shook as she asked if it would bother Chiru if she stayed with him until then. Then Chiru, calm as ever as the great sage, smiled and said he saw absolutely no issue with it at all. She could stay for as long as she wanted, even forever, if she really wished. Ria sounded relieved, but she still insisted she had to rise to the surface one day, and with a pause in her voice, she quietly wondered, could she come back to this house and meet Chiru-sama again? Chiru, blushing with joy, quickly promised her she could come anytime, then smiled and swore he'd be waiting, ready to welcome her with open arms. Ria lit up and asked for permission to take a bath, and Chiru instantly said yes. Left alone at last, he scrambled to lock in his thoughts. While Ria soaked in the bath, he sucked in a deep breath, steadied his nerves, and started plotting his next move. He decided to take another sweep through the dungeon, and as he prowled onward, the silence felt way too weird. No monsters in sight anywhere, and the mere thought of goblins didn't even rattle him anymore. The silence still felt eerie, but somehow it soothed him like nothing ever had. Ria said monsters usually don't pop up out of nowhere in rooms that look empty, yet Chiru was still stunned when a slime showed up in the exact spot he'd checked and confirmed was clear. As he thought it through, he remembered everything he'd learned about slimes, how they begin no bigger than an eraser, then slowly bulk up into things that can hunt humans. The tiny ones usually bolt the moment they're seen, so the slime that showed up had to be lurking under that shield, growing in secret until it finally swelled to attack size. He decided to follow through on his original plan, testing what food from his world could do, and he'd even packed all kinds of it for the occasion. With pure grit, Chiru tore into his supplies, ready to start his next experiment. After running test after test, Chiru realized that the food from his world doesn't just fill you up, it cranks your stats up by about 50%. Cheese sausages beefed up his strength, salad pumped his MP, and potato chips made him sharper and faster, while some foods did nothing, and others either healed him or supercharged stats he already had boosted. Staring at his status panel, Chiru grinned as a wild thought hit him. His skill didn't look like it had any upper-level limit at all. To prove these boosts weren't just hype, he grabbed a grip strength meter and squeezed the handle hard, then his eyes bulged in shock. His theory had been dead right. Those boosted stats were directly reshaping his real physical power, just like he'd calculated. Fueled by raw determination, Chiru felt that push to level up again, stronger than ever. He crept down the quiet corridor, eyes sharp for any sneaky slimes still hiding, though deep down he figured the coast was clear. Chiru spotted a tiny slime in the dungeon, and his gut told him, beat it and he'd barely get any experience. He figured that since it was so small, it probably wasn't dangerous. He decided to nurse it until it got bigger, planning to take it down the moment it offered a real, worth-it reward, though there was also a chance it might multiply like wildfire. It hooked his curiosity, and he couldn't stop thinking about whether he could breed monsters to power up faster and level up way more efficiently. Back in his kitchen, Chiru slid the slime into a clear container, poured in some water, tossed in vegetable scraps, and jabbed a few tiny holes for air. Then boom, his whole setup was ready. With the focus of a hardcore researcher, he leaned in and studied the slime up close. Its pale white glow said, not dangerous, unlike the purple and the grimy yellow kinds that were known to be hazardous. So he decided this one was harmless, and for now, figured he could safely keep the creature trapped in a box. Chiru stared at the slime trapped in its container, and couldn't help noticing how adorable it was getting. Then he started wondering if he could actually pull off keeping other creatures too, so he weighed every detail like it mattered. After what happened to Ria in that dungeon, fear was still crawling under her skin, and the moment she thought about finding that slime in his hands, her stomach twisted. Panic hit like a wave. Ria was probably out of her bath by now, and he shoved the slime out of sight fast, frantic as he scanned the room. A spark hit his brain, and suddenly it clicked. If he shoved the slime into a box of forbidden grimoires disguised as arrow books, Ria would never suspect a thing, too embarrassed to go snooping. He smirked at how perfect it was. She'd steer clear, and he'd have an excuse to keep a hawkeye on it himself. With grit in his chest, Chiru slid the slime's container into the box, grinning as he told it to stay put and read for a while. Then lock it up, he sealed the hiding spot, right on cue with his plan. Chiru froze solid as Ria strode up, asking what was wrong. Then, startled out of his thoughts, he blurted that nothing was wrong at all. Ria smiled softly and told Chiru the bath was free now, so he could go. Chiru felt grateful, thanked her, and dashed off right away. After that, while Chiru soaked in the bath, his mind spun wild. Was hiding something from another world, like the slime, on Earth really worth the risk? If Riot found out, trouble would explode. So once he was done, Chiru made up his mind. He'd haul the slime right back to the dungeon. With that promise burning in his chest, he climbed out and prepared to act. One side of the slime container's lock was hanging open, and that tiny detail screamed, something S off. So he leaned in, wondering if he'd forgot to shut it, then carefully lifted the container from where he'd hidden it. Ria spotted Chiru and, grinning, asked where he was headed. Chiru told her he was heading to the dungeon for a while, then promised, "Don't worry, I'll be back before you know it." Right as Chiru stepped into the dungeon, he knelt by the slime and spoke to it softly, full of apologies, but he made one thing clear: it had to stay put for now. He promised he'd come back with tastier food and a bigger tank soon, then begged it to behave until he returned. Chiru stormed back home, and Ria greeted him like, "So what you go out for?" And Chiru shrugged it off as nothing big, then leaned in to ask if she'd spotted any white slimes in the dungeon. Ria blinked in shock and said she'd heard white slimes were extinct. With nobody spotting one in the last 20 years, Chiru stared in disbelief and realized the slime he'd just found was insanely rare. He decided that as long as it wasn't going after humans, he could stash it safely in his room, so Chiru geared up to storm back into the dungeon, while Ria, a little uneasy, begged him to stay careful. Back in the dungeon, Chiru suddenly sensed something off, and his instincts screamed trouble. The Tupperware was left wide open, and that white slime was gone without a trace. Chiru's face twisted with confusion and alarm as he whipped his head around, searching for where it had vanished. As Chiru pushed deeper into the dungeon, his eyes locked onto something that didn't belong there. Kakwan Muru grabbed a figurine and reached out to touch it, only to feel it turn out slick and soft, like nothing he'd expected, and he got so hooked on the texture that he briefly forgot everything around him. He leaned in and studied that figurine up close, totally baffled. Why would something like this be sitting in a dungeon? Maybe it had snagged on his clothes and dropped when he wasn't paying attention, but the truth hit him hard. He couldn't remember ever buying this exact one. He dug through his memories, found zero reason for it to exist there, and then quietly slipped it into his pocket like it was evidence. After a few minutes of hunting, Chiru let out a heavy sigh, no trace of that white slime anywhere. It was gone for good. Then he stumbled on a tiny light blue slime, not nearly as cute or special as the one he'd been chasing, but with nothing else to grab, he reluctantly picked it up, and even as he did, doubt still gnawed at him. So while Chiru studied the tiny slime, it suddenly snapped onto his finger and bit down, catching him off guard. Then he frowned hard, realizing this little thing wasn't cute at all, not yet. Still, he decided he'd keep it until it got bigger. Later, when Chiru finally came back to his home, Ria met him with a warm smile and called out that he took his sweet time. Chiru sighed and admitted his return got delayed because he'd been pulled into digging through a forbidden grimoire. With shaking hands, Chiru carefully set the Kokwan Muro figurine on the table and burst into a run, his. He traced his fingers across its smooth, satisfying surface. Then his mind snapped back to the slime he'd hunted for ages. Tomorrow, he promised himself, he'd finally find out what that light blue slime could do. That night, Chiru blurted out, calling Ria over like, "So, should we get ready to sleep soon?" But the moment Chiru slipped under the covers, his eyes snapped wide open. He couldn't sleep a wink, while Ria, right beside him, was already out cold in peaceful silence. Even though things seemed okay, Chiru kept reminding himself that Ryo still panicked at the thought of sleeping alone, so yeah, they ended up sharing the bed again. Ria in bloomers made it brutally hard for him this time. His heart hammered nonstop as her bare legs brushed past him, and his mind instantly spiraled out of control. He tried to rein it in, but his mind kept screaming that he should have warned them about something else. Maybe shorts, maybe sheer whim, anything to dodge this brutal awkwardness, and no matter how hard he fought it, sleep just refused to show up. Then he spotted something that didn't add up. Rio stood beside the bed, grinning with a thin, chilling malice, while right next to him Rio was sound asleep. Panic seized his chest, and a cold shock hit as he stared, eyes wide with pure disbelief. Two Rias, one peacefully asleep, and the other standing right in front of him, grinning in the dim light, left Chiru's mind spiraling, trying to make sense of the impossible he was seeing. Chapter 6. Chiru lay in bed, wide-eyed and confused. Startled from sleep, he froze as Ria stood close as if she were on top of him. His heart raced in confusion, unable to grasp what was happening. His brain whirled in disbelief. Ria beside him slept like nothing happened, but right in front of him stood that same girl, proud as ever, refusing to bend. the sight didn't just shock him, it shattered his sense of reality and left him rattled. Something was way off. Rhea stood right in front of him, tiny beyond belief, perched on the bed like a real little doll, and Tiru froze, staring in sheer shock as his thoughts scrambled. Tiru's heart slammed against his ribs as his mind scrambled to grasp what was happening. No way this was real, he had to still be dreaming. That tiny girl cocked her head, totally thrown by Tiru's shock, and spoke sweetly like nothing was wrong, still believing her new body was exactly what her master loved. Tiru's panic raced, but she didn't notice. She just stared right back and kept asking "Isn't this what you like?" She sized up whether her body fit Tiru's tastes, tense about how he'd react to the panic in him, then hit him with the most shocking line. Everything under her clothes was the same, and with zero fear, she calmly started lowering her underpants like it was no big deal at all. Tiru's eyes went wide, his face flushing bright red with raw panic as his whole body jerked up in shock. Then he blurted out a screaming, terrified yelp, scrambling backward in pure embarrassment when that little girl fully exposed herself. Tiru felt the panic of being loud, so he snatched the tiny figure and shoved her out of sight as she squirmed in his grip. His shout snapped the real Rhea awake, and she stared in confusion while Tiru stammered out a clumsy apology. Tiru plastered on a strained smile and tried to spin a big story about how he'd been taken to deal with the fifth magic catastrophe. Then his shaky, clumsy excuse betrayed him, because the panic still clung to every word. Even with everything swirling in confusion, Rhea flashed a gentle smile and reached out to steady him, her warmth pulling him back from the edge. She made it clear, wordlessly, that she was right there with him. Then little by little, she began to sing softly beside Tiru, and her voice soothed him straight into peaceful sleep. While Rhea slept soundly, Tiru tiptoed out of bed, clutching the tiny figure like it was priceless, then eased toward the door, moving so quietly he wouldn't wake her from that peaceful rest. By the kitchen, he watched the tiny Rhea twitch as she stirred, her little body wriggling in the cutest way until her face changed. Her watery eyes snapped up at him, her voice trembling as if she was quietly asking, "Do you not like me like this?" Panic hit him hard, trying to soothe her. He blurted out, awkwardly, desperately for her to cover herself, his face blazing with embarrassment. With the little girl cradled in his hands, Tiru froze when the truth finally hit. His voice shook as he realized what she really was, and she stayed cool, confirming his thoughts word for word. Tears welled in the tiny girl's eyes as she finally confessed she was the white slime. Her voice shook hard when she begged him not to hate her, swearing she wasn't a bad slime, just trying to calm him down. Tiru froze on the spot, caught between awe and pure terror at her innocent honesty. Drenched in tears, the little slime girl started sobbing uncontrollably, and panic hit Tiru hard as he scrambled to calm her down, until it clicked that she was the exact same white slime he'd met before. With shaky sniffles, little Rhea admitted she'd turned herself into the bloomers, wearing them, because Tiru once said he liked it, and she truly believed this look would be the best way to make him happy. Tiru stared down at the tiny Rhea in his hand, and with shaky courage, asked why she thought he was her master. She chirped back that he was the first human she'd ever seen, and that's exactly why she called him master. Tiru froze mid-thought, stunned like a newborn chick, realizing it had latched onto the first thing it saw, and now he couldn't tell if this was real affection, or if it was just her clinging to the fact that he'd fed her and stayed close. Rhea flashed a warm smile, eyes sparkling as she dismantled every doubt he had, because she didn't just say it, she genuinely loved her master. The slime blurted that thinking of him warmed her whole chest, like she'd do anything for him, and Tiru's heart slammed as he caught her earnest face, the way she looked so much like Rhea. For a second, he couldn't help finding her ridiculously adorable. Then he snapped back, reminding himself she was still a slime. Tiru swallowed hard and asked if the slime was female, and the slime just paused, pondering, then told him straight up that since she was a slime, she didn't have a gender at all, because for her kind there's no real female or male, and right as Tiru started to wrap his head around it, she sprang off and bounced toward the floor. The slime warned him to brace for whatever was coming, and when it said it might get a little ticklish, Tiru suddenly felt something weird. His eyes bulged as he realized a slime was wriggling up from his feet, and he froze, shocked and completely flustered. Flustered to the core, he yelped in surprise, arms wildly flailing as he scrambled to understand what in the world was happening. Tiru went totally still when the tiny slime wriggled under his clothes, then it slid straight toward a very sensitive spot, and panic exploded across his face. His heart hammered as it kept shifting and squirming, sending tickly jolts through his body, until the slime finally popped free and landed on the floor with a soft bounce. Breathless and flushed, Tiru stumbled backward, completely swallowed by the moment, while the slime froze and murmured an apology, claiming it only ran a quick scan, leaving Tiru so confused he didn't even know what scan was supposed to mean. The slimes backed off, twisting and reforming right before his eyes, then they snapped into Rhea's familiar girl-like shape again. The moment it started undressing a second time, Chiru's fury exploded. He shoved his hands over his eyes and barked at it to stop, but curiosity yanked him into a quick peek. Chiru's eyes bulged with full-blown panic as he stared at the slime girl in front of him, and his brain instantly shattered when he clocked that it was Ria's body, every detail of the male parts, right down to the most humiliating bits. His face went betrayed, and he choked out a scream that cut straight through the awkwardness like it was too much to survive. Ria snapped awake to his screams and burst into the room in full panic, blurting to Chiru what the heck just happened. Tourists scrambled for a cover story. Freaked out, he insisted he'd been dreaming about shutting down a super magic reactor, and only then realized he'd been sleepwalking, all while praying Rio wouldn't catch how shaky he was. When Rio saw him trembling, she didn't pounce. She just smiled softly and took his hands, telling him everything was okay. Thinking he was only scared of a bad dream, she promised to stay right by his side all night to chase the fear away. Flustered or not, Chiru couldn't find the words, and soon they were both tucked under the same blanket. Ria fell asleep first, her calm face glowing softly in the dim light. A few minutes later, once the room finally went quiet, Chiru tiptoed back out again, careful not to wake Ria, and then he talked to the slime, who casually dropped the bomb that as a slime, she could take on both male and female traits, sending Chiru into instant panic as he begged her to pick just one gender. The slime girl nodded and strode right up to Chiru, grinning as she swore she'd obey every order from her master. Then she bragged that if she ate human food, she'd grow into a human-sized. Will crush even more of her master's wishes. Yeah, the terrifying ones too. Chiru, cheeks burning, tried to dodge the moment, not knowing what to do with all that excitement, and he demanded why she was so obsessed, only for the slime girl to grin wider, insisting that helping her master was exactly her purpose. She kicked off the tail of the white slimes, once a tribe that lived in peace with humans, copying the people they loved and getting looked after the same way, all because that was simply how their world worked. But the longer it all went on, the more their power to transform, and the tenderness that made them love, turned into bait for cruel humans, and soon people started exploiting them, forcing them to flee into dark dungeons just to escape abuse. The slime girl swore she'd never thought humans were truly evil, then threw that belief in the face of reality, ditching her friends and charging into a dungeon, while Chiru listened, grinning like he'd won, because he realized he was the first person she'd ever met. And she lit up, bragging about how thrilled she was to meet Chiru-sama, and he, all awkward nerves, pointed out that he wasn't even from this world originally. Chiru suddenly lit up with an idea. Maybe he could use the slime's shape-shifting tricks as it grows, so he made the call on the spot and started feeding it like crazy, hoping it would become his ultimate helper. Then he quizzed the slime about its favorite food, and the slime girl lit up, saying every human meal was delicious, while the adult insisted every single dish was packed with nutrition. Chiru watched the slimes trade lessons like secret rumors, then decided to turn it all into a real, proper meal. She tore into the food with hungry delight, her face lighting up like fireworks as she savored every bite. So good it blew her usual meals out of the water, she thought to herself, and Chiru, watching every second, couldn't help but ask what she normally ate. The slime girl beamed as she told Chiru she usually gorged on dungeon moss and the fallen corpses of monsters, but when she arrived, there was rarely anything left, and that's why Chiru's plain meal hit so hard for her. She bounced with excitement, eyes glittering, and kept munching like it was the greatest treat ever, then nodded again, still grinning with delight as she carried on eating. Watching the slime girl struggle to lift that fork, Chiru leaned in and quietly offered a way out, swapped back into her slime form if her human body made eating too hard. But the slime girl stalled, worried she'd get scolded for not staying perfect for her master. Smiling, Chiru leaned in and swore he wouldn't get mad and he pushed her to become whatever felt easiest and right for her, so she finally breathed out and slipped back into her natural, gooey slime form. And with a grin, she scooted right onto the food and started eating, no awkward humanoid discomfort in sight. Chiru leaned in, watching the slime gulp down the food, and blurted out, "Does this thing have a name?" The slime twitched, then admitted it didn't have one. Chiru paused for a beat, then grinned and asked the slime to pick a name, because somehow that would make everything easier. The slime lit up, remembering how, ages ago, when slimes still hung out with humans, the ones they loved would name them with care. After a quick beat, he blurted out the name, Shizuku, because that slime was round, clear, and totally droplet perfect, and the moment the name hit the air, Shizuku happily accepted it. The cute name lit up the slime's mood, and it happily agreed like it couldn't get enough of the idea, so Chiru grinned and declared, "All right, from today on, I'm calling you Shizuku." As Chiru stared at Shizuku, his eyes widened, because that slime had ballooned into something way bigger. Shizuku blinked in shock, then couldn't help but marvel that just a tiny bite could make her grow so wildly. Chiru put two and two together. In this world, slime food hits harder than anything else. Shizuku grinned that, with her new size, she could now copy a full-grown human. Then Teru just froze in shock. She said all she had to do was suck in air and fill herself with water to stretch out safely. Teru's face lit up, and he practically dragged her toward the bathroom to test it right away. In the bathroom, Teru hurriedly asked if the water was fine for Shizuku, and Shizuku practically buzzed with excitement. She nodded, ready to transform. With a loud splash, the slime drank it in, swelling fast as her body stretched bigger and bigger, until she finally snapped into Ria's shape. Shizuku confessed her body felt kind of heavy, but she still managed to hold onto Ria's figure, and right then, Teru couldn't stop wondering why. It said the weight came from water piling up inside, but as long as it kept getting bigger, it'd be fine. So Teru, totally impressed, turned to Shizuka and asked if she still wanted to eat. Without even pausing, Shizuku beamed and swore that everything the food master had handed her so far was totally delicious, and that she'd gladly gobble it all down, no questions asked. Teru just smiled and promised she'd cook up more. Shizuku dug into the food in front of her with zero hesitation, savoring every bite, and when she tasted the stamina-packed bukake udon, her face lit up. This is seriously delicious. She tore into the real pizza bread and practically cheered, because she could munch on it non-stop. While she dug into anpan, a warm, sweet bread, and washed it down with a glass of cow's milk, she couldn't help but grin at how perfectly their flavors blended. Right then, Shizuku snapped out of it and remembered her master's order. She couldn't stop wondering what kind of help he was counting on her to give. Teru blurted out that he worked part-time at a farmer's, and Shizuku leaned in like, "Wait, what does that even mean?" Then cut herself off fast, insisting she already knew what a part-time job was because she'd once read it on some thin little paper. Teru couldn't stop wondering if the part-time job she mentioned was the same one he meant, and then he clarified, "Fami-res is family restaurant," and Shizuku's eyes lit up because the adults had been telling her stories about restaurants in the human world. With a bright smile, Teru told Shizuku to stay put and keep Ryo company while he was working, even reminding her that messing around was totally okay. Then Shizuku nodded with eager confidence, promising she'd do her absolute best if it was for the master's sake. As Teru mulled it over, dread crept in and wouldn't let go. He couldn't shake the thought of leaving Ria alone for a dozen reasons. Shizuku, itching to help, asked if she could start transforming, and Teru grudgingly nodded, until she suddenly pressed against him, and he froze, blazing red with shock. She told him she had to scan every inch of his body perfectly this time, no shortcuts, just to be safe. Teru was flustered and panicking, so she stammered that Shizuku needed to be gentle as he inched closer, studying his form with care, while Shizuku's voice filled the air, and Teru realized Riley's presence wasn't calming things down at all. It just added fuel to the chaos. Chapter 7. Shizuku announced it had finished scanning the master's body, though the process is unexpectedly ticklish for him, leaving him flustered and exhausted. Teru tried to hold her words gently, as she begged Shizuku to at least give him a heads-up next time before she went so intimate, and Shizuku quickly apologized, genuinely seeing how badly she'd hurt him. Once the scan finished, Shizuku started shifting, and before long she stood there wearing his exact body and face. Teru froze, thrown off balance because it wasn't just a mirror moment. Seeing his own look and shape on her felt painfully wrong, even if the imitation was flawless. Shizuku swore it wasn't wrong at all, praising Teru for being so cool it made her grin. Then Teru told her to stay with Ria while he vanished to his part-time job, be the sage, hold down the fort, and Shizuku, thrilled by every word, agreed instantly. But deep down, her stomach knotted with worry. Her little heart wouldn't stop buzzing when she knew her master was working, while she and Ria sat at home doing nothing. She even caught herself wondering if she should be the one earning her keep. Teru found the idea tempting, but he stalled, dead set on not stealing her chance to help. Then Shizuku hit him with the truth. The master feeds him well, and real human food doesn't come free, so the offer suddenly felt impossible to brush off. Because Shizuku didn't have a single coin of her own, she decided to help pay him back this way. Teru fretted that the job would be way too tough for her, but Shizuku clapped back with iron will, proving him wrong and shocking him with how determined she was. Shizuku asked if she could grab the kitchen ingredients, and Teru, blushing and flustered, gave a quick yes, so Shizuku immediately darted around the shelves, cooked everything up in a flash, and somehow nailed the food with terrifying skill. Before long, she slid out an authentic pizza bread the exact way her master used to make it, plain bread as the base, just like always, and Teru nearly froze when he realized Shizuku had nailed every detail, right down to how it was presented. As Teru took a bite of the pizza bread she'd made, she grinned and admitted it was delicious, stunned that Shizuka didn't just nail his cooking. She copied his skill and even his style too, and when she'd scanned him earlier, Shizuka bragged that she'd pulled his memories and behavior patterns straight from him. Chiru sat there, amazed by how flawlessly Shizuku copied his manners, and as he chomped the pizza bread, he couldn't help thinking, man, it would be a huge comfort to have her step in for him, especially if the dungeon disappeared while he was stuck at his part-time job. Getting a substitute, even just once or twice, would feel like pure relief. Chiru finally made up his mind. He dragged Shizuku with him to check his part-time job, and she practically cheered at the spot until one tiny catch popped up. Now that Shizuku had grown too big for his pocket, Chiru was left scrambling, not knowing what to do, until Shizuku asked if she could borrow Ria's look again. Chiru shut that down fast, saying the staff area was off-limits to outsiders. Shizuku asked, would it be okay if nobody saw me? Then she grinned and suggested she'd transform into his clothes, because she could copy fabric perfectly. She said she only needed her master naked first, and that awkward demand sent Root into full panic, yet he couldn't help himself, so he nervously agreed to give it a shot. Shizuku told him to undress, and Chiru stammered out a nervous yes, feeling. The thought of getting exposed in front of someone else had me cringing hard, just the idea alone, even if it was only Shizuku. As Shizuku started undressing, she asked him, politely, urgently, to forgive whatever was about to happen and to stay perfectly still. Then she slid in and wrapped around his body like liquid, and the moment that slimy shock hit, she covered him completely. Then she morphed into clothing, and when it was done, he froze in front of the mirror, jaw dropped, because the fabric looked real from every angle, even if he could still feel that unsettling slimy texture under the surface. For a second, he finally started to relax, and then Shizuku tweaked the outfit's shape, sending Chiru into fresh shock all over again. Chiru was fully flustered, just burying his face in pure embarrassment, while Shizuku apologized through shaky nerves, insisting she didn't mean to make it weird. She admitted she'd simply stumbled on one exact spot of his that was way more unexpectedly cute than she planned, and the tension snapped tighter between them, leaving Shizuku terrified and Chiru completely frozen, both praying this awkward moment would vanish fast. When everything finally calmed down, they stepped out into Japan's dim, street-lit haze, and Shizuku's eyes blew wide with pure awe. She'd heard tales about the outside world, but nothing prepared her for it in real life. Neon signs flared, city lights shimmered, and towering buildings rose around her like a whole different universe. Chiru started breaking down the basics of the modern world for Shizuku, and you could tell she'd just stepped out of another realm. He promised he'd teach her even more later, but told her to lock in the essentials first. He pointed at the car and said it was like a horse for travel, only lightning fast, and then warned her, dead serious, that getting hit could kill, so she'd better stay alert. They kept strolling through the quiet streets past midnight, and with hardly anyone out, every step felt easier. Chiru even pointed out where to walk and where cars go, then broke down the traffic lights and what the red and green signals mean, and Shizuku hung on every word, memorizing it all exactly. They finally busted into Chiru's workplace, a cozy little cafe spot. Chiru told Shizuka, I'll go in like we planned, then leaned in and warned her to behave and not pull anything weird. Shizuka chirped, ready and cheerful, without a single second of doubt. Hisano, Chiru's coworker at the cafe, froze when he showed up in the middle of the night, and Chiru quickly blurted out an apology, asking for leave on the spot, then promising he'd be back tomorrow, since he was still in the middle of moving, and Hisano said it wasn't a big deal. She teased him with a grin, asking if the mansion even had ghosts for the job. Ghosts showed up like they were roasting his budget, so Chiru awkwardly laughed it off, praying no more would crash the scene. Meanwhile, his honor called the whole thing dull, but deep down Chiru knew there was nothing normal about a night with a slime. Hisano pressed him, asking why he'd shown up at the restaurant in the dead of night, and Chiru admitted that since he'd be back at work tomorrow, he figured it was smarter to reorganize his locker and set everything up early. She teased him again, saying she'd never seen him so desperate to work, then laughed off the nerves with him, like yeah, he'd always loved that place, while Asano smiled, agreed, and praised how skilled that cookie was. Chiru couldn't stand the mystery of who handled everything while he was gone, so he grilled his Ano, who was stuck on kitchen duty that day. She shot back that it was the manager, because Sagawa, the guy who was supposed to cover, swore he had some prior engagement. Then she laughed and teased that it was probably some other girl, and Chiru just cracked up, awkwardly. Chiru decided to ditch his troubles for now and head straight to the kitchen to greet the manager, and when she broke into a smile and waved him off, she even wished him a good one. Chiru sprinted to the cafe's back area to find the manager, and the moment he showed up, the guy greeted him warmly, yet you could still see a spark of surprise flicker across his face. The manager leaned in, asked Chiru to confirm he could work tomorrow, then froze, because it hit him, it was already today. Chiru nodded and said it lined up with the shift he'd already sent. Relief washed over the manager as he brought up the mansion Chiru had just moved into, teasing him about rumors that he'd never return. Chiru only chuckled, modestly brushing it off like it wasn't even that impressive. Chiru pictured training Shizuku, then clocked how impossible it'd be with the manager looming, so he hatched a plan to sneak him out of the kitchen, and because the manager had just cleared his sudden leave, Chiru stepped in and offered to cover while he was gone. Urging the manager to finally take a short break, Chiru pushed hard, then the manager froze, swearing it felt wrong because Chiru's shift hadn't even started yet. Chiru took charge of the kitchen for now and told the manager it wasn't a big deal, then he pushed his plan forward. He needed to prep for tomorrow. Before the manager could even protest, Chiru cut in, saying he'd just change into his uniform first and come right back. In the locker room, Chiru showed Shizuka the uniform she had to wear and practically begged her to change. She grinned and, in a blink, swapped into his kitchen uniform. Chiru bolted back into the kitchen, told the manager he could finally take his break, and the manager's shoulders dropped with relief. He nodded with a grin and promised he'd be back in just 30 minutes. The manager froze with timidity and didn't dare object as long as he stayed in uniform, so this was their golden moment to kick off training, and he promised Shizuku he'd teach her how to perfect the cafe's menu, because wall text was nice, but real practice was what made it click. He snapped to a stop, whipped his head toward Shizuka, and demanded to know if she understood him, and what she really thought. Even then, doubt still clung to his voice, like he couldn't shake the fear that their whole plan might have been a bad idea from the very beginning. Relieved, Shizuku told Chiru she'd already memorized everything, so fast it left him reeling like, wait, is that even possible? Then Hisano exploded into the kitchen, eyes wide and breathless. Chiru immediately snapped, what happened? And she blurted that the late 19s group had just arrived. Feeling the pressure crush in, Chiru reminded himself that the late 19s crew wasn't evil, just pure chaos. They'd pop up out of nowhere, shove orders for food through the air in seconds, and spark a full-blown commotion. He sucked in a deep breath and tried to grab control of his nerves, because trouble was about to hit. Chiru spun toward Asano and demanded where the manager was, and she swore she'd already checked his usual smoking spot, but he was nowhere, then asked if she could count on Chiru for now. Signed, Chiru agreed fast, but guilt hit him hard. He was really working for free just because he'd suggested it in the first place. Before he could even grumble, Shizuku burst in, eager as hell, ready to help. Shizuku's eagerness left Chiru rattled. He panicked and told her to wait, but she was already buzzing and demanded her master watch. And then, bam, his body started moving by itself, making him wonder if Shizuku was steering his actions. And when the dish slid out of the frying pan perfectly cooked, he realized she basically hit autopilot for him. Chiru watched Shizuku take over the kitchen with zero hesitation, stunned that she'd memorized everything so fast. She latched onto every detail and lit up when he praised her, and Chiru grinned to himself, thinking, if this keeps going, I might finally walk out and trust the kitchen to her. As the long night finally started to fade, Chiru trudged home with a yawn he couldn't swallow, and with only 3 hours left before his 8 a.m. shift, he couldn't stop wondering how on earth he was supposed to sleep. Shizuku noticed his exhaustion and quietly offered to take his spot so he could stay with Ria, but Chiru shook his head and insisted he was the one who needed to work. Shizuka shyly nodded along and asked if she could crash beside him and Ria. Chiru froze for a beat, caught off guard, then agreed, but only after warning her to make sure Ria never caught sight of her. As they dropped down while the covers kept everything hidden, Ria slept soundly beside them, completely oblivious to what was happening. Shizuku inched closer, letting their warmth calm her down, and in the stillness she couldn't help thinking how soft and comforting her master's bed felt, warm, gentle, and overflowing with peace. A few hours later, Chiru jolted awake to his phone screaming for attention. Still half asleep, he checked the time expecting it to be around 10, then the numbers hit and his eyes went wide. He'd overslept, and he was already late. Panicking, Chiru glanced at the clock. His shift was meant to start at 8, so why hadn't his 7 o'clock alarm dragged him awake? He snatched his phone and saw a message, half hoping it was from Shizuku, even while he refused to believe it. Sure enough, it was her, telling his master to get some real rest. Breathing hard, Chiru realized Shizuku had rushed off to work as his stand-in, and boom, relief crashed in, disbelief followed right behind, and a sour unease twisted everything into one tangled, uncertain feeling. Chiru burst out of the room still reeling from that panic-filled wake-up, and when he came to his senses, Ria was right there with a soft, good morning, her voice brimming with calm relief. As he came closer, Ria's face tightened with worry and she asked, "Are you feeling any better?" Chiru froze, totally lost, trying to piece together what she meant. Then she reminded him. This morning he woke up, said he wasn't feeling well, and slipped right back to sleep. Boom, it clicked. Shizuku had been pretending to be him. Still a little flustered, he blurted that he was totally fine and shot off a quick question. Had Ria eaten breakfast? Ria frowned like, duh, and said she'd already finished the sandwiches he made that morning. Chiru nodded hard on instinct, silently thanking Shizuku in his head like, "You're seriously incredible." Eager to get answers, Chiru told Ria he'd be hitting a sage meeting and said he needed his transition magic just to slip out. Then Ria grinned and wished him a safe trip as he headed out. As soon as he walked into the cafe, the young waitress locked onto him instantly, flashed a courteous smile, and hit him with that warm, practiced welcome, because beneath the hat, sunglasses, and mask, it was Chiru, disguised to the last detail. The waitress froze for a heartbeat, then asked if he wanted a table for one, right as Chiru clocked it. It was Tatishi's shift today, all calm, cool, and stunning like a high school dream, but even she couldn't help looking thrown off by how he showed up. He told himself the disguise was a must. If he showed up as himself, everyone would freak out the second they saw two of him. Right then, he stayed cool and said he didn't need much, just a table for one. And Tatishi politely steered him to his seat. Then Chiru was ushered into a hushed corner at the back of the cafe, silently thrilled that it fit his disguise perfectly. Once he ordered a mixed grill set, the waitress flashed a courteous nod and glided away. As Chiru waited, he swept his eyes across the shop's interior. No sign of trouble, just calm. The menu looked great, the customers looked happy, and it honestly seemed like Shizuka was crushing it. Soon the waitress came back and set the mixed grills right in front of him, like a promise served hot. He stared at the perfectly set plate, blown away by every tiny detail, then quietly dug in, treating each bite like real craftsmanship, even the smallest touches, and when he was satisfied, he buzzed the waitress back. The waitress flinched, edged closer, and asked what was wrong, and with a tight, tense look on his face, he urged her in a low voice to call the chef. She kept blurting out "chef," eyes wide, like she couldn't decide if she'd stumbled onto greatness or a threat that might swallow her whole. Chiru stared at Teichi's face, like she was saying something he couldn't wrap his head around. This was just a family restaurant, so no real chef should be here, and still, he clenched his fist and pushed the point anyway. Chiru couldn't take it anymore. Overwhelmed by how good the food tasted, he burst out shouting that the chef had to be praised, then kept repeating it like he'd fight to make sure everyone heard. The waitress, eyes huge and cheeks burning, nodded fast and promised she'd run straight to the chef right then. While that happened, Chiru sank into his seat, breathing a little heavy from the excitement, fully knowing that demanding a chef at a little family restaurant like this would turn into a juicy hot topic here for days. Moments later, the chef burst in smiling, greeted Chiru with warmth, and thanked him for his patience, because it wasn't anyone new at all. It was Chiru, swapped in by Shizuku. Shizuko bowed too fast for her own nerves when she recognized the man at the table, her face locking up in pure shock as her words tangled. She tried to call out to her master and could barely get it out, while Chiru, unshaken and cool as ever, spoke clearly enough for everyone around to hear. Shizuku burst into nervous praise for the chef and thanked her over and over for that mouthwatering mixed grill, but before she could even find the right words, Chiru stood up, nodded without a single explanation, and said he'd be waiting in the restroom, so Shizuku just froze there, flustered, bewildered, and panicking. Inside the restroom, Chiru barked in pure frustration, demanding to know what Shizuku had been thinking. Shizuku's eyes went wide. She sputtered apologies nonstop and said that if she crawled out of the cubicle now, everyone would see. Chiru let out a heavy sigh, shot back that this wasn't the real issue, and swore he'd take over the rest of the work today. Tears streaming down her face, Shizuku begged whether what she did had really messed things up for him, but Chiru's anger melted, and he promised it hadn't. He told her he knew she was only trying to help, thanked her from the heart, then softly nudged them to switch back. Then he ordered her to let him go first, tossing his glasses, face mask, and hat into her hands like his whole disguise, and he snapped that once she was dressed, she should head out, straight home, to cook lunch for Ria, who was already waiting there. With a bright smile, he told her he was counting on her, then Shizuku eagerly jumped at the job. Chiru finally clocked out, collapsed with a relieved sigh, and still felt completely wiped out. Then something felt off the moment he stepped outside. It was like the air itself had shifted. Even Tatishi, normally cold as ice, treated him with surprising warmth. Chiru just couldn't stop wondering what Shizuku had done to make everything change. Exhausted, he trudged home and shoved the gate open. Then Chiru froze at the entrance like lightning struck, realizing that if he stepped inside now, he'd create two of himself in the same house. That surreal thought clung to him, gut tightening, and it made him stall. With a whisper, he slipped in and called out that he was back, moving slow and careful, measuring every step so he wouldn't wake anyone or kick up a single commotion. Chiru stumbled in with a startled cry, and Ria lit up instantly as she called his name, finally finding him. Then she teased him on the spot, fired off questions about where he'd been hiding, and laughed about how insanely good he'd been at disappearing. Chiru chuckled like it would fix everything, but the second he clocked it, his stomach dropped. Shizuku had invited Ria to play hide-and-seek so she could swap places without a hitch, and yeah, it was brilliant. When Chiru finally caught his breath, Ria grinned and declared, "All right, my turn to hide." But now Chiru felt completely drained and politely asked to take a rest right away. Ria instantly got it, bright as ever, and happily decided that while Chiru recovered, she'd go polish her armor. Chiru let out a relieved breath, finally feeling the tension fade, and quietly watched as Ria shot off in a burst of excitement. The little blob creature inched forward to Chiru, its round eyes shining with sorry, and it quietly confessed, "I'm sorry, I acted without telling you." Cross-legged on the floor, Chiru calmly told her it was okay, then promised that from now on, he'd only ask for help when he really couldn't handle it, and Shizuku just had to ask, "Why do you even have to ask for help at all?" She said her friends told her she had to work for humans' sake, especially since she'd been pampered and practically stuffed herself from his pantry. So when Chiru tenderly patted her soft head, Shizuku felt this cozy warmth flood her chest, because for the first time, she finally understood she was being treated as an equal. Chiru sat on the floor, smiling softly, and it hit him. He'd really gotten lucky to meet a white slime who, even with her kind's distrust of humans, still believed in them. And when he spoke to Shizuku, he promised he'd take the work on himself, telling her to just cover the stuff he couldn't reach. The slime gazed up at him and murmured, "Master," its little round body wobbling happily in his hands like it was overflowing with love. That night, Shizuku blurted out a crazy idea. What if her master became the Slime King too? Chiru gave a nervous little smile like, how on earth was he supposed to take care of all of them? Later, once Chiru was tucked in, Shizuku slipped under the covers with a quiet grin and drifted off to sleep right beside him. Chapter 8. In the quiet of the night, at exactly 2 a.m., Chiru's phone alarm buzzed softly, and with a light tap, he silenced it. He rose carefully from bed, mindful not to disturb Ria, as she slept peacefully beside him. Creeping toward the door, Shizuku, the loyal white slime, followed his every move with wide, curious eyes, silently guessing where her master was headed at this strange hour. Chiru noticed Shizuku's worry, flashed a cheeky hush gesture, and smirked like, "Don't stress, I'm heading into the dungeon to level up," while Shizuku's round eyes stayed glued on him, silently praying he'd be okay. With one last quiet breath, Chiru slipped out into the night, ready to dive into the next adventure. When Chiru shoved the dungeon door open, his eyes popped wide. Blue slimes covered the floor in endless writhing waves across the stone tiles, and he couldn't stop himself from thinking, what in the world happened here? Realization slammed into him. Those blue slimes he'd tossed in the box earlier must have multiplied like crazy, and yet despite that. With the chaos roaring around him, Chiru's heart slammed with excitement. This was the chance he'd been waiting for, the perfect moment to level up. Clamping down harder on his pickaxe, he hardened his resolve and bragged that nothing could have gone better. Then he yelled for every blue slime to swarm him all at once. Breathing hard, Chiru stared at the empty dungeon floor, wondering if he'd finally wiped out every last slime. But as the victory high crashed, panic exploded in his chest, because when he threw his hands up in frustration and realized there were no enemies left, he couldn't farm experience points anymore. Chiru let out this dramatic, over-the-top groan like the world ended. Then he forced himself to breathe, checked his stats, and his level had still gone up, so chasing experience wasn't a problem right now. On top of that, after he grabbed a bite to eat, his HP got fully restored. He flicked his eyes to his stats and saw them creep up steadily, but deep down, he still wanted his level to jump one more notch. His optimism cracked into something solid as he scanned the area with wary eyes, and yep, it matched his gut feeling. The enemies were completely gone, with nothing left to fight. Once Chiru clocked what was going on, he knew the only way to keep leveling up was to hunt down another little slime somewhere else, and as the thought formed, his eyes slid to that steel door, should he crack it open or not. The iron door in front of Chiru was already slammed shut earlier by Ria, right after she fled the monsters, because with that door locked, the whole dungeon area behind it became a safe zone, just like his own room. Adventurers use spots like this to camp and catch their breath. Chiru stayed cautious, but he pushed forward anyway, weighing what might be lurking on the other side, wondering if this time there'd be new monsters waiting. Knowing this could be deadly, he paused for a split second, then made the call to sneak a tiny peek first. The moment he shoved the door open, a deep rumble crashed into the air, and Chiru dropped into a crouch, stunned, because what he saw next left him completely baffled. A wall had slammed into existence right past the door, ripping through his patience and doubling his confusion, and Chiru ran his fingers over the stone, stunned, staring at what he couldn't wrap his head around. He was sure Ria had walked this way, and he refused to believe she'd lie about it. He remembered Ria talking about a wall of stone that trapped her in his room, and he couldn't shake the feeling that it was the same nightmare. Like no matter how human he looked, he still couldn't slip through the way she couldn't walk out into the streets of Japan. Suddenly, Chiru caught a rustle. His head whipped around so fast it felt like a snap. He clocked the monsters closing in, and before a single second passed, he launched forward to slam the button shut, but right then a voice barked, telling him to get out of the way, and a hand burst out of the stone wall. Chiru got blindsided. He staggered back as a brutal impact slammed into him, and a girl burst through the doorway and plowed straight into his arms. He winced from the sting of the hit, heart pounding, and then his eyes snapped wide when he finally clocked who stood in front of him, a girl, and not just any girl, but a magic user in a standout outfit. One quick look and I knew her black hat looked straight up sinister, her dark mantle hung like a warning, and she clutched a wooden staff like it could bite, leaving no doubt she was a magic user. Without warning, she grabbed his attention and yelled at him to slam the door shut, right now, her voice shaking as she screamed that a giant centipede was charging straight at them, and when he bolted for the heavy door, his heart hammered like crazy. He slammed his hands into it, straining to force the door shut, while his brain screamed about that giant centipede. Was it really the thing hunting the girl? Panic hit like a wave as he prayed the door would close fast enough, and then right as the gap shrank, the centipede's massive head thrust into view. A giant centipede towered in front of Chiru, swallowing the doorway with its massive body, and Chiru's breath vanished as his grip crushed down on the tiny weapon in his hands. It was massive, way bigger than anything he could ever dream of beating, and when the truth landed, cold dread slammed into him. There was no way he could win against that monstrous thing. Chiru's eyes flared with hope as he spotted that giant centipede, wedged tight and trapped from pushing forward. Then he clenched his fists like, yes, the monster was stuck. With pure confidence, he strode forward like it'd be an instant stomp, and done, but the magic girl snapped into action, yelling that he couldn't just crush it, then thrust her staff up and ordered him, loud and fearless, to step back. Determination blazed in her eyes as she unleashed a brutal blast. She screamed the spell, *inferno*, and a roaring wall of fire tore across the air, crashing straight into the giant centipede. The centipede thrashed and shrieked as relentless fire swallowed its giant body bite by bite. Chiru threw his arms up to block the brutal heat, his eyes going huge as he stared ahead. At the spectacle, his mind would not accept what he was seeing. This wasn't pretend, it was real magic, and the sheer impact hit him like a wave, overwhelming and unbelievable. Chiru crept up to the chart-strewn ground, eyeing the sizzling remains of the giant centipede while his grip clamped down on his tool, praying the brutal magic blast had finally crushed it as its body twitched weakly on the cracked earth. A brutal boom tore through the corridor, yanking his attention in an instant. His eyes went wide as he saw the magic girl crumple to the floor, her body barely twitching, her energy totally wiped out after that devastating attack. Chiru's heart slammed in his chest, and before he could even think, he bolted to her side, kneeling down, reaching out with shaking worry as his mind spiraled, begging to know if she was okay. She barely managed to crack one eye open, pale as a ghost, sweat soaking her face. Chiru's eyes went wide with pure alarm when he realized the giant centipede was still creeping up behind him, burnt and battered, sure, but it still hauled itself higher, its twisted body shaking with stubborn rage. And as the shrill screech ripped through the air, Chiru staggered back, heart hammering like it wanted out of his chest. Acting on pure instinct, he lunged and slammed his tool toward its head, desperately trying to fend it off or land a blow as the beast surged forward, fear burning through him while he fought with every last ounce of strength. Panting hard, he locked his eyes on the massive centipede's dead body. His pickaxe, glimmering faintly in the dim light, had really crushed it. Disbelief hit him like a wave when he understood he'd actually beaten that gigantic monster. And then out of nowhere, it felt almost unreal. His power surged, his level jumped up, and with his pulse still hammering, he crept toward the creature's scorched remains, praying it was finally truly dead. But now wasn't the moment to spiral. His gaze snapped to the mage girl as she swayed, her face ghost pale, a grimace twisting at her mouth. He lunged to see if she was badly hurt, but even weakened, she shook her head, waved off his worry, and whispered that the venomous centipede had bitten her. Chiru dropped to one knee beside her, scanning everything in panic and demanding, could this be paralysis? The mage rasped that the poison was setting up a slow, deadly end. Yes, it could be cured, but only with advanced healing magic pulsed in their wounds, like something that shouldn't even be possible in the shape they were in. She slumped forward, chest heaving with shallow breaths, and a faint, bitter smile tugged at her lips as she hissed that dying in a place like this was pure cruelty for a mage as powerful as her. Unable to swallow her hopelessness, Chiru snapped into determination and clung to the tiniest chance of curing her. Then he dove into his pack and yanked out a bottle of cola. With Ria's paralysis cured by the same cure, he knew this could wipe out that mage's deadly poison too. He steadied himself, yanked the cap off, and got ready to make her drink. The magic user couldn't even lift the drink herself. She just trembled, barely holding on, while he realized it, and a brutal idea sparked in his mind. The only chance to save her, a move that could decide whether she lived or died. So he sealed his lips to the mage's and forced the liquid mouth to mouth, swallowing the spell in one wild breath. Clinging to hope, she forced the antidote into her body. Chiru pulled back and stared at her, panic clawing at his chest, his heartbeat rattling like a drum, because in that breathless moment he didn't know if it worked or if he'd arrived too late. Then the girl started to swallow the liquid. She slowly swallowed the medicine, and then boom, she erupted into a violent cough, choking hard as the liquid trapped itself in her throat. Like something out of a spell, the mage blurts that her body is slowly clawing its way out of the paralysis, and Chiru quickly answers that he brewed the panacea himself, then practically begs her to take a few more sips. Sure, cola might not be a panacea by the book in this world, but he figures he just said it with total confidence to keep himself from looking suspicious. Shocked that the black water truly melted the poison away, the mage kept chugging the cola, savoring its sweetness even as a sharp tingling buzzed through her, because the drug hit fast, and it tasted nothing like any panacea she'd ever tried before. Chiru clocked how she was doing, told the magic user he was relieved she was finally recovering, but warned her stamina probably hadn't fully bounced back yet, then offered to let her rest in a safe spot nearby and asked if she wanted to join, only to get a sharp, wary glare back like she didn't trust a single word. Hearing that, she clutched the bottle like it might save her, her eyes blazing with nerves, thinking if the guy in front of her was really going to attack, he better strike fast. Chiru, totally blindsided, froze on the spot as his expression snapped into panic and mortified embarrassment. Her pulse pounded as her thoughts spiraled, and she couldn't shake the awful feeling, what if he was a criminal? Living cooped up in a place like that, she still sized him up quietly, his weird clothes giving her the edge. Chiru's stomach dropped as she realized she owned almost nothing, like her body was the only thing of worth left, and she couldn't shake the chilling thought that he'd helped her for that reason. It hit her so hard she spiraled into panic and pure disbelief. Chiru blurted out a loud protest, swearing that even if he kissed her, it was only to get her to take her medicine, nothing intentional at all. And once he brought it up, everything clicked. Her words dragged him back to it being his very first kiss. He even pictured Rhea chewing him out in his own head, firing off arguments in his thoughts, until he realized how insane it was to defend himself to a fake Rhea. So he sucked in a breath, faced the mage again, and snapped that it was all just a misunderstanding. The mage had to swear one last time that he wasn't going to lay a hand on her, and Chiru, shaking with disbelief at the idea of anyone in those wild clothes living in a dungeon for anything other than crime, erupted when he furiously shot back that he had no intention of hurting anyone, yet it only made her curiosity spike harder, so she demanded to know who he really was. Chiru stammered at first, totally unsure what excuse would actually sound real, then he finally snapped into a story. He said he was a hermit who picked this place to hide from the chaotic life outside the dungeon. The mage leaned in, locking onto every word with sharp focus, while the magic user let out a heavy sigh and, resigned to fate, reached her hand toward Chiru, who froze for a split second, thrown off, unsure if she was about to shake hands. She grabbed his words and said, "You promised me a safe place," then hit him with the truth. She still couldn't even stand on her own. If he really meant it, she'd need him to lift her up, so she reached out her hand. As soon as he clocked her plan, he nodded fast, nervous hands reaching out to steady her, and together they pushed forward, with Chiru carefully guiding the magic user step by step. The magic user dropped her eyes, her voice trembling with a real apology and regret for accusing Chiru, even though he saved her, while Chiru, flustered but kind, steadied her with a gentle smile and told her helping someone in need was just plain common sense. She spoke in a quiet, shaky voice, swearing to Chiru that he was genuinely kind. Then her gaze turned dark as she remembered getting chased by that giant centipede, because all she could think about was one thing: surviving. She chose to save herself, and not a single other soul. Chiru wasn't totally sure what he meant, but then he burst out that they'd finally made it to the resting place and told her to relax, everything was finally okay. With a sharp point ahead, he said his home was just past that weird-looking door. The magic user stared straight at the door and kept repeating his strange words, but to her, it was just a dead plain wall, no doorway, no passage, nothing at all. Shock hit her hard as she blurted out, completely lost. Chiru froze in place, his mind screaming questions, because he couldn't wrap his head around how it could be possible, so he ripped the door open and tried to see for himself, only for the mage to cut him down with a cold truth. No matter what he did, the wall hadn't changed at all. Chiru couldn't wrap his head around it. He'd already gone through this exact door while carrying Rhea back to his room, so why did it feel like something was missing? Right beside him, the woman jolted stiff, eyes blazing wide with suspicion as panic surged through her. She snapped a pointing finger at him and screamed that his real mission was to hurt her, begging him in a frantic blur to erase everything she'd said and leave her the hell alone. Like she heard nothing at all, Chiru hauled the mage through the doorway, and she froze, terrified she'd slam into a solid wall, so she jerked her hand up to protect her head, ready for impact that never hit. Chiru hauled her into the room, her weight pressing softly against him as she stared around in stunned confusion, because nothing here looked familiar, and Chiru could feel her thoughts scrambling to figure out where she'd ended up. In Chiru's mind, the truth finally snapped into place. He'd been right all along. Only he could see the passage for what it really was, while everyone else would just stare at a plain stone wall, thinking it was nothing. But if he kept his hand on someone, they could slip through the gateway too, either straight through the back of that iron door, or by the wall near the windows. The deeper they pushed inside, and this tiny, bouncy Shizuku popped up, grinning as it happily greeted her master's return, then tilting its head and peppering him with questions about the strange woman he'd brought along. The woman blinked in shock, then instantly clocked it, a tiny white slime. Shizuku straightened up and proudly announced, "I'm Shizuku," beaming like she'd just won the world. Chiru leaned in and told Shizuku that the woman he'd been hauling was a magic user who'd collapsed from poison. Then he turned to the slime and asked, softly but firmly, for help slipping off her footwear, and Shizuku jumped in right away, bounding along with pure, grin-filled energy as it. With the job done, the slime shot out a happy signal, and Chiru, burning with relief, knew it was time to push deeper into the house. He steadied the battered woman and guided her down the hall, dead set on getting her the help she needed. Chiru eased her onto the bench, slid in close, and asked how she felt, only for the woman to shrug and say, "I'm fine." Shizuku stood there stunned that a room like that even existed inside the dungeon, and when she spotted an endangered white slime living in it, panic snapped into her eyes as she looked up in fearful concern. Curiosity sparked in her chest as she studied Chiru up close, and she couldn't help but tease, was he really a sage? The more she looked, the more her fascination kept growing. Meanwhile, Chiru, thrown off by all the spotlight, stammered through a modest reply, not knowing what to do with this sudden surge of energy. Ever since Chiru bumped into that magic user in the dungeon, when she changed into something more comfortable, he'd been dying to tell her this one thing. But when he finally saw her up close, he couldn't stop himself. Her outfit under that coat showed a little too much. The magic user slowly took off her hat, and bam, two sharp, pointed ears popped out underneath, leaving both of them frozen in stunned silence for a beat. Chiru leaned in and asked the magic user if she was an elf. She grinned and said, "Yep, I'm a high elf," and Chiru nearly couldn't believe he'd only just clocked it. A real elf sat right in front of him, and he was absolutely stunned, because it was his very first encounter, the first elf he'd ever seen in his entire life. With a teasing grin, she leaned in and asked straight up if human males were especially into elves. Yelef, of course, and that playful jab totally wrecked Chiru's composure, his face flushing bright red as his brain froze mid-thought. Seeing how completely flustered he'd become, she pressed even closer, and Chiru just stammered there, caught off guard. With a sly grin, she whispered that she wasn't the kind of elf who ever owed anybody, and before Chiru could even blink, she cut in that she had nothing else to give, then teased him by admitting she still found him oddly interesting. Those words sent a chill crawling down Chiru's spine, and when she leaned in close to whisper that she could offer her body as thanks, just thanks, every nerve in her body went tight. Chiru jolted in panic, blurted, "Wait," over and over, and even called her Miss Magic like he was totally lost. Then she tilted her head with a mischievous smirk, asking if he really didn't want her, her eyes sparkling. Hammering away with playful intent, Chiru blurted out, stammering and flustered, trying to explain that it wasn't that he didn't want to, it was just that Shizuka was right there nearby. Obedient as if on cue, Shizuku popped up again with that bright, harmless grin and asked, straight up, if they wanted some private time together, even offering to sink into the tatami so they could keep going without a single worry. Chiru was drowning in panic, tongue-tied so hard he couldn't even speak, trapped under the elf with his eyes bulging in pure alarm, even as his instincts screamed at him to focus, because Ria was sleeping right next door. Suddenly, the door slid open in silence. Ria stepped out in her nightwear, her eyes still heavy with sleep. She rubbed one eye, stared at the scene, and felt confusion hit her like a wave. She had no clue what had yanked her awake. The whole room went dead quiet as Ria's sleepy look snapped into wide-eyed shock. Her eyes locked on what was in front of her, a woman sitting on Chiru, and in that instant, she couldn't make herself believe it. Panicking as chaos exploded in front of them, Chiru blurted to Ria that it wasn't what it looked like, and begged her to let him explain everything. Both women blurted out in shock, snapping into recognition at that boring little run-in, faces tight as soon as their names were said, and the same went for the one sorceress and Arya, the knight who kept butting in. Clearly, these women knew each other inside and out. Now the big question is whether it's all smiles or not. Chapter 9, the three sat tensely at the table, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. The elf and the knight both avoided each other's gaze, while Ruse sat in the middle, a bead of sweat running down his temple, trying to process the situation. Ruse tried to cut through the brutal silence by asking if both women even knew each other. Then, out of nowhere, they snapped back at nearly the same time. The knight, stunned, confirmed it, but the elf shot in with a confident no, making it crystal clear they had never met. Ruse's shoulders tightened as he tried to guess where this was headed, because the moment the truth landed, the talk exploded fast. Ria demanded answers. How could Ditto forget her when they'd partied together countless times? Ditto snapped right back, swearing Ria had refused every invitation, then blaming the night itself for nitpicking and wrecking the good vibes the moment she walked in. The moment Ditto brought it up, she snapped back fast, demanded answers about what the mage was doing to Tiru, and accused her of something improper. With a sly smirk, the elf feigned innocence and acted like she had no idea what the knight meant by improper. Then she shrugged off the whole accusation, claiming what they were doing was totally normal for humans. Ditto, grinning like she'd caught them in the middle of something, needled Ria and blurted whether the knight had gotten close to the sage yet, then teased that it was the kind of thing to regret, and warned Ria that jealousy would only trap her. Ria's face went hot, her irritation snapped into full flame as she snapped back at Ditto to stay out of it, while Tiru sat there trembling between them, praying he could somehow kill the tension before it exploded. Tiru could tell from the non-stop bickering that those two women were definitely not on speaking terms. To cut the tension, he blurted out that Ditto had already collapsed earlier from her injuries, and she should use the bed right now to get some rest. Then he tossed the idea that he and Ria could crash in the living room, and Ria lit up with a cheerful grin, while Ditto shut him down cold, no questions asked. Ditto snapped back hard, insisting it was downright wrong for her to take the sage's bed, and that letting him crash anywhere less comfortable than his own place was unacceptable, so she spun on Ria and tore into her for going along with that nonsense, even questioning whether she had the nerve to call herself a knight. Then Ditto slammed the logic down. Only the two women belonged in the living room. Ria just folded in silence, sulking quietly, clearly boiling with frustration. That night, Tiru curled up alone in his bed, staring at the ceiling like it was new, because this was the very first time he'd ever slept by himself since he moved into the house. He kept replaying how it all started. Right after he moved in, he stumbled onto a dungeon, and everything spiraled fast. First, a female knight moved in beside him, and now a female magician was there too. The whole place amazed him. Two stunning women, ones he never thought he'd be brave enough to even meet, were bowing and treating him like some legendary sage, and he still couldn't wrap his head around it. Flipping in his bed, he finally swallowed the truth. He wasn't some legendary sage, not some big deal at all, and yet somehow he was stuck right in the middle of them. Tiru shot upright in pure shock when he spotted Ditto sprawled beside him, and his mind instantly went blank, because she'd told him, clear as day, she'd sleep in the living room. Meanwhile, Ditto pressed a finger to her lips and shut him up at once, then whispered that Arya was already asleep, so fast it honestly shocked even her. Ditto leaned in and replayed that earlier moment when Tiru snapped at himself, questioning whether he was even a real sage. Then Ditto locked onto his reaction, thinking, oh no, did he just blurt that out? Especially the part where he flat out said he didn't think he was a great sage. Tiru's heart slammed in his chest as the moment finally caught up to him, and he realized he might have to tell the truth, so he admitted, in a shaky whisper, that he wasn't some real great sage and apologized for the lie. When Ditto asked why, Tiru confessed that he had tricked Ditto and the guilt was eating him alive. Ditto smiled warmly and told him it didn't matter if he was a great sage or not, because one thing would never change: he saved her life. She hesitated for a beat, then blurted out the truth. If it was with someone like Tiru, she really didn't mind at all. Heat rushed to her cheeks as she scrambled for words for feelings she barely even understood yet. And Tiru just stared back, completely clueless about what she was trying to say. As the space between them got dangerously close, Ditto leaned in and softly asked to finally share her own truth, because Tiru had put a secret in her hands. Ditto leaned right in toward Tiru, her breath shaking as she whispered like she was about to crack, admitting, almost panicking, that she'd never done something like this before. Tiru was completely stunned, especially with just how daring Ditto's outfit was, but Ditto spun around fast and blurted, "This is normal for elves." She insisted she had no choice, then explained that elves live so long their urge to reproduce runs painfully low, no matter what their looks try to tell you. Red-faced like she'd been caught, Ditto begged Tiru to promise she'd never tell Arya, and Tiru, just as flustered, blurted out a formal promise, even while quietly insisting that Ditto alone was enough, and that she'd only ever call him Tiru. With curiosity blazing in her eyes, Ditto fired an important question at Tiru. Where did he even live? She admitted that even as a high elf, she couldn't make sense of most things inside his room, so she wouldn't let it go, pressing him harder and demanding to know exactly what that room was. Chiru leaned in and told him, this room wasn't just a room at all, it was a doorway to a whole different world. Dito skidded beside him, replaying the thought over and over, stunned that none of the fairy realm, the phantom world, or even God's residence might have missed a place like this, because what I'm seeing is honestly too unbelievable to believe. Chiru couldn't even wrap her head around it. She didn't realize a whole different world existed until now. Meanwhile, Dito finally blurted out that something had been gnawing at her for ages. She couldn't wrap her head around why he'd been talking in the monster language, and that tiny detail made her distrust him the moment they met. Chiru insisted it was just the language from his homeland, but in Dito's world it somehow came out sounding just like the monster tongue. Dito laughed and said it was honestly wild how those coincidences could line up like that. Chiru kept staring, feeling weirdly unsettled as he wondered if there was some secret link behind why the Japanese from his world became the monster's language here, and then he turned to Dito and demanded to know how she can speak it. Dito kicked off by saying goblins, orcs, and every other intelligent monster all talk this way when you stumble into their turf, so knowing it can seriously save adventurers. Then she added that lots of fighters are always hunting for someone who can actually communicate with intelligent monsters, because those encounters get way easier. But she warned them too. Just because someone can speak the language doesn't mean they can read or write it. He blurted out, stunned, how am I understanding Dito and Ria if they're supposed to be speaking totally different languages? Their words didn't just sound foreign, they felt like they came straight from another world, and every time they talked, their voices blasted inside his head. Dito told Chiru it all came down to language understanding, a power that turns the user's words into thoughts everyone can catch through telepathy. She said that skill makes chatting across people, countries, and even whole worlds way easier, a lifesaver in her realm. And she proved it in seconds. She shoved the single word love straight into Chiru's mind. He got it instantly, and his face lit up red from ear to ear, stunned. Chiru marveled at how handy it all was, even thinking back to a translator device from his world, and as the talk slipped into something way more personal, Dito, face blazing red, leaned in close and started to confess. Chiru's chest tightened as she inched closer, whispering right into his nerves, and his heart started slamming like crazy, his face burning red while panic roared through him. He couldn't stop spiraling, wondering if Dito was about to push that earlier bold confession even further, until he saw it, her eyes were closed. Her eyes lit up with pure excitement, and a huge, eager smile spread across her face as she blurted out how badly she wanted to see Chiru's world, her joy instantly wiping the tension clean away. Chiru, still flustered and unsure, shot a shaky little nod and finally agreed to her request, even though every part of him wanted to hesitate. While Ria slept like a rock, the two slipped out quietly, fingers tightly laced, heading straight for the door that linked their worlds. Dito couldn't stop staring at how she slipped into this world, as long as she stayed tethered to Chiru, and when she looked down at her plain clothes, she couldn't help but fiddle with them, buzzing with excitement and raw curiosity in this brand new place. Thuru, still on guard, shoved a hat into her hands and demanded she put it on, till her pointed ears were fully hidden, then warned her that in his world elves don't exist, and the moment someone spots her real nature, it'll spell disaster. Dito shoved the hat on with eager excitement, flashed a bright smile at her request, and gave a quick nod, while Chiru fired off even more instructions, telling her to keep her voice down and most of all, not to use telepathy here, because this world didn't have that kind of communication. Dito pouted like it was annoying, but she swallowed the hassle and accepted the rules, her playful spark still blazing. As Dito stepped onto the street, she spun around, heart buzzing with questions. This was Chiru's Japan, with towering buildings looming and neon lights blasting the night. That strange, unfamiliar air hit her like electricity, and the whole scene dazzled her. Nothing she'd ever seen felt real. But that jaw-dropping wonder snapped into pure panic when she squealed, and every head turned her way. She froze on the spot as a car tore past at full speed straight through the pedestrian crossing. Chiru stiffened on the spot, yanked her hand and guided her away, reminding her he'd told her not to make too much noise. Dito, still rattled, clung to him like she might shatter, her thoughts spinning. Whatever that sound was earlier, it was brutally terrifying. The whole city was roaring with life, and right by the famous discount store, Don Quixote, the neon lights practically screamed for attention. Chiru and Dito slipped into the night crowd and wandered around like they belonged there. Inside, Dito stared at the shelves packed with bright, colorful merch, eyes wide with wonder, then turned to Chiru and asked if all of it was actually for sale. Chiru let out a soft chuckle, like he already knew the question on her mind. As they kept walking, Dito's overwhelm hit hard. The blazing brightness around them thrashed her eyes, and she swayed, fighting to stay upright. Chiru clocked Dito's discomfort and spun toward her with real concern, then suggested they take a quick break so Dito's eyes could finally adjust to the city's blinding glow. Dito nodded right away, grateful for the pause. While she sat down, Chiru grinned at her and softly told her to wait, just a moment. Then he hurried up to the nearby shop and scanned the menu like it was treasure, and when he spotted what he wanted, Chiru couldn't help it. He ordered one banana choco cream right on the spot. On his way back, he caught Dito sitting there all by herself. Right then, two strangers closed in, calling out that she was stunning. Then one of them hurried forward with a worried look, reaching out like, "Wait, are you okay? Do you need help?" Dito clenched her fists, frustration boiling over in her chest, and she realized the irritation was getting worse fast. Right when the air turned tense, Chiru stormed back in, instantly clocking what was going on, and told the strangers that Dito was a foreigner who couldn't understand Japanese. Then, staying cool, he asked what they wanted and how he could help, only to find the men scrambling now that they realized she wasn't alone, rushing to say they'd come over just because she looked like she needed help. As the men marched off, Dito exhaled in defeat, snapping that they were frivolous and shaking her head like she couldn't believe it, still stunned by how casually they'd walked up and talked to her just moments before. That whole run-in wrecked what was supposed to be a perfect day, while Chiru, right beside her, wore a calm, relaxed smile and kept a sweet treat gripped in his hands. He didn't say a thing, he just pressed it into Dito's hands, urging her with a soft push to take a bite and shake off the gloom, and Dito immediately blurted, "What is this?" Chiru told her the treat was a crepe sweet and insanely delicious, so she took it, studied it with curious eyes, and carefully lifted the soft, folded pastry to her mouth, then took a cautious bite and stopped. Then a little sparkle flashed in her eyes, and the moment the flavor hit her tongue, the crepe's sweet, airy taste snatched her attention instantly. Dito shut her eyes in pure joy, humming softly as she clutched the crepe to her chest, taking bite after bite and savoring every single mouthful, while Chiru just watched in silence. A soft smile cracked across his face as he watched her savor the treat with pure, wholehearted joy. Dito froze mid-bite and blinked hard, and it hit her. Somehow, she'd been eating the whole time without even offering Chiru a single bite. Seeing it, Chiru leaned in and wiped the corner of her mouth, and a shy blush instantly flared across Dito's cheeks. Chiru kept grinning and told Dito, "If you really like it that much, go on, eat the whole thing yourself." Dito's brow furrowed because that smile felt like he was mocking her, and she couldn't shake the feeling. Chiru just chuckled under his breath, admitting he'd thought she was enjoying the crepe so hard that it looked irresistible. Still pouty, Dito passed the crepe back, insisting it wasn't even that amazing, and that she didn't want it anymore. Still all tangled up in confusion, Chiru grabbed the crepe, stared at her like, "You're serious," then waved it off and bit down, while the disappointed Dito watched him with regret. Chiru glanced at Dito, hesitated, and lifted the crepe up just enough like he was begging her one last time to say something, before he finally went for it. Chiru clocked that she wouldn't move an inch, then flashed an offer that felt impossible to decline, sheepish grin and all. He said he was full and pitched that they share the crepe instead. After a quick beat, Dito gave a soft, warm nod and agreed. A few minutes later, they strolled into the brightly lit shopping center, with the escalators quietly buzzing behind them, and Dito kept her eyes moving, soaking up the weirdly wide mix of stuff on display, her curiosity practically sparking as she scanned the shelves and booths. Then her eyes locked onto a special display, rows of costumes packed and lined up perfectly, the boxes flashing familiar outfits, and she gasped as she recognized them right away, because Arya had worn those exact clothes before. When the pieces finally clicked, Dito's thoughts snapped into place, and she murmured, "Oh, now I get it." Realization hit her like a slap, and she blurted out, accusing, that this was exactly the kind of shop that sold risque, perverted costumes. Then she jutted her hands on her hips, eyes blazing with shock and pure judgment. She accused him of making Ryo dress like that, and in her mind she branded him a pervert as her eyes sparkled with playful judgment. Panicked, Chiru blurted out that it was all for an experiment. Japan's costumes and foods were being tested for special effects in the dungeon, and sweat poured down his forehead while he tried to explain. Dito blurted, "Is that for real?" Shocked he'd even come up with an idea like that, and Chiru snapped back that he was only curious. So far he'd only tested the food, never checked what the clothes would do, because the real proof was already there. Back in the dungeon, the food had boosted his stats. With curiosity blazing and surprise in her voice, she blurted out that those costumes might just level them up too, sweeping her gaze across the rack as she said it. Chiru said Ryo was still wavering, still a little scared to step back into the dungeon. Yet if Dito wanted to try again, he could buy her the costume to test it out, and he was sure it would fit her perfectly. Dito froze for a breath, then that thoughtful frown cracked as determination lit up her eyes. Later, as they stepped out of the shop, Dito clutched the costume package to her chest and grinned, humming like she just won the world, lost in how incredible Japan felt. Massive stores, mouth-watering food, and those one-of-a-kind finds that blew her away. Chiru watched her beam with a warm smile, genuinely happy she was this thrilled. Side by side, they kept moving through the loud, crowded streets. Chiru slipped back into the room on tiptoe and stared at Ria, peacefully curled up in bed, and he let out a breath of relief, because nothing bad happened while they were gone. Tiptoeing in, Ditto and Chiru shot each other a quick look, and Ditto grinned at Ria, murmuring that she could finally sleep easy. Chiru swallowed their nerves and carefully brought up the next subject. Chiru demanded to know if Ditto really hated Ria, but she stalled for a beat, then snapped that Ria was nothing but meddling, so much of a headache it was unbelievable, though at least she wasn't a hypocrite. Chiru pushed harder, hinting they might finally get along without brawls, but Ditto cut him off at once. Sure, they could live side by side, just not as friends. While Ria slept soundly, Chiru tried one more time to talk Ditto around, softly insisting that even if she didn't agree, it was still a win that they shared the same roof, and maybe, just maybe, the two of them could get back to being friends. Ditto, acting like it was no big deal, gave a half-agreeing nod, said that when her mood hit just right, she could keep things smooth with Ria around the house. Chiru remembered Ria saying Ditto hated pairing up, always wanting to deal with everything by herself. Still, Chiru couldn't shake the question. What on earth had pushed Ditto to charge into the dungeon alone? Shaking off that awkward talk, Ditto cut straight to the real problem and pressed the question, asking. Ditto asked if she could sleep with Chiru in his bed, and Chiru instantly snapped back, reminding her that she'd promised he'd get the bed while she and Ria took the living room, so Ditto finally slumped with a defeated sigh and admitted defeat. Chapter 10, Chiru is still wrapped in the comfort of his bed, drowsy and reluctant to face the day. A bright and energetic Ria, full of cheer, tried to wake him up with persistence, shaking him gently at first. Her radiant smile and enthusiastic call reflect a caring nature as she urged him to start the day. Chiru groaned and refused to budge, mumbling that he had no work today and just wanted to sleep in, and even though Chiru's dragging his feet, Chiru's blanket gets yanked off as the girl panics. She's sure oversleeping will wreck his health. Chiru stumbled out of his room, barely awake, and before he could even blink, Ria's nonstop energy grabbed him and practically shoved him toward the sink. She told him in pure cheer to wash up and brush his teeth, nagging him the whole time like she cared, and then she lit up and announced breakfast was ready, ordering him to come back as soon as he finished. By the sink, Chiru just watched as Ditto slowly brushed her teeth, eyes heavy and sleepy like she'd been forced out of a dream, because Ria had yanked her out of bed for this too. Spotting Ditto, he snapped, probably a little too loudly, that he finally got why she's called the Meddlesome Knight, and now the name just grated more than it ever warmed his heart. Ditto just let out a tired sigh and nodded along. Chiru and Ditto, now dug into the kitchen seats, just stared, ice-cold, unable to blink, at the burned, unrecognizable lump on their plates, both whispering the same shocked question. What in the world were they even looking at? Ria shyly brought over the breakfast she'd whipped up, telling Chiru it was the same dish he once made for them, and right as her eyes started to glass over, she admitted she'd tried copying his cooking to get better, but it all went horribly off script. Chiru just sat there, staring at his plate, completely stuck on what to do next, while Ditto jerked back in pure horror, trying to wrap her head around what they were supposed to choke down. Still rattled, she snapped that Ryo had hauled them awake way too early, and then dared to serve them something this awful knowing they'd be starving. So now she was furious, accusing Ryo of bullying and demanding to know if that mess was meant to torture them with an empty stomach. Ria could only stammer out an apology, and as the air between the two women crackled with tension, Chiru stepped in, rattled with guilt and real worry, then hurried to offer an easier meal to put things right. Chiru poured milk over the granola, shoved the bowl toward the two girls, and practically begged them to dig in. Rio stared at it like it might bite back, then blurted, "Are we really done?" Ditto just couldn't wrap his head around how something put together so fast could taste good, and Chiru only smiled, nodded calmly, and said, "Relax, there are dried fruits in here too. That's what's going to make it amazing." Ria and Ditto took those first timid bites, and boom, their eyes popped wide as if they'd seen a miracle. Ria chewed and bragged it was insanely delicious, and Ditto shot back immediately, agreeing in a full-on chorus. Ria couldn't believe something so simple could taste that good, so she praised Chiru as a great sage and gushed over every bit of his wisdom. After breakfast, Chiru raced back to his room and started sorting through his luggage, something he hadn't touched since he moved in. He pumped Ria up, telling her to take care of the rest while he focused on his room, and to knock if she got stuck. Ria practically sparkled with excitement, nodded along with a bright grin, and promised she'd handle everything. Inside, Chiru carefully tore into his computer setup, muttering under his breath as he slapped the monitor onto the desk and started hooking everything up. Right as he snapped the last component into place, Dita leaned in with wide eyes, staring at the strange new object. She pointed at the screen and demanded to know what it was. Chiru just smiled and calmly walked her through it. This was the monitor for a computer, showing exactly how the pieces fit and how it all worked. Relieved, Chiru thanked the device that it hadn't broken, and the second the screen flickered on, Dito leaned in with wide-eyed curiosity, demanding to know what it could possibly do, before her impatience kicked in and she snapped that all she could see was blue everywhere. Chiru said they could do all kinds of things with it, especially if they used the internet, and then he started hammering the keyboard, hunting for something exciting. The instant that animated character popped onto the screen, Dito yanked in a sharp gasp. Her eyes lit up like sparks, pure wonder shining through. Then she leaned in close and blurted, "So, is there a tiny fairy living inside that machine?" With surprise as innocent as a kid's. Chiru let out a chuckle and straight up explained that it was a vocalo, basically a virtual singer, while Ryo stared from behind, leaning in so close he could barely breathe, eyes locked on the strange, mind-blowing device. Chiru then said that they could even fire up the computer to dig up secrets about other worlds. Ditto stared in awe at how insane Japan's tools were, and Chiru fired back that they could even use them to study the dungeon's layout and look, right from where they stood, leaving Ditto blown away by how far his technology could reach. Chiru stared at it, stunned, like, how did he even get here? First, he had to knock out a few prerequisites to unlock the feature, and it started with answering questions like what kind of capital they used. Without wasting a second, he demanded Dito show him the currency from her world. She nodded, told him to hold up for a sec, and disappeared into her clothes to grab a tiny pouch. When she passed it to him, Chiru started asking what happened to the monsters he'd wiped out, and D2, word by word, steered him back to the same lie, like it was the only safe route. He knew the truth was getting messy, but for now, he gripped his secret tight and told himself it was still hidden. Chiru leaned in, eyes sparkling as he stared at the coins she handed him, dying to know if they were truly made of real gold. Dito just nodded and started rattling them off: Gladius gold, Empire gold, and even a handful of commemorative gold coins. He asked if those coins were really good for buying stuff, and Ditto just shot back that the answer should have been painfully obvious. Then Chiru paused, thought for a second, and finally made his request. Chiru leaned in and asked Ditto if he could borrow a few of her coins for snacks and flashlights. She lit up, said yes right away, then tilted her head like she'd just spotted something. Chiru didn't hesitate. He shot back with rock-solid confidence, telling her money would absolutely be accepted in this world. If that was true, Dito lit up and practically begged him to grab as many as he wanted, insisting it was her way of thanking him for the pair of bloomers she'd gotten. And she swore, all giddy, that if he was right about them boosting her status, they could turn even rarer than the priceless artifacts they flaunted at the dark auctions. The idea that something as basic as bloomers could turn into a prized treasure in the underground market made Chiru grin, so he didn't go wild and just snatched one coin of each type for now. Then a sharp realization hit him, and he whipped around to Dito, pointing it out right away. He casually asked D2 if she wanted to take a bath, and D2, shocked and wide-eyed, blurts out whether he really had a bath in his own house, while Chiru practically explodes with excitement and nods. As Chiru hurried toward the bathroom, he yelled for Faria, and she popped out instantly, eyes wide with curiosity. Then he asked if she'd bathe with Dito so she could show Faria how to work the faucet. D2, totally rattled, blurted that she could handle it just fine. She tried to hold her ground, but the pressure of their eager help hit her hard. Then Ria cheered like nothing could stop her and agreed on the spot, bubbling with excitement about how baths in this world work, promising she'd teach D2 herself. And before the elf could even protest, Ria shoved her straight toward the bathroom and declared, "It's lesson time." While D2 and Ria fought it out behind the locked bathroom door, Chiru tightened his resolve and slipped out, because the second he told Dito, she'd insist on tagging along, and leaving Ria alone at home wasn't something he could live with. So he went solo, quietly zipped up his jacket, and walked out. The city skyline towered over him as he headed downtown, and the whole place felt like the same old routine, until Chiru finally reached a pawn shop. Inside, he faced a calm young clerk behind the counter, and she studied his items like a pro, then flashed a smile and named the total. 106,400 yen. Chiru froze, jaw dropped, eyes blazing as he blurted the number again in pure disbelief, and she simply nodded, confirming that was the full valuation. The clerk laid the prices out coin by coin. One tiny piece of metal came back appraised at just over 9,400 yen, not shocking, but still enough to turn heads, while a fancier, ornate coin stamped with a detailed face was valued at a whopping 97,000 yen. And then there was a third one, plated in platinum and gold, shining like it was priceless, though the clerk couldn't confirm its real value without taking a closer look. The clerk offered to let him stash it for appraisal, but Chiru didn't even hesitate. He grabbed the cash for the 2 items already confirmed, right then. Chiru didn't dare linger or stir up trouble. He burst into the sunlight, clenching his earnings like they could bite, terrified that pawning the metals again would bring eyes right back on him. Quitting his job wasn't on the table, but for once, he finally had the cash he needed. After Ria finally fell asleep, Chiru slipped into the dungeon with Dito under the cover of late-night silence, and the stone maze swallowed them in dim, eerie light, until Chiru grinned and told them the best news: he'd leveled up. Right after Chiru crushed the giant centipede, the whole thing hit him like a blur, still weirdly surreal even when he said it out loud. So with adrenaline buzzing, Dito practically bounced up and demanded to see Chiru's status, with a brief. Every thought hit, then he pulled up a glowing screen right in front of them. Her sharp eyes darted through the details, catching his full name, his age, and every stat she could read. But when it was time to name him, she shut it down. His name was way too long, so she called him True instead. He asked how old she was, and she waved it off with a sly grin, teasing that she'd tell him later. Then she spotted the occupation field was blank, and her brows drew tight. On that status screen, one attribute screamed for attention, a rare gift called Unlimited Growth, and even at level 4, he'd carried it since the very beginning, which left Dita genuinely impressed. She stared at the details with a calm face, but real shock underneath, because she'd spent her own life chasing skills like that, and she knew how impossibly elusive they could be. But it gnawed at her worry carved across her face, and Ditto stared at Chiru with a calm, deadly seriousness, still stuck on one brutal thought: his lifespan was so much shorter than hers. Chiru leaned in and asked her to clarify, totally thrown off by her sudden worry, and Ditto answered in a soft, heavy voice: unlike elves, who could grind their levels up over centuries, humans burned through their lives so fast that most never even made it to their level cap, and saying it only made her tone sink darker. Chiru dropped his gaze and mulled Dita's words in silence. Then Dita snapped back to the time he faced that brutal centipede monster, talking like she couldn't believe he'd even lived through it, insisting that something that powerful wasn't for a measly level 1 to handle. Not unless you were ready to gamble with your life. And as soon as Chiru heard that, he went completely still, the memory replaying in his head, until he finally understood just how lucky he'd been to survive it at all. While they kept talking about his progress, D2 checked his status and told him straight. What he was seeing only showed basic job growth, not the special upgrades you get when you commit to a real profession. For Chiru, the starting label jobless meant he couldn't do anything yet, but she reassured him that his true power was in that flexibility. Anything is possible, she said, and if he pushed hard enough, he could snag attack skills, magic, and even support spells, enough to lift Chiru's spirits a little. She told him straight up, to pull that off, he'd have to level up nonstop and master a bunch of different jobs too. Her words hit like a truck, and Chiru's confidence immediately buckled. And all he could manage was a shaky, nervous grunt. As the talk started to wind down, Chiru snapped the spotlight to D2 and demanded she show off her own status too, then ordered her to drop her mantle so he could see what was underneath properly. D2's brow twitched with quiet annoyance, but after a brief pause, she let out a reluctant sigh and agreed. She slipped off her mantle exactly like Chiru asked, stepping in front of him in a sleek, form-fitting bodysuit that shimmered faintly under the light, fabric hugging her shape so perfectly it practically mapped every curve in full detail, and for a split second Chiru went still, eyes snapping wide, breath catching as he hurried to look away. Compared to what she usually wears, this was a whole other level. Still blushing, she stared down at herself, hit with doubts, wondering if this outfit really could level up her status. Dita's eyes popped wide as her brand new status flashed before her. Her defense had surged by 200 points, and to make it worse, her level cap jumped too, shattering everything she thought she knew. The sudden boost hit her like a wave, leaving her gaping in amazement and disbelief, while Chiru leaned in just as hard, practically begging to get his hands on the numbers himself. The moment D2's status sheet hit the screen, it laid bare just how insanely far she'd come. Chiru's eyes snapped wide in shock at the number, 221 years old, then heat rushed to her face as she blurted out, "Elves live nearly 1,000 years, so this is basically like a human just barely into their early 20s. Chiru couldn't believe how close she was to her level cap, his voice buzzing with admiration and concern, but D2 snapped the moment straight away. Dita lit up with pure joy. She'd hit her limit ages ago, but after putting on the new gear, it shot higher anyway. Chiru froze in disbelief like, wait, it actually worked. With wide-eyed, childlike wonder, D2 couldn't believe how that simple, stretchy outfit shot her defense sky-high. She practically sang as she exclaimed the gear was nothing short of amazing. With a teasing, bright curiosity in her voice, she wondered if those bloomers had the same incredible effects, and then she decided right there, on the spot, to try them on. Chiru shot back in shock at her sudden bold move, and she ordered him to turn around, making his cheeks burn as he followed, to Ruffra. He's frozen again, back pressed hard against D2's. He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to wipe his mind clean, blank empty, no thoughts. Then out of nowhere she let out a shaky, troubled gasp, sharp as a slap, like she'd just clocked something terrifying. Dita's whole vibe flipped instantly, and after one frantic attempt to fix it, she just stalled, frozen in disbelief and total confusion. Dita froze in silence, replaying the shocker. Her level cap never dropped, even after she tore the equipment off. Chiru sensed Dita's mood changing and pressed her on what she meant, but Dita stalled for a heartbeat before admitting her suspicion. Maybe the swimsuit wasn't the reason her level cap went up at all. No one had ever seen a level cap climb on its own, no precedent, no system update, nothing, yet somehow she was standing there, proof that the rules had just broken. A sick realization hit her, like it only just clicked. She pivoted toward Chiru, closed the distance, and stared him down, and suddenly the air felt electric with tension and truth. Unlimited growth wasn't something she fully understood yet, so she zeroed in on the only answer that mattered. It wasn't about the gear at all, it was about Chiru. Dita leaned in until her breath tickled Chiru's ear, shrinking the space between them, and Chiru's face snapped crimson while his heart pounded, frozen, clueless about what she'd do next, both of them too shocked to move. Dita suddenly snapped in and kissed Chiru right on the lips, catching him completely off guard, eyes going wide as she pressed in. It wasn't some lovesick whim. She did it because she was certain, because she felt she had to confirm it for herself. Her grip stayed tight, and her face didn't waver. Chiru stood there completely frozen, shell-shocked, lost and overwhelmed, until Dee finally yanked him back, grinning like she'd just won, eyes blazing with pure triumph as she shouted that her theory was right. Chiru reeled, stammering in disbelief while his mind raced, and when the truth finally landed on him too, he realized she was still naked. She instantly clocked that she was partially exposed, gasped in shock, and scrambled to cover herself, then blurted an apology to Teru, who faced away out of courtesy, telling her it was fine even as he tried to figure out what the heck just happened, his mind spinning like crazy. Dita steadied her breath and stitched her thoughts back together, the kiss she'd shared with her family. Sharing it with Teru wasn't some random impulse, it hit like a shockwave. Her level cap shot higher again, and this time, no gear at all was needed. Chiru was still trying to catch up, so she listened hard as D2 broke down what she'd just discovered. That jump was real. Her level cap shot up to 49. She couldn't hold it in, blurting out her theory. There wasn't any official proof tying unlimited growth to level caps, but this moment screamed one thing. When someone kisses him, they start getting a slice of his unlimited growth skill too. Chiru went totally speechless, looping her own words in disbelief as the meaning finally hit her like a punch. D2, still gasping from the shock of everything they'd just uncovered, admitted she'd never heard of a skill effect like that either, and she wondered if this was just how the world worked, or if his power could do more than anyone had ever dared to imagine, with the real twist being that this effect might have hidden traits no one had ever documented or truly understood, needing a top-tier appraisal to crack it open. Startled and flustered, Chiru stammered for answers, trying to piece it all together, and blurted that maybe this meant he had more power than just that one skill, when Dita suddenly pouted, leaned in a little closer, and Chiru froze, panicking at what she was about to do. Dita, flushed and fed up, came at him head-on with zero subtlety. She wanted another kiss. Chiru shot his hands up, begging her to breathe, to calm down, to think straight, and the sudden pressure slammed him, leaving him staring at how fast everything spiraled. But D2 wasn't flipping out on impulse. Her anger simmered just under the surface. With a cold, sharp glare, she snapped that he was holding back, that he wasn't even trying to help her raise her level cap. D2 fought to steady herself and think rationally, but she still couldn't keep up with how quickly it all detonated. She snapped back in total exasperation, saying exactly what she needed and why, her anger burning deep from decades stuck under the same level cap. No matter how many monsters she crushed or how hard she trained, she'd never clawed past it, and now she admitted the truth. Even after everything, she was still falling behind others with higher potential. Chiru threw his hands up, half panicked and half sympathetic, trying to cool her off, but also. Time shoved her to think fast and sort it out before she spiraled into impulse. Still, Dita made it crystal clear. This wasn't some power play kiss, some awkward blushing stunt. Nope, she was dead serious. She locked eyes with Chiru and told him she wouldn't accept a kiss from just anyone, only from someone she genuinely cared about, and she'd made the call because it was Chiru. When he heard that, Chiru's face softened instantly, and even with doubts still clinging to him, warmth broke through in his voice. The tension between Chiru and Dita turned way more personal as she suddenly confronted. Her eyes narrowed and her voice snapped with accusation. She'd sensed it for real. Chiru had been distracted, thinking about someone else, Ria. Dita's face twisted into a pouty frustration, her thoughts turning inward. She said it out loud, quiet but crushing, that he must like Rhea more than her, and it slammed into him so hard he went stiff, couldn't even deny it. He hesitated, then finally admitted he wasn't sure, but he couldn't deny the way he thought about Rhea. At the same time, he couldn't deny it. He was interested in Dita too. Her cheeks flared red as he spoke, and D2 was left totally flustered by his bold honesty. He glanced away for a second, and his voice cracked, torn between the truth and the confusion. Then he admitted he was hopeless, a total failure, because that moment demanded nothing but clarity. Dita's eyes softened as her voice steadied with quiet resolve, admitting the truth that crushed them both, that Rhea might not come last to Chiru's heart. Yet instead of caving into jealousy, she slid him a startling offer. Dita's voice went soft, her words dripping with quiet envy as she asked if he chose Rhea now. If he did, would he look her way after 80 years, when Rhea was long gone? Chiru froze at the hit of her question, no barking orders, just a gentle hope that sent chills crawling up his spine. When he finally understood what she meant, he tried to push back, because if 80 years truly passed, it wouldn't be only Rhea who'd be gone, Dita would be dead too. Still, D2, bound by centuries lived and centuries waiting, had already run every possibility through her mind. She froze in silence, distant yet perfectly steady, and when she finally spoke again, her words sliced through the air like a truth nobody could ignore. There's a way, an actual method, to stretch someone's life. D2 hit back with a calm, serious tone. Yeah, it exists. But there was a catch waiting, right around the corner. Chiru's jaw dropped as he kept asking if he'd really heard her right, his voice cracking with urgency as he demanded she explain, because if that method was real, it could flip his whole world upside down. Chiru leaned in, eyes blazing with anticipation, nudging her to spill the secret. Then D2 suddenly said the name. To unlock it, you'd have to face the thing stitched into the labyrinth's very fabric. The Dungeon Master, the ruler of the labyrinth. Rhea flashed a playful grin and practically dared Dito to bathe with her, insisting it was only fair to help her learn since baths worked differently here. Then Dito, all flustered and red-faced, tried to back out before Rhea teased, "Keep your pride up and it'll just make it harder for you." While they got ready for their bath, Ditto leaned in and casually grilled Rhea about how her dungeon rest stop trip went, his tone dripping with quiet suspicion as he pressed why she was the only one from their party there, and it completely threw Rhea off, leaving her red-faced and scrambling for words. Rhea hesitated, her voice shaking as she tried to admit that everything about her situation was a mess. Then panic hit, and she blurted out Dito instead, totally blindsiding the elf with that clumsy switch. Rhea tried to calm things down by politely asking Dito to use her real preferred name, but Dito, arms crossed and pride blazing, snapped a sharp never and turned away. Rhea just stood there stunned, while Dito, totally unbothered, ordered her to focus on teaching her how to bathe. Rhea took her role seriously and showed Dito exactly how the modern bath worked. Hot water blasted through the tube, and separate soaps were used for body and hair, while Dito stared wide-eyed, completely hooked by the whole strange setup. Dito gawked at the soaps, stunned that they even existed in Chiru's world. Rhea practically glowed, bragging that they came from Chiru's artifacts, but the moment she asked Dito again to say her name, the elf shut it down cold, leaving Rhea pouting in playful disappointment. Dito, all relaxed now, confessed her obsession with the shower, then whipped her focus straight to the bath, eyes blazing as she practically dreamed of that hot, steamy water waiting for her. Still smarting from Dito's rejection, Rhea stepped forward, and fury darkened her face. As she blocked the way to the bath, wounded pride ignited in her chest. She refused to let Dito slip past like nothing happened after what he denied her. Rhea barreled in, blocking Dito's path, pouting hard as she demanded they finally use her real name, Rhea first, while Dito blushed, fumed, and shot back protests at her stubborn, childish obsession. Fuming at Dito's refusal, Rhea stomped her feet, pouted in pure rage, then tore the shower on and blasted a freezing splash. Dito yelped in shock, her startled scream ricocheting through the steamy bathroom. Dito was freezing, teeth chattering as she snapped her glare at Rhea in total disbelief. Then she stared at the showerhead like it betrayed her, swearing it had been hot just moments ago, confusion blazing in her eyes. Rhea bragged, all smiles, about Chiru's brilliant gadget that could flip water from scorching hot to ice cold like it was nothing, and with a smug grin she acted as if she'd masterminded the whole thing, while Dito just stared at her in pure disbelief. After that brutal chill hit her like lightning, Dito finally swallowed her pride, trembling and beats, and begged Rhea to let her into the bath, because she needed warmth now more than anything. Rhea wouldn't budge for a second, again, demanding Dito use her real name, and Dito snapped, furious, asking why it mattered this much, but Rhea just dug in, refusing to explain, letting her silence hit like a locked door. Rhea leaned in and told Dito, "Since we live together, we've got to get along and stay friendly," and Dito immediately remembered Chiru's advice. She didn't really hate Rhea, and she should try making friends with her on her own time. After a heartbeat of silence, Dito let out a defeated sigh. Then, when Teru's words echoed in her head and she caught Ria's honest determination, her cheeks flared and she finally caved. With a loud, stubborn shout of agreement, her pride clung on by the thinnest thread. Flustered and ready to give up, Ditto muttered that she already got it and demanded they let her into the tub. Then Ria's face lit up, and she beamed as she happily welcomed Ditto to join her. As they slipped into the same bath, Ditto fidgeted and admitted the tub felt way too tight for two, and Ria just smiled back, saying it was warmer this way. Sweet, innocent words that quietly screamed, "We're getting closer." Chapter 11. At the restaurant, Teru worked in a daze, his mind far from the task. He let out a long, weary sigh, slumping forward as he admitted everything had grown so complicated. His thoughts drifted back. In that night down in the dungeon's stone chamber with Dido, he couldn't shake what she'd just told him, his face hardening as he wrestled to understand what the title Dungeon Master really meant. Dido calmly spelled it out for Teru. This wasn't just some random technique, it was the key that lets you claim the title of Dungeon Master. And yeah, it showed up like a skill, but you couldn't grind for it or level it up at all. To get it, you had to plunge to the dungeon's lowest floor, locate the current master, and take it straight from his hands. He accepted her explanation, but it still didn't click for him. How could ruling a dungeon even connect to someone's lifespan? Dido froze for a second, then finally said there had been a rumor about it for ages. Her voice dropped into something deadly serious. A dungeon master never ages. His eyes went wide, excitement exploding as he figured that meant they lived forever, until she snapped the illusion. They don't age, but they can still die. Yomi, the dungeon master, can hand their power to a chosen successor, yet even if that successor gets rejected, anyone who makes it to them can still crash the current master's duel and take the title for themselves. He realized he'd have to push all the way down to the deepest floor to confront the dungeon master, because that thing could stretch his lifespan, and she just nodded, warning him that going after a dungeon master takes real skill, the kind you never get from normal dungeon runs. She told him in no uncertain terms that if he wanted any chance, he had to challenge the dungeon master fast, before monsters swallowed them or time ran out. She hit him with a blunt truth. Realistically, it's impossible, and she admitted it took her hundreds of years just to get to her level. Then Teru snapped back, sharp and immediate. If it was only leveling, Teru could have handled it. Pure determination burned in his eyes. Then he teased the traditional method he'd been thinking about, stopped mid-breath, and finally blurted it out: monster farming. Dido froze for a second, curiosity sparking the moment the idea grabbed her, and Teru leaned in too, worry flashing across his face as he wondered if she'd think it was a total mess. After thinking it through, Dido finally admitted she thinks it could work, because most adventurers only see monsters as something to smash for levels, not something to multiply, and she didn't miss that detail either. They breed faster than cows or pigs, and that sounded like a nightmare if left unchecked. Teru laid out his plan to the point and told Clarity this. If they let the monsters breed, he'd spot every last one on his computer and slam the traps at the exact second to wipe them out. Dido bought it, and then he landed the win with sudden, rock-solid certainty, and while everyone stayed safe inside, they could level up in no time. Then the full hit of that strategy detonated inside him, pure excitement exploding. Still, she froze for a split second. Then her voice shook as she admitted the plan was brilliant, only for raw frustration to explode out of her as she screamed what it would do to her 200 years of hard work. Her desperation crashed into his iron certainty. He wouldn't let up, pushing that this method was the only way to finally level up first, and Dito walked away thinking they might, just might, pull it off. But then Teru's face snapped tight. Fresh worry crashed in, one he never saw coming and couldn't even picture. Dito whipped around, eyes full of concern, and asked what he meant. He dropped his gaze, and the truth hit him like a weight on his chest. Then he asked out loud if an unnaturally long life was really a blessing for a human, or just a curse wearing kindness. His doubt wouldn't let go as he kept repeating his worry, thoughts circling round and round in a heavy, uneasy loop. Then Dito slid closer with soft warmth, telling him it meant he'd never be truly without her, and painting the picture of the two of them taking on the world together. She cranked the whole scene up to brighter than ever, adventuring side by side, digging into delicious food, and soaking up every single second together. So with pure heartfelt confidence, Dito declared, "I just know it's going to be fun." He hesitated, rattled by how real her sincerity felt, and all his awkwardness spilled out while he scrambled for the right words. Then he finally caved and admitted it sounded tempting, but the conflict inside him clenched hard, trapping everything else he wasn't ready to say. Managing a dungeon with monsters under his command, slaughtering people gnawed at him, and it scared him to death, so she stepped in fast, reminded him adventurers live with the same fear, and promised that if it still rattled him, they'd hunt down the answer together. She grinned at him and basically told him, If you hate being the dungeon master, you can hand the title off anytime. The pressure in his chest finally loosened, and once a steady breath filled his lungs and a little resolve ignited, he nodded and agreed. He reminded himself, no matter what, the real prize was always the deepest floor anyway. Then she fired back with fierce excitement, insisting there was nothing wrong with piling on a new goal, especially becoming a dungeon master, and pushing him to aim even higher. Now, as Tiru's mind snapped back to the restaurant in the present, he froze. He let out a quiet breath and admitted, with zero pride, that he was just some lowly freedor. He muttered through gritted teeth, stunned at how ridiculous it was for a freedor to end up as a dungeon master, and that thought yanked his mood even lower. Teichi tried once, then again, her voice turning firmer as worry crept in, but he just kept staring off into nothing. Finally, she shattered the silence. He told him the oven was done, then another order was already waiting, and with a sharp gasp, he snapped back to reality, straightened up fast, apologized, and promised he'd take care of it right away. As he bolted out, she watched him with curious eyes. After a long day at work, Tiru burst into his room and announced he was home, and Ria greeted him with warmth, while Dito shot forward, furious at the delay, shouting that she'd been starving the whole time. Tiru kept apologizing over and over, then blurted that he'd snuck in food from outside, and invited everyone to eat. Fingers crossed the meal would finally cool the tension. Ria jerked her head, repeating outside and in like it made no sense, while Tiru flailed for an excuse, claiming he'd used a teleportation spell to work abroad and brought the food back as souvenirs, even as his stretched story cracked and showed through. Her eyes sparked the second she spotted it. It's the hamburger we ate earlier. Like the memory itself made her soften, even the innocent grip on the bread. Tiru just smiled and quietly corrected her. No, it's called a hamburger. She took one bite and instantly lit up with pure bliss, like the flavor had fireworks in her mouth. Dito grabbed a bite right after, savored it, and then swore it was just as ridiculously good. Soft giggles bounced through the room as they ate, and Dito took a sip of her drink. Her eyes lit up, declaring the cola absolutely superb, the fizz catching her off guard. Ria nodded at once, matching her excitement. Behind them, Tiru quietly edged over to feed Shizuku. She bowed lightly, grateful to the core, and whispered a thank you to her master as she took her portion. Shizuka let out a soft gasp as that flavor hit, thrilled and calling it yummy, and right then, out of nowhere, Dito's urgent voice snapped through the air. She kept closing in the whole time, clocking exactly what he was up to, her eyes narrowing the moment something felt off, so Dito snapped, demanding to know why Tiru was hiding Shizuku from Ria, staring him down with a voice that left no room to dodge. He hesitated, wrestling for the perfect words while the air crackled with nerves, then finally blurted out that he'd helped Ria when she collapsed in the dungeon. He said Ria had been beaten black and blue, shaking with pure terror of. He feared that if he introduced her to Shizuku, she'd freak out, his voice still trembling as he remembered the moment he'd first found her. Dito's eyes bulged with shock, wondering if Ria really collapsed alone in that dungeon, while Tiru nodded, telling her she'd been split from her friends and her sword was nowhere to be found. Ditto soaked up every detail with a grim stare, and suspicion clawed deeper the moment a nasty thought hit her. Then a sharp chime suddenly ripped through the room, and both she and Tiru snapped upright, the whole atmosphere flipping from tense to full-blown alarm. The bell chimed again and Tiru jolted. He slammed the shelf shut in a panic, terrified Ria would catch him. Ria stepped out of the doorway, calling out in full worry about that weird sound, and Dito immediately echoed her alarm. The chime snapped again, sharper, more urgent, jolting the whole room with dread, and he fought to steady them, swearing it was fine as he bolted to the next room and grabbed the old phone bolted to the wall. Tiru stood there stone still, receiver jammed to his ear, a fierce calm on his face as he listened hard. Ria edged closer, calling his name, panic chewing at her the longer he stayed silent. Sweat beaded on his cheek as he barked for everyone to hide. A dark magician is here. And Ditto's eyes blew wide in shock. Ria flinched hard with fear, and the whole room tightened until the warning finally landed. Ria repeated the words with shaky disbelief, tripping over each syllable as danger slammed into her mind. A dark magician, she stammered, dread already tightening its grip. Tiru snapped into motion, urgency blazing in his eyes, sweat beading as he gestured for them to back up, insisting they retreat to the inner room, until the inner phone crackled with a calm, bone-chilling voice that told Suzuki-san to open the door, saying he'd come to talk about the contract. Tiru and Ria went stone still. Ria and Dito surged toward Tiru, brows locked in panic. Ria, trembling hard, blurted whether this contract was some kind of magic trap, and if Tiru-sama would be safe alone, her fear pouring out of every word. Dito's face hardened beside her, suspicion sharpening like a blade. Tiru shot them a reassuring grin, swore it was all fine, and reminded them he was the great sage, but the confidence felt forced. Then he barked for them to rush into the room. Ditto strode forward with unshakable calm. She leaned in and told Ria to hand this over to Turu. Her voice rock steady as she reached for her wrist and yanked her toward safety. Ria snapped a worried look back, shaking with the bitter fear that leaving Turu behind still felt wrong. Turu watched them slide into the inner room and gave a quiet nod, telling himself to keep it fast. Then he stepped out with tight, determined focus, shutting the door with steady hands, only to find the handle suddenly twist and rattle like someone was fighting to break it open. The door gave off a creepy creak as it inched open, and a salesman slid in with a friendly grin, claiming he was from NNK and telling Turu to call him an Ami. Then he just walked right inside like he owned the place, all calm and unshaken. Turu flinched in shock and snapped that Anami can't just barge in, yet Anami stayed calm and polite, even noting Turu must have just moved in, and then calmly calling this the perfect moment to talk cable contracts. Inside, Turu's stomach dropped as panic hit hard, because he'd completely forgotten to lock the door, the one he always breezed through. Trying to grab back control, Turu insisted he didn't have any TVs. Then Anami blinked, totally thrown off, and demanded, "You serious?" Turu swallowed hard and shot back that the internet was all he needed, forcing a strained confidence out as the tension tightened his face. Nami leaned in and shot him a raised brow challenge, basically daring him to explain how anyone could believe there wasn't a single TV in a place this huge, his skepticism flooding the room as he scanned Turu's face for even the tiniest crack. Turu refused to budge, swearing he wasn't lying and that there truly wasn't one anywhere. With a shaky, forced smile, he tried to sell it, and Inami just kept staring him down, hunting the truth. Inami flashed a polite smile and told Turu to forgive the interruption, but he still strode right in like it belonged there, while Turu froze and stammered, totally thrown off by what he was doing. Inami stayed calm, saying it wasn't a problem if there really wasn't a TV, then announced he'd check the place for a bit, all with a courteous voice that somehow still sliced straight through Teru's boundaries. Frustration finally burst inside Teru, his voice cracking upward as he yelled that he'd said from the start Anami couldn't come in. Then he shoved his anger into the question of whether she really thought it was okay to walk into someone's home with it. Without permission, Teru slammed against his chest, trying to shove him back, but Anami barely budged. He stood there rock solid, like an immovable wall. Teru's mind spiraled into panic. He couldn't believe it. Even with his boosted strength, Inami was manhandling him so hard. Inami's bigger frame shoved forward and drove him back, his feet scraping as he skidded across the floor and his balance betrayed him. Behind the door frame, Ria peeked out with eyes bulging and shaking, and her voice wobbled as she asked what. She attacked Teru-sama with her voice turned razor-sharp. Then she lunged, palms blazing with concentrated power, and slammed Inami with a hit so explosive it made the whole entryway shake, blasting him clean out of the apartment as he flailed helplessly through the air, her face set in ruthless protective fury. A stunned silence clung to the room as Teru snapped around, still reeling that Ria had showed up, and even more that she hit with that kind of force. Ria huffed, irritated she had to step in at all. Teru gawked down the hall, praying the man wasn't already gone. Inami lay slumped against the far wall, twitching weakly after that brutal impact. Teru's panic spiked as he thought, of course this was coming asterisk, especially when a high-level melee monster like Ria finally went serious, and he could only pray the man wasn't already dead. Nami snapped out a pained groan, rubbing the back of his head as he complained that it hurt, then slumped against the hallway wall with his face contorted by the sting of that hit. With shocking agility, Inami hauled himself up in one smooth motion, and even joked that Issen's shove had actually done him a favor. Dust stuck to his suit, but he shrugged it off and stood there like nothing happened. Then he bragged, "I might not look it, but I was a 9th-rank sumo and a damn good one." Teru recoiled on the inside, panicking because he thought he should be the one thrown back. 9th rank wasn't just tough, it was terrifying. Inami's face twisted dark as he leaned in, suspicion snapping into place in his eyes. He was sure that if they refused this hard, then a TV had to be hidden somewhere. Teru started sweating and panicking, blurted that he already told them there wasn't one, his voice breaking with desperation. Right then, Dito slipped in behind them. Then Dito snapped into action, yelling stunned shock as she thrust her glowing staff forward. Wham! A surge of magical electricity erupted, blazing bright as she clenched her fierce expression and shielded Teru without a second thought. Inami screamed as the blast wrecked him, his whole body seizing into violent, uncontrollable spasms. Teru recoiled and blurted out Dito's name as Inami crumpled onto the floor, eyes bulging at the raw force she'd just thrown down, yet Dito stayed icy calm, saying there was nothing to fear because she'd only knocked him out a little. Inami moaned weakly, face down and barely twitching, still breathing, while Teru and Ria stood behind her, frozen in stunned silence. Teru reeled backward, stunned out of his mind as the salesman slowly hauled himself off the floor like gravity had quit. Inami wobbled to his feet, muttering that the shock caught him off guard and maybe it was just static electricity, while Dito leaned in, frozen with shock, and inside Teru, panic skyrocketed, convinced this couldn't possibly be a normal human. Inami steadied himself and said, straight up, he still had to confirm what was going on with the TV. Then he went for Teru's shoulders, and the stubborn insistence sent a cold shiver through the room. Teru's face twisted in panic as his voice cracked, demanding to know if Inami was really still set on checking his place. At last, Teru's strength crumpled, his shoulders sagged, and every ounce of fight drained from his face. With a defeated sigh, he finally admitted it and told Inami she could inspect the house. Inside, dread snapped tight in his gut. If this kept up, those two might actually end up killing him. Inami only nodded politely, fixed her backpack and tie, then stumbled right back in like the danger was nothing at all. The inspector marched forward like he owned the place, while Teru, Ria, and Ditto trailed behind. All bristling with worry, Ria and Ditto locked up tight, and Teru practically shook with nerves as he leaned over the toilet area and checked it like it was a crime scene, poking and scrutinizing until a simple look turned into a full-blown investigation. Meanwhile, Ditto sat rigid on the bed, miserably uncomfortable, and Teru and Ria stood awkwardly nearby in that cramped, tense silence. The inspector rubbed his chin, eyes narrowing as he muttered to himself, and finally he snapped that there was no TV, but his doubt still clung to every word. Then he admitted he hadn't checked the closed rooms yet, and the half-finished sentence slammed into the air, right as Teru froze, his whole body going rigid when he finally understood what that meant. Teru lunged toward him, pleading with Anami to stop, but Anami stalked to the sliding door with razor-sharp suspicion, swearing there was a hidden TV somewhere. Panicking, Teru threw up his hands and blurted that it was only the books he hid from the girls. Then he stretched his arms across the doorway, fear tightening his face as he fought to stop them. Teru leaned in close, whispered in Anami's ear about something he couldn't possibly risk the girls finding out, and his face visibly buckled with embarrassment and panic as he finally blurted the truth. Inami totally missed the point, smiling like it was perfectly normal for an unmarried guy to keep a stack of magazines like that, so proud of himself he just basked in his solution. But inside, Teru was losing his mind, screaming that this was useless. He understood nothing. He crouched there, furious and exasperated, while Ria and Dito stared in confused silence. Teru's hands flew up, knuckles slick with nervous sweat, trying to calm Ria and Dito as he begged them to head outside first, his voice shaky, even though his mind was screaming that Shizuku was hiding in the closet. The sudden push froze Ria, leaving her unsure what to do, but Dito didn't argue. Uneasy as he was, he trusted Teru and stepped out with him. Ria clutched Teru's sleeve and hissed, shaking, "Are we really allowed to do this? Because the grimoires were in there, maybe that's even what the dark magician was after." Dito snapped into curiosity at the mention, while Teru planted himself between them and the door, steadying his voice and insisting it was fine, that Inami could do whatever she wanted. The girls squeezed into Teru's kitchen, still braced for disaster, but at last they trusted him, ready to let him take the wheel. Inami let out a disappointed sigh when he found nothing, no TV at all. Teru just breathed out calmly, like he'd been telling him that since the very beginning. He swore he'd never quit and insisted he'd show up the second Suzuki-san carried a TV home, while Teru, drenched in nervous sweat, grabbed his arm and warned, "Come only when I'm here, because if I'm not, I have no clue what you'll get yourself into." Teru finally exhaled a huge breath, like the pressure had vanished the second the man walked out, and when the door snapped shut his shoulders dropped, still grumbling about how NNK folks always cause trouble, especially this time, until something out of nowhere caught his eye. Teru yelped in shock, panic blasting across his face when he spotted Dito sitting there, perfectly calm by the open shelf, flipping through a book like nothing was wrong. Inside, Teru screamed because Ami never put them back after digging through them, yet Dito kept browsing in relaxed silence, completely oblivious to the chaos she'd just sparked. Dito quietly shut the book, then snapped the others into a neat little stack, sliding them farther back on the shelf with a straight-faced warning. Ria would lose her mind if she found them. Teru stumbled over his own words, blurted out a shaky thanks, and somehow never managed to explain a thing. Ditto leaned in with a mischievous little grin and told him playfully that when he had time, she wanted him to read it to her, because she was itching to see what delights she was about to regret. His eyes went wide, his body jerked, and then he absolutely shrieked in pure horror as the meaning landed. Inside, Teru's thoughts went into chaos as he grilled himself. Was Dito really ready to pull off what those books promised? The idea hit so hard his brain felt like it was about to short-circuit, and with a flat, dead expression he muttered, "Good job, Inami-san," cursing the man who'd accidentally turned his whole world upside down. Teru went quiet and pensive, rubbing his chin as a thought nagged at him, his eyes narrowing when he glanced toward the balcony. Then he stared at the closed door, uneasy, wondering if Inami had slipped out through it. The shock hit Teru. Inami never touched the balcony at all. He'd slipped right through the front door, and panic detonated in his chest as the door slammed shut behind him, cutting him off from the apartment, leaving only a dull thud. Teru shuffled forward, cursing his luck for yet another failed contract, noticing nothing until suddenly. Finally, he froze in place, eyes popping wide with pure shock, and his whole body went rigid. Inami shook, his voice breaking as he stared at the cold stone floor and those looming dungeon walls, whispering in disbelief, "What is this place?" Inami spun his head around, nerves rattling, sweat pouring as he raised his glowing phone, the weak light barely scraping through the darkness while he whispered, "It's so dark I can't see a thing." He yanked his screen up in confusion, swearing he should have been in the mansion's corridor, right after leaving Suzuki-san's place. Then he wondered if the world had just gone dark. With his shoulders shaking, he spun in place and tried to cut through the pitch-black air using only the weak glow of his phone. He stumbled forward on shaky legs, stiff as a board, and reached out to find a wall. Then a door clicked open in front of him. Inami's voice shattered with panic as he blurted, yelling about what he was seeing, and his terror skyrocketed when he realized he'd wandered right by the giant centipede's dead body, its enormous corpse sprawled on the ground. A weird voice slithered out from somewhere close by. In the next room, someone called him in, and Inami froze like a statue, terror clamping down on every muscle. He yanked up his glowing phone like a little shield, its trembling light aimed straight at the sound. Teru came crashing in at full speed, yelling "Anami-san." As his voice rang down the stone corridor, he tore forward with panic in his chest, and right behind him Dito and Ria closed the distance with weapons ready, scanning the dark like it was about to strike. Inami's voice ripped through the dark, and the trio snapped still, because he was rambling to someone off-screen, panicking, demanding to know if they already had subscriptions or a contract. His frantic sales pitch sounded completely ridiculous inside the eerie cave, where the dungeon voices started bickering back. One didn't even understand what he was talking about, another tore into him as horrible, and a third just kept yelling at them to get out already. Nami pushed forward toward the monsters, thrusting out a hand like he was greeting a human on the shoulder, and he barked at them to wait, still sure he was talking to people, while the monster freaked out at being tailed, and Chiru's heart plummeted as he lunged and yelled Inami's name, just as half the salesman's body was already sliding into the dungeon wall. Chiru lunged ahead, yelling Anami's name as pure panic clawed at his chest, because he couldn't stomach the fact that the man had really gone deeper into the dungeon after those monsters. He had to find Anami fast, before whatever nightmare was coming turned into something he couldn't undo. He leaned in hard and blurted that he had to go after him right now, or else, sure, that guy could probably handle slimes, but a giant centipede would turn everything into a total disaster. Dito lunged in front of him, arms thrust up like a stop sign, blocking his path cold and halting him right there, before he could push any deeper into the dungeon. She snapped into a serious face and said coldly that Ria had no sword, while Chiru was too weak. Going now was a death trap. Chiru's voice cracked as he begged for answers, asking what would happen to Inami, fear bulldozing his thoughts. And Dito declared she'd go alone, and that sudden, iron resolve left Chiru stunned, his panic flipping to her instead. Dito flashed him a soft smile, gentle but rock steady, and said it was perfect timing anyway, because she'd been itching to head back for a while, needing to sort out a few things after being stuck inside Chiru's house for so long. Her voice stayed light, yet the resolve behind it was ironclad. Hand on her hip, she wore pure confidence, and Dito told her he'd need gold coins for shopping, so she vowed to bring some back, plus that Anami guy. Fellow, her steady voice made the whole ordeal sound like a no-big-deal errand. Chiru's voice turned shaky with worry as he whispered her name under his breath, and Dito spun back to snap, "Stop making that face, she'll be back soon." Chiru swallowed hard and nodded, murmuring he understood, even though he didn't want to. Then Dito's bright determination snapped into place, telling him that since they'd agreed, he needed to hurry up and help her pack. Her upbeat voice sliced through the tension and lit the moment back up. Chiru shoved the packed bag into her hands, flustered but pushing himself to be useful, then still on edge, pointed out he'd tucked in food, drinks, and a few cosplay clothes. Dito took it with a warm smile and thanked him like she meant it, her appreciation shining right through. Chiru told her to get back safe, his voice calm even while worry gnawed under it. Then Dito shot back with total confidence that she'd make it, and with a playful grin, she teased him about that talk on living together for the rest of their lives, reminding him not to forget, and somehow her teasing cut through the heaviness. She barked her final instructions, leave her Anami and keep the door locked tight until the monitor comes back online. Then he nodded. With her head half swallowed by the slowly sealing door, she shouted, "I'm out." And her silhouette slipped into the shadows. Neither of them budged, frozen in tense silence as they glared down the road Dito disappeared on, and that brutal uncertainty clamped down on them, choking the air with unease. Ria finally broke the silence, hands clenched tight as she whispered that she really hoped Ditto would come back soon. Then Ditto nodded, voice low, fighting to calm the worry clawing at his chest. For a moment, they just stood there in stunned silence, until Ria cast a quick glance aside and muttered even softer that she hoped Inami was safe too. A whole week had crawled by since Ditto vanished into the dungeon, and the apartment just sat there in eerie silence. Then ding-dong, someone rang the kitchen doorbell. Tiru shot up like he'd been yanked by a string. Delivery here at last, and he moved for the phone while Ria watched him from her drink, cool as ever. Tiru snatched the moment, called the delivery guy over, and told him his hands were tied up tight, then begged him to open the door. The front door creaked from the outside, and Tiru bolted over to greet the worker, because after everything with Anami, he knew that once a guest arrived, the door wouldn't budge from the inside, and the entrance was already tied right to the dungeon's boundary. The courier thrust a giant box into Tiru's hands, demanding a signature. Tiru looked confused for a beat. Still confused and worn out, she just swallowed her pride and thanked him anyway. He let out a breath, hauled the box into the kitchen, and dropped it right in front of Ria so she couldn't miss it. Her curiosity snapped awake as she stared at it, dying to know what was inside. Then he slowly cracked open the box, and boom, inside was a stash of special artifacts. He told you that all the money from selling the gold coins was already gone, but the thing he'd just bought was worth it. He finally got to kick off the dungeon remodeling plan he'd been obsessing over, and the moment it hit, excitement and grit burned across his face as Ria stared, eyes huge with pure awe. First, he told everyone he had to hook up the camera's monitor and recorder using his computer. Then he pressed on, saying the camera and recorder cables had to be connected before he could even move forward. He shoved the recorder into Ria's hands, and she nodded like she was with him, still totally clueless about what it was even for. Her eyes stayed locked on the monitor, following his instructions, while Tiru. Ria snapped the camera to the next room and fiddled with it carefully, and then, right as she caught her breath, Tiru's face burst onto the computer screen, leaving her frozen in shock, eyes stretched wide in pure disbelief. Tiru asked how she was doing, and Ria, still stuck in disbelief, couldn't wrap her head around why she was staring at a tatami room, while Tiru, trapped inside that weird device, flashed the wild thought that maybe there were two of him. Watching Ria's reaction, a small smile tugged at his lips. Yeah, it worked, because she clearly just couldn't hide that much of a response. A fresh problem hit. He had to route the cables straight into the dungeon, but he couldn't drill through the walls because he was still renting, and he sure couldn't leave the door open either. One plan felt like it could actually work: thread the cables straight through the air conditioning pipe, and the way it lined up with the dungeon entrance gave Tiru a spark of hope that this crazy idea might finally click. He scrambled up to make a gap for the cable, jabbed a hole, then eased the wire through with total care, while his mind screamed, well, this is it, here goes nothing. He told Ria he'd duck into the dungeon for a little while, but even he couldn't shake the nerves, so Ria's reply came out shaky, hesitant, and stuttered. Inside the dungeon, Tiru craned his neck to the spot where he'd punched a hole for the cable, only to see it vanish. His disappointment hit hard, and he instantly spun up a theory. If that cable was wired into the dungeon, it had to be close by. Frustration crashed into him, like it was all for nothing, until a spark lit up in his head. Then he bolted back to the apartment, refusing to quit this early. Tiru started snapping clues into place, and the whole room finally started to make sense. It was a door that somehow belonged to both the dungeon and the apartment. He'd yanked the cable first to see what it did, then he opened it from the inside and the dungeon spilled out, but from the outside it led straight to the apartment. That left only one terrifying thought. When it shut, which world did it lock onto? He remembered Inami-san's voice right before opening it, and decided it had to be the apartment. He figured that if he opened the door from the inside and left it cracked, the dungeon would stay connected, so he shoved it wide, pushed the cable back through the hole he'd carved, and prayed the pipe was finally linked to the dungeon. He told Tiru he was going back into the dungeon, and Ria stared after him with worry and dread blazing in her eyes. With the door hanging open, Tiru's eyes blazed. He shouted that he finally found it, pointing out the cable dangling from a hole in the dungeon wall. He snapped the camera into position and hooked it up to the cable, and now the only thing left was to test if the link stayed solid the moment that door shut. He bolted into the apartment, tore straight to the setup, and held his breath. Just how would it turn out? Then relief and pure excitement hit all at once when he saw the dungeon lighting up on his computer screen. The cable was still plugged in on the other side, and it was running flawlessly. Tiru shot up into the air in pure joy, snatching Ria's hand as they celebrated together. Ria flashed a smile, still a little confused, but rode the excitement anyway, congratulating him even though she wasn't totally sure what just happened. Next, he slid along the dungeon wall, swapping out cameras one by one while he drilled into the surface with razor-focused care. He set cameras in prime spots, right by the entrance across the huge open area, and locked in front of the iron door, carefully placing them all over the place like they were there to catch something big. From her spot, Rhea demanded, "So this lets Teru watch the dungeon from inside the room." He nodded, "Yep," and for the first time, the real reason behind his grin finally clicked in Rhea's head. Rhea stared at the setup in awe, realizing that magic to see from miles away had to be top tier, and that someone could wield a powerful artifact like that so freely was honestly unreal. She even praised Great Sage Sama for the pure genius of it. Teru blushed, giggled, and tried to shrug it off with a modest laugh. Ruth thought it was way too soon to be impressed as he dove into yet another unboxing, and Rhea's eyes tracked every move, curiosity practically blazing on her face. Teru yanked out yet another device, grinning so hard you could feel his excitement, and shouted that this right here kicked off the main phase of the dungeon remodeling plan. In the kitchen, Ryo stared as Toru scrutinized the device, guessing if it was meant for the dungeon room too, and Toru calmly said, "No, it's for the dungeon's iron door." Just a simple robot arm, almost toy-like, yet it could hit the open-close switch like it was nothing. He said he'd make the arm work through the computer, and as he talked, a small, smug smile flickered across his face. That night, he crashed into his PC and programmed the new robot he'd just bought. Then Teru let out a shaky, weary gasp, and admitted that, since he could barely wrap his head around programming, he'd somehow lost way too many hours just trying to build even a simple routine to make the arm lift and drop. Meanwhile, Rhea slept just a couple feet away, her earlier excitement draining into sleep before Teru could even clock it, so when he finally noticed, he couldn't help but think how adorable she looked knocked out. He shrugged it off because now he could finally kick off the plan. Then, under his orders, the robot word zipped and zapped as it slammed into the dungeon room's door. Teru remembered that iron door slamming shut once, trapping the joint centipede inside, and back then he hadn't even finished it, yet later he'd returned to find its torso cleanly chopped off. The lesser monster would have keeled over instantly, and even a giant centipede could collapse if its head got crushed. Then a sharp new idea sparked, and a fresh plan snapped into place. His eyes locked onto the computer screen, fingers poised as he fired up a dungeon challenge, ordering those monster slimes to march through the door, one by one, and when the first one finally slipped out, excitement flashed across his face. With a sharp click, Teru triggered the robot, and the iron door slammed down, crushing the slimes into nothing under its weight. His eyes sparkled with pure excitement as his plan played out flawlessly. He burst into triumphant shouts, then couldn't wait to do it all over again. He clicked frantically, and then nothing. It hit him like a punchline as the realization crawled in, and he muttered that it only worked the first time. From that moment, chaos detonated. Slimes kept flooding in, slipping through the doorway before it could even shut. Rouside bit back his panic and stayed to deal with everyone that made it through. He sucked in a deep breath, then strode toward the dungeon, his eyes locked on that iron door looming like a final boss. A horde of slimes swarmed in, lured by the giant centipede's bloody remains. Then he sliced through them with razor-sharp, lightning-quick precision until the last one was gone. He spotted that most of the corpses were already digested and realized he might need a new lure, because he was lost in thought. If only slimes got pulled in, his level wouldn't jump much. He racked his brain for a bait that would hook way more than slimes, something so irresistible it would steal the monster's focus for just long enough to slam them into his trap. A plan snapped into place, and he dashed outside to hit the shops, grabbing everything he needed. At Don Quixote, Shizuka sucked in a breath. Her eyes lit up like stars at how huge and dazzling the store was, and when Teru wanted to figure out what monsters liked best, he dragged her along, disguised as his own clothes. They barged into the loud, crowded supermarket, and Teru told Shizuku to hunt down anything that looked tasty. Shizuka nodded hard, determined to help however she could. Shizuku's eyes sparkled as she tore through the shelves, practically shouting that everything looked mouthwatering, and Teru couldn't ignore her warning. Monsters really do attack humans for meat, until she laughed and added that she loves vegetables too, and that she's cooking as well, so Teru let out a quiet chuckle and decided to grab a little bit of everything. He stuffed his cart with fruits, veggies, fish, meat, and every snack he could find, itching to test which one would hook those monsters the fastest. Then he reminded Shizuku that because he'd brought her along, he'd make sure she got whatever she wanted, so when she surprised him by asking for a collar, Teru just froze, utterly stunned. Teru pressed her, asking if she truly meant to wear a collar. Slimes had no necks at all, so Shizuku snapped back that she'd wear it in her human form, remembering from a battered little book that a collar from your master was proof of affection. Panic hit him the moment he realized Shizuku was technically a pet, and the idea of her wearing a collar in a human form felt brutally wrong, so his mind betrayed him, yanking the scene straight to Rhea instead, and that sickening, mortifying image made him jerk in shock. Chiru fumbled to switch topics, panicking that Shizuku might have misread the skinny books at his place. Then, when he caught that tiny flash of disappointment, he snapped into action and pointed at something in the store, steering the whole talk back to pets and hinting it could be the perfect lure. They marched back to the house and slipped into the dungeon, where Chiru stood guard once more in front of the iron door, and he carefully set out the stash of food right at its feet. He dropped the cat food from the supermarket onto the counter and couldn't help thinking, what if he used it as bait? He pictured the monsters crawling in, circling it, then charging straight into his trap. He tossed cat food across the doorway, banking on it to lure the monsters in, and Shizuku clung to his back, sniffing it with curiosity before commenting on the smell. Chiru said it was pet food, grinning like he had the next move figured out, optimistic that the other monsters. Even your ancestors might feel pulled toward it, too. Back in his room, Chiru's eyes sparkled with pure excitement, fingers hovering. Then he slammed the command to unlock the door, and a surge of anticipation shot straight through him. The second his mouse clicked, the robot jolted to life, and the iron door swung wide, then everything exploded into chaos. Giant centipedes, massive mice, weird funghells, and slithering slimes flooding the room like a living nightmare. The creature glided for the doorway, hooked on the pet food smell, and Chiru just watched, smiling like it was all going according to plan, because almost all of them had been pulled in like he promised. One more click and the robot slammed the door shut, smashing them underneath its weight. Chiru practically exploded with joy as his level shot up, and Shizuku beamed at his side, hyping him like crazy. Then they sprinted straight into the dungeon to see the results with their own eyes. Staring into the dungeon's wreckage, Chiru clocked it. His level jumped by 2, and a brand new skill, *human appraisal level 1*, snapped into place, lighting his curiosity on fire. Chiru replayed Dito's words in his head. Without a job, Dito said he could store and remember all kinds of skills, and curiosity sparked hard in him. If this power was real, could it let him read other people's status too? He decided that when the moment came, he'd test it on Rhea. Proudly, Chirim leaned into the thought that if he kept leveling up, one day he might slice down that giant centipede with a single strike, then grinned when he realized even a mouse click counted as an attack, unlocking an achievement. With his eyes locked on the scattered food by the doorway, he decided it was time to refill the bait. Crashing back into his room, Chiru swore pure determination that he'd keep leveling up, totally blind to the fact that the night had swallowed the hours until it was already 5:30 in the morning. Chiru's shift didn't start until 9 a.m., so he told himself to finally crash, but pure excitement wouldn't let him rest. He even swore he'd set just one more trap. Then the monsters wiggled out at the last second, and he snapped a frustrated curse under his breath. He wrestled with himself again and again, but that thrill of testing his traps kept dragging him forward, even as fatigue started to creep in. A few hours later, when Chiru hit his shift at the restaurant, exhaustion slammed into him so hard he could barely keep his eyes open. After pulling an all-nighter, Chiru mumbled for more sleep, and still it paid off big. His levels shot up fast. At the counter, Takashi barked at Suzuki-san to hurry up with the salad, and a dazed, bleary Chiru kept apologizing nonstop, like he couldn't even keep his eyes open. While Chiru chopped and arranged salads, his thoughts drifted off. He kept craving that level-up rush, even knowing it wouldn't change his stats, and it all hit him like a flashback. His old online game days, where chasing dungeons and scoring exploits gave the exact same addictive high. Back at the house, Chiru planted himself in front of his computer again, pounding the keys as he hunted for free software that could automate his mouse clicks. He dove online and found a mountain of programs and bots made for games to auto-grind levels and scoop up items. Sure, most games ban them, but this dungeon was crawling with no overseers, so he could finally test everything without anyone stopping him. Chiru's mind sparked as he realized a bot could auto-click his way to endless leveling while he worked, even while he slept, so after hours of hunting, he finally locked onto a solid tool and flashed a grin, ready to download it. Rhea stood right next to him, eyes sparkling with curiosity, and asked what he was up to, and Chiru grinned, clearly entertained by her interest. Chiru said the program would let him open and shut the iron door straight from his room, and Rhea's eyes blew wide as she demanded to know how it worked, so Chiru calmly walked her through every trap detail, knowing she hadn't seen it the night before. After Chiru finished explaining, Rhea's eyes popped wide with shock, unable to believe he'd actually go that far. She snapped back, admitting Chiru was the great sage Sama, and that he was probably sitting near his max level even after all those brutal fights. Chiru gulped hard, froze for a second, then nodded with shaky nerves. Chiru told her his hustle was all for research, to make everything smoother for the adventurers. Rhea's eyes lit up with pure admiration, and he reminded himself, even in silence, that he wasn't at his limit yet, still stuck at a single-digit level. Chiru told him the auto-clicker would unlock the door every 20 minutes, shut it again 2 minutes later, and keep cycling, so he could grind levels in peace. After he broke it all down, Chiru finally admitted he needed a nap, and before he could even try to argue, Ria asked to watch the monitor. He worried it would be dull, but she wouldn't back off, buzzing with excitement to see Chiru-sama's artifact work in real time. Chiru didn't stop. He pushed Ria to go hunt down the defeated monsters, and she nodded, telling him good night before he slipped away in silence. Chiru snapped awake, heart pounding as Ria's scream ripped out from the computer sitting beside his bed. Dazed and half asleep, the two rumbled with their eyes shut, asking what happened. Then Ria jerked her finger at the monitor, screaming that the orc and dark magician Anami were back. Chiru snapped fully awake. Fully awake and scratching his head, did he really hear her say dark magician? The second his eyes locked onto the monitor, he shot upright and blurted a shout. It was Anami. He and Ria went rigid, staring with eyes that nearly popped out of their heads. Chiru froze in disbelief. There was Anami, crouched beside the creature like it was normal, half-dressed, casually munching the scattered pet food, and the sheer insanity of it made his face twist as if reality had just slipped sideways. Before that, the orc and Anami were laughing like old buddies. Then Chiru's gut snapped. He saw the iron door drop, and he screamed as the robot's automated move kicked in. Chiru panicked, mashing the clicker as the door slammed back and forth, buying himself a breath of time, and then he snapped. No matter where that door landed, he had to move, so he bolted straight for the dungeon. He hauled his pickaxe along while Ria kept her shield at his side, and Anami, food still in his mouth, chimed in like it had been ages since they'd last seen each other. Anami shot Chiru a look, wondering if he'd finally bought a TV to lock in that broadcast deal. Then Chiru froze, said no, and shoved him back like, move away. Leaving Anami stunned, totally lost at why he suddenly flipped like that. Chiru blared a warning the moment the iron door began to drop, and Anami snapped his gaze up, thinking Chiru was trying to snatch the food he'd grabbed with the orc, until Chiru cut him off on the spot, telling him he was dead wrong. He blurted to Anami that the pet food was a trap, and shouted for him to look up, right as Inami's eyes snapped wide with panic. Inami yelled for the orc to pull back, right now, because that tasty food was a trap, and even though the orc was confused and still starving, it fought the urge, then finally gave in and obeyed. They bolted back along their routes, and that iron door slammed shut the second they cleared it. Chiru let out a shaky breath like he'd finally made it out, then exhaustion crashed over him, and the truth hit like a punch. Inami had come back to the dungeon after all. He still thought there had to be a way to pull Inami back, so he braced himself, promised Ria that her help could slip him past that iron door, and asked her to come with him, though she agreed with a shaky, nervous hesitation. They held hands as they pushed forward, until Ria suddenly crumpled to her knees, choking on a breath, sweat shining cold across her face. Ria just froze, eyes bulging in pure shock at what she was seeing. Then Chiru snapped, panicked, and demanded right away if she was okay. At last, Ditto burst through the iron door, alive and unhurt. Chiru and Ria screamed her name, and he immediately blurted out, "What about Anami?" But she stared in total confusion. Ditto instantly clocked the Japanese person, and when Chiru pressed, "Did you forget?" Ditto snapped back that she absolutely knew him. She hadn't forgotten a single thing. She dug up every scrap of info on Anami, because a wild rumor was buzzing through the guild, and Chiru couldn't resist. He leaned in and demanded she spill every detail. Chiru and Ria stared at her, totally hooked, and when Ditto said, "Let's talk about it in the room," all three of them hustled back to the apartment. He shoved a cola into Ditto's hands, and she grinned as she savored that first sip after forever, then wiped her mouth like a champ. Right after, he leaned in and grilled her again about that rumor. She started remembering that, back at the Adventurers Guild bar, a wild rumor was tearing through the room. Some weird orc was going around asking people if they wanted to sign a contract to receive a broadcast. Chiru pressed for answers again, and he even called out the Adventurers Guild. Ria told him, though, that since the guy had already retired, he might not know what's going on. Then she laid it out. The Yumi Labyrinth was commissioned by Francis and run by the guild, and nearly every branch had a bar. Chiru figured this felt like one of those usual game missions, then leaned in when Ditto said the guild had put out a request to subjugate Anami. I was stunned when I realized that their request was really about killing, and when Ditto confirmed it, saying this was a rank E quest with a tiny reward, my stomach dropped. She leaned in and said, "An orc is a beast, too strong for anyone to be stupid enough to chase it just for a measly ranked E reward," and the two nodded like that was the best news they could have hoped for. Ditto said a top-tier adventurer could wipe Inami out in seconds, and since Inami kept hunting people while blurting out the contract, everyone would get fed up fast. Chiru froze, panicked, and asked if there was any way to save him, but Ditto just went quiet, lost in thought. She pushed for a fresh guild request, baiting a bigger reward and demanding Anami be captured alive. Chiru shot back, "Can we even do that?" Ditto hesitated, saying he'd have to check with the original requester, but it should be fine since they all just wanted Anami out of the picture. Chiru nodded like it all clicked, because he was already planning to drag Anami back into this world. He apologized and told Ditto to head to the Adventurers Guild, and the moment she heard it, her smile vanished. Her face tightened like fury was about to explode. Then she blew up in anger, pointing out she'd just come back from the surface. Chiru admitted it was a huge ask, but swore he couldn't leave Inami alone, bowing with clasped hands and begging, and Ditto answered by pouting. Then her voice turned gentle. She hinted that if she tagged along with Chiru, she might finally agree to help. Chiru fired back, reminding her how risky it had been before. Then Ditto shot back. He shot back that with his new level, he'd be fine if she and Ria rode along with him, leaving Ria staring in shock. Ria couldn't believe she'd been included, but the worry hit hard. What if she only slowed everyone down without a sword? Ditto just scoffed, shot up to his feet, and met her with a cocky, unshakable glare. Then she thrust a package toward Ria, asking what she thought, and Chiru blurted out that she'd brought something back from the dungeon, only for Ditto to grin and reveal it was meant for Ria. She tore open the package, and when that claymore finally came into view, her eyes lit up like fireworks as she held it out and declared, "Yep, this is a claymore." Ditto thrust the sword into Ria's hands and warned it cost a fortune, but Ria shot her hands up in protest, shaking her head as she gently refused the gift. She wouldn't accept it. She pushed the sword into Ria's hands, snapping that she couldn't use it even if she tried, then mocked her for that old promise. How Ria once swore she couldn't reach the surface without a weapon, leaving Ria to freeze, wavering until. She finally caved in, thanking Ditto and swearing she'd pay it back. Ditto just shrugged it off, saying she'd earned that little cash. But Ria's expression stayed tight, eyes down, nerves on edge, like she didn't want to do this at all. Chiru burst out with pure excitement, insisting all three of them rush up to the surface through the dungeon, while Ria's eyes snapped wide with shock, demanding if they were really leaving right away. He told them to slow down and prep properly, with plans to leave tomorrow or maybe the next day, and Ria stammered yes, but Ditto snapped back, saying she needed real rest after just getting back. He decided to max out his levels before they even left, and Ditto fired off a question, was his level-up trap ready? He nodded, then told her he'd been saving it to show her, and her eyes lit up as she blurted that she couldn't wait to see it. Chiru practically guided her to the computer, and Ditto's eyes widened. She froze in pure amazement. The dungeon was streaming live on the screen, and Chiru leaned in and asked if she spotted the tiny pieces scattered all over the floor. Ditto narrowed her eyes, thinking the scraps were trash, but Chiru snapped back that it was pet food, bait for monsters, and she just muttered that nobles and hunters kept animals too. And he clicked the mouse, and the iron door swung up, only to slam back down with a brutal mechanical blink. She gasped the moment she asked what was going on, and Chiru just told her to watch as a giant centipede crawled into view, deadly as hell. She blurted that it had to be stopped, and Chiru stayed ice calm, then clicked the mouse to spring the trap. The iron door slammed down with a sickening crash, pulverizing the centipede on the spot. Ditto just stared as Chiru snapped into place, a jolt of energy ripping through him. Then he blurted out that he leveled up again, a F***. A faint aura flickered across the air for a split second, and she muttered, stunned, realizing he'd been leveling up. Then he said his system was running on autopilot now, even while he slept, but with Anami standing at the door, it was dangerously risky. Ditto demanded Chiru match his level. He blurted out 9, then snapped back to 10 when the aura vanished. The moment the power died down, Chiru's eyes went wide as she gasped, "Are you serious?" He rubbed the back of his head and confessed he'd grinded all night to level up, and now his daytime part-time job was beating him to a pulp. She yanked both of his cheeks and kept yelling that it wasn't fair. Chiru protested through clenched teeth, wincing as it stung. Ditto raged, swearing she'd risked her life again and again fighting monsters just to claw her way to level 10, and demanding if he even understood what that cost in years. Chiru snapped back, defensive and sure she could do the same. She let go and her face snapped into confusion. Then she blurted out what she was supposed to do. Chiru leaned in and said it was simple. Just move the mouse, slide the pointer over, and click using her index finger. She followed his command, clicked the switch, and when the iron door slammed shut again, another monster got wiped out. Her eyes lit up with pure joy as she yelled that she'd taken it down. But just as she was about to go further, Ria stepped in, and her face instantly turned uneasy. She asked in a soft voice if she could practice swinging her sword, because she hadn't touched one in ages and desperately wanted that feeling back. Chiru didn't hesitate. He encouraged her and even offered to watch. Ria shot him an apology, then refused. She wanted to handle everything on her own, and he understood completely. She apologized again for that selfish request, but he waved it off and told Dido, "Don't click anymore," and she just nodded. Chiru swore he'd be gone for an hour so Ria could slip back safe, because if he didn't, she wouldn't be able to get inside the apartment again. Ria thanked him, then stepped straight into the dungeon hallway. The second the door shut, Chiru shot a look at the closet where Shizuku cowered, gently calling her name, so she peeked out at once, voice soft as a whisper, asking what he needed. Chiru laid out his plan to Shizuku and told her to keep an eye on Ria through the camera, memorizing every move, because if she ever snapped back into clothing around him again, she could lead him by copying Ria's exact shape and technique. Shizuku didn't hesitate. She agreed on the spot and promised she'd give it everything. Then he said he'd head to the shop to grab ingredients for dinner, and he told Dido and Shizuku to keep an eye on the apartment. Dido waved him off like it was nothing, while Shizuku bowed deeply and sent him off with a heartfelt safe trip. Chiru bolted out of the apartment, hit the city streets, and bought top-notch meat, because right after Dido came home, he wanted the whole crew to dig into a steaming bowl of soup. He came back loaded with grocery bags, and they all dug into sukiyaki together. Dido came sprinting up, all flustered, and then Shizuku burst in too, yelling that something was seriously wrong. Chiru's heart dropped, and he demanded what happened and why everyone was freaking out. Their reply hit him like a brick. Ria had collapsed in the dungeon, and on the camera feed they watched her crumple onto the stone floor, still as stone, refusing to move. In the hush of Keisha's grand, ornamented room, Ria faced her former master, and soft light washed over the noble woman's calm, grateful smile as she praised Ria for her service. Ria, though, bowed so deeply her shoulders tightened, whispering through strained breath that she didn't deserve it. The noble woman closed the distance, speaking softly as she told Ria she wasn't her master anymore and didn't have to bow so low, so Ria slowly raised her gaze, her wide eyes trembling with feelings she couldn't even put into words. Out of nowhere, the noble woman's calm cracked, and she lunged at full speed, shoving herself against her former knight, while Ria stiffened for a split second. Monica, the noble woman, leaned in and whispered that she and Ria were close in age and raised side by side since childhood. Then she swore, straight from the heart, that she truly saw Ria as a sister, and Ria met her with a sharp, thoughtful stare. Monica kept nudging Ria to drop that heavy, gloomy look, because today was the day she was leaving, and Monica desperately wanted one real smile from her before she said goodbye. Monica darted to the room's corner, yanked a sword from its wall bracket, and told Ria, "I know this can never match our old bond with the Eldrac house, but I'm giving you this blade." Ria finally snapped awake in Chiru's bed, and her mind raced in full confusion, still stuck on the same question: why was she even there? Her hands shook as she clutched her chest, and she broke into quiet sobs while the truth of her collapse finally hit like a wave. Outside the room, Dido, Shizuku, and Chiru stood on edge, watching until she finally came to. Dido broke the tension first, telling her there were no outside injuries and that her breathing and heartbeat were steady, and Chiru let out a huge breath of relief. He demanded to know why she'd crumple, and Shizuku snapped back that even as they monitored her, she suddenly went still mid-grip, sword in hand, then collapsed out of nowhere. Dido then pressed the point. It didn't feel physical at all, more like a mental breakdown. Chiru's brow snapped into a frown, and worry crawled onto his face as he realized she must be terrified of the dungeon. He remembered Ria storming into the dungeon alone with her sword, and at first she looked totally fine, even to him, but Dido insisted she'd chosen to go solo just to beat her fear head-on. She leaned in and said it was probably trauma, and Chiru's mind raced, thinking maybe Ria should stay somewhere safe and just slowly mend her broken mind. Then Dido cut in and snapped that Ria's trauma might never fully heal. Chiru's eyes shot wide with shock, and he blurted, "Why?" Dido said there was fresh gossip flying around the Adventurers Guild, besides the buzz about Inami, and if that rumor touched her collapse, then her trauma might go way deeper than anyone guessed. Chiru's nerves spiked as he pushed to figure out whether this new story was connected to Ria. Dido stayed tight-lipped for a moment, and Chiru begged her to spill more, but before she could even start, she shifted uncomfortably, and then Ria burst in, insisting this was something she had to say herself. Everyone stared at her, worry twisting their faces, shouting her name as if it could pull her back. Chiru leaned in and asked softly if she was okay to stand up, and Ria nodded, apologizing in a quiet breath for worrying everyone. Dido told her she didn't have to force a word if she didn't want to, but Ria dug in and demanded the chance to speak. Her eyes sharpened instantly as she leaned in and said, "This is something I have to tell you, no matter what." Ria demanded both Chiru and Dido listen to her tale. When they shot each other worried looks, concern was written all over their faces, and then Ria started digging into her past, saying that to explain why she ended up like this, she had to start from the beginning. How she became an adventurer. She spilled details about the house she was born into, the Eldrax house, where military nobles had stood guard and served the Kadia house for generations. Their job was to rule the knights of that proud family, but the Eldrac line couldn't give them a male heir, so Rhea stepped up and became the head of her house. At her birth, the Kadia fiefdom was drowning in droughts, and the economy cracked under the pressure. She explained all of that as she went on, and somehow the Kadia house kept rolling out kids, only daughters. Sure, a woman could lead the Eldrax house if times were steady, but once the house started to crumble, nobody would recognize her, and that rejection crushed them, until the Kaisha house finally slid into extinction. Monica, the last heartbeat of the bloodline, was about to marry a duke, and with that, the Kaisha house story slammed shut for good. On the day she turned 16 and got crowned as a bride, Monica pressed her heirloom sword into Rhea's hands. Rhea shut her eyes for a heartbeat, and the sadness in her face hit like a punch, because even though she'd left the house and quit being a knight, she still couldn't drop her loyalty to Kaisha house. She told everyone why she'd step up for starving orphans, using her powers to keep money flowing and their lives afloat, so she became an adventurer, raking in cash by diving into dungeons. The sword Monica gave her became the shield that kept what was left of the Kaisha house standing, and that's what lit the spark that turned her into an adventurer. Dido nodded like he finally understood. Rhea had fully accepted this life, trading her knight's title for an adventurer's grind, while Rhea admitted the sword was her only real talent, and she made her way with raw strength, not strategy. Chiru agreed in his own way, saying her body was strong, then corrected himself fast. Her body skill was terrifying, even if she used it the practical way to survive. Dido nodded again, thinking the same thing. Rhea didn't earn a living with clever plans, she did it with power. Dido clocked the adventurers and saw they were boxed in by scoundrels and criminals, and around town, word spread fast about a beautiful, battle-hardened former knight who just joined the guild. Rhea nodded along and admitted Dido was famous too, then explained that while a party was usually the go-to for dungeon runs, she'd heard Dido loved slipping in alone. Yet Dido just shrugged and said she had the skill and experience to handle it herself, while Chiru teased her softly, reminding her that when they first met, she'd been nearly wiped out, so Dido grumbled in response. Chiru finally got it, then the memory hit her. She hadn't grabbed the important sword when she passed out, and Ray was already there, setting herself to tell him everything that happened before she met him. Hustle and noise churned outside the busy street when a guest at the party thanked Rhea for her help, and she brushed it off fast, telling them not to make a big deal and to stay safe. Then she slipped into a bar and spotted Dido. Rhea marched up to Dido, still just a casual acquaintance, and asked, straight up, if she wanted to join her party. Dido let out a frustrated sigh, knowing that meddling knightess was at it again. Rhea brushed it off and pushed for a raid together, saying it'd be safer and hit harder than going solo, but Dido shut her down on the spot, snorting that it was just the same tired guild rulebook, and he was sick of hearing it. Rhea's voice went tight with unease as she insisted this wasn't about rules at all, because the Adventurers Guild guidelines were treated like sacred principles, and for safety, they urged you to team up with a few people before you step into a dungeon. Her voice shook with near panic as she blurted, I truly need the money. If I don't earn it, those kids in the orphanage will keep growing up in misery. Lately, she'd been grinding beginner-tier dungeons and pulling in almost nothing, and the party she'd joined earlier had already given up on her by the second floor. Determination snapped into her voice as she swore she'd build a party with someone tough enough to take on the 4th or 5th floor. Then she pushed Dido to join her. No more day drinking. Dido shot it down hard, saying she'd already made up her mind, no teaming up with anyone. At the next table, 2 adventurers were huddled in talk, one bragging that most parties never survive past the 3rd floor, and the other nodding like it was a curse, saying once you hit the 4th, it turns into a brutal grind. She added that if anyone dared to rise to the challenge, the rewards hit on a whole other level. Rhea watched them with a sharp, calculating stare. Ideally, she thought, a proper group needs at least 3. Someone to strike, someone to hold the line, and someone to back them up. These 2 looked talented, but they were just a pair, and that worried her. So she leaned toward Dido and whispered, asking who they were because she'd never seen them around before, yet they always stayed together. Dido clocked them instantly, Klein and Barney, 2 men who'd bolted from a neighboring country. She tore into them for cowering and fleeing the fight, saying she'd never team up with men branded like criminals if they ever showed up back home, and Rhea listened, hanging on every word. But soon she decided she'd try anyway. Dido begged her not to, yet Rhea snapped forward and walked up first. She crept toward their table, nerves buzzing, and asked if she could sit with them for a bit. They clocked her on sight, the meddlesome knightess, so Klein and Barney traded quick, worried looks, and Rhea stepped in to reassure them that she understood exactly why they hesitated. Barney demanded to know what she wanted. Rhea admitted she was dying to understand why they'd turned into adventurers, and Klein snapped at Barney to calm the heck down. Barney wouldn't let it go. He grilled her about what she really wanted. Rhea, though, lit up and said she hoped to ride with their party. The moment those words landed, both men snapped with rage, stunned that she'd even dare offer that, and they realized heading back to their homeland could brand them as criminals. Barney then snapped at Klein to get control of himself. As the crowd gawked and leaned in, listening to every word, Barney figured they couldn't tag along with her party, but Rhea snapped at Klein, calling his fear cowardice and pushing back hard. Klein owned up that running is cowardly, yet Rhea insisted that sometimes the bravest move is dodging needless bloodshed. The two locked eyes in silence, then Barney let out a scoff, muttering that their little group was already in trouble and there was no point turning her down. Klein nodded along, saying getting invited by a beauty like her felt like a punishment to refuse. And there he was, trying to save face and take his words back with a bashful stumble. Rhea took it all in with real gratitude, saying it was a privilege to stand with them, and the two men bowed back with thanks. Dido sat at her table and watched in tense silence. So the three of them stormed into dungeons together in high spirits. Klein, the swordsman, carved the path with brutal, reliable swings, while Barney, the mage, locked down the fight with support spells and still tore enemies apart with serious firepower. Rhea charged at the front with her shield blazing, snapping aside every enemy swing as Klein surged in to strike back, and Barney kept the magic flowing to back them up. Together, they moved like a perfectly synced team. They head back to the bar and clink their mugs together, celebrating like they just won the whole night. Klein lit up over how the raid paid off and how they'd uncovered a rare artifact, while Barney grinned and said the wins just kept piling up since they started as a trio. Maybe Rhea was their lucky charm. Then Rhea brushed it off with a humble shake of the head. Barney went on about how Rhea's defense was a brick wall, even letting him, zero defense skills and all, still pull his weight, and Klein snapped back that during the rat attack Rhea had been in real danger because Barney didn't strike right away, only for Barney to swear his magic had already dealt with the threat. Rhea watched the three of them click, moving like one perfect team, and when she said they were a match, Klein's cheeks instantly flared with a hot blush. Rhea couldn't stop thinking she might have said something weird, but Klein waved it off like it was nothing. Then he pivoted fast, pushing for a raid on the fifth floor soon, and it blindsided both Barney and Rhea. Rhea shot her idea down, yelling that it was way too dangerous, and that going on to the safer third and fourth floors was the smart move, while Klein snapped back that the party could handle it, and that the fifth floor was where the big rewards waited, and Rhea weighed the money in her mind. And finally it got agreed to. She insisted they add one more member to the party. Klein went absolutely furious, and the moment his disbelief showed, it looked like nobody was going to join. Barney chewed him out for snapping at Rhea. Klein swallowed his pride and apologized, and Rhea leaned in with, "Come on, give it a try." They swore that if the raid turned out to be too brutal, they'd bail on the spot, no hesitation. Klein and Barney even locked in a deal. Barney would keep Klein in check if his temper flared too hard. Deep in the dungeon, Klein's sword snapped, and he muttered a curse through clenched teeth. Then they got swarmed by goblins, leaving him staring at the scary truth. Why the heck would a whole flock be waiting on the fifth floor? Klein panicked when he realized it should be several floors higher, and Barney snapped him back to reality. Talking won't fix this, they've got to move. Then the goblins burst in from every corner, and Rhea threw up her shield, shouting for everyone to stay calm. Then Barney ripped into the ice magic and froze that goblin solid. Crystalline ice clung around their feet, and Rhea shouted at Klein to grab her sword. He did just that, fired off his thanks, then swung the blade and carved up a goblin right next to him. Goblins littered the ground all around, and Klein couldn't stop staring. He couldn't believe how close it all happened. Barney snapped at him for neglecting his sword, and Klein had to own it, because that floor hit them with a bunch of armed goblins, and Rhea still had to remind them, it's way too early to be on the fifth floor. They chose to fall back, and Klein hurried to ask Rhea if he could keep using her sword until they finally broke the surface. Rhea nodded, reminding him that since he was the attacker, they needed him to drive this fight. Klein stared at the blade's razor edge, stunned. Rhea told him it was a mithril sword Monica handed down when she was still a knightess, a sword packed with memories, and the three of them just stood there, breathless, while Klein vowed he'd guard it with his life. As they backed off, one goblin stayed fully awake and on the hunt. Rhea shoved Klein out of the way and barked, "Watch yourself." But the goblin yanked out a poison tube and blasted it. Rhea took it in the leg while she shielded Klein. Klein snapped and swore, then tore the goblin down on the spot. Right after that, they rushed to check on Rhea. She blurted out an apology, still frozen in place by the venom's curse, and Klein snapped at Barney to fire off anti-venom magic immediately, only for Barney to panic and insist, "I'm doing it already." But Klein kept pushing him to keep going, but Barney wasn't even hearing him. his magic still wasn't cutting it. He admitted he had to stock up on magic just to reach the surface, but Klein snapped back, "No way they're turning around unless Rhea gets healed first." Barney finally snapped it out, "We have to leave her behind." Klein exploded with rage, yanking at his shirt collar, and muttered a curse under his breath. Barney insisted that in that kind of depth, you can't survive while guarding someone who can't even move, and Klein shot it down, until Rhea stepped in, told them to stop, and backed Barney's point. She laid out the Adventurers Guild emergency rules like a fire alarm. When a partner goes down and can't fight back, you grab only what you need, bail before the monsters regroup, and trust that this exact nightmare has its own clause in the guild handbook. Barney clocked that food and weapons were the real lifelines, then started pulling key items right out of Rhea's backpack. Then he thanked her and waved goodbye, telling Klein to do the same, yet Klein opened his mouth to finally confess what he felt and froze mid-sentence. And he just told her, "We'll see you next time," while Rhea calmly reminded both of them to stay safe. All alone, he's stuck on the dungeon floor, paralyzed, helpless, unable to move. She dragged herself forward, refusing to back down. She refused to sit around. Then in the pitch black, she scrambled and clawed her way through the dark, hunting for a hiding spot. And then, at last, she spotted a little hideaway she could lunge for with every last bit of strength she had left. Pain ripped through her body and clawed straight into her heart. She sobbed that Barney should have protected her before she ever had to scramble to safety, and that Klein never even bothered to leave her sword, tears pouring down her face. Yeah, she sobbed because they both knew what that sword meant to her, but they still snatched it away, and her hands kept reaching for that hidden spot she'd spotted in the dark. Then she realized that even if she slipped away, no one might come for her, so when she dragged her hands along the wall, she accidentally slammed the button on the iron door. As her consciousness slipped away, she rasped a quick apology to Monica, wrecked by the stolen sword and the pain she'd left in Monica's heart and body. The instant Teru learned what happened, it hit him. Rhea's pain wasn't just real, it was total. Locked deep in that dungeon with zero weapons, zero food, and no way to protect herself. Paralyzing venom crawling through her until her body went numb and rotted from the inside, stuck in pitch-black silence while monsters groaned somewhere nearby, just out of reach, and she couldn't fight back. Rhea shut her eyes as the memory slammed into her, back when death felt so near it brushed her skin, and all she could do was sit there, sobbing. She said that's when Teru showed up and rescued her, and the way he treated her with such gentle care made her realize how shattered by fear she'd gotten in the first place. Now the dungeon scared her so badly she couldn't even keep her grip steady on her sword, and when she remembered it, tears streamed down her cheeks. Dido kept going, claiming she'd caught another rumor drifting through the guild. Klein had inherited Rhea's sword, just like the Adventurers Guild rules say, yet every time she pushed for details, she only managed to scrape together scraps. Rhea blamed herself, too. She even admitted it was her fault. Panic slammed into her so hard she couldn't move, and in that terrifying moment, she never once considered the safety of the two who got left behind. Wait, no. She snapped out of it and corrected herself. What she truly wanted was the exact opposite. Dido tried to soothe her, almost like it was nothing, telling her those feelings were normal, then asked if that was exactly what had Ryo so rattled, only for Ryo to go completely silent. Dido snapped that she was totally shocked, and swore she'd run straight to beat Klein up and snatch Rhea's sword back. Then Rhea instantly freaked out, yelling that she couldn't allow it, because the Adventurers Guild rules were locked in by the laws of the Francis Kingdom, and if Dido did this, she'd be branded a criminal. Dido snapped that she'd never forgive that kind of behavior, then whipped around to Teru, demanding to know if he agreed, while Rhea begged him over and over to stop hurting her. Dido finally clocked it. Teru had gone quiet the whole time. Then Teru snapped, saying he couldn't forgive them, and both women froze in stunned silence. Rage surged through his voice as he snapped that he'd never forgive the two who left Rhea behind, and Dido admitted that Teru had finally lost control. Rhea, shaken by the fire burning in his eyes, snapped that even if he refused to forgive them, the guild's rules and laws wouldn't vanish. Dido cut in fast, demanding what he planned to do then, and Teru, still seething, swore she understood perfectly, because he was going to make Klein and Barney choke on the same terror they'd dragged onto Rhea. Dido jumped in to help right away, and that just made Rhea's fear spike even higher. Shizuku, who'd been quietly listening, finally snapped into the conversation. Her voice was usually soft, but now it rang with anger as she demanded her master let her help too. Rhea snapped her eyes open in shock. There was a white slime talking with pure grit, and Teru didn't even flinch, just shoved them into action. Fist clenched with pure determination, he vowed they'd rip Rhea's sword back from the cowards who made her cry, Dido, and Shizuku snapped back together in perfect unison. The moment the talk started, strategy was on the table. Rhea hung on every word, nerves sparking, as the three of them crowded in and hammered out the plan side by side. Inside the dungeon, Ditto tore loose with her inferno spell. Flames erupted from her spot like a shockwave, and every monster around her got turned to ash in the blink of an eye. Klein and Barney stared in awe, grinning like they'd just witnessed greatness, Barney saying it was exactly what you'd expect from battle-scarred veterans, and Klein nodding that she was seriously reliable. Ditto slid right up to Klein after his comment, and the second he felt her near, his confidence crumbled. His face flushed, and he stumbled out a line about how someone as beautiful as her should totally stay with their party, like he was trying to impress her. Ditto let out a soft, girlish giggle and said she'd think about it, but inside she recoiled hard, stunned that a man who could ditch a teammate like Rhea could act so carefree, almost like he was flirting. And that's when she started to wonder, was this really what the two of them were like? As they kept moving, Ditto watched them like a hawk, and every little habit didn't match a single word of how Rhea described them. Klein acted with that same unsettling, uncomfortable vibe. That comfy, overfamiliar vibe just kept steamrolling her boundaries, crowding her personal space nonstop, while Barney, meanwhile, studied her with sharp, measuring eyes, like he was quietly deciding what she was worth. Ditto reminded herself that Rhea was the gentle type. She could find the good in anyone, even in two people as sketchy as these. And when Ditto went quiet, Klein snapped her fingers at her to catch her attention, pointing at an item she wore that looked like it could be a seriously useful artifact. His gaze slid to her chest instead of the artifact, and disgust snapped through her like a blade, yet she still smiled and said it was her moonlight stone necklace, a sacred piece that lit up everything even without a torch, and she made it clear it was her most prized treasure. Barney's curiosity flared at the price. He just knew it had to be ridiculously expensive. Then Ditto calmly steered the conversation away and pointed out that Klein's sword looked way more valuable. Barney's eyes narrowed with instant interest, and Klein, now itching to show off, lifted the sword high and bragged that it was forged from pure mithril. Ditto instantly knew that blade wasn't hers, and that hit like fire, blood simmering with fury as she snapped into action right then and there. But she forced herself not to move. Chiru's plan demanded pure patience, and her thoughts shot back to that kitchen talk, where he'd told her to bring Klein and Barney down to the iron door outside the targeted room, and Ditto had promised it'd be easy since those two were already set on reaching the 5th level. In the present, Barney abruptly yanked Klein to a stop and demanded he pay attention, and Klein immediately acted immature, yet Barney's warning snapped Ditto into focus. Even if Klein was reckless, Barney was the one she truly didn't trust. With his calm eyes and calculating moves, Barney proved way more dangerous than he looked. Barney then praised Ditto's skills, sounding genuinely shocked that someone that good had joined them, and Ditto just shrugged, saying it was a totally fair idea after all. Her memory snapped back, replaying every step she used to lure them in. Then, right after Chiru's plan hit, she raced above ground and slapped a flyer on the guild's bulletin board. Later, Barney burst up to her in the bar, grinning like crazy, with Klein right at his side, and both of them couldn't wait to team up, build a party, chase the cash, and start winning together. They couldn't believe it. Ditto, the one who usually ran expeditions solo, was suddenly asking for a temporary partner. She shrugged it off, saying she just needed money to cover her costs, then straight up asked how they'd get paid. Barney answered without hesitation. Once they pushed through and hit the dungeon's 5th level, their earnings would start rolling in. Then he brought up the memorial service. Ditto knew exactly what that meant, scavenging the dead adventurers' gear from the dungeon, stripping their belongings to recycle every last piece of equipment. Most of the time, the dead guy's gear was beat-up trash, barely worth anything, so Ditto stared at it, cut through the talk, and said, "There's zero money in this," calling it taboo, especially since it was tied to a former teammate. Still, Barney swore this time was different. There was a real, lucrative shot. He grabbed Rhea's old night gear, her armor and shield, and proposed they split the profits 3 ways, and Ditto couldn't help thinking that some adventurers really did love crossing those taboo lines. And yeah, these two were right in that same mix. She realized they'd gotten used to snatching priceless stuff like it was normal, even a spotless mithril sword, and somehow these people had developed a sick taste for stealing from memorials. Just like she figured, the men were hunting for a 3rd member so they could try climbing back up to the 5th floor. Same tarnished reputation, same sketchy duo who somehow inherited Rhea's sword, and no one wanted to touch their offer until her. With a totally different agenda, she walked up and demanded to know where the knight's body was, and Klein shot back that it was down a hallway to the right. Then both of them raced ahead, practically salivating. On the way down, Klein blurted out a stupid comment that made it sound like Rhea would go green with envy if she knew Ditto was in their party, and Ditto only chuckled on the outside, while Rage fought her not to swing at him from the inside. Then Barney led them to the spot where he said Rhea had collapsed, and told them to start hunting the area. Ditto lagged behind them, tracking every move with icy precision, while Klein and Barney tore into the area, hunting for Rhea's armor and shield. Then Dito realized the rest was Chiru's call, raised a finger, and pointed straight ahead, forcing everyone's eyes onto the object waiting there. Klein and Barney both snapped to a stop, staring hard, completely baffled. Shock twisted their faces as their minds scrambled to make sense of what they were seeing. Chapter 19. Dito pointed toward a figure on the dungeon floor and called out, alerting the group, asking if that was her. Klein and Barney's eyes bulged with disbelief when they recognized the blonde woman and watched her crumple to the ground right there. They both muttered through clenched teeth, stunned beyond words. How was this even possible? They'd come ready for a memorial service. Dito felt the panic clamping down on them, and Barney seized that, after weeks locked in a dungeon with no weapons and no food, there was simply no way she could have kept her stunning figure. She teased him, saying she might still be alive, and daring the men to fess up for teaming up and then abandoning her, even offering to let her tell the story for them. Barney's whole body tensed. He snapped at her to stop, insisting none of it could be true. Dito burst into laughter, snatched the words back, and insisted it was just a corpse, then demanded they grab the gear they came for. Klein froze with dread, terrified to touch the body, trembling like a leaf. Then Dito shoved them forward, barking, "Quit fooling around," right as they closed in on Ria's body. Barney fought to convince himself she really was dead, but blind fear clawed at him as whispered doubts flooded in. He stared at her skin, panicked that she might still be alive, and couldn't stop looking at her. Dito scoffed, swore she was dead for real, and told them to ditch her armor and shield so they could get going. Klein, half believing, dropped to his knees and whispered an apology to Ria as his hand reached for the armor. Then Ria jerked awake, clamped onto his arm, and squeezed hard. Klein shook uncontrollably when Ria's weak voice asked, "Klein or Barney?" right to his face. Klein shrieked and crumpled to the ground in pure terror as Ria slithered closer, inching toward his shaking leg. Barney snapped into a frozen stare, utterly stunned, then asked if they'd really returned to help her. Klein's voice trembled when he said that friends always show up for one another. Rio barely managed to whisper her thanks, weak as she was, but her heart still burned with it. Dito's impatience flared, and he snapped that the armor and shield reward they promised to split was still on the table, just as both men went still, silently motioning that they'd handle Dito's share separately once this was done. She caught the cue, muttered, "I get it," then zipped her mouth shut. Ria actually caught every word they said, and with a spark of curiosity burning in her eyes, she demanded to know what they meant. Then her face hardened, her voice dropping into something cold and eerie as she demanded, had they come back just to attend a memorial? Barney stammered, scrambling to defend them, insisting they'd never do such a thing. Then Ria's expression snapped back to bright joy, her voice turning cheery again as she made it crystal clear. They were friends after all. Her eyes narrowed as all hope slipped away, because he'd risen from the surface for her, and now he held his own sword again. She shot him a question: could she get hers back? Klein went pale and couldn't even speak. Barney shook his head, glaring in disapproval, and said that the sword was Klein's inheritance. No one required him to hand it back, especially with Ria still alive. Ria's eyes narrowed, and disappointment darkened her face. Right then, Chiru slammed a hand against the iron door from the other side of the wall. A terrifying creak rumbled from the ceiling, then the iron door slammed shut. Klein and Barney screamed and clawed at a way out. Ria braced herself hard, pinning them to the floor with zero mercy. Then they cursed, flailing as they desperately tried to bolt. As he begged her to let them go, she just smirked, cold, eerie, and unmoving, and then she unleashed the most terrifying sound imaginable. As the walls slammed shut behind them, Ria's face began to drip with sweat. And twisted into a bony, skeletal horror, she snarled for her swords back, her voice ringing with pure menace. Klein and Barney howled at the top of their lungs, their fear spilling over with every breath. They begged her to spare them, and she finally relented on one brutal condition: they'd hand back her sword. Both of them stammered out a desperate yes, ready to comply right away. Right in their faces, a blinding flash exploded out of nowhere. The glare slammed both men into unconsciousness, and Ria yanked hard on their feet so they couldn't wriggle free. But that blinding light wasn't magic at all. It was just the glow from Chiru's head torch, and the whole thing was a setup. Shizuku, back in slime form, chuckled at how they fainted, amused but totally impressed, and Chiru praised them both, saying their performance was dead on. Ditto said their snapped emotions were the whole cause, and Shizuku shot back with a fierce glare. When slimes lose their temper, they really lose it, and as Chiru stared at the two men, he realized they'd pissed themselves. He snatched his phone to snap a pic of them, shouted for Dito and Shizuku to stay put, then bolted back to the apartment to grab more supplies. Chiru came back with paper and a pen, then ordered Dito to scribble a few characters, making sure the message was real. Chiru held up the signal, letting everyone know it was done. Then it was time to sprint back. At the apartment, they tore through the CCTV footage, and there it was, Klein and Barney fighting their way back to consciousness. Panic flashed across their faces as they read the warning note and spotted the sword, because it swore they'd be killed by a curse if they ever came back near this spot, while Shizuku grinned and joyfully declared that both men had already bolted. Hiro forced a smile, knowing they'd probably never come back, then shot an anxious look at the next room, because all that was left now was Syria. Then he swung open the door to Ria's room, and there she was, right in front of him. Claudia huddled on the floor, shaking as she whispered, "Is it over?" And he calmly nodded, sure as ever. And when she offered her sword, Ria froze for a heartbeat, torn between awe and suspicion. She paused for half a beat, then snatched it up, her fingers instantly recognizing its familiar weight and shape. Joy burst through her like a wave, and she shot up in a jolt. Tears spilled down her face as she clutched the sword to her chest, whispering that it was a gift from Monica-sama, while Teru stared back, glowing with pure happiness. Curiosity took over, and she pressed him. If she got paralyzed again, what would he do? Teru snapped into action right away, swearing they'd de-escape together, no matter if it meant hoisting her onto his shoulders or dying under a monster's claws. Ria flashed a smile and edged in closer, each step tiny but razor-focused, until she was close enough that her eyes sharpened with a message Teru couldn't read yet. Right when it finally hit him that everything had changed, she swooped in and kissed him out of nowhere, making their lips part with a soft, shocked breath. Ria's cheeks burst red as she told him. She already knew he'd come back with exactly that kind of comment. Teru froze for a heartbeat, eyes locked on his thoughts, then a thin streak of worry crawled across his face. He leaned in and told Ria there was something she had to hear. Ria stayed calm, curious, and asked what it was. He finally cranked out the truth. He wasn't some legendary great sage after all. He swallowed his pride and apologized for every single lie, and Ria's face softened with real concern instead of anger. Then she admitted she just had a feeling he wasn't that kind of person, and it totally caught him off guard. She kept talking, pointing out the little things she'd noticed here and there, then admitted living with him was too much fun to stop, so she let Teru-sama's kindness spoil her rotten. She even insisted she was the one who should apologize for all the trouble she caused. But Teru-sama only shook his head and said that's not how he saw it at all. She wasn't a burden. He wanted to be with her too. They locked eyes for a long, tense breath, the unspoken truth crackling between them. Then Ria leaned in and whispered his name. Then she pressed him like, if you're not some great sage, what are you really? He admitted he didn't know. His thoughts tangled too hard to explain, and Ria just let out this little giggle, saying she didn't care what Teru-sama claimed to be, until she suddenly dropped to her knees, making him flinch in shock. She dropped to one knee like a sworn knight, back locked straight, pride blazing sharp as a blade's edge. Ria swore till her last breath, her sword and her loyalty would belong to Teru-sama, and Teru lifted. He shot both hands up in a panicked wave, begging her to hold on, because even if she insisted, he wouldn't accept it. Ria blinked once, then asked, cool and calm, if that was really the case. Without even pausing for a breath, she shot back a bold offer, tell him to take her as his bride, then shut her eyes tight, like she could lock away the sheer embarrassment burning her from the inside. With the next heartbeat, she shoved forward and slammed him against the door with fearless force, leaving him no room to breathe. She straight up told him that knight or bride, either one worked. All she wanted was a new master, and she made it clear she'd be nothing without one, so sure, either choice would do, but she clearly wanted the bride route. Teru's face burned red as he scrambled for the safer choice, insisting it would be a knight, because he'd be counting on her for their adventures, but Ria's expression crumpled into a pout, totally crushed. With her head turned away, eyes shut, and those pouting lips set in a sulky curve, she repeated, almost like she was teasing, that she dedicated her sword and her allegiance to Teru-sama. He couldn't help but wonder if this was how a proper knight was supposed to act. Then Ria's voice sharpened. They'd have adventures ahead. And when she added that Teru-sama could pick Dido-san or Shizuka-chan too, if he wanted, she refused to look at him, hurt by the idea that she might just be one choice among many. And with a shaky spark of hope in her voice, she told him softly that if he ever wanted her as his bride, all he had to do was say the word. Then her face lit up with a fragile, heartfelt glow that proved their bond had grown deeper than ever. Chapter 20. At the center of the stone chamber, Ria stood steady and composed. No longer afraid of the dungeon, she pivoted her foot against the stone and lunged forward, shield angled and sword cutting ahead with controlled precision. Fierce confidence hit her like a wave as she snapped her eyes open, and the blade's presence proved her sword skills hadn't dulled a bit. After a moment, Ria exhaled a shaky puff of breath as the tension finally drained away, and the instant the door behind her swung open, Teru stepped out grinning, cheering her on for a job well done. Ria greeted Teru with eyes blazing bright, and suddenly he remembered how, the moment she got her pure mithril weapon back, she'd been slashing in the dungeon room every single day, like she'd broken free of her fear and bounced back to her usual cheerful self. Right then he snapped out of it and shouted that dinner was ready, and Ria didn't just agree, she practically leaned in with excitement. Dido grinned wide, a sweet little hum slipping out of her lips, and pure, sunny curiosity sparked in her eyes as she wondered what surprises waited for them today. Chiru stood in the kitchen, gripping a pot over the stove as he unveiled tonight's dinner, steam curling up slow and steady. Then he paused just long enough to grin and announce it. Sukiyaki, simmered and ready to serve. He said he cooked the meal just for them because they'd been so swamped they couldn't even eat right. Then the moment the aroma lifted from the pot, Shizuka leaned in, Ria's eyes lit up at first bite, and Dido beamed like he'd just hit the jackpot. He motioned for them to start eating and practically urged them to dig in, and Ria and Dido thanked him for the food with big smiles as they munched in calm, content quiet. Dido raised her fork, took a bite, and went quiet for a second, because that flavor hit like a revelation, rich and unreal. Ria dug in right after, smiling hard, saying the meat was tender and sweet, and both of them looked completely thrilled with that first taste. Chiru bragged that the wagyu was top-notch, then said it tasted even better with rice, so he hooked a slice with his chopsticks and offered it to Shizuku, and the moment she took the bite, her whole body wobbled with pure happy delight at just how good it was. While they dug into the meal, Dido said it would take at least 2 days to escape the dungeon and finally hit the surface, so Ria, wide-eyed, asked what food they'd pack for the road ahead. Dido stopped cold, then snapped into action and laid out the plan she'd and Ria would take the monsters, and she asked Chiru to carry the food, even as doubt nagged her and she wondered if it all actually made sense. He didn't hesitate for a second. He blasted out his yes with full excitement, while she worried the food might be too heavy, and he shot back with a fast reassurance, then urged them to get ready for what he was about to bring. With the plan locked in, Chiru faced the door that led from the dungeon to his apartment, his hand gripping the knob, and he twisted it slow, click. The lock snapped shut with a sharp, final sound. Then he announced it was time to hit the surface, and Ria and Dido stared at him, puzzled, until Ria finally asked what he'd been doing at that wall, and he just shrugged, saying he'd only locked the house door. Dido squinted at the stone wall, baffled because there wasn't a single door in sight, while Chiru argued that since people from this world can't even spot the apartment door, it might not need a lock, but letting anything get in would be a nightmare, so locking it was the safest move. He said he had a spare key and told someone to keep it in case he ever lost the real one, so Dido grabbed it immediately and happily took charge of it. Without a shred of hesitation, she shoved the key deep against her chest, and Chiru snapped his gaze up, confusion crashing over him as he stared at what she'd just done. He jolted in alarm, cheeks flushing as the key seemed like it might slip away, and panic sparked in him. Dido grinned like it was totally safe, until the next second, Chiru snatched the key right back into his own hand. With a shaky breath, Chiru slipped the key into Ria's hand and practically begged her to keep hold of it, because he'd rather not. Ria took it with calm confidence, telling him he could trust her. Dido immediately pouted and erupted in protest, snapping Chiru back in a flinch, while something quietly caught Ria's eye. Ria's voice shook as she admitted she could finally see the door, and the second her words landed, shock detonated across Chiru, Shizuku, and Dido's faces. Dido spun around, baffled nothing but darkness, while Shizuku swore she saw the same thing, and they both wondered if only Ria could spot a door. Ria nodded, teeth clenched, pointing at the stone wall and saying she could see the door to Chiru's room, and then, once Chiru put the pieces together, everything clicked. Chiru snapped with a sudden idea and shoved the key into Dido's hands. Then, when she felt it, Dido's eyes widened as the door finally came into view through the power of that key. Chiru then told Ria to take a shot at the lock, and she charged forward, excited to test the door herself. With the whole crew staring, Ria froze for a beat, then drove the key into the lock, twisted hard and click. The latch caught, a clean little sound that felt like a countdown ending, and when the door finally creaked open inch by inch, relief lit up her face. Chiru's face lit up with pure excitement. He was right. If Ria could spot the door with the key, she could unlock it and step inside. The moment it clicked, he called the others over at once and practically ushered them into the apartment. Chiru burst through first, then Ria tiptoed in behind him, and Dido slipped in right after her. When their eyes opened, they both froze at the incredible sight before them. They stopped by the big window, instantly blinded by the sharp brightness spilling from beyond the glass. Outside, the sky stretched wide over the buildings, and that view left both women frozen in stunned silence. Chiru blurted, "Can we see out now?" And Ria lit up because she recognized the world Chiru came from, right down to the unmistakable life before them, while Dido nodded along just as sure, "Yep, that's his home." Then she handed the key to Shizuku, and the moment it clicked into place, Shizuku finally saw it too, so they all just stood there, stunned, marveling at the view. Still reeling from what that key could do, Chiru dropped into a crouch and held out his hand to Shizuku, then wheeled on Ria and warned her, loud and clear, not to let it slip, and she nodded right away. She nodded, and with everyone packed at the doorway, he pressed them to breathe, steady their nerves, and get ready, because the surface was waiting. Right as they were about to move, Dido choked out a shaky little sound, and it froze everyone in their tracks. Toru snapped around, wailing in protest, screaming that she wanted one too and demanding a key of her very own. Chiru scratched his head, totally thrown off by the request even as they were about to bolt, then told Ryo the key was just for safekeeping, not something he'd hang onto forever. Ryo snapped into shock the second those words hit. Ria pressed a hand to her chest and choked out that she wanted one too, trembling with shy longing. Chiru freaked out and immediately handed it over, letting her clutch the key with quiet, glowing joy, while Dido snapped in protest, furious that only Ria got the key. Dido snapped that it was favoritism, her voice razor-sharp, while Shizuku softly confessed she wanted one too. Uneasy and stuck, Chiru tried to explain that the key could be copied at a locksmith, but his hesitation gave him away. The moment locksmith hit the air, Dido snapped that they had to go right then, while Shizuku pushed him on with starry-eyed excitement, both desperate to get their own keys. Trapped between them, Chiru finally caved, and he sprinted along as the whole thing spiraled straight out of his control. Chapter 21. By popular demand, Chiru and the others had come to duplicate the apartment keys. Now at the locksmith's shop, the clerk mentioned that making 2 duplicate keys would take about 30 minutes. Chiru thanked him and stepped back outside. Outside the locksmith's shop, Chiru apologized for the wait, only to be taken aback by the sight of a crowd of people murmuring nearby. He was stunned to see a huge crowd packed around Ria and Dido, staring hard and whispering like they'd just stumbled onto a secret, and Chiru couldn't help but clock the chaos. What on earth was happening? A crowd surged around Ria and Dido outside the shop as they stood shoulder to shoulder in borrowed modern clothes, and the onlookers gossiped in hushed voices, staring at them from just far enough away because wow, those two looked unreal. Chiru noticed it too, thinking how their foreign vibe only made the attention sharper, and remembering exactly how he'd warned them not to blurt anything careless at strangers. So Ria and Dido just stayed silent, watching the crowd with a mix of wonder and curiosity, and Chiru couldn't shake the thought that not a single person there would ever guess those foreign beauties were hiding a knight and a sorcerer under the same roof. Chiru suddenly snatched both Ria's and Dido's hands, shocking them into silence, then blurted that they needed to slip somewhere else, right now, before anyone could answer, and the 3 of them sprinted off into the chaos. A moment later, they had already slipped away from the crowd, buying themselves some breathing room. Chiru said they still had a little time before the keys were ready, then blurted out what they should do next. Ria fidgeted in nervous silence, then finally confessed it might be asking for too much, but she couldn't stop herself from wanting to see more of Chiru's world. Dido nodded, saying she felt the same, and that she wanted to explore for real this time, since her last trip happened under the cover of night. Shizuku, disguised as a piece of Chiru's clothes, blurted out with total excitement that she wanted to join too. Chiru grinned like he could barely contain the hype. He told them to push their departure to tomorrow and just roam the city all day, and Ria and Dido grinned and jumped right on board, cheering him on. Ria wandered the city streets with her eyes wide open, staring up at towering buildings that seemed to swallow the sky, and watching cars and trucks rocket down the road way faster than any horse ever could, while crowds churned around them, spilling through the streets nonstop. Ria was buzzing with excitement, and she swore, no doubt about it, this had to be Chiru's world. Dido chuckled smugly and said, "Oh, this isn't even the best part, because the city was packed with more too." The table was stacked with mouth-watering food, and Ria leaned in, hanging on Dido's every word as he promised to share his picks. Chiru watched, smirking to himself, because he knew Dido's recommendations were mostly crepes, and that Ria just wanted to sound way more knowledgeable than she really was. Ria snapped her gaze away, confessed she didn't have a single coin from this world, and before the tension could bite harder, Dido brushed her worry off. Chiru had promised to pay, then stared at him like, so what now? His expression froze as confusion hit him. He laughed and swore he'd pay for them for real. Then Dido snatched Ria's hand and practically dragged her forward, yelling that they needed to move, like now. At the crepe shop, Ria and Dido each clutched a hot, just-made crepe, staring like they couldn't believe their eyes as the warm, fluffy dough hugged the sweet goodness inside. Then Ria took her first bite, cheeks puffing as she savored the flavor, and the happy sounds she let out basically screamed, "This is amazing." She closed her eyes in full bliss, pressed a hand to her cheek, and kept chewing with pure, visible delight. Ria and Dido huddled side by side with crepes in hand, and just as Dido reached over to wipe a stray smear of cream off the corner of Ria's mouth, he teased that she had some on her face. Ria's eyes went wide and her cheeks burned. Nearby, Chiru just stood there with his own crepe, watching them trade laughs with a soft, amused smile. Right in front of nature's teiyaki, Dito stood there with sparkling eyes, gripping a giant, just-made teiyaki in both hands like it was pure treasure, staring at it with nonstop excitement. Meanwhile, a bit behind her, Ria and Teru were already digging in. Ria went wide-eyed at how insanely good it tasted, while Teru ate steady and calm, like she'd savor every bite. At a bustling takoyaki stand, Ria nudged a blazing hot ball of takoyaki onto her toothpick, blew hard to cool it, cheeks puffed like a tiny dragon, then took a bite, while Ditto and Teru clutched their own trays, clearly savoring every fresh, steamy bite as heat curled up into the air. Ditto strode through the crowded street with Ria and Teru, eyes flicking over everyone streaming past, suits, coats, skirts, and everyday casual fits. She couldn't stop marveling, like she'd just discovered clothing heaven, pointing out how wildly different everyone looked. When they finally hit a massive crosswalk jammed with pedestrians, Ditto gasped that everyone was straight-up stylish, and Ria immediately nodded along. Teru spun around in shock when he heard Ria call his name, Teru, right as Dee trailed off. Ditto gazed up at him with bright, hopeful eyes, then nervously asked if they could try on fancy, fashionable clothes too, while Ria stood beside her, smiling like she wanted it just as badly. Before the day even fully kicked off, they headed straight for the shopping mall, hunting down fresh new clothes. Later, inside the women's clothing store, Teru hovered awkwardly outside two fitting rooms while Ria and Dito changed behind the curtains. Meanwhile, curious women kept peeking at him like, why is this lone guy just standing here? Under the crushing weight of his own embarrassment, he grimaced to himself, then the fitting room curtains slid open at the exact same time. Ria and Dito walked out together in matching style, striking poses like they owned the place, and both of them stared at him, silently begging for his reaction. Teru burst into a bright smile and praised them both, saying they looked amazing. And you could practically see Ria's shoulders drop with relief, while Dito grinned like she already knew it was going to be perfect. Then Ria and Dito dove straight into the clothing rack, totally lost as they pushed hangers aside. Giggling nonstop, with Dito calling out which outfit she wanted next, and Ria firing back her choice just as fast. They spent forever ripping through racks of clothes, changing looks over and over as they tested all kinds of modern fashion. Ditto owned sporty, bold outfits and even slipped into an elegant sleeveless dress, while Ria bounced between cute, girlish styles, even throwing on glasses to pull off a studious vibe, and the whole time both of them looked like they were living their best life. Teru watched them grin and swap outfit after outfit, totally hypnotized. His smile turned soft and dazed as he muttered that this had to be heaven, and honestly, he didn't care at all anymore about feeling unwelcome in the store. From behind a curtain, Ria popped out and called to Dito, asking if she wanted to try the outfit Ria had picked for her. Dito snapped into flustered shock, blurting that there's no way something like that would ever suit her. Ria insisted that the outfit would look amazing on her, and Dito yelped in panic, begging her to stop undressing him and swearing he could change himself. Outside the fitting rooms, Teru caught the chaos, went scarlet, and had sweat pouring down his face as he tried to figure out what was happening. Eventually, Ria finally got Dito to cave and try the outfit. Teru and Ria both froze when Dito stepped out in a soft, summery dress and a wide-brimmed hat, her long hair spilling down her back as she shyly adjusted the brim, her cheeks burning as she quietly asked Teru if it looked okay. Teru just gaped at Dito in stunned silence, his heart lurching because she looked so wildly different and so insanely beautiful. Then Dito blurted that it might look weird on her, and Teru immediately snapped, "No way, you look gorgeous," which sent her blushing harder even as it clearly made her happy. Right then, Ria shoved in beside them and shouted that Teru was right. Dito looked downright cute. Ria was buzzing with energy, darted back to the racks, and started snatching up outfit after outfit while practically begging Ditto to try them on, while Ditto, still rattled and overrun with nerves, begged for just a breather as Ria kept pushing on, hyped and unstoppable. Once their shopping was done, Ria and Ditto marched out of the store grinning ear to ear, clutching fresh new clothes, and thanking Teru from the bottom of their hearts. While Teru awkwardly but warmly grinned at them, saying he'd be happy as long as they were happy, and he waved off every worry about the money. Deep down, he convinced himself that once they slipped back into their original world, they'd somehow rake in gold coins. The group slipped out of the shopping district, heading down a wide, tree-lined path beside the sleek modern building, while monorail tracks overhead roared by, right as other pedestrians streamed past them. Chilling on a bench under a giant tree in a quiet city park, Dito scanned the spotless streets and sleek modern buildings and blurted out that Japan is insanely developed. Then Ria nodded, soaking in the calm air and saying it somehow feels peaceful too. Ria spun toward Teru and fired off a question. Was there any war raging in this country right now? Teru answered that Japan hadn't touched a real war in about 70 years, and Dito clung to those words, realizing that long peace was exactly why Japan had grown so powerful. Still, she couldn't shake it. She hadn't spotted a single demi-human or elf, so she blurted out the thought that maybe Japan was a world where those races simply didn't exist. Chiru bluntly said this world had 0 demi-humans and not a single elf in sight, and Ria snapped, "No way," before thinking hard and landing on the terrifying conclusion, humans must have wiped them out. Tor snapped back, saying humans had fought each other for ages, but he'd never once heard of wars involving elves, or anyone like them, and Dito didn't buy it, pressing him to swear he was absolutely sure. Chiru mulled it over and said, "Giants and demi-humans only live in myths here. Nobody treats them like they're real." Hearing that, Ditto swallowed his explanation and said she'd believe him. Then she suddenly turned to Thuru, blurted out an apology, and Thuru stared at her, stunned, asking what on earth she was sorry for. Ditto said she was sorry for whining about the house key, and Ria quickly nodded in. She was sorry too, since it was Chiru's home. Chiru just smiled softly and waved it off, saying it was totally fine. From the very beginning, he'd wanted them to be able to walk into his room freely, and handing them keys was always his plan. Then he grinned and added that he'd been hoping for an excuse to show them around the city. Ditto met his gaze with softened eyes, murmured his name like it mattered, and you could tell it hit deep. Ria's smile burst out bright as she thanked him from the heart, calling him Chiru-sama. Chiru snapped out of his wandering thoughts and refocused. First mission, save Anami-san in the original world the girl came from. Next, Chiru shoved the copied keys into Ria, Dito, and Shizuku's hands, then clenched his own key and snapped it into the lock, hard. The world flipped back to the dungeon as Chiru, now decked out in real adventuring gear with a helmet lamp blazing, led Shizuku, Ria, and Dito down a cold stone corridor. With pure determination in his voice, he swore they'd bust out of this dungeon and hit the surface, and the girls kept pace beside him, knight and sorcerer outfits on, eyes forward. Chapter 22. Deep within the 5th layer of the Yomi labyrinth, Chiru, Ria, and Dito moved forward in silence. Something suddenly darted from the side. A rat-like monster squeaked as a shot passed their feet, jolting Chiru into a sharp cry of surprise. Ria and Dito shot forward on instinct. Ria snapped her shield up just as Dito crashed in beside her, while Chiru stood back behind them, eyes huge, caught between total awe and pure panic. Ria lunged in and carved a thunderous arc with her sword toward the monster, while Ditto slammed her magic into a raging fire spell, then blasted the lone foe straight with a wall of flames. The monster's scorched remains were torn to pieces at their feet, total overkill. Chiru choked out a shaky breath while Dito smirked, joking that they'd panicked too much because he'd just been too keyed up. Still rattled, Chiru muttered, "Of course I'm on edge, monsters don't exist in Japan." Ditto snapped back, "And with your level right now, giant rats are a cakewalk," but Chiru couldn't shake the doubts gnawing at him. Even so, Chiru had barely hit level 10, and he couldn't tell if his stats were finally crushing it, or if they were still embarrassingly weak. Chiru's mind snapped back to that character appraisal skill he'd learned, then he perked up like, "Wait, could I use this to see someone else's stats?" Dito's eyes blazed as she shoved him forward to try it, and when her reaction hit, Chiru surged with fresh confidence and nodded, ready to go. 2 status windows slammed onto the screen: Dito Macaron, 221, a level 48 High Elf Sorcerer, and Ria Eldrax, 18, a level 32 Human Knight, and Chiru choked out a weird breath, stunned he could actually see their stats, and shocked at just how insanely high their levels were. Spotting the missing pieces on the display, Chiru growled that he couldn't read all their stats, and Dito told him his skill level was still too low. Once he leveled up, more details would pop in, and that clicked in Chiru's head as he nodded along. Chiru couldn't stop thinking about how much Dito had leveled up. Her cap used to be 47, but after she kissed him twice, it jumped to 49, and he remembered how she spent her free time grinding with the clicker, like that's exactly what fueled the rise. Ria's level might have been lower than Dito's, but her level cap was way higher, and when Chiru tried to remember, it hit him hard. He'd kissed Ria once too. Chiru leaned in, curious, and asked Ria if her level cap had finally gone up. She smiled softly and said yes, but admitted she had no clue why, and couldn't help wondering if Chiru might be the one who could figure it out. Chiru was about to speak, but Dito suddenly pinned him with a string of sharp, simmering glares, stretching his name into a half-angry warning, and Shizuka sat there tense on his shoulder, watching it all. Flustered and furious, Ditto blurted out whether Chiru and Ria had done something together, while she and Chiru still hadn't, and sweat sprang up as she spoke. Chiru then stammered out his explanation, struggling to calm her as he went, and off to the side Ria just kept washing, tilting her head in total confusion. The party shoved deeper into the dungeon's dim stone tunnels, Ria storming in front with her shield up and sword poised, eyes locked in fierce focus, while Dito stayed right on her heels, and Chiru trudged at the back as the shadows swallowed them. They burst into the dungeon's 4th layer, and gnarled, dead-looking roots spilled across the walls and ceiling, dropping down like clawing limbs from a forest that's already gone. Breath burning in his chest, Chiru blurted out, "Did we finally hit the fourth layer?" Still gasping, he shot an uneasy look down the twisting corridor, praying this detour wasn't lying to him. The shortest path is the real deal. Ditto swore it was the shortest way and bragged that they got there pretty fast. Then Chiru snapped back, furious, saying fast was a joke after 4 straight hours trudging through monster attacks. Ria said pretty calmly, "Yeah, it's moving fast," reminding everyone how she once wandered for more than half a day before finally reaching Chiru's room and getting knocked out by poison, while Ditto puffed up with pride, bragging that he'd run this route after countless trips to the surface. Then Chiru let out a tired sigh and insisted they take a quick rest, because by now it should have been lunchtime. Ditto nodded with total excitement, jabbing toward a water fountain just ahead and urging them to keep going, and when Chiru demanded, "How far?" she shrugged, "About an hour," leaving him frozen in stunned disbelief. Ria pushed deeper into the dungeon, guiding everyone over the jagged floor and past a giant tree root, and Chiru suddenly slammed to a stop when he spotted a human skull, his breath punching out hard after the brutal trek in non-stop obstacles, while Ria and Ditto stood right beside him, totally calm, like none of it had even fazed them. When they finally stepped into the room with the water fountain, Chiru's eyes widened at how huge it was, and how they could move around even with all the roots underfoot. Ditto cut in, grinning, "We're here," then jabbed a finger at the fountain. Chiru gaped at the water fountain, stunned by the sight in front of him. Then his gaze snapped to the corner of the room, where 3 adventurers were sprawled and resting nearby. Watching the 3 adventurers, Chiru burst out that folks in this world really were strong, and Shizuku only gave a quiet nod. Then he carefully slid her into his bag and whispered, "You're a precious white slime, so stay out of sight." Ditto leaned in and told him they were safe. Adventurers' guild rules barred them from attacking each other, but if you poked the wrong one, you could get a bounty. Then she tossed it off like it was nothing. The adventurers weren't that strong. Chiru froze at the claim, and Ditto urged him to see for himself, warning him not to underestimate the short, red-haired one. When Chiru pushed for answers, Ditto snapped that the guy was probably a thief with a perception skill, so any appraisal would get him caught instantly. Knowing that would only invite trouble, Chiru smirked and went for the appraisal, picking the man with the cross-shaped scar instead. Chiru snapped open his status window and saw Dan, an average human swordsman, level 12, age 38. Then his stomach dropped because the guy was only 2 levels ahead of him. Ditto's face went serious as he pointed out that Dan wasn't special, and if Dan had truly crawled to level 10, he'd probably been an adventurer for at least 3 years. Chiru blurted, "So that's really how it works." Ditto nodded and said, "Fight even a single monster under level 10, and you're basically dead, killing a giant centipede at that point. Nobody's ever done it." Then she gave him a dry look and added, "And you've been leveling safely from your room." Chiru just clicked his screen and forced an awkward smile as he asked how she could possibly tell the adventurers weren't that strong. Ditto shot back with total confidence that she could tell just by looking, and Chiru, like only a seasoned adventurer would, nodded in agreement before collapsing hard onto the stone floor, wiped out. Once he caught his breath, he finally said they earned it and should stop for lunch now, since they'd made it this far. The 3 sank onto the dungeon floor to catch their breath, while Shizuku curled up by Ria's knees. Ria shot Chiru a look to make sure he'd made the food himself. Then he shrugged and said, quietly, that if he can't fight, cooking is the best he can do, and he'd hauled more than enough with him. The moment Ditto heard that, his face exploded with excitement. Rummaging through his bag, Chiru sized up the situation. Since the water fountain was right there, he didn't have to hold back, so he grabbed a 5-pack of instant ramen marked Best Miso and locked it in as their meal. Chiru set up a tiny camping stove, cranked the heat, and got the water boiling, then calmly walked them through every step, dropping in the noodles, soup powder, and dried veggies, before telling Ria and Ditto to hold tight since they were kneeling right there, eyes blazing with curiosity. Steam curled up from the pot as Chiru stirred with his chopsticks and yelled that the ramen was ready. Ria leaned in with half-closed eyes, breathed in that rich aroma, raved about the smell, and asked what it was called, while Ditto couldn't believe how fast it was made. Plopping the steaming pot down, Chiru called it his best miso, and Ria's face lit up. She'd been craving Chirusama's miso for ages. While he grinned and explained it was ramen flavored with miso as he ladled their bowls full. Ditto repeated the new word like it was a spell, and when Chiru finally said it was time to eat, Ria clasped her hands and thanked him for the meal. Ria and Ditto leaned in hard as Chiru cooled a steaming mouthful with a few soft breaths, then slurped it down and checked the taste first. After a quick bite, he flashed a satisfied grin, like the flavor nailed every craving, and the 2 girls shot him a nervous look, then peeked back at their bowls, growing hungrier by the second. Ria and Ditto tiptoed to copy Chiru's move, blowing, then stopping, before anyone could notice. They nudged the sauce along the rim of their bowls, then lifted their noodles and took those first careful slurps, letting the flavor bloom across every bite. Both girls' eyes lit up instantly. Ria hummed with proud approval, and Dito grinned like she'd hit heaven. Her cheeks puffed up just a bit as she savored that rich, hot miso ramen. Ditto and Ria sprawled on the dungeon floor, grinning as they dug into their bowls, while Ditto marveled at how those deep, layered flavors somehow showed up in seconds. Right beside them, Shizuku inched toward Teru, eyes wide and pleading, mouth opening like it couldn't wait any longer. Then Teru flashed a satisfied smile and reached out. Teru shoved a bite of ramen to Shizuku, and the slime practically jigged with pure joy. Then he glanced sideways and caught the other adventurers staring them down. The loud slurping and mouth-watering aroma instantly pulled everyone's eyes to him. Teru leaned in and asked Dito what adventurers usually devoured in dungeons, and she told him that on the good days they scraped by on dried fruit, dried meat, and salt-pickled fish, but on the bad days they gnawed bread so tough it needed soaking just to get it down. Teru flinched at the image, then barely whispered that 4 adventurers were creeping around, watching them from behind. While Teru prepped another pot of ramen, Ria leaned in and asked, politely but straight, if he was actually going to eat it. Teru admitted he wasn't saving it for himself. He was planning to share it with the adventurers nearby. Dito shot up in protest, uneasy about going that far, but Ria jumped right in, agreeing without hesitation and offering to help. Teru only gave a small smile and took her up on it. Teru ladled the steaming soup and noodles into a bunch of cups, splitting portions for everyone, but even then Dito fretted and begged him not to leave, until Teru still pushed forward, told her to stay behind and keep an eye on Shizuku, and set off anyway. Teru inched up to the seated adventurers, hands shaking as he thrust a steaming cup toward them and tried to greet them through his nerves. The scarred, muscular man in the middle slowly lifted his gaze, pinned Teru with a brutal stare, and snapped back a curt reply. Teru caught their guarded faces and knew they didn't trust a word, so he plastered on a shaky grin and blurted that they'd cooked way too much soup and just wanted to share it. Then the adventurers traded confused looks while the scarred leader leaned in and asked, carefully, what it would cost. With a dazzling grin, Teru swore he wanted nothing back, and then dropped the cups in front of everyone. When he finished, the adventurers froze in awkward silence, eyes locked on the bowls in their hands, and after a tense beat, one finally blurted out a sharp accusation, asking straight up if the soup was poisoned. He stiffened as the accusations hit. One adventurer pressed him on why he was talking in a monster tongue. Another stared at the weird artifacts his crew lugged around, and a third muttered that they'd never laid eyes on food like that before, turning the whole scene even colder and more tense. Panic slammed into Teru when he realized Japan's language was treated like a monster tongue here. He blurted, sprinting to set things right, insisting the soup wasn't poisoned and that adventurers didn't attack each other. But those men didn't budge. They just stared grimly, because in a dungeon, the truth dies with the dead. As the adventurers grumbled in dread, one of them suddenly clocked Ria and blurted, "Wait, are you that nosy knight Arya-san?" Ria froze in surprise and nodded to confirm, and the man, still shaky, added that she'd helped him once before. Dubious fired back that he'd heard Arya-san was dead, and Teru stared at the records like they were lying. Ria was still listed that way. Ria snapped into a grin, pumped her fists, and insisted with full confidence that she was alive and kicking. With a defeated sigh, Teru realized there was no winning this argument. His crew was side-eyeing him from every direction. He forced a tight grin and told them, if you don't trust it, toss the soup. Then he turned away, shoulders drooping, while Ryo just watched in stunned silence, and the other adventurers stayed behind, still clutching their untouched cups. Suddenly, the bald adventurer blurted that he'd eat it after all. Teru spun around in shock while the others stalled, but the second that rich aroma hit, he was done for, slurping from afar like it didn't matter if he died. He snatched the cup, gulped down the noodles while the others stared in tight, tense silence, and his face instantly went rigid, like he couldn't breathe. Then his eyes blasted wide as he blurted, "This is insanely delicious," and demanded to know exactly what this food was. Thrilled, Teru leaned in, eyes shining, and the adventurer shot into a huge grin, roaring about how insanely amazing the food was. The other adventurers finally cracked and dug in, their eyes going wide like they'd just seen a miracle. One blurted out what the dish was, stunned speechless by the flavor. Another jabbed the air in victory, and before long they were all slurping like hungry believers. Mid-meal, one adventurer lost it, panicked, and screamed at everyone to stop. The rest went rigid in place, while Teru just stared, stunned and utterly confused. Teru stared ahead, stomach in knots, praying they didn't still doubt him. Then the adventurer snapped to it and said the trick, "Dunk that rock-hard bread in the soup, and it'll taste way better." The adventurers didn't waste a second. They plunged their bread into the broth and tore into the first bite. They blew up in praise as the warm bread soaked up that rich flavor, shouting their cheers at full volume while they devoured every bite. With their excited voices soaring, Ria and Teru washed up with soft smiles, finally breathing easy because the group that used to be suspicious was totally won over. As Teru's crew got ready to leave, Dito blurted that she couldn't believe they'd actually managed to eat the food, then teased that Teru's comfort with other people might be a blessing, so Teru had no idea if she was praising him or roasting him. Right then, Ria spotted something in his hand, and Teru admitted the adventurers had handed him a flower as thanks. Dito and Shizuku froze, staring at that tiny bloom in pure shock, and Dito instantly blurted out that it was an ancient tree flower. Then Teru leaned in, asking if it really was that rare, and Shizuku fired back that it was a key ingredient in mid-tier potions. She leaned in and said that flower was rare as gold. Only a tiny bunch of adventurers even knew where it could be harvested, and some people held onto that life-changing knowledge in silence, while everyone else stayed clueless. She snatched up the gift like it was a secret clue to where this layer's flowers burst, right near the roots. Then Teru grinned and said those blooms were just their reward for making the best miso. Ria's face lit up as she saw the adventurers actually enjoy the meal, and then Teru clutched the flower while Shizuku showered him with praise, right when Dito leaned in and joked that if they ever met again, he'd better treat them to another round. With a small, content smile, Teru stared at the ancient tree flower in his palm and promised he'd do it again if their paths ever crossed. Chapter 23. The party has finally entered the third layer of the Yomi labyrinth, emerging into a vast ruined hall shaped like a grand castle. Teru stared up in disbelief at the idea of a castle hidden underground, while Dito cheerfully confirmed it, asking if he was surprised. Dito told me that the area blew up into legend decades ago the moment the dungeon got discovered, because the golden castle sparked a frenzy so huge it turned the whole place upside down, with halls once stuffed full of solid gold statues and relics that sent adventurers sprinting in, trampling each other to grab every last piece of treasure. As she wrapped up the castle's golden history, clacking skeleton soldiers burst forward with blades held high, so Ria immediately stepped in front, swung her weapon in a brutal wide arc, and smashed the closest skeletons into splintered bone, while Teru and the others stared from right behind her. After Ria shattered the skeletons to pieces, Teru stood there, still reeling at how brutal they looked, wondering if skeleton monsters weren't supposed. Yeah, sure, Dito waved it off, admitting they weren't strong at all, just sluggish bodies with no real muscles, swinging nothing but battered, worn-out weapons. With a bright grin, Ditto told Teru that those weak skeletons were the perfect warm-up targets, and Teru's face froze in shock because he wasn't sure he could take them on by himself. Ditto told Teru straight up, if she kept mashing clicks alone, her real fighting instincts would never sharpen, no matter how high her level climbed. Red in the face, Teru begrudgingly admitted he was right, and Ria jumped in, offering to haul their bags so Teru could whip out her huge shield during training. Teru hauled Ria's massive shield up, staggering under its weight like it had teeth, and he couldn't believe how effortlessly she carried it. Then Ria slid in close and teased him about whether he hated strong women, sending him into a frantic denial, while Dito, already mildly annoyed, cut in and told them to quit flirting and get moving. Teru dug in his heels, lifted Ria's shield, and accepted there was no turning back. Ria just beamed softly behind him. Dito flashed a grin and shouted his luck, and then Teru burst forward with a shaky battle cry straight at the waiting skeletons. Shattered bones sprawled across the castle hall as panting filled the air. Teru clutched his pickaxe and shield, sweat blasting down his face while he fought for breath, and the truth hit him. Each skeleton was fragile alone, but their crushing numbers were the real nightmare. Wiped out and drenched in sweat, Teru stumbled through loose rubble and toppled forward with a startled gasp. Then Ria streaked in, grabbed him mid-fall, and held him steady, her worried eyes locking on his as embarrassment hit and relief flooded his face. Teru confessed he was already wrecked from a whole day in the dungeon, and even then he forced out a shaky smile as he talked. Ria, still shining with encouragement, promised they were almost at a perfect camping spot and pushed him to hang on a bit longer, just so they could finally collapse and rest. The party finally barreled into the ruined castle's rest area, and there it was, other adventurers already camping. A hulking armored man gestured at an open spot on the right, and Dito nodded hard, thanked him, then guided Teru and Ria over to stake their claim. Teru's breath caught when he saw their assigned spot, a dim corridor packed with iron-barred prison cells, and the idea of camping there made his stomach twist. Ria stayed cool and told him monsters hardly ever push this far, and Dito chimed in that guild watchers were posted nearby, so it was way safer than the open halls. The party stumbled into the cell block, totally wiped out and barely holding themselves together. Drained and done for, Teru groaned that the long day had wiped him out, while Ria soothed him and reminded him they still had another day coming and needed real rest. Dito and Shizuku slid in beside him with bright, encouraging smiles, and all of them got ready to finally call it a night. After those warm bowls of porridge, yeah, Dido definitely didn't like them. They tossed out their sleeping gear in the cell, turning the cold stone floor into a rough camp. Chiru slipped over to wish them a quiet good night, and the whole crew finally crashed, ready to hit the exploration tomorrow. The next morning, Chiru passed out high-calorie rations, while Ria and Dido jolted awake, itching to dive back into their exploration. Then the whole crew slipped out of the prison cell campsite and pushed deeper into the ruined castle, ducking under cracked arches and the remains of a shattered chandelier. They climbed a long, winding stone staircase, each step steadily curling higher along the dungeon's curved wall. They burst out of a round stone tower and into the eerie second layer of the Yomi labyrinth, where massive pale trunks rose like ghosts, and Chiru, Ria, and Dido stopped cold in the crooked doorway, staring at the strange, almost too human world ahead. Chiru laughed and said that after an underground castle, an underground forest was just another wild twist, so bright it made him wonder if they'd somehow slipped above ground. Dido pointed out that old forests were blanketed with light moss, and Chiru snapped back that they didn't even need lamps at all, because the whole place glowed on its own. The party pushed through the underground forest, following a barely there trail under the thick canopy, Ria leading the charge while Dido stayed right on his heels, cutting down strange mushroom creatures as they sprang up, until Chiru spotted a safe spot and called for a quick break. In the middle of the forest, the whole crew dropped into a clearing for a meal, and Chiru dished out steaming hot curry over rice straight from a portable pot. Ria and Dido dug in with big smiles, until Dido suddenly went still, her face tightening as a crucial memory snapped back into place. Dido blared that the Yomi labyrinth's first layer was right around the corner, and she pushed Chiru and Shizuku to watch their backs above all else, because that first layer was basically an underground slum, packed with people the surface threw away, where violent gangs and power-hungry groups tore each other apart every day. Dido broke down the first layer's power players. One faction was a thieves' guild packed with pickpockets and pros, and the other was a merchants' guild that ran the streets trading in. Smuggled black market goods flooded the streets, and a fast-rising mercenaries' guild snapped up the real dirty work, the kind that needs muscle. Chiru said the first layer sounded like instant doom, but Dido laughed it off. Just stay sharp around the mercenaries' guild, and we'll be fine. Chiru warned that the thieves' guild sounded like an even worse nightmare. Getting robbed would drag non-stop trouble into their lives, so Ria snapped right back that the guild was dangerous too, and they couldn't just pretend it didn't exist. Dido brushed off their worries and said, "Those thieves don't go after people like us, they hit nobles and wealthy merchants." She pointed out they didn't exactly look rich or important, so the guild wouldn't bother with their little party. Ria shot back that even the mighty Keisha house had been hit, pointing straight at the thieves' guild, and coolly just scoffed that big estates always draw petty thieves, so this was probably some random kids, not a real crew. Ria shot back that it'd be better if those kids landed in a real orphanage, but Dido snapped that she had no business complaining if she wasn't taking every street child in herself, so when the tension spiked, Chiru quickly cut in and steered the talk toward the Merchants Guild instead. Dido said you can't slap a good or evil label on that merchant guild, because when they brought the stuff adventurers truly needed, like food, weapons, and armor, everyone still welcomed them, even if their ways were murkier than smoke. Ria wasn't buying it, though. She bristled and insisted she'd heard the guild was neck-deep in slave trading, gambling dens, stolen goods, and drugs that are illegal up here. Dido figured that as long as people kept craving forbidden goods and services, the Merchants Guild would stay a ruthless, necessary evil, forever. Then Ria remembered those wild rumors from the guild pub about Dido showing up at the merchant's gambling den, and Chiru couldn't stop muttering under his breath, uneasy as hell. Trying to dodge the topic, Chiru jumped straight to the Mercenaries Guild and asked how it stacked up against the rest, only for Dido and Ria to snap back in perfect sync, calling it the absolute worst without a shred of hesitation. From what Dido had heard, a Mercenaries Guild hunted rookie adventurers, slipping in as bodyguards, then squeezing them for every last coin and stealing their loot clean. Ria even said they locked down the key route to the lower layers, and anyone who tries to go through gets hit with a ruthless fee. Chiru said they sounded just like the Yakuza and couldn't figure out why any adventurer would crawl into that shady business, and Dido shot back that the safest move was staying totally out of it. He warned that if anyone picked a fight with them, they'd get crushed, because the odds would be stacked so hard it would get ugly fast. Still clutching his plate of curry, Chiru admitted his stomach knotted as he faced the first layer, because once he heard how brutal its factions were, he couldn't shake the fear. Right beside him, Shizuku matched her master's uneasy vibe in complete silence. Dido sized up the chaos and realized Chiru's strange outfit would scream, "Target me," and make them look easy from the start, while Shizuku's rare white slime form only raised the odds they'd get singled out in the first layer. Chiru froze for a second, then nodded, taking her warning to heart as he ran the situation in his head. Chiru's face lit up the second an idea hit. He was sure they could dodge all the trouble if Shizuku transformed right into his clothes. Ditto and Ria snapped into surprise. Ria even warned that Chiru's weird outfit would draw attention fast and instantly give Shizuku away as his gear. Chiru hurried to reassure everyone. He wasn't going to wear Japanese clothes, so Shizuku would need to transform into something plain to help him blend in. He quizzed Shizuku about what the adventurers on the fourth layer were wearing, and the little slime burst into a proud confirmation. Then he told her to shapeshift into plain adventurer gear to dodge attention, and Shizuku snapped to it at once, slithering straight into his waist on command. Her gelatinous body swallowed him whole, then reshaped and hardened around him until it was done. When it finally released him, he stood there in plain adventurer armor, the perfect fit erasing every trace of how he used to look. Chiru strutted in his brand new armor, grinning like, "Do I blend in now?" and secretly thrilled that it kept Shizuka hidden too. Ria's eyes lit up and she said he looked like a straight-up veteran adventurer. Shizuku joyfully nodded along, and even Dito Grant admitted the fit was downright impressive. Chiru studied the armor and grimly admitted that the disguise would crumble if all he had was a pickaxe, so he figured he needed at least an iron sword to finish the look and match the gear. Hearing that, Ditto swore that once they cleared the first layer, she'd get Chiru and the iron sword, and Chiru's face exploded with joy, practically vibrating with excitement. Chiru slammed the group together, pushing everyone to move out right now, and Ria charged toward the upper floors as the rest of them streamed after her down the forest path. The party slipped into a dark tunnel carved under the forest, then tiptoed in silence and climbed a long stone staircase, driving upward toward the brighter exit on the floor above. They burst out into the Yomi Labyrinth's first layer, this dungeon-made town hub roaring with life, where the main street was packed with shops and stalls run by hard-bargaining adventurers and merchants. Chiru swept his eyes over the jam-packed streets and had to admit, turns out the rumors were right. The whole place felt even sketchier than he'd dared to expect. Ria told Chiru this whole district belonged to the Merchants Guild, which meant it was one of the safest corners of town, yet Chiru just stared in quiet shock, like his brain had hit a wall. A bunch of women suddenly burst into cheerful shouts, smiling and waving Chiru over like, "Come on, join us and play." Chiru spun toward them, grinning as his mind raced at the sight of elf women and their captivated attention, while Shizuku shot back that every last stare seemed aimed straight at his master. Behind them, Ria and Dito glared at him, clearly not buying it. All flustered, Chiru barely managed to blurt that seeing elves besides Dito was his first time, and before he could finish, she erupted, snapping that the women he was staring at were ordinary elves anyone could find, then drawing herself up to declare she was a proud high elf and absolutely not to be grouped with them. Chastened, Chiru yanked his eyes away and sprinted after Ria and Dito, keeping pace as they charged down the first layer's main street, neon shop signs strobing and flickering all around them. Chiru caught sight of a storefront blazing with crossed swords and practically burst with excitement, pointing it out like, "That's a weapon shop." He jogged Dito's memory about the sword, and Dito shot back that she'd only buy one if it was cheap. Then Chiru practically glowed at the idea of finally scoring real gear. Inside the weapon shop, Chiru and Dito faced a monster-long counter packed with blades of every shape and size, while spears, axes, shields, and every other weapon hung on the walls like a battle waiting to happen. Dito tore through the racks, snagged a few blades that looked useful, and pointed them out. Then Chiru hoisted one, grinning at the gleam and the heavy feel, declaring it the real deal, while the shopkeeper beamed and praised his perfect eye for good taste. Right after they slipped out of the shopkeeper waved them off with a courteous goodbye, and Dito practically burst with excitement. He couldn't believe they scored Chiru's sword for half the usual price, calling it the bargain of a lifetime. Chiru nodded along, eager as ever, while Ria leaned in and asked to take a closer look at the blade. Ria casually drew the blade, and Chiru couldn't help bragging about how amazing it was for the price, until a quick look, and Ria cut the hype cleanly, calling it nothing but a plain iron bar, leaving Chiru staring in shock. Ria dragged her finger along the edge and mocked how insanely thick and lifeless it was, so blunt it couldn't even slice paper, while Chiru just shrank and admitted sheepishly that she was right. Ria calmly said the bargain was just a plain sword, polished to look flashy, and the second Chiru got that, his confidence collapsed. He shrank in embarrassment. Embarrassment crushed his chest, and he cursed the merchant guild in his head, but Ditto just waved it off, grinning that it was all for show anyway, plus it was cheap. Suddenly, Chiru caught the buzzing chatter in the air and whipped his head around, eyes wide with curiosity. He spotted a massive line of adventurers packed in front of one lonely storefront and couldn't help but wonder what kind of shop was pulling them all in. Ditto told him it was an offloading shop. That offloading shop would snap up almost anything valuable, from surface stuff to dungeon loot, and they even took stolen, illegal goods. As long as it had real worth, she told them, it was theirs to take. Chiru stared as a rough brute hauled a bound, terrified boy straight toward the shop, and dread crushed his chest, because here, it felt like even a kid could get sold like some piece of merchandise. She clocked something nasty and the guy as part of the mercenary guild, so Chiru, all confused, quickly said he was asking about the boy, then worriedly asked if the man yanking him was really a mercenary. She jabbed at his shoulder and said that the sword and shield tattoo was the dead giveaway, a mercenaries guild member. Dito snapped at Chiru to never start a fight with the mercenaries guild, but his eyes couldn't leave the boy getting yanked along, until Ria stepped in, marched right up, and bluntly demanded if that mercenary was trying to sell the kid, freezing the man solid. The mercenary shrugged and admitted he was selling the boy, then smirked asking what she planned to do about it. Ria shot back instantly that she'd buy the child herself and pushed for the price. Dito screamed at Ria to stop, panic cracking her voice, while Chiru just stood there completely stunned. Ria shrugged off Dito's warning, leaned in close, and told the boy he was safe now, yet even with her reassurance, he was still shaking and barely managed to whisper, then his eyes fluttered and he fainted. Chiru leaned in and asked what Ria was going to do with the boy, and Ria just smiled and said she'd take him straight to her orphanage, while the boy whispered it back, unsure of what it all really meant. The boy snapped into panic and swore he couldn't leave, because if he did, his little sister would get stuck behind in the thieves' guild. Ria froze, stunned by the words. He faltered mid-explanation, saying the thieves' guild had taken him and his sister in and kept them safe ever since, while the man yanking him along only laughed, brushing off his warning that lingering in mercenary territory was deadly. Chiru spat out a curse in disgust when Ria snapped that this was exactly why she was grabbing the children, while Dito frantically begged everyone to calm down before it turned into something way worse. The mercenary sneered, waved Ria away, and mocked the tiny sum she offered. Then he boasted. He posted that selling the boy through a certain offloading shop to a male brothel would rake in more than double the money. Ria's glare burned as she stepped up to confront him, and Chiru tensed right beside her while Dito blared the alarm, yelling that they better not start a fight with the mercenaries, no matter the guilt. While she barked at him for provoking the mercenaries guild and throwing a wrench into future exploration, Dito yanked Chiru's sword just to make her message hit harder, and right in the middle of her warning, she brought it down in a huge overhead arc, smashing the mercenary behind her on the head. The mercenary grabbed his head and snarled, barking for answers as he tossed insults, asking if Dito was seriously looking for a fight, and Dito stared at the sword, flustered to the core, blurting out pure, confused disbelief. Ria totally approved of the overhead swing like it was perfect, and Chiru even jumped in to hype her up. Then Dito snapped into panic, yelling that her hands slipped and she didn't mean to slam him, clutching his head and cursing up a storm, while the mercenary fumed, vowed they'd pay for this, and fired off a sharp whistle to call in backup. Then the thugs showed up with smug grins, and they surged in until Chiru, Ria, Dito, and the boy were trapped, completely surrounded by mercenaries, guild members closing in from every direction. Chiru's panic hit full force as more mercenaries flooded in, his voice cracking while he shouted that their numbers just kept multiplying. Ria watched the net close tighter and demanded what they should do, and Dito shot back grimly that they were already marked, so they'd have to break out by force. From behind a hidden wall, a hooded figure casually lobbed a round object straight into the middle of the mercenaries, and the moment it hit the ground, boom, an earth-shaking blast tore through the crowd, leaving every thug stumbling back in stunned, terrified cries. Chiru coughed hard through the choking smoke, still reeling from what just went down, while Ria hacked beside him. Dito clamped a hand over her mouth, staring through the haze in panic and searching for whatever hit them. A hand suddenly flashed through the smoke and grabbed Chiru's wrist, and an urgent voice barked, "Move," snapping him into a startled cry of pure confusion. Eyes burning, Chiru got yanked forward by the hooded stranger, barely catching sight as smoke swallowed everything, while the drag turned into a brutal reminder that someone had him. Dragged through the chaos, Chiru felt something brush past him, and then he realized his rescuer had a tail. His heart pounded as the cloaked stranger hauled him onward, deeper away from the madness. Chapter 24. The mercenary guild members staggered through the smoke-filled alley, coughing and shouting in frustration as they realized their prey had slipped away. Their leader bellowed that the targets could not have gone far. When the smoke finally cleared, a wide-open doorway to a quiet back alley appeared, and before the mercenaries even clocked it, Chiru and his mystery rescuer had already vanished into thin air. The hooded-tailed girl bolted down the tight alley, yanking Chiru by the hand as she tore through stacked crates and barrels at full speed, Chiru gasping, trying desperately to keep up. Still gasping for air, Chiru finally snapped into it. He had zero clue who this hooded stranger was. All he knew was she'd just saved his life. She steered him into a cramped storage courtyard packed with crates and barrels, then held up a hand and told him, cool and steady, that they should be safe there, for now. Chiru hovered right behind her, staring at the heavy iron door, and suddenly it felt weirdly familiar, like the entrance to his own apartment. The girl stepped up, slammed her fist on the door, and snapped, "It's me, Chiru." A voice crawled from behind the door and demanded the password, and without even thinking she shot back, "You stole from the fat pigs." The iron door groaned open. She shoved Chiru inside and told him to lie low for a bit. Then he protested that 2 friends and a boy were still out there, and she promised they'd been pulled out separately and were safe, but it left Chiru's gut twisting with doubt. The door slammed shut and locked. The hooded rescuer dragged Chiru fully inside and snapped at the guard to call headquarters. The subordinate bowed, answered politely, and signaled for them to leave. They held their breath in dead silence as the hooded man slipped away, and just moments later the door slammed shut with a heavy thud, revealing a secret storage room stuffed floor to ceiling with crates and barrels. Once Chiru stepped inside, the tension finally melted off his shoulders. He'd guessed it was a warehouse, and the crates proved him right up close. Then the girl yanked her hood back, revealing fluffy cat ears, and chirped for him to sit anywhere. Still frozen in shock, Chiru blurted out his stunned reaction to her cat ears, staring like he couldn't believe his eyes. Her ears twitched while she pouted, plainly annoyed. The cat-eared girl snapped, demanding to know if being saved by a half-beast bothered him, and then she lunged in close with eyes blazing, while Chiru recoiled. Chiru shot his hands up in a panic, insisting it didn't bother him one bit. He was just caught off guard. He poured out sincere thanks for saving him and his friends, then paused hard before asking her why she'd stepped in to help them. She leaned in and told me the truth. This whole mission was only about saving Nick, and Chiru's crew just happened to be right there with him. Chiru kept repeating the boy's name, the way Nick once said he and his sister were swept into the Thieves' Guild, still ringing in his head, so Chiru leaned in and demanded to know if she really was one of them. She beamed and confirmed it with a bright, happy laugh. Chiru just scoffed, saying it should have been obvious all along. Then she caught herself, remembering the guy from earlier wore the very same hood she had. She told them the Thieves' Guild couldn't throw punches in the open, then thanked them for snapping the mercenary's attention right at the perfect time, laughing as she said that the way one of his friends decked a thug for them took a huge weight off their shoulders. She asked his name, and he blurted it out with shaky nerves. Then she repeated it like she was savoring the sound, before saying everyone only called her Cat. Cat grinned, thanked him for saving Nick, and offered him a reward, before Chiru shook his head and snapped that their escape was reward enough. Cat refused to let him carry the debt. She insisted on repaying the favor, and once Chiru swore he could ask for anything, she practically pushed him to speak his wish. Chiru darted his eyes around the room and asked, voice shaking, if he could take the whole space. Then Cat froze solid at his request. Seeing her face light up with that reaction, Chiru scrambled backward and insisted he wanted nothing at all, while Cat shot him a fake smile and admitted, yeah, that was a pretty big request. Chiru clocked the layout and swore it looked just like the place near his own quarters, then couldn't help wondering if someone was linking the two, so he brushed it off for a second and told her it was absolutely worth asking. Cat blurted out an apology and admitted she couldn't make a call like that on her own, and Chiru just nodded like it was no big deal. He snapped his request into something else and asked, "Can I at least look around?" Cat echoed him in shock and demanded, "What do you mean?" Leaning in like she'd caught him red-handed, she demanded, "So why?" Flustered, the two Roos stumbled through their explanation, terrified he'd sound suspicious, and then Cat suddenly clapped, grinning, asking if he could be a scholar. She mused that it explained why he cracked that monster language and why he acted nothing like a normal adventurer, so she let out a nervous laugh and nodded. Cat let him roam freely, only as long as she stuck right by his side, and when he was done, he thanked her with real sincerity. Together, they pushed deeper into the storage room, slipping past towering stacks of crates beside the iron door. Then Chiru's eyes snapped to one weird, totally unusual pile that didn't belong there. Out of nowhere, Cat blurts, "Do you hate half-beasts?" and Chiru whips around stunned, while she hurriedly explains that plenty of humans do. Stunned, Chiru admitted he'd never known, and then blurted out that people in his line of interest actually idolized half-beasts. Cat just tilted her head and said, "That explains everything about your attitude." Curious as hell, Chiru blurted out whether Cat was really her name, and when she said it was just an alias, his eyebrows shot up, because who picks something that obvious? Next, he started thinking about using character appraisal to dig up the truth behind her real name. But the move he tried exploded in his face and crashed hard, shocking him to the core. Cat clocked it instantly and snapped that he'd been reading her status. He fidgeted and blurted that he'd only meant to learn her real name. Then it hit him that thieves can sniff out even those questions. Annoyed out of her mind, Cat snapped back that she'd read his status too, bragging she had killer appraisal. Then Teru jolted in alarm. After she sized him up, she burst out laughing at his name, Suzuki Teru, calling it weird and firing off. "Where are you from?" Then she dug back into the file and started clocking the crazy stuff. Unlimited growth, plus a whole stack of rare skills and unique traits. She even claimed he had a bunch of strange, hidden skills she couldn't quite pin down, while Teru just stared, caught between panic and awe, wondering if he should be terrified or blown away by how wildly absurd it all sounded. Kat blurted the skill name out on the spot, kissed the girl, and leveled Kat up by 3 times a day at most, while sweat poured down as Teru groaned that the name was absurdly long. He suddenly remembered what the skill was for, then Kat exploded forward, cutting the distance so fast he yelped and stumbled, completely thrown off balance. She loomed over him with a wicked grin. And just like that, she blurted out that she wanted to test her skill right on him, smiling wide, diving in without a second thought, while Teru's frantic protests crashed straight into the moment, and then an unwanted kiss left him completely flustered. Kat beamed and yelled that her level cap had jumped up, and while Teru turned beet red and begged her to stop, yanking and breathless, she just grinned, asked to do it again, and ignored his furious protests. As she yanked back from the kiss, her face crumpled and she mumbled that maybe he didn't like half-beasts after all. Before Teru could even think, he blurted a quick denial. The cat snatched that moment like a challenge and leaned in to kiss him again. More exhausted and mortified, Teru finally clocked it. She had kissed him exactly 3 times. Barely able to talk, he blurted out, "Are you finally done?" Cap's cheeks flared red and he smirked, asking playfully if Teru felt a little hot afterward, while Teru just froze, staring in stunned confusion. She finally says, "I'm Miriam, call me Miri," and then casually starts stripping right in front of him, and Teru snaps into panic, screaming at her to stop and firing off, "Why are you doing this?" With a teasing snap, Miri dared, asking if 3 kisses hadn't sparked something more as she leaned in and lifted her clothes, and Teru's face flashed crimson. She blurted that it hadn't, but even as she came closer, her words trailed off with a wicked, suggestive hum. Miri burst out laughing when she felt his body betray him as she pressed up against him, savoring how quickly he got flustered, and Teru snapped back that she had it all wrong, only for Miri's grin to spread even more as she soaked in every bit of his embarrassment. Outside the room, frantic voices thundered and hurried. Voices crashed through the air as someone snapped, demanding proof of Teru's whereabouts, and swore that if anything had gone wrong, the consequences would be brutal. Rhea shot a dagger glare down the road, cold fury blazing as she swore she'd smash the thieves' guild, while Ditto rushed in, begging her to calm down and insisting those people were the ones helping them, and a nervous member kept blurting, "We're almost there." They burst up to the warehouse entrance, slipping through stacks of crates while the tension in the air tightened, like it was about to snap any second. Inside the storage room, Teru suddenly clocked the whole situation and jolted into panic, because they were already standing right by the door. Chapter 25, Rhea looked furious and Ditto deeply concerned as they advanced, while their hooded companion tensed, clutching a lamp. Hearing them draw near, Teru realized just how bad the situation looked. Teru gasped, his heart hammering as Miri clung to him, and panic ripped through him. He pleaded for her to stop, terrified of what the others would think, but she wouldn't let go, admitting she couldn't pull away because the arousal was too strong as she leaned in for yet another kiss. Outside the room, right in front of that giant metal door, Guy, the Thieves' Guild guy, barked for Cat and rattled off the password fast. Teru, still crushed under Mary's weight, started screaming under her breath that someone outside was already calling it out, and Cat had to answer. Mary yanked back with sharp annoyance, grumbling that they were about to reach the good part. Mary, fuming, banged on the door and snapped that they were busy and should come back later, leaving Teru completely stunned. Outside, Rhea and Ditto went stone still, reeling from the shock of what they'd just heard. From the other side of the door, Rhea and Ditto blurted out in full confusion, screaming that they needed to see Teru right now. Guy shot out a nervous call for Cat, and Miri spun away from the door and hissed that Teru should ignore them and just keep having fun. Rhea snapped that if they weren't let in, Ditto should blast the door open, and Ditto immediately started charging her magic while Teru screamed in panic, stunned they'd gone that far. He shoved Mary out of the way and barked for her to move, and in the chaos he accidentally brushed her chest, pulling a startled, involuntary moan from her. Miri's cheeks flared as he blurted that he'd finally gotten the right mood, then shoved his hands against her chest, but Teru yanked him back, and Miri stumbled hard into the room. Teru shot forward and slammed his palm into the door's mechanism, ripping through the lock and wrenching the heavy door open. The door finally swung wide, and Teru greeted them with a shaky smile, like he'd just exhaled his biggest fear, safe at last, and then the 3 of them froze in that heavy, tense silence, bodies tight, faces pale, all of them horrified by what they were convinced had just happened inside. Racing to Chiru's side, Dito burst out in relief that he'd made it out, while Ria kept firing anxious questions, asking if he was really okay after those weird noises. Chiru just awkwardly laughed and swore he was totally fine. Ditto asked if Kat was okay once he heard she'd been busy, and Chiru blurted that she'd stayed back to clean up the warehouse, then pushed them inside to hide for now. Chiru finally admitted he'd been freaking out over what might have happened to them, and when he saw everyone safe, pure relief hit him like a wave. Rio snapped that even with them hidden for now, sitting where the mercenaries, guild might sniff them out was a death sentence, and Dito said a thieves, guild scout had already slipped out to check the area, so they needed to bolt the second everything was confirmed safe. Chiru pointed out that the Thieves Guild wasn't giving them trouble at all, and he pushed the idea that there had to be a way up to the surface, or even down to the second dungeon layer, right inside their turf, then asked if anyone knew where those routes were. And right there, both Dito and Ria snapped their heads side to side, refusing it. Chiru whipped around and shouted to Miri, begging her to tell him if she knew. He shot a glance at Miri, who sat rigid on a crate, clearly rattled. Then when she stayed silent, Ria leaned in and asked if she was okay, watching Miri sheepishly admit she might have caught a cold. Flustered, Chiru blurted out a new idea, let's find a way up to the surface, and right behind him, Miri twitched and stayed frozen in shock. Then she shot upright out of nowhere and demanded to know, straight up, if Chiru was really planning to hit the surface. Chiru insisted they weren't really living in that first layer, but Mary snapped back that joining the Thieves Guild would mean real protection through its non-aggression pact, and secret routes no one else had. Ditto admitted it sounded tempting, yet Ria exploded in rage, saying it was completely unthinkable. To her, the guild smelled like thieves and criminals who live off stolen goods, so she swore she'd take the boy and his sister up to the surface and drop them off in an orphanage. Ditto nervously pushed back, warning that bringing the kids along was asking for trouble, and reminded Ria that the Thieves Guild had already pulled them out once, so the children should stay under their watch. Ria kept slamming the guild, saying it taught kids to steal and never gave them real education. Mary said a bunch of orphan kids came to the guild on their own, even if it wasn't the perfect setup, but before she could finish, Ria's razor-sharp glare snapped her shut and dragged the room into silence. Miri admitted, through gritted teeth, that if the Mercenaries Guild is hunting Nick, the surface might really be in danger after all. So he could finally be safe. Ria slammed the decision into place and said, once everything calms down, we're heading up to the surface, with Nick and his sister. Chiru nodded, then turned to Mary and asked her to help them map out a safe route, because if they were escorting the kids to the surface, they couldn't afford to get it wrong. Mary snapped that she needed to take it easy and rest for at least a day, and Chiru immediately apologized, saying they were in a rush. Miri muttered about checking the room, but Chiru swore they'd come back after handling their business on the surface, leaving her with a grumpy, half-disgusted look. Just as she was about to fire off another complaint, a call from outside snapped her attention. Guy was back, calling his name and tossing out the password. Mary lit up in an instant and announced, the way is clear, like she'd just struck gold with a sudden idea. As Guy told Miri the Mercenaries Guild had pulled back for now, Miri leaned in close and hissed instructions into his ear, though he still couldn't stop looking confused. Chiru nodded like it finally clicked, then watched as Mary backed up and spun around with a bright grin, assuming Nick's sister had just been told what to do about escort duty. Then she announced that their boss wanted to thank them herself for saving Nick, and she pushed them to follow her right then. Chiru hesitated, trying to back out, and then Dito snapped in shock. Right as Chiru tried to keep spinning his excuse, Dito shot forward and slammed both hands over his mouth, silencing him instantly. Dito kept both hands clamped over his mouth, urgently hissing that he better not say a single reckless word, while Chiru fought her, confused, as she fired back that he was basically trying to dodge the boss's invitation. Still clamping his mouth, Dita snapped that folks like them lived by honor, and that messing with their boss was basically signing your death wish. She then made it real. The guild had 800 members. Chiru's face went pale, and she drilled one more warning. After all the trouble the guild had already gone through to help them, they better not go picking fights. Ditto said it was smarter to stay on the guild's good side and suggested they greet the boss with respect, and Chiru instantly snapped his posture into place and agreed, telling Miri to lead the way to meet him. The whole crew bolted the moment they got the go-ahead. They strode down a noisy street packed with stalls and stone buildings, heading straight into the heart of the Thieves Guild's turf. As they slipped through a busted-up alley, Miri waved at the grime and shot Chiru a question, "Doesn't this feel awful?" He mumbled an awkward yes, and she went on to say the truth. Even though they had more members than the Merchants Guild, their trade was still struggling hard. Miri leaned in and asked Chiru what the city looked like through a scholar's eyes, but Teru stalled for a beat, then blurted out that the area could use urban redevelopment, and Miri gasped as she struggled to repeat that strange new word. Teru broke it down like this: redevelopment meant pouring money back into crumbling districts so they could be lived in again, like rebuilding old places into fresh, modern spaces. Miri echoed the dream of making the place feel way more modern, and Teru made it clear they weren't chasing style, they were chasing livability. Then he slammed the biggest issue head-on: the awful public order on the first layer, and Miri snapped in right away, agreeing instantly. Teru pushed the idea of building a huge residential block packed with shops and restaurants, then demanded serious security to keep troublemakers out and keep everything running under control. Ria lit up, saying the idea felt amazing and that the kids would finally feel safe, while Ditto chimed in that it could lure in curious surface visitors too, so Miri couldn't contain herself and practically begged Teru, "Tell me more." After a few more rounds of talk, Miri finally locked in on the plan, then she laid it out clear. They'd team up with the surface group to build the whole district. Ditto said that this alliance could even smash the Merchants Guild, and Miri nodded, insisting that exclusive trade rights in the first layer would lock the partnership in for good. Miri beamed at Teru and thanked him, telling him her heart finally felt hopeful about their guild. Then he warned that rebuilding could get brutal, but Miri shook her head and insisted they'd make it work, because the whole plan was his idea. Teru stared at Miri and felt it click. She didn't just care about the kids, she also carried the guild's management on her shoulders. Then she pointed ahead and announced they'd arrived, and Teru couldn't help thinking, so that's why she's got such a high rank. The party screeched to a halt in front of a fortress-like stone building, thick walls, a heavily guarded gate, and armed sentries posted like they meant business, because this was the Thieves Guild's headquarters. A woman with glasses smiled at them, thanked them for showing up, and then introduced herself as Nola, the chief secretary. Teru swallowed his nerves as the three girls crowded in right behind him. Nola leaned in and said the chief wanted to thank them himself, then demanded they follow her. She told Kat and Nick to stay put while the three adventurers rushed after her down the corridor. She swung the door open and beckoned them in, and Teru froze in shock while Ditto leaned forward, staring with curiosity from behind. Nola unveiled the figure sprawled behind the curtained bed, Dorothea II herself, while Dorothea flashed a calm, unreadable smile that gave away absolutely nothing about what she planned to do next. Chapter 26. In a luxurious room where a four-poster bed lay veiled behind thin curtains, Noel bowed toward the figure beyond and formally presented the chief. As Teru stared at the smudged silhouette, the delicate features sharpened, soft, feminine, undeniable, and it hit him like a punch. Their chief was a girl, and he went rigid with shock, with the Ditto beside him reacting just as silently. The adventurers kept trading uneasy looks at the unmoving figure until Teru stepped up, forcing a nervous smile, and greeted them politely. Then Ditto trailed behind Justice Tinsley, tossing in her own respectful words, while Dorothea II stayed stone quiet and Nola just stood by, waiting. Nola told him she was nothing but the go-between, passing every message back and forth to the silent chief. Then she rushed out an apology for how indirect and weird the whole setup was. As Teru watched, he figured the drapes were masking her real identity, and he couldn't stop imagining how brutal life must be for someone who's the chief. Right as his thoughts churned, Nola slid quietly toward the bed, ready to deliver her message. Dorothea stayed in hiding while Nola spoke for her, pouring out the chief's heartfelt thanks for Nick's rescue. Then Nola dropped the bombshell that the Mercenaries Guild had now tagged everyone there as targets, and Teru nearly blew a gasket as he swallowed the truth. Nola relayed the chief's offer, saying Dorothea wanted to keep them safe since they were targets now, by inviting them as honored guests of the Thieves Guild. Everyone turned to Teru for his polite no, but Ria cut him off, stepping forward and slamming the offer shut. Ditto barked at Ria for her rudeness, demanding she watch her manners, but Ria brushed it off and snapped back that the real priority was taking Nick and his sister along, so she could protect the kids herself. Nola spoke her mind and coolly made it crystal clear. The Thieves Guild never forced the kids to join, and if anyone doubts it, all they have to do is ask the children themselves. Ria nodded along, but snapped that consent didn't erase the danger the kids were trapped in. They deserved real safety. Right then, Dorothea murmured something, and Nola turned to the lad in armor, directing Ru instead, so hard it jolted him. Nola grabbed Teru and demanded a real promise. Nick and his younger sister, Mary, would get a safe, peaceful life, and the weight would land on his shoulders alone. Teru froze mid-answer, but Ria shot forward and swore it without blinking. They promised with iron resolve that they'd take care of the siblings no matter what. Teru and Nola locked eyes and froze in tense silence, both counting the cost of that promise. Then Teru bowed politely and asked for a little time alone, and Nola nodded, calm as ever. Teru figured that with Ria's fierce passion, the orphanage she ran had to treat its kids with care, and when Ria nodded back, earnestly and without hesitation, Teru just let her words sink in. Turning to Dito, Teru confessed this was a brutal ask, and asked if she could still count on her help. Dito just nodded with a tired little smile, and when Teru turned to Shizuku too, she bounced with joy, jiggling like she couldn't wait. The three of them let out relieved smiles, silently agreeing Nick and Mary were getting taken in together. Then he spun back to Nola and Dorothea, eyes set as he vowed they'd keep their promise straight up. Nola nodded and told them the chief actually agreed to hand the kids over, but with a catch. A Thieves Guild member had to escort them all the way to the orphanage. The moment that condition hit, the whole party went visibly stunned. Nola reassured everyone that this escort would shut down trouble from the other guilds, making it way easier for their group to move around freely. Chiru listened with full focus, then nodded, agreeing to the terms. We'll leave soon, deliver the kids safely, and then we'll come back to report everything. Nola carried the chief's thanks straight to them, then promised they'd get a warm welcome the moment they came back. After the room emptied behind them, they regrouped in the reception hall, and Nola promised to summon an escort, then told them to stay put and wait. As Nola walked out, Chiru let out a long breath and admitted the meeting had them on edge, and Dito sighed right along with him. While they waited, Chiru spotted that Miri was already gone, and disappointment hit him hard. Part of him just wished he could have seen her one more time. Later, Nick and Mary burst into the hall and sprinted straight at Ria, yelling that she was their big sister, and she dropped into a crouch to meet them, promising they could count on her. From the far corner of the room, Mary snapped at Teru, and he spun around thinking she'd just wave goodbye, until she hit him with the shocker. She was coming with them. Miri leaned in and pressed him hard about why he hesitated, and Teru just stammered as he tried to answer. She said she wanted a fresh start up on the surface, smiled like it was nothing, told him to take care of her, and the whole group instantly agreed to let her in. Mary spilled the news that she had the boss's approval to lead them through a secret Thieves Guild passage, straight up to the surface, and Ditto lit up with pure joy, while Teru finally exhaled in relief. Pack locked and loaded, Miri charged ahead, flashed a signal, and told everyone to move, right as the group started heading. They tore toward the surface together, like the end of the world was right there waiting. As they walked, Miri leaned toward Teru and asked what he thought about their boss, and Teru said Dorothea felt kind even from just that quick meeting, like even her silhouette alone burned a lasting impression. She was gorgeous. Miri nodded with full confidence, matching his pace stride for stride. In a burst of courage, Teru blurts out a way too inappropriate comment about the chief's body, and Miri snaps into action, grabbing his backside to shut him up fast. Mary pinched him again and again until he yelped in stunned pain, still seething. Then she finally snapped loose and marched ahead, leaving Teru doubled over, clutching himself, utterly confused. The crew finally hit a colossal gate at the end of the stone corridor, and Teru craned his neck upward, excitement surging in his chest as he blurted, "I can't wait to see what's waiting for us on the surface." Mary froze at his comment and blurted, "Do you ever go up to the surface?" He stumbled out an awkward truth, "No, not really," and listed a few reasons why. They keep hauling that endless staircase up in dead silence, Teru in front, and the rest of them fall in right behind, marching steadily forward. Someone shouted about the light up ahead, and suddenly daylight poured down from above like the world was cracking open. They stepped out and the world exploded into open sky, rolling forests, and jagged mountains in the distance. Teru's words tangled as he stared, and Ria hurried in, telling him that the city sprawled beneath them was Heraklion, Akayomi town. Then Dito chimed in that this place was home to the Adventurers Guild. Ria asked Teru if he liked their world even without computers or easy comforts, but Dito cut in fast. He said he couldn't judge yet, since towns had shops and some handy conveniences too, leaving Teru totally stuck on what to say. Teru shut his mouth, and the awkward silence hung there, freezing Ria and Dito in place. Teru whipped around to Shizuku, begging for her take. She lit up and called the world amazing, praising the sky's air, the sun, and the breathtaking view, and Teru grinned back, thrilled with every word. The moment they heard it, relief hit Ditto and Ria, so hard their faces lit up. From the hilltop, Ditto glared over the town and snapped at Ria for leaping to conclusions, and she shot back with a quick apology. Then he told her to show Teru around. After everything they'd been through, he finally stood right on the edge of getting his first taste of city life in this world. Chapter 27. Passing beneath the looming portcullis with his companions, Teru finally stepped into the town on the surface, wondering what awaited him there. Beyond the gate, Teru slipped into the crowd with the group, weaving past carts, townsfolk, and towering buildings, eyes wide with every unfamiliar sight until it hit him. This chaotic city was Heraklion, and he quietly reaffirmed that as if he'd finally stepped foot in a whole new world, right into the town that shouldn't exist. Teru clenched his fist and flat out admitted his excitement was going absolutely wild. He burst out with a loud cheer, then snapped that the first order of business was heading straight to the guild, so they could revoke the request for a Namison subjugation. Dido looked openly furious, snapping that they were rushing straight to the Adventurers Guild, and with a heavy sigh, she wished they'd slow down and rest at an inn first. Teru pushed them to hit the guild immediately, roaring that if anyone actually subjugated Anami-san, it'd be game over, no debate. He insisted they settle it fast so he could finally enjoy the world, and Dido just shot a glance at the kids, who were stalling in fear. Dido nudged Teru to glance at the kids curled up against Ria's shoulder, and Teru instantly clocked it. This trip had beaten them up too, not just the adults, especially after she'd marched all the way from the dungeon. With no choice left, Teru gave in and switched gears, deciding they'd race to an inn first. When Teru finally reached the inn, he stared at that plain wooden room like he'd hit the jackpot. Its rustic vibe made him feel like a true adventurer, right in the middle of the wild. Behind him, Ria carefully set Mary down, and Nick rubbed the sleep out of his eyes. With her cloak clutched tight, Ditto set it straight. Teru's sleeping bags were way more comfy than real beds, and she was planning to sleep until dinner, period. Then Mary spotted Teru holding something out, and she leaned in fast, eyes blazing with curiosity. Huddled inside one of Teru's sleeping bags, Ditto grumbled that Teru and Miri were way too loud and snapped at them to shut it. Then Teru shoved his sleeping bag toward Miri, and she blinked in shock, eyes huge, before practically vibrating with excitement, asking if he really meant it. Huddled tight inside the sleeping bag, Miri sighed happily about how warm it felt. Then her words melted away as she slipped into deep sleep, while Teru and Ria stood there in silence, trading worried looks as they watched everyone crash out so fast. Teru snapped to the truth there was only one bed left, so Ria blurted that she'd crash on the floor with his sleeping bag, but Teru panicked, waving her off and insisting she absolutely shouldn't, until his sentence fizzled out and Ria, cheeks burning, gently finished what he couldn't say. Rage-hot with embarrassment, Teru panicked and swore he'd never say anything that embarrassing like sleeping together, so he fumbled, awkwardly suggested they take a walk around town, and Ryo admitted she wasn't sleepy at all, just hoping he'd show her around. Later, while they strolled through town, Ria grinned at Teru and told her she was thrilled to guide her, because helping her was the very least she could do. Right there for him, Teru trudged along beside her, cheeks burning as he insisted he hadn't done nearly enough for her. Ria beamed and said they were heading to the shrine next, snapping Teru out of nowhere, while he admitted, right on the spot, that he wasn't exactly religious, silently groaning because his fantasy, otherworld date with a female knight never came with a side of conversion. Ria straightened everything out and promised the shrine would teach him lingua franca, and Teru suddenly understood. It wasn't just a language, it was the telepathy skill that lets people trade thoughts, the exact reason he could make sense of Ria and Dito's speech. Teru figured Japanese was treated like a monster language here, so adventurers only caught his meaning in tiny pieces. Then he worried lingua franco still wouldn't let him talk with Nick and Mary, and Ria shot back that it would. They strode side by side down the stone-paved street, weaving through bustling townsfolk, until a huge bridge rose ahead of them. Beyond it loomed a massive shrine-like cathedral with towering arches and a gigantic rose window, and Ria swore that was exactly where they were headed. They slipped through the shrine's towering doors into the massive entrance hall, and Teru murmured just how vast it all felt. Ria said the shrine actually had priests and priestesses who could heal, and Teru couldn't help but wonder if some adventurers were serving as them too. Ria admitted she'd never even heard of priest adventurers, though they might exist out there, then confessed that healing magic-like that could be a goldmine for any party, even as she explained why holy magic users almost never chased deadly quests, because they usually had safer jobs waiting right where they were. Ria declares that anyone who can cast holy magic is instantly hired at the shrine, then gestures at the line of priests working like clockwork, so when Teru sees a robed priest calmly healing a hurt man, she nods with a quiet, thoughtful realization of just how priceless those powers are here. After that, the two of them keep moving toward the towering doorway, and near the huge statue, Ria guides Teru to a priest waiting by the altar. She bows and explains that Teru is from a far-off place, then asks for him to be granted the lingua franca skill. With a calm, knowing look, the priest tells Teru they've got to leave 2 gold coins at the shrine, and Teru wastes no time. He flings them into the waiting pouch with a sharp metallic clink. Then the priest throws his arms wide, eyes shut, and earnestly prays, begging Goddess Maria to bless the young man. After the ritual finally wraps up, Teru jabs his hand out and says it should be over already, yet he still can't feel a thing. He quietly tallies the offering at around 20,000 Japanese yen, then starts wondering if they got swindled, until the priest snaps back that now he finally understands what the boy meant and demands an explanation for Japanese yen. Chiru keeps bowing again and again to the priest, spilling out apologies like he can rewind his earlier outburst, while Ria watches with a sly wry smile as he scrambles to make it right. When the ritual ends, Chiru and Ria step back out through the shrine's towering doors. Outside the shrine, two onlookers can't help but marvel at how insane lingua franca is, grinning as they swear that with it, even people deep in the Amazon's wildest remote corners would hear him loud and clear. Beaming with pride, Ria says Chiru's world might be packed with handy conveniences, but their own world is just as incredible. Chiru lights up and agrees, then immediately asks what they should do next, right when Ria freezes and lets out a tiny, shaky sound. Ria fidgets with nerves and blurts out that she wants to go somewhere special with Chiru, then freezes when he asks where. She finally admits it's a tiny shrine, and Chiru presses if she's talking about another one. Her cheeks burn with an embarrassed, no, it really is the smaller one. Ria suddenly trips over her words, panicking that they should forget everything she just said because she's sure Chiru wouldn't even enjoy that place. Then Chiru, shocked but smiling, blurted that he'd love to go and cheerfully waved her on, urging her to lead the way while she kept stammering, stuck in shaky hesitation. The two stroll down a tight cobblestone lane, houses and flower boxes sliding by, when Chiru suddenly stops. He just caught music somewhere ahead, the notes sharpen, and curiosity hits hard as they follow it to a crowd outside another building, where Ria's face lights up with relief as she blurts out that the event she's been praying for is finally happening today. Ria hears the roaring excitement up ahead, snatches Chiru's hand, and drags him into a sprint before he can do more than yelp in shock. They shove through the cheering crowd as celebrations erupt around them, and while everyone's busy watching, Chiru steals a look toward the front and wonders, quietly, what event could have brought them all here. Shoving through the crush, the two finally break to the front and spot a bride and groom waiting under a flower-covered arch. When the veiled bride slips her hand into the groom's arm, one of the onlookers near Chiru murmurs, "She's a bride, I just know it." Be a wedding, and Ria beams and confirms it with a loud, ecstatic yes. As the ceremony keeps rolling on the shrine's front steps, the priest booms that the bride and groom will seal their vows before the goddess Maria. Then the couple edges in, inch by inch, closing the gap for their kiss, while Chiru and everyone else stare from the crowds packed out beneath the grand entrance. From the crowd, Ria grips her hands hard against her chest, eyes wide and swept up in the moment, while Chiru jerks his gaze toward her in shock as petals tumble down around them. As the ceremony winds down, the shrine's bell thunders above the roof, its bright notes slicing into the open sky, while flower petals float past the steeple on a gentle breeze. As they head back toward the end, Chiru leans in and says the bride and groom looked absolutely stunning during the ceremony. Ria just smiles, hums softly in agreement, and lets the compliment land. Chiru asks if she watches weddings like that all the time, and Ria admits it with a shy blush, whispering that whenever she's free she shows up every single time, hands lightly clasped over her chest. Chiru keeps moving down the crowded street, a few steps ahead, when he suddenly hears Ria call his name in a shaky voice. He whips around to see her frozen in place, hands clenched, staring at him with nervous respect. She fights for courage, then carefully asks if she can make a request, but her words trail off. As the crowd streams past, the two of them fall quiet, and Tour breaks into a small smile, then nods and answers Ria's unfinished question, basically hinting that one day they'll come back here together and catch another wedding. Ria's face bursts with pure relief and joy, and she blurts out a bright, sincere yes, hands clutched to her chest as she drinks in the promise they just sealed. Rio strides toward Chiru with iron determination, and as she steps through the glow of her own resolve, the gap between them melts away, because deep in her chest, she's already making a silent vow that one day she'll be the one at the altar, right beside Chiru. As the day fades, Chiru and Rio stride side by side, swallowed by the steady tide of townsfolk making for home, heading straight to the inn, while her secret dream to one day stand at the altar with him stays locked in her chest, unspoken for now. Chapter 28. The next morning, beneath a clear sky, Chiru and Dido stepped into the inn's front square and stretched as Chiru. Yoru started reliving every meal he'd devoured there, and even though dinner hit hard, breakfast blew it out of the water. Chiru whipped around to Ditto, begging to know if she felt it too, but Ditto shot back a tight-lipped scowl, and Chiru immediately panicked. Stung by her icy vibes, Chiru told Dido to chill and begged her to lighten up, but Dido just huffed, furious that Ria had played tour guide the day before, like that had to mean they were flirting the whole time. Chiru shot back a denial, but Dido sulked and insisted he'd known she'd want to drag him along too, so that's why today she'll play tour guide for him at the Adventurers Guild. And since Dido had totally blown things up the night before, he decided this time to leave the mess behind and go out with just her. Still pouting, Dido snapped her head away, shut her eyes tight, and refused to even look at him, while Chiru just let out a worried groan, completely stuck on what to do with her mood. Dito marched him to a huge, rock-solid building with a big emblem above its double doors, and Teru blurted in awe, asking if this was the Adventurers Guild. Then she calmly nodded, shoved the heavy doors wide open, and Teru sprinted right after her. Still seething, Dito snapped at Teru that since he'd already got a lingua franca, he should man the information desk and handle the negotiations solo. Then with a tired sigh, she swore she'd wait at the guild pub and sent him on his way. Teru scanned the packed room in a split second. Tables stacked with bottles screamed "Guild Pub," while the far counter crowded with adventurers clearly marked the information desk. With nerves hammering his chest, Teru edged up to the desk, cleared his throat, and blurted out that he needed something for work. The receptionist demanded his name, and he stepped forward and said, "Teru." The receptionist, all business, asked what kind of request he wanted to file, and after a quick pause, Teru calmly said he wanted to request the capture of a dungeon monster, then immediately asked if that was even possible. The receptionist beamed and told him it was totally doable, saying the guild kept holding cells for captured monsters, and that he'd get word the moment the capture was finished, while Teru made it clear his targets were two orcs moving together from the fifth layer of the Yomi labyrinth. The receptionist started asking for any distinguishing marks, and Teru told her the orcs weren't hostile to adventurers. Then she pointed out the light-skinned one who talked in monster language, popping off those weird words like television and cable subscription, and she wrote everything down with total care. He made it crystal clear they were getting caught alive, no harm allowed. She told me orcs were monsters with real muscle, so the mission was set at rank C, paying 20 gold coins, plus a 4 gold commission, and they even demanded a 6 gold deposit up front. Teru called it a small price to buy Anami's life, then noted they could snatch back the 26 gold if they caught him, and when the receptionist piled on the holding fees, Teru watched the bill climb, until he mentioned there was already a subjugation request out there, and it completely stunned her. While he tried to recall, the receptionist yanked down a notice from the request board and asked, "Is this the one you're talking about?" Then she scoffed at the reward, barely anything, not even enough gold for an orc subjugation, calling it a ridiculously brutal job that no sane adventurers would touch. She said double bookings hit all the time and told him to chill, but Teru snapped that he did care, insisting he couldn't stand by while those targets got killed, and demanded they cancel the request. The receptionist then revealed the client's name was Lucia. Teru blurted out, asking if Lucio was in the guild now, hoping he could talk to her straight, only for the receptionist to check and tell him she wasn't there today. Lucia wasn't there, so the receptionist swore she'd bring it up next time about withdrawing the request. Teru nodded, accepted, and thanked her. Back at the guild pub, Dito sat with a drink clutched in her hand, her hat casting a shadow over her face. Then Teru finally came back and, with a breath of apology, begged for the wait. Already tipsy, Dito snarled at her, demanding to know why she was so late, and then he snapped that he left her stuck drinking alone, like this was his golden moment to finally make it up to her. Teru shot out a frantic apology, scooted beside her, and suggested they grab a drink together. Then he asked what she recommended while she kept pouting, drunk and stubborn. As they settled in, a cloaked stranger strode up and asked, politely, but with edge for their attention, and Dito stayed put, cheeks blazing red. The man checked was she really Dito, then leaned in and asked if she'd join his party. Nearby adventurers whispered in shock because Team Dominic were the very first ones to rush in toward her. Dito shrugged off the offer, mumbling that she'd already partied with the guy next to her, and Teru froze, then sputtered and nodded along, leaving the recruiters crushed. Dominic's crew pulled back, and the crowd erupted into stunned whispers. Everyone swore she'd only take the deal if Dominic was the one calling the shots, but with Dito's face, they knew she'd get snapped up eventually. Nearby adventurers started whispering and grilling everyone, who even was Teru, since they'd never seen him before, and they doubted Dito's story hard just because he was only level 10, while Teru stayed silent and calm, just listening. Dito lined in and snapped at him, because he just wouldn't listen. Startled, Teru snapped upright and swore he was locked in and paying attention. Red-faced and reeling, Dito shoved a hand to his cheek and chewed him out. Then, as he winced, another adventurer stepped in and asked politely if she was Dito Dono. Two elves stepped forward, beaming politely, and introduced themselves as Ekmont and Elmer. Ekmont admitted they almost never partied with humans and urged Dito to come along. She brushed it off instantly, saying she was a high elf and didn't care about race at all. Dito shoved up against Teru and blurted, "I'm already at the party, with the human right here with me." The elves staggered back, crushed, yet still clinging to him. Then Teru leaned in and asked if she finally felt better now. Dito snapped that she wasn't in his way, and soon more adventurers flooded in, yelling party invites at her until the whole pub shook with noise. Across the room, guys leaned in and whispered that Dito was getting more invites than ever, claiming she looked way cuter without her usual murderous aura, and those nonstop party invites kept piling up, all because they couldn't shake the suspicion that someone who looked this boring could never actually belong in her party. After hearing everyone rave about her terrifying aura, Chiru went deep in thought. Then another jittery adventurer came skittering up to them. A female adventurer smiled and invited them into her party, but Dido waved her off with a gentle grin, pointing at Chiru and insisting she was already taken. The girl shot back fast, insisting she wasn't asking for the famous Dido at all. She meant Chiru, and it left him frozen, staring in pure disbelief as the words tumbled out of him. Chiru felt stunned and secretly giddy. He never saw a party invitation coming, while Dido's face contorted with rage and her aura erupted so fiercely he yelped. Chiru instantly regretted what he said the moment Dito's snapped back. "I'll kill you if you talk to me, aura," and that threat hit him right in the gut. Later, the whole crew huddled beside the covered wagons, and Ria pushed for a carriage ride straight to Sevalada, where the orphanage sat. As the carriage rolled away, Ria broke down the distance, and she warned them that even half a day of walking would crush the kids. Everyone nodded along. The journey tore past hills, screamed over viaducts, climbed mountain roads, and blasted through open grasslands. Until right ahead, settlement lights finally flickered into view, and from the carriage they spotted a small town reappearing on the road, their driver saying, "We're almost there." Right after he stumbled off, Dido slumped against the wall, his face drained of color, stomach churning, as he looked absolutely wrecked and sick. Chiru said it wasn't shocking at all, not after how much she'd been drinking. Marie asked if she was okay, and Dido chirped back that she was totally fine. Then Chiru offered to carry her on his back, and Dido's face went beet red as she waved it off, mortified. Insisted the orphanage was still far, far away, and since Dido was too sick to fight back, he finally hauled himself onto his back. As the group kept moving, Dido's dizziness finally started to fade, and she shot him a quiet thank you. She confessed she couldn't get her feelings out right, and that was why she acted the way she did at the guild pub. Chiru just said he got it. They reached the orphanage first, a plain 3-story building, and they screeched to a stop. The kids outside clocked them at once, spotted Ria, and erupted into excited cheers. They came barreling in, practically tearing up as they welcomed Ria back with open arms. Just as Ria greeted them, a massive figure surged up from behind, and Chiru jerked back in a full-body flinch. He spun around to confront a scarred woman with a wooden axe on her shoulder, demanding to know who she was, and Ria stepped forward with respect, greeting Director Leica and declaring that she'd come back. Director Leica's presence hit like a wall, and Chiru just stood there, stunned. She looked less like an orphanage director and more like a battle-scarred soldier. Chapter 29. Chiru stood frozen, staring at Director Leica in disbelief, struggling to accept that this intimidating woman was truly the orphanage director. The director turned to Ria, visible relief washing over her face, as she confirmed Ria's safety. Ria beamed back politely, assuring her that she was alive and well. Watching the axe resting casually on Leica's shoulder, Chiru could not help but think she looked more like a Yakuza enforcer than an orphanage director. With a mix of curiosity and dread chewing at her, Chiru quietly hit the character appraisal and scanned her status: Human, 28, Combat Class, Brigand, Level 2941. Then that single word, Brigand, made her flinch inside, sure it meant something like Mountain Bandits. She smiled, tossed out that the cash for the orphanage came from her own work back then, and then, when he revealed he'd used a character appraisal on her, she didn't panic at all. She calmly told him Brigand was a specialized rogue class, and that she had the perception skill too. Then she pointed out that his suspicion he'd spotted a mountain bandit was practically stamped across his face, leaving him rattled as he tried to deny it. Chiru watched the danger flicker in anyone sharp enough to perceive things, then swore to be even more careful, because the way she let him read her status wasn't just convenience, it was real trust in Ria, the one who'd brought them here. He realized he had to quit judging powerful people by their vibe, because the first time he'd done it, he got caught standing in the doorway, getting stared at as if they were already worn out from the road, so he pushed them to come inside. Sitting in the living room, Leica leaned in, listened hard, and nodded as everything clicked. Then she confirmed they'd all been dragged into the turf war on the first layer, and asked if they really wanted her to take in Nick and Mary. Ria's voice turned gentle as she admitted, softly, that they were hoping Leica would help them. With a warm smile, she assured Nick and Mary they were more than welcome, because the house was already packed with kids, and the two would click fast. And the moment she said it, Ria's face lit up, Marie's followed, and even Nick visibly relaxed, like the weight had lifted. Turning to Ria, Leica pushed her to take Nick and Mary through the orphanage, and then let them run free with the other kids, and she told Dido to lie down and rest until the pain eased. Dido agreed at once, and Ria's smile lit up as she guided Dido and the children away. Once they left, Leica calmly asked if Chiru was really the party leader, and if Miri was the Thieves Guild's representative, and Chiru blushed, admitting it was basically spot on. So yeah, when the kids were gone, they finally swallowed their pride and admitted the orphanage was in deep financial trouble. It used to run with help from the local feudal lord, but once that support died off, they leaned on Ria to keep things afloat. Now they're barely scraping by on handouts of crops and whatever money she drags in as an adventurer. Leica warned that once Ria understood the full mess, she'd drive herself even harder, pushing for freedom she deserved, no crushing weight on her shoulders, but with everything the way it is, taking in Nick and Mary would be a brutal uphill battle. Then she vowed to hunt down the Thieves Guild for cold hard cash, leaning on her dirty past and all the shady favors she'd pulled before, because she knew exactly how money churned through the black market, and she was convinced a guild backing could completely flip the kids' lives. Mary answered straight up, telling her that even the guild's own money troubles were getting worse thanks to their outdated ways, and she made it clear that any financial support was going to be a huge stretch for them. Leica finally admitted her hunch was dead on. She even pointed to the rumors that their guild was getting crushed by rivals in the dungeon. Then she confessed how brutal it was to keep the kids fed, and why they'd dragged them to her in the first place. Mary's face suddenly lit up as she swore that everything would be fine, then spun to Chiru with a grin. He got plenty of killer business ideas, right? Chiru froze, stunned, and asked, "Wait, you mean me?" Mary nodded hard and told him, with pure fire in her voice, that he was the one who brought up the redevelopment idea, and if it worked, the guild. Chiru got cornered and admitted, "Yeah, I said it," but then he quickly spun it as just a guess, nothing guaranteed, just hoping it would turn into profit. With a grim frown, she warned him that without a sponsor, they'd have no choice but to keep leaning on Ria, and then she admitted the truth. All this non-stop adventuring is putting Ria in real danger, and there's a genuine chance she could die. Chiru sat there in silence, realizing it was finally time to cash in his knowledge from Japan, because Ria and the kids were counting on him, so he tightened his resolve and swore he'd do everything he could to help. Outside the orphanage, the kids formed a line at the doorway, and the director stood right behind them, waving as they said their goodbyes. Ria flashed a cheerful wave up at them, and the whole group turned around to grin. As their carriage rattled across the open plains, Rio couldn't stop wondering why everyone was rushing. Chiru snapped back that if they tried to make it on foot, there was no way they'd reach the dungeon again before the day was over. Ria shot them a nervous look and demanded they were really rushing straight back without even stopping at the dungeon, and Chiru just shrugged and said yes, while Dito snapped that it was almost night and he refused to camp inside the dungeon. Miri pitched the idea of crashing at her place on the first layer, and Dito hesitated, until Miri snapped back that it was totally fine, as long as it was just the four of them. Chiru snapped back and made it clear, no, that wasn't what he meant at all, then he pointed them straight to his apartment room. Ria doubted they could claw their way to the fifth layer that fast, and Ditto snapped that rushing would get them killed, while Miri kept blurting apartment in confusion, admitting she had zero clue what they were even talking about. Smiling, Chiru grinned and confidently told her that before they even met on the first layer, he'd spent his time scouting the room where he'd been waiting. Ria demanded to know why it mattered, and then Dito suddenly clocked what she meant, the room with the iron door, and his face snapped into pure shock. Buzzing with excitement, Ditto demanded to know if his apartment really had a door, and Chiru said it probably did, while Miri just stared and fell into puzzling silence. As the carriage rolled up to the dungeon wall, Mary snapped her head back and screamed in pure frustration that she didn't understand a single thing. Back in the dungeon, the whole party charged down that same endless stone stairway. Right inside the first layer chamber, they slipped in before a wall buried under stacked crates, and Miri snapped, impatiently demanding what was so special about this place, already worn out and worried they'd have to pick it up again tomorrow. Ryul kept his finger on the crates and told Ria to shift them, and once she nodded, she slid one aside with effortless strength. Crates vanished and an iron door clanged into place. The door swung open, and Ria gasped in pure amazement, while Chiru beamed inside. Dito's face lit up, practically buzzing at the idea that he could finally use a bathtub. Mary gaped at the wall in pure disbelief, swore it was nothing but an ordinary wall, and demanded someone explain what the heck was going on. As Chiru clenched the handle and swung the door open, Ria blurted out, trembling, asking if it was really okay to show this to Miri. Chiru opened the door anyway, telling himself the room was already part of their territory, like it or not, and with Miri's trust in his heart, he figured it would be okay. Ria and Dito charged ahead and slipped right through the stone wall like it wasn't even there, air itself, and Miri gasped, watching them vanish before her eyes. Chiru grinned and yanked Miri along with her, dragging her inside before she could even protest, then shut her eyes like a secret was about to begin. She slipped through the fake wall too, and suddenly, she was inside the apartment. Mary's eyes went huge at the spotless tiles and sleek fixtures, and she snapped, "What is this place?" Chiru barreled in and brushed off her confusion, announcing, "I'm home." Dito shot up, demanding a cola, while Ria said she'd ready the bath. Yet Miri just stood there, frozen, watching them act like nothing was weird at all. Chiru sat at the dining table, cola in hand, and with zero hesitation he blurted that he was from another world, and he could jump between worlds through this apartment linked straight to the dungeon. Mary leaned in, listened hard, and then blurted out that it all finally clicked. She even admitted she'd always found him weird, but now she finally understood the real reason. Dido shot her a warning, never, ever spill the apartment secret. He said it was her special hideout to rest, and Mary nodded, promising she'd keep it quiet, even if she admitted no one would ever believe her anyway. Today, Chiru fired off another request, begging to borrow the connected dungeon room on the first layer and lock it down so only the four of them could enter, and Chiru listened back, totally locked in. Then she agreed to ask the guild boss, without spilling the apartment's location, while Chiru pushed in to handle the talks, insisting he'd already mapped this out the moment he was told to come back, and Miri stuttered her agreement. Now at the guild headquarters, the party faced the guild chief's curtain-side bed, and Nola handed Dorothea the second's heartfelt thanks for getting the children to the orphanage safe and sound. Chiru leaned in and said he had his own request. He needed the guild's backing to keep Nick and Mary safe. Then he asked to borrow the iron doordrum, and Nola was left staring in shock. He made it crystal clear he wasn't begging for anything for free, then promised he had something to trade back, so Nola leaned in and begged him to keep going. They wanted to pull the chief aside and talk in private, just the two of them. Chiru shouted for everyone to step outside for a second, and that sudden demand totally threw them off. Nola refused at first for the chief, but then a quiet murmur came from behind the curtain, so Nola dropped into a deep bow and declared that the chief had granted his request. She insisted they'd talk in private, but she made it crystal clear the chief wouldn't join in, and she asked you straight up if that was okay. Chiru nodded that it was all good, and Nola and the others hauled ass out of the room, telling him to call them the moment he was done. Alone at last, Chiru let out a soft sigh, then told the chief to quit the charade. As he stepped up to the bed, he calmly said he already knew exactly who she was. He yanked the curtain back without a second thought, and Dorothea jolted at the sudden intrusion. Panicking up on the bed, Miri clutched 2 melons to her chest and blurted, "How did you know?" Chiru laid it all out to the chief, those suspicious disappearances of hers at the perfect moments, her showing up at the orphanage to chat with the director, her sudden obsession with redevelopment, and the one weird thing. The chief never said a word, not even once. Then Neri nodded, admitting Chiru's deductions were spot on. He admitted he'd reeled her in with his flirty talk about the chief being attractive, and that his nasty jab about her bust was the telltale slip. So with a heavy sigh, Miri yanked off her headdress, cat ears and all, and introduced herself as Dorothea II. Mir spilled the truth about her mom, how she was the legendary great thief and somehow ended up pregnant with a half-beast, yet still kept stealing as a proud, chivalrous outlaw, stuffing away her endless lovers and guarding her kid's identity like a secret vault. Mir grew up in the guild, born in hiding and trained to live as if nothing about her life was ever real. But when her mother died young, the Thieves' Guild lost its guiding star and spiraled into pure chaos. So to honor the thieves' final wish, Nola secretly set up Miri to step into the mysterious successor's role, stopping the guild from falling apart. Holding up a melon like it was evidence, Chiru joked that it probably helped sell the illusion. Then Miri's cheeks flared bright red as she shot back that her mother really did have a curvy figure in her younger days. Chiru choked back a laugh and her face burned hotter. Mortified, Miri waved it off and blurted, "So what are we doing about that iron door bedroom?" Chiru grinned and said he'd be the one using it, then promised he'd back the redevelopment of the Thieves' Guild in return. For her, just development support wasn't enough, because there was zero promise the plan would actually work, so when Chiru asked what else she wanted, she stared him down and told him she wanted him too, demanding he treat her just like he did Dito and Ria. Chiru assumed he meant she could wander into his apartment room freely, and she nodded on the spot, as long as she kept it all secret. Her eyes blazed when he answered, and the second he swore it was genuinely okay, she barreled closer, sending him into a full-on fluster. With a teasing grin, Miri clung to him and declared, "I'm your lover, and you've got to let me carry the guild's successor." Chiru snapped back, fighting for his life, saying that wasn't how things worked between him and Dito and Ria, but then a terrifying image slammed into his head. What if his own future child ends up as the guild's heir? Chiru's scream cut through the air, and Ria and the others burst into the room, yanking the door wide. Then they slammed to a stop, staring as Chiru and Miri clung together on the bed, Miri completely naked. Blushing hard, Chiru scrambled to explain it wasn't what it looked like, while Miri, totally unbothered, strolled up smiling, announced she was Teru's wife starting right now, told everyone to get along, and even reassured Nola that the successor worry was finally gone. Ria, Ditto, and Nola erupted into a scream of stunned disbelief, all three jittering and flustered in the chaos, while Teru just stood there, completely frozen in shock. So now Teru's world flipped. He's stuck rebuilding the Thieves Guild's money with a dangerous new ally at his side, or watching the future crumble into a split he can't predict. Chapter 30. Teru was back in modern Japan, shuffling down a city street while yawning and rubbing his eyes. He complained aloud about how sleepy and exhausted he was. With dark circles sinking under his eyes, he confessed that burning 3 straight days grinding levels before work was the worst mistake he'd ever made. As he strode on, Ditto, Ria, and Miri swirled through his head, Ditto hunting facts on dungeon monsters, Ria raking in money for the orphanage, and Miri juggling her ruthless duties as Thieves Guild chief, while Teru stayed behind with absolutely nothing to do. He realized he'd gotten totally carried away, chasing that perfect surprise. Everyone was about to see just how much stronger he'd become. He flicked open his notebook of recorded stats and let out a shaky laugh, grinning anyway, because that auto-clicker had hauled him all the way to level 16. Exhaustion slammed into him and his steps wobbled. Shizuku, wearing his disguise, hovered in panic and asked if he was okay, and Teru pushed out a shaky little smile, insisting he was probably fine. And told Shizuku, keep an eye on me. If I start nodding off while I walk, wake me up, and Shizuku. Zuku shot her a confident grin and promised, without a doubt, that he'd handle it. He finally staggered into the cafe, shoved open the staffroom door, and the manager started to speak, then stopped cold, staring at Teru's battered, worn-out face. Teru, for his part, dragged out a sluggish good morning. The other staff stared at him in worry, and the manager blurted that Teru's eyes looked awful, demanding to know if he was really okay. Teru flashed a shaky smile, insisting he was fine, even though everyone could clearly see he was. Trying to hype himself up, Teru strode down the hallway and declared he was ready to work, his forced grin shaky as whispers rippled through the coworkers. The manager muttered with nerves, while Heizano stared on, sweating, and hissed that it had to be that room again. In the chaos of the busy kitchen, Cook worked calmly at their stations, while Teru, still in his chef's jacket, clenched his fist, flashed a determined smile, and swore he was ready to begin. Right in the middle of it all, Teru nodded off on the job, then jolted awake with a sharp gasp, squeezing one eye shut as sweat streamed down his cheek. By the end of the day, the manager beamed and praised everyone's work, and his honor smiled right after, saying Teru had done great too. Then, still in a daze, Teru jolted to the truth. His shift was over, and somehow his clothes had already been changed. Worried, Asano blurted that he'd been acting weird all day. His kitchen moves were slumped, stiff, and wrong, and Teru was sweating hard, fumbling for any excuse he could find. He shook his brain like it was a loose machine, until it finally clicked. Teru remembered Shizuku had been yanking his body around like a puppet while he slept. A blissful grin lit up his face as he muttered that Shizuka was just too cute, and Suzuki-kun went right on talking to himself, until his honor, Teichi, watched anxiously and rushed to tell the manager he was at it again. The manager let out a heavy sigh, blaming the cursed room, while Teichi just kept observing. Hisano leaned in and whispered to Tatishi for help, and Tatishi nodded, promising she'd head home to get ready. Then the door clicked shut behind her, and Hisano swung back to Teru, making him jolt. She insisted they walk Teru home, her voice firm but soft as a promise, and Teru tried to wave it off, only to realize she was way more scared than he ever thought, so he reassured her, I'm fine. Before he could even protest, Hisano yanked his wrist and demanded they leave together, and when the manager said he was counting on her, she nodded like, you've got it. As they moved, Hisano clung to his hand tight, and Teru nervously blurted, so, where are we headed? With a stern look, his honor. Toronto said they were headed to a shrine, and Teru just kept repeating shrine, baffled like, why do we even need to say it? Her worry surged as she told him his apartment was haunted, and that a curse might be waiting for him inside. Teru tried to laugh it off, insisting there were no ghosts, but slimes and orcs instantly flashed through his thoughts. Izano commanded him to follow her, then they'd cleanse him and maybe even drag an exorcism out of the dark, because her voice brooked zero debate. Teru panicked and blurts out, is exorcism even real and how much will it cost? And his honor stays cool, says it's totally free, because I-Am-chan will take care of it. Confused, Teru mouthed the name again and again until it clicked she meant Tatishi. Then he blurted, can a regular high school girl really pull off an exorcism? His honor shut that doubt down fast. I-Am was born in a temple. They rolled up to a quiet shrine, its wooden gate and tiled roof silhouetted against the evening sky. As Teru strode the grounds, it finally hit her. This wasn't a throwaway joke, it was a real temple birth. Then Hisano chimed in that Tatishi's supernatural senses were downright incredible. Deep inside, they spotted Tadashi by a well, gripping a bucket in her hands. Then his honor stepped in and loudly called out that they arrived. Kneeling in her white robes, Tadashi doused herself with icy water, her face locked in a mystery as the droplets hit the stone. Chiru froze in shock as it hit him. She wasn't joking at all, and Teichi snapped to his feet, warning that if this kept going, it would turn dangerous fast. She shot a finger toward the inner grounds, and with a hungry gesture, she waved them in, like she was about to reveal something big. Inside the temple, Tatishi sat across from Chiru and Hisano, and Chiru fumbled out an apology, insisting it was all just a misunderstanding. He snapped that everything was dangerous only because he'd been awake for days on end, but Teichi shot back, dead serious, that it was ghosts causing all of it. Hisano pressed her, why did she think that? Tatishi shot back, remembering how a while ago some masked guy in shades ordered food, then called for Suzuki by name just to thank the chef, and she demanded to know if Chiru remembered it too. Chiru finally admitted it, then a nervous little smile flickered across his face as the memory hit him. Tatishi said, loud and certain, that a person like that couldn't exist in this world, and it left both of them reeling. Hisano demanded, so you're saying that's really true, while Chiru's mind screamed because the guy was him, and the chef was Shizuku, but Tatishi was absolutely sure it was a ghost. Resigned, Chiru decided Tishi was right. She simply didn't have a real supernatural sense, until she suddenly shot up and swore she'd purify his apartment, and Chiru immediately blurted out a protest, trying to stay calm. She told him to stop stressing like it was nothing, because she knew exactly what she was doing, and yeah, she'd been born in a temple. Barely moments later, all three ended up right in front of Chiru's apartment, and Teichi stared at the building in silence, like his gut just told him this was the haunted room everyone kept whispering about. Chapter 31. Chiru stood beside them, worried, thinking his apartment wasn't haunted at all. Tatishi, eyes fixed ahead, stated with firm resolve that she could clearly feel an ominous spirit lingering inside. With a calm, rock-solid stare, Tatishi snapped around and ordered them to start the exorcism, right now. Chiru freaked out, wiping sweat off his face as he threw up his hands and shouted for them to hold up. With cheeks blazing, sweat pouring, and a shaky grin stuck on his face, Chiru tried to buy time, pushing out the line that he had to clean his room first, terrified they might catch it exactly how it was, and Hisano just giggled behind her hand, teasing that he was a young man living alone, while Tatishi finally gave in. Chiru shoved the door open, strutted in, and called out that he was home, no way anyone should have been there, then froze with wide eyes when he saw the lights still burning, like he'd somehow forgotten to turn them off. Chiru crept into the glowing room, heart pounding, then his eyes caught a stranger sprawled on his bed, perfectly still, and he froze dead in his tracks. Sprawled across the mattress, Dito slept on her stomach in just a t-shirt and shorts, with snack bags and empty cans littering the place. Half awake and totally adorable, she cracked one eye open and drawled a lazy, "You're home," like she'd been waiting all along. With Chiru still stuck in the doorway, panic ripped through her voice as she demanded why Dito was even there, and Dito just sat up, rubbed one sleepy eye, and acted totally fine, like she could casually ask if she wasn't supposed to be there. Chiru realized that the key let his room flow right into the hallway and drop straight down through multiple dungeon layers, and when Dito shrugged and said it even connected straight to the first layer, sweat poured off Chiru as he snapped. "I already knew that, so why were you sleeping on my bed after you drank?" Dito suddenly surged forward, hooked her arms around his neck, and pressed right into him, cheeks turning a little pink as she stared up with a bold, drunken grin, teasing that she'd come to see him and that he must have been lonely. Then Chirug's senses flared at the stench of alcohol, right as the doorbell started hammering again and again. Outside, Hisano snapped her voice into the air, asking if Suzuki Kyuin still wasn't done, and Tatishi stayed calm, saying she could hear something talking from within. Was it a ghost? Inside, Chiru froze in pure shock as Dito leaned in, baffled, and whispered, "Who are they?" Panicking and desperate, Chiru stumbled backward toward the door and snapped at Dito to hide in the closet. Dito obeyed, hiding with a suspicious look, and when she demanded why, Chiru blurted that his coworkers were right outside. Believing every word he said. She said she'd just greet them and bolted for the door. Then Chiru panicked, lunged after her, shoved her back, and blurted that he'd told her elves don't exist in Japan while she was still fighting back. Half snatched into the closet, Ditto whipped around to say she wasn't alone, Ria was home too, but Chiru barreled in, shoved her deeper, and slammed the door shut. Tatishi's worried voice rang through the apartment, asking if he needed help, and Chiru rushed to the entrance, insisting he was fine and already heading out. Then just moments later, he clamped into a stiff seat at the dining table as Izano calmly sipped her tea and said it felt like a normal apartment, while Tatishi stayed quiet, scanning every corner. Leaning in, Hisano grilled Chiru about the room, and Chiru awkwardly admitted he'd been living there just fine, while Tatishi's face hardened as she snapped that she could feel the lingering malice still hanging in the air. Teichi's honor rang out in shock when he pointed at a side door and demanded what room it was. Then Teru stammered that it was just a Japanese-style room, and Teichi snapped up so hard her chair screeched back as she blurted that the malice was leaking from there and they had to check immediately. Teru frantically flailed his hands, begging them to stop. Panic was roaring because Dido was in there. Right by the sliding doors, Teichi pressed him, asking why he wouldn't let them through, saying they were there to help. Teru fought back, pleading and protesting until his voice broke, screaming for them to stop. Teichi swore that the evil was crawling straight out of the closet, and Teru could only mutter curses under his breath at her over-the-top confidence. With grim resolve roaring in her voice, Titasi declared she'd shove past Teru and demanded Hisano's help. Then Hisano lunged in without hesitation, sealing Teru in place with no way out. On Teichi's cue, both women lunged in, planting their bodies against Teru's back as he fought tooth and nail to break free. Soon they were wheezing, shocked that he wouldn't budge, and Teru just kept it to herself, marveling at how insanely strong he'd become. Teru braced himself and swore he could stall them long enough to reach the entrance, until the bathroom door clicked open. Rhea slid out, calm as ever and still faintly steaming from her bath, smiling like it was no big deal, then cheerfully told Dido to go take one next. She went stone still the moment she saw everyone packed together. Everyone stiffened in the same instant, like they'd been caught in her shadow as she finally showed up. Teru screamed Rhea's name in disbelief, only to realize too late she was home, just like him. His honor slammed to a halt. Tatishi insisted the ghost was a girl, and Teru's panic detonated on the spot. His shock only deepened when Dido crawled out of the closet, lazily grumbling that he should have listened to her. His honor froze in stunned disbelief as yet another stunning ghost drifted in, while Teru quietly prayed for this nightmare to finally snap shut. After the quick chaos, Teru found himself slumped at the head of the table, soaked in cold sweat, while the four girls across from him stared in tense silence. He introduced Tatishi and Hisano, his coworkers, and both women sat there rigid as statues, watching Rhea and Dido like they were waiting for something to snap. Then he introduced Rhea and Dido. Rhea tried to smile through a timid hello, while Dido stayed silent, stumbling the whole moment like his nerves had taken over. Suspicious, Hisano bombarded them with sharp questions: who they were, why they were wearing bloomers, and what they really had going on with Teru, throwing hints of something indecent, and Teru went into full panic mode, scrambling to deny it all. Breathless, Teru blurted that they were from Romania on a homestay, totally swept up by Japanese culture. Then he started babbling about bloomers being part of it, and the story sounded sketchy even to him. Tatishi took the explanation in stride. Hisano stayed unconvinced, and Teru quietly spiraled because it actually worked. Then Rhea, voice barely there, asked why they'd even come to the apartment in the first place. Tadashi said they'd stormed in to drive out the spirit wrecking the room, and Rhea snapped into shock. Dido only groaned with a tired sigh. Then Hisano clarified, "We mean ghosts." Teichi swore she could still feel a brutal evil lurking nearby, and Hisano nodded along. Then Teru erupted in panic, screaming for them to stop, because if they messed with those forbidden grimoires, they might crack something open. As they edged toward the closet, Hisano demanded answers, but Teru stepped in and admitted something evil was inside, only to insist it was a necessary evil. Rhea muttered that the closet hid two of Rusama's forbidden grimoires, and Dido let out a tired sigh, then rose up like he'd hit his limit. She marched straight past everyone, yanked the closet door wide, and Tatishi and Hisano nearly jumped out of their skin. Then she backed up, clutching one lone book, and the whole room froze in shocked silence. She snapped that the forbidden grimoire was nothing but a filthy erotic dojin, and there weren't any ghosts at all, while his honor just dryly pointed out the lewd book was the real power source, and I blushed so hard Teru went completely still, alarm bells blaring in her head. Mortified, Teru bolted them out, swearing up and down there were no ghosts, then practically begged them to believe what they'd just seen, because outside, he clutched the key like it was life itself, vowing the door would never connect to that dungeon again. Teru, drained to the bone, slammed the door shut, then exhaled hard when Rhea's voice called his name from right behind him. Dark intent hung in the air as he clutched the forbidden grimoire, and with innocent curiosity she pressed him to explain it. Teru knew his already rough day wasn't even close to ending. Chapter 32. The next day at Teru's workplace, the manager praised everyone for their efforts before turning to him with a relieved smile, saying he was glad Suzuki Kyun was finally back to normal. Teru scratched the back of his head and grinned sheepishly, apologizing for freaking the manager out, but the guy just laughed and said that even when Teru looked like a zombie, his work was flawless, and that made Teru quietly realize he really could count on Shizuku. Chiru's cheeks flushed as he turned to Hisano and blurted out an apology for driving everyone out of his apartment that night because of him. Hisano just waved it off, insisting they were the ones who should say sorry for barging in so suddenly. Stepping in closer, Hisano murmured that it was a real letdown, no ghosts after all, but she got why he hadn't slept a wink with those ladies crashing at his place, and Chiru could only manage an awkward little laugh. With a heavy sigh, Hisano told me, "Now I've got two beautiful rivals to deal with." And she wasn't kidding. Chiru just looked confused and asked where Teichi-sen was, since she thought she had a shift, but Hisano explained, "She took the day off, she's down with a cold." Chiru replayed that day when Teichi dumped a bucket of icy water on her, and figured getting sick wasn't exactly shocking at all. Hisano just nodded along. Chiru looked clearly shaken, and said he only hoped Teichi would bounce back soon. Right then, Hisano's eyes snapped with a sudden idea. She told him, "If you're really worried, call Tisha." Chiru froze for a beat, then finally nodded, and Hisano lit up, smiling as she waved him over and shoved her number into his hands. As Chiru walked off, Izano called after him, urging him to actually talk to her, and with a wave she got a promise back. He said he would. That night Chiru burst back home, yelled that he was finally here, then froze, because someone had been lurking outside, waiting just for him. As Ria stepped in, Shizuka beamed and ushered her master inside, all smiles. Then Chiru finally clocked it. The real Ria wasn't there at all. When he said he'd brought takoyaki for everyone, Shizuka froze, eyes widening in shock. Shizuku snapped back into her slime form and demanded how he could possibly tell, and Chiru grinned as he said it wasn't her looks. It was her behavior that gave her away. Then he leaned in and asked why she ever bothered transforming into Ria in the first place. She said Ria and Ditto had slipped back into the other world that morning, and then she couldn't shake the fear that without them, Chiru would feel alone. At the dining table, Chiru sat there and listened while Shizuka fretted about whether she should have turned into Ditto instead. She hopped onto his palms, and Chiru smiled softly, telling her that Ryo is Ryo, and just like that, Ditto and Miri are still themselves. Smiling, Chiru leaned in and promised her that with Shizuka by his side, he'd never feel lonely at all, and her cheeks blazed a deep crimson. Eager to help, Shizuku fired off a question. Could she use her transformation power to be useful, and what did he want her to become? Chiru went still, then paused, thinking hard. He told her to try becoming Kodan Muru, and Shizuku shot back, "Do you mean the one you always watch on your computer?" Chiru explained she was a Vocaloid character, then stalled for a beat, worried that this request might be too hard. Shizuku grinned with total confidence and told him, "Leave it to me," then casually revealed she'd studied Kodan Muru through his figurines and Dajinshi, right as Chiru's stomach dropped, because he finally remembered she'd even turned into a figurine the moment they first met. She bounced down and declared, "All right, I'm going to start," then began remolding her slime body. Moments later, she snapped into her Kodan Muru form and fired, "So, what do you think?" And the second he saw her, both of them burst into a huge grin, gushing that she looked flawless, basically embarrassing even the famous cosplayers, and she couldn't help but laugh. Shizuku clutched the memory of the takoyaki, asked him about it, and started digging through the box right then. "Give me a sec," she said, while Chiru just stared, totally baffled. She skewered a takoyaki with a toothpick, blew it cool with a gentle breath, then slipped into her Kodan Muru form and demanded he open wide, because she was about to feed him. Startled, Chiru froze for a second, then she blurted out that she had to repay him, since he always fed her. He finally caved and opened his mouth. As Chiru chewed, he thanked her and declared it delicious, while Shizuka beamed, surprised by how effortlessly everything felt in human form. Then she clocked the sauce on his lips, wiped it clean with a fingertip, and froze him in place on the spot. She licked every last drop of sauce away and flashed a cheerful grin like, "All gone clean." At that moment, Chiru suddenly felt impossibly cute, so cute that she finally understood why white slimes get exploited so often, and when he offered her a takoyaki, she eagerly lunged forward and opened her mouth. Shizuku tasted every bite, then cupped her cheeks like she couldn't believe how good it was. Before long, they wolfed down every last takoyaki together. Shizuku declared it was delicious. Chira flashed a quick nod, then looked up and blurted, "All right, time for a bath." She stood up and begged to join him again, and Chiru agreed, then stopped cold, caught on the edge of her sentence about her. She still looked like Kodan Muru, but then she smirked and said she'd transform right there and tear her clothes off. Face blazing, Chiru barked a protest as his imagination sprinted out of control, and Shizuku just smiled innocently and said she'd be naked. She tossed out that she might as well be naked all the time, and that lit Chiru up even worse, so he blurted that her slime body was different, argued that Muru dressing in a human-shaped coat was a total crime, and then right in the middle of it, he brought up the real important thing. Chiru admitted he loved her transformations just as hard, as he loved her adorable slime form. Chiru scratched his nose awkwardly and told her to transform only when it was truly necessary, and Shizuka nodded hard, clearly touched that he loved her exactly as she was. She snapped back into her slime form, and Chiru, clearly breathing easier, declared, "It's bath time." Then she bounced in with a happy grin. Soon they sank into the tub together, and Chiru let out a satisfied sigh, like pure relaxation was washing over her. Later, Chiru planted himself at his computer, checking his status and grumbling that leveling up would never slow him down, while Shizuku sat on his shoulder, towel in hand, ready for whatever came next. She nudged him to dry his hair so he wouldn't end up sick, and he towel-dried it himself, quietly soaking in just how much she cared. That question left him wondering if Teichi-san was okay, so when Shizuku asked what was going on, he told her it was simple. She'd caught a cold after coming by earlier. She told him to reach out, and Chiru cracked that he'd only just grabbed her number. Then he shot off a quick "sorry for running you off" and tossed his phone down. Chiru's stomach dropped as she wondered if Chiru would even answer, and Shizuko could feel her intimidating aura. When he finally spoke, he said last night was the rare exception, because they almost never talk. Shizuka blurted that she'd talked to Teichi nonstop, and it completely caught him off guard, just before she could even explain the message alert chant. While he checked his phone, Chiru saw Teichi's message. She was apologizing for barging in and asking if she'd been a bother. He shot back fast, telling her, "No way you were." Relief flooded her voice and she even dropped an emoji. Chiru couldn't believe it. Then she asked how long those Romanian girls were staying, and when he said they'd already left that morning, Tati practically exploded with excitement. She'd come over right away, leaving him totally baffled. He reminded her to bundle up, and she answered with yet another bright, happy emoji, so Chiru couldn't shake the uneasy thought. Was she heading to the hospital or a drugstore instead? He spun to Shizuku and demanded what she and Tatishi had talked about, flashing back to the time she'd even morphed into him at work, only for Shizuku to shrug and say it was mostly just work. She remembered they'd even done love consultations, and when she told him, he repeated it right back, staring at her like she'd just blown his world apart. Right then the doorbell blasted through the room, and with her mind still spinning, Chiru shot up on instinct and yanked the door open. Outside stood Tatishi, all dressed up with a cute bow in her hair, phone in hand as she showed Chiru her message. "I'm here," leaving Chiru completely stunned, like this was the outcome of some talk he couldn't even recall. Chapter 33, Chiru's face showed clear confusion as he wondered why Tatishi was there, despite supposedly being sick with a cold. A new text from her popped up saying she felt fine, complete with a happy emoji, making him silently accept that she really did seem better. Acting as if it were natural, Tatishi stepped inside, while a still stunned Chiru gave a vague response and told her to go ahead. Tatishi slid into her seat at the dining table as Chiru stood close by, clutching 2 glasses, and asked if she was okay with morning tea. Then she just calmly nodded like it was nothing. He slid into the seat opposite her, leaned in close, and asked if she felt warm eyes scanning her condition like a hawk. Then Tati nodded and confirmed it again. By the time the clock screamed it was already 10 p.m., Chiru pressed Teichi for answers. Why did she show up so late? Teichi just shrugged, yes, and when he pushed harder about whether her parents were worried, she stayed ice calm and repeated the same response again. Chiru went totally silent, couldn't pin down her mood, while Tatishi just stared straight at him across the table, never blinking. Chiru broke the quiet, whispering that her parents had to be worried, but Tatishi shut her down with a flat no. Mild irritation flickered as he pressed, "Are you really sure?" And Chiru answered yes on the spot, leaving silence to slam back into place. Chiru felt like he'd somehow ended up talking to a Dragon Quest hero, and he couldn't believe it when their chat turned stiff out of nowhere, like it had been natural just yesterday, but now it felt like she wasn't even listening anymore. Shizuka pressed against Chiru's back and murmured that Teichi might be freaking out, so maybe he should reach for him through the line. After a quick pause, Chiru decided it was worth a shot. Chiru shot her a message asking if she was nervous, and just moments later Teichi answered, saying she'd seen this coming, then confessed that being alone with him had her cheeks burning with shyness. He shot back a question asking what had changed from yesterday, and Tati told him straight. His honor had been there then too, so it just didn't feel the same. When he urged them to keep chatting through Lime, she lit up with quick, grateful energy, like a whole new side of her had just surfaced. He thanked her for helping with the exorcism, but Teichi blurted out in total, flustered humility that she had. She'd only sparked trouble from a misunderstanding, so he told her it was nothing, begged her not to worry, but inside he couldn't shake the question. Why was she going so far for him? Was it duty, dragged from her family's deep-rooted temple traditions? Chiru finally blurted out why she'd come over today, and Teichi shot back that the Romanian girls weren't around, so she just wanted to see him again, leaving Teru frozen on the screen, completely thrown off. Then she snapped that if he was letting girls into his house, he could have at least told her first, because she'd never even gotten that chance. All Teru could do was mumble something back. He couldn't even wrap his head around why he had to explain the homestay to Tatisha at all. Then, like he'd made up his mind, he shot up, told her to hold on for a second, and left the kitchen. Locked inside his room, Teru leaned in close and spoke softly to Shizuku, reminding her about her love consultation with Teichi, and asking if she still remembered every detail. Shizuku stayed calm and told him, "Yeah, I remember." He demanded she lay it all out so he could finally get past the misunderstanding, and Shizuku shot back confidently, "Leave it to me." But as she started, Teru's eyes widened when he realized she was recreating the whole scene with her shifting powers. At the restaurant in Shizuku's flashback, someone told Teru to take a break, and he crumpled into a seat, head wobbling from pure exhaustion. Shizuku saw it and instantly decided her master was done for the moment, so she'd step up and handle things while he slept. Right then, Teichi dropped into the seat beside him, while Shizuku, trapped in Teru's body, snapped stiff with instant alarm. Shizuku figured Tatishi was just taking a break too, but the moment she looked closer, she could tell something was haunting her, so she leaned in and softly asked what was wrong. Tatishi stared at him while Shizuku pushed her to talk, and when Tatishi finally went quiet, she confessed she once had a crush, leaving Shizuku totally thrown. She admitted in a tiny, self-digging voice that the person she liked would never so much as glance at her, and that she didn't think she was pretty enough to catch his eye. Shizuku shot the idea down hard, declaring Tatishi was gorgeous and hardworking, everything a man could want, while Teru, in the present, silently took note of how effortlessly Shizuku's words flowed. Heart-scorching red, Tateshi stammered out if Suzuki could ever fall for her voice shaking like a leaf, while Teru, watching, felt his heart lurch at that sideways confession, because Shizuku, still wearing his face, calmly said yes, and Teru nearly exploded on the spot, gasping in shock at how fast it all landed. In that memory, Teichi stared up at the figure she was sure was Suzuki-san, and softly called his name with the kind of tenderness that made it sound like home. Watching the reenactment, Teru couldn't stop staring as everything came alive before her, like she was about to lose control. She fought for one last thought this had to end, because Tatishi was literally spilling his soul into a zombie version of himself, eyes half-lidded, staring straight through nothing. Teru finally got what was really going on. Teichi was sure the two of them were clicking, and Shizuku blurted an apologetic, guilty smile. Yet Teru just grinned back and told her she'd only been doing her best in his shoes, so he wasn't blaming her at all. He shot up ready to wipe out the misunderstanding on the spot, but when he came back into the dining room, he froze, because Tatisha was asleep at the table. Her cheeks burned bright as a fever raged, eyes shut tight, sleeping soundly while she clutched her phone like it was the last lifeline. Teru slapped a hand to her forehead and burned at the heat, muttering that her cold was still clinging on. Tatishi swore she was okay, but her ragged breath screamed the truth, so Teru snapped into action, scooped her up, and she tensed in surprise as he promised he'd carry her to the bed. With her in his arms, Teichi shot her a teasing text. Did they plan to hit the bed together already, and dared to call him bold, making her blush harder than ever. Teru, completely flustered, blurted out that this was absolutely not the time. He set her down carefully, but Tati kept firing off another message. This was her first time and he needed to be gentle, while she panted through it all. Mortified and fed up, Teru snapped at her to stop, then ordered her to lie still and rest. Staring at her, Teru couldn't shake the fear that sleep alone wouldn't cut it, that maybe she needed medicine, too. He tore open his cabinet, rummaging hard, until one sudden memory hit him. He yanked a strange flower from the dungeon's fourth layer, remembering it was a gift from the other world, and the key ingredient for potions and medicines. In the kitchen, Teru cranked the stove and set a pot of water to boil, determined to pull every bit of medicinal power from the flower. Then he declared it done, and poured the steaming liquid into a small bowl. Teru came back to the bedroom, clutching the bowl, and told Tatishi to drink it, swearing it would help her recover. And when she sent back that she was wiped out and wanted him to feed her, he just froze, no words for a moment. Tatishi fired off another message, demanding he call her. I am, from now on, so Teru panicked, nodded along, used her name, helped her prop herself up, held the bowl to her lips, and murmured that relief was coming soon. As she drank, they both felt the medicine hit fast, too fast. Teru pressed 2 fingers to her forehead, watched the heat drain away, and declared she'd be fine, calling her Teichi-san. But she refused to have it. She demanded he call her I am now, since they were dating, and Teru's face instantly clouded as he finally saw the misunderstanding, and it had snowballed into something way more dangerous. Sitting close to her, Teru spilled the whole story from the very start, while Tatishi just stared, silent, fists locked tight, until he finally said it straight. He never once meant to go out with her. With a grim, pained face, Teichi quietly nodded yes, then jumped up and told her she was heading home. Chiru went wide-eyed, saying it was late and begging him to go too, but she shut him down and refused. She insisted she'd be fine on her own, then stormed off, leaving two Ruby wide-eyed in her wake. Chiru stared, worry gnawing at him, as he muttered that he'd totally screwed everything up. Then a brutal scream tore through the air from beyond the door. Realizing that the door would swing straight into the dungeon unless he had the key, Chiru's panic erupted. He lunged for it and screamed Tatishi's name. He burst through the doorway and spotted Tatishi trapped inside the dungeon, pinned in the corner by a hulking rat monster that squealed like a threat, and before she could move, Chiru shouted for her to drop and sprinted in to snatch her away. He yanked Tatishi into his arms as claws ripped through the spot she'd been standing, then snarled and slammed his pickaxe down with a crushing swing, flattening the monster. Breath ripping from her chest, Chiru, clutching her tight, confirmed it was gone for good, then shoved her back inside and slammed the dungeon door shut behind them. Tatishi trembled, tears spilling down her cheeks, while Chiru whispered a gentle apology, telling her it must have been terrifying, but she was safe now. Shaken to the core, Teichi pressed Chiru for answers about the injury, staring hard at the blood he'd seen. Chiru tried to laugh it off as nothing but a scratch, until he checked his back and realized the cut was way worse, and his strength was slipping fast. Tatishi blurted his name in tears as Chiru swayed, fought for balance, and then crumpled to the floor under the weight of a crushing thought. As Chiru's vision dimmed, he spat out that his defense never scaled with his level. Teichi panicked and kept shouting his name, begging him to hang on, right up until Shizuka barreled in like a white slime at full speed, yelling for her master and snapping Teichi backward in pure shock. Chiru's voice barely made it out, but she still reassured Teichi that Shizuku was harmless, and when Shizuku told her to help carry him to the bed, she said yes immediately. With Chiru's arms slung over her shoulders, Teichi hauled him along, helping him stagger toward the bedroom while Shizuku marched ahead. Today, Chiru crumpled onto the bed, barely hanging onto consciousness, while Shizuku told Teichi that there was medicine left in the kitchen and ordered her to bandage his wounds. Teichi's face went bright with panic, but she swallowed her fear, nodded, and bolted out. Tatish burst back in with a towel in hand and a bowl of medicine ready to set things right. She pressed it onto Chiru's wounds as he groaned, but Chiru didn't get a second to worry. She didn't hesitate for a beat. Then Shizuku lunged in, swore she'd seal the wound, and vowed to stop the bleeding. Teichi shot Shizuku a worried look and asked if it would actually save him, and Shizuku answered, straight-faced and sure, that it would. Still reeling, Tati snatched Chiru's hand and yelled his name, her voice shaking like crazy. She scooted in close and hissed a desperate plea, then her hands burst into glowing light, leaving Shizuka frozen in shock. Shizuka snapped back, telling her to push on and grip his hands tight, and Teichi nodded fast, ready to follow through. Time dragged on in a crushing hush, and Teichi refused to let go, until at last, Chiru's eyes slowly cracked open. Chiru dragged his head up and broke into a shaky smile the moment he saw them, and Tatishi and Shizuku froze, shock turning into relief. Then Tatishi lunged at him out of nowhere and wrapped him in a tight hug. Chiru startled hard, but the moment hit him, and he blurted her name in surprise. With Tati pressing her head to his chest, she choked out through tears that she was just so relieved he was safe. Chiru carefully steadied her on the shoulders and thanked her, insisting he was okay, but even so, Teichi was still rattled. Then he demanded Chiru spell out what was truly happening. Chiru spilled every last detail about the dungeon, Shizuku, and this other world, laying it all out without a single secret left behind. Then, once he was done, Tatishi nodded in a quiet, knowing way. With ice in her voice, she demanded to know if it was Shizuku she'd been talking to at work instead of Chiru. Shizuku's face went pale with worry, and Chiru finally fessed up, admitted it was true, and begged for forgiveness. Shizuku started blaming herself, but Chiru snapped her down and said it was his fault. He'd stayed up too late and zoned out at work. With a heavy, sad look, Teichi stood up and said she was going home. Chiru snapped a warning, forcing himself upright even as pain screamed through him, telling her she'd end up back in the dungeon if she went alone. Teichi halted and waited. After he told her to watch herself, she murmured that she would, then slipped away while Chiru just stood there, silent and steady. Shutting the door, Chiru slammed his words out that Tatishi probably hated him now, and there was nothing he could do to fix it. When Shizuku asked if it was really that bad, he shot back that, from her point of view, they'd just deceived her. He told Shizuku to call it a night, then waved her over to bed so they could finally rest, and Shizuku listened and went. When Teru finally cracked his eyes open again, morning had already arrived, and the doorbell kept blaring, grinding and groaning like it wouldn't stop. He dragged himself out of bed, still sore and half asleep, and couldn't stop wondering who would dare show up this early. Shizuku's face pinched with worry as he shuffled to the door, and Teru went stone, still when Tatishi stood there, right in the doorway. Tadasi said she was coming in, strode right past him without a blink, and left Teru frozen, mouth hanging open, scrambling to figure out if she was still mad, or if she'd come back because she forgot something. Teichi lifted her phone and fired off a message, admitting she'd been furious that she spilled her feelings to Shizuku instead of him. Then, cheeks blazing, she added that the guy who kept treating her cold and even risked his life to save her was Teru, staring at him shyly through the screen. Still processing, Teru blurted out why she showed up so early, and Teichi messaged that she'd come to nurse him back to health, trading blame to her, insisting his injury was her fault, and when Teru asked if his otherworld friends would return, Teru admitted they would. With a fierce, no-nonsense stare, she fired off one last message, because that was exactly why she refused to back down. "I have to keep up," she insisted, and then she begged him to let her tag along on his adventures in the other world too. Chapter 34. Inside the dungeon, Teru stood before a reinforced metal door and carefully poured cat food onto the stone floor as bait. He sighed that he needed far more experience points, since he was not leveling up at all, and even reaching level 17 still did not tell him how strong he really was. After he tossed the cat food everywhere, Teru slipped back into his apartment and yelled to Teichi that he was finished scattering the bait. Teichi tore his eyes off the screen and fired off a line message, welcoming him back. Then he quietly kept clicking the mouse, staring at her in total silence. Another message claimed she'd leveled up again, and Teru shot back with a dry reply. While realizing she was tossing his first name around like it meant nothing, he remembered the time she'd healed his injury. And then the appraisal hit. She wasn't just some random girl. She was marked as a priestess, and that healing magic suddenly made sense, wiping the scar and pain from his back like it was never there. Still, Teru couldn't figure out why she kept circling back, until Tatishi sent another message and called his name. She inched closer, shoved her phone up, and blurted, "With my level soaring like this, can I finally go to the other world with Teru?" He froze from how close she was, stammering as the memory hit. She'd overheard his plan to hit the Adventurers Guild, so he panicked and insisted she should come along too, while Tatishi just stared in silence, forcing him to spit out a helpless groan. Under Teru's unwavering stare, she finally broke, and he said he'd bring her along. Then Tatishi shot back with a reply practically bursting with joy. By the connecting door, Teru yanked the handle, leaned in, and asked, "You ready?" as they geared up to step inside. He yanked the door wide open slipped into the Thieves' Guild storage room, peered between the crates, and casually greeted the startled guild member like it was no big deal. The guild members insisted he was Teru, because Nola had told them all about him, and Teru didn't hesitate, confirming it as he handed over the Thieves' Guild password. Still rattled, the man confessed that Teru had spooked him and demanded to know where he came from. Then he remembered Nola's warning and swallowed the question, and once it was over, Teru let out a breath, thinking he'd thank her later. The guild member questioned the girl standing with Teru, but when Tatishi said nothing, Teru snapped, "She's my friend." Then the guy dropped it, shoved open the iron door, asked if Teru was meeting Nola-san, and Teru confirmed it. He shoved a hooded cloak into Tisha's hands, barking that a girl without a weapon had no business wandering, and Tisha immediately slipped it on, while Teru washed his face with pure relief. Once Teru was finally freed to step out, he waved goodbye, and he and Tatishi marched side by side down the alleyway. Teru said they'd hit the Thieves' Guild first, then rush into town, yet Tatishi stayed stone-cold silent. He caught that she hadn't spoken a single word and shot back, asking if she was okay or if the place freaked her out, but she still wouldn't answer. Instead, she yanked out her phone, fired off a message, and shoved the screen in front of him. Teru's jaw dropped in pure shock. When Teru read the complaint about her hood stinking, he snapped at her to just endure it, because in that place there was zero reception, so she couldn't count on the internet to handle things the usual way. They finally burst into the Thieves' Guild headquarters. At reception, Nola casually dropped the bombshell that the same policy they were debating was already being rolled out in Japan, then linked it straight back to their redevelopment plans. She said she'd find the perfect redevelopment site with all that in mind, and swore she'd bring a detailed map next time, promising she'd love Teru's advice. Teru just smiled and said he'd be happy to help. Tatishi inched closer, shoved her phone in his face, and showed a message praising him as a capable man, totally catching Teru off guard and making his cheeks flare red. Teru fired off a question about Miri, and Nola said she was out checking redevelopment sites, so Teru nodded like, "Yeah, I get it." Tatishi sent him another message, calling him cool, but Teru brushed it off. Then he told Nola they were heading out, asked her to pass his regards to Miri, and he and Tatishi took off together. They burst out at the dungeon exit and hit the town streets, and Titisha yanked her hood down so she could soak in every detail around her. With her eyes wide in awe, Tati typed on her phone that the whole town was absolutely lovely. Then she added that everyone looked exactly like she'd pictured, and that exploring with him was a blast. Chiru nodded back and said he felt the exact same way. Her phone screen went dark, and she noticed it. The room went dark, and Tati's breath caught as the battery finally died. She could only rasp, yes, then slump and stare at her useless phone. For Chiru, the timing was flawless, because they were about to roll straight into where they needed to go next. They were inside a shrine, and that's where Chiru finally unlocked his Lingafranker power. Curiosity sparked in Tadashi. He lined in and demanded, "So what's the deal here?" Chiru told her that this power turned speech into telepathy. She'd speak and instantly understand with zero effort, but Tatishi just frowned, worried she'd lose her emoticons for good. Chiru leaned in and asked if she really liked them that much, praising how well she could talk, and Tati admitted that, without them, people might think she's unfriendly and too hard to approach. Without a second thought, he shot back that he didn't believe that for a second, and he knew she was kind-hearted. Tati's eyes went wide as her heart hammered in her chest. They stayed shoulder to shoulder in silence, until Tatishi finally cracked a small, defeated smile and muttered, "It's fine," as they burst onto the scene at the Adventurers Guild. They got greeted by a roaring, bustling hall, where adventurers stuffed themselves, downed drinks, and yelled over each other at those huge, long wooden tables. Tatishi crossed her arms, scowled, and snapped that Chiru had dragged a high school girl into a tavern. Then he blurted fast, correcting her with a shaky voice. This wasn't a bar, it was the Adventurers Guild. Taichi slid into his seat while Chiru promised he'd be quick, told her to wait, then rushed off to order food and a drink for her. Before long, the meal hit the table. She squinted at the mug like it was a trap, accused him of trying to get her drunk anyway, and still took a cautious sip. Then with pure indignation, he snapped that it was only water. Chiru spun to go, warning her not to pull anything reckless while he was out. Then he talked to the receptionist and got hit with the brutal news. They still hadn't caught Anami. Just as Chiru convinced himself Anami wasn't being hunted and might be safe for now, he spotted a crowd swelling around Tatishi and caught the buzz of excited chatter. He rushed back and got asked point-blank if he was her friend, and he nodded yes. Then the crowd erupted. They screamed that she was a rare priest, matched up with a powerhouse level 17 adventurer, and suddenly everyone was lining up to get noticed. One guy bragged that his squad was going after a demon and demanded Tatishi join in. Another insisted she should pick her own party, and a third told her to ignore them all and come with him. Chiru started panicking and blurted out a word, but right then another adventurer slid a hand onto Tatishi's shoulder and asked what she actually wanted. Tatishi said nothing, just nailed him with a freezing glare, so the adventurers jerked back, sputtered apologies, and hurriedly insisted it was totally fine if she didn't want to. Depressed, they slunk away, and Chiru Riley couldn't stop thinking that Tishi's aura was on a whole other level. Old and even Ditsos, I'll kill you if you even talk to me. Tati didn't flinch, she just asked if he was done, and Chiru said that for now he was. Chiru spotted a girl off to the side, pleading with an adventurer. She was the very one who'd invited him before, and she was begging, right there, for him to take her quest. He snapped that the reward wasn't worth it, refused to risk a brutal death for that money, and told her to go find someone else. So when she walked off, disappointment hanging in the air, Chiru figured the creature sounded like real trouble, and right then the girl suddenly spotted him. She closed the distance and clocked him as Dito's right hand from before, the guy who'd heard her desperate plea to save her village. Shock hit Chiru so hard he snapped out a long, stunned gasp. Chiru finally learned her name was Manon, and Manon spilled the whole truth. Her farming village had been carved out after they cleared part of the forest, and monsters kept showing up, with the terrifying death grizzly popping up way more often these days. Manon swore she'd filed a subjugation request, but nobody would accept it, so she started hunting down adventurers herself, and when Chiru refused, it still had him stuck wondering. Was that monster really as terrifying as they claimed? Manon wouldn't stop begging, and when Chiru finally caved, he admitted that if Dito showed up, one spell would probably be all it took to end it. With Dito gone, Manon pushed the idea that Chiru could take over, but Chiru snapped back, saying Dito was built different and he was. Manon reminded him he'd shot from level 10 to 17, earned through brutal fights, while Chiru just stared and muttered that all he'd ever done was click his mouse. With a bright grin, Manon swore she knew he could beat it, then snapped, no, defeat it, and her confidence wobbled from definitely to probably to hopefully, leaving Chiru totally stuck wondering what she meant. Chiru tried to push back, but Tatishi cut him off mid-sentence and snapped that they had to reach Manon's village right now. Chiru just froze, stunned. Manon lit up and asked if Tatishi meant it, and she practically bounced with a furious yes, as she bet on Chiru handling it like a breeze, while Chiru spiraled into panic and demanded what she thought this was supposed to mean. Taichi reminded him he'd already saved her once and ended a monster with a single strike, so Manon's eyes lit up like fireworks. Chiru had to admit she wasn't wrong, but rats weren't bears at all, and their peaceful trip snapped into danger in an instant. They burst into a sprawling forest, saw distant hills guarded by a fortified wall, and then slipped into a clearing packed with rustic log houses. Chiru and Tatishi, with Manon beside them, spun around as they finally stumbled into her village. He spotted a house with its walls ripped apart and demanded, "Wait, this is what I think it is." And Manon nodded, confirming the death Grizzly had been inside. Had done it, and Chiru swallowed hard as the damage hit. Manon sprinted up front, and with proud swagger shouted that she'd brought adventurers with her. Villagers greeted them with relieved smiles, and when Manon turned to introduce them as the ones who'd accepted the subjugation quest, her voice cut out. Then she froze, eyes wide, and gasped. As Manon started to warn him, Chiru snapped still, because something massive loomed right behind him. A towering, menacing death grizzly hanging overhead like a living nightmare. The death grizzly tore into the world with a deafening roar, rattling the air as Chiru, Taichi, and the villagers all jerked with fear, and when Chiru snapped around to face it, he stood there drenched in sweat, eyes huge, and screamed. A brutal slash roared through the air, and the next heartbeat, crackling flames tore the bear's head right off. The villagers cheered as they butchered the slain bear, grilling mountain-high piles of meat, while over on the table the death grizzly's severed head sat there, jaws locked in a final, frozen snarl. Manon shoved a plate stacked with skewers into Chiru's hands and practically begged him to eat, and he thanked her, still gaping in disbelief at the death grizzly meat that had been hours old, until he bit in and his face lit up, and Manon erupted in excitement, praising him for taking it down with one brutal strike. Chiru admitted he even surprised himself, because he dropped him in one hit, and when he replayed the fight, he realized he could actually read his attacks now, and his agility had skyrocketed. All he could think about was shielding Tatishi from that giant rat, so locked in that he didn't notice how much he'd changed, until it hit him. He was way stronger than before. With a tight fist and a smug little grin, Chiru finally clocked it. This crushing power didn't just appear, it came from leveling up. As for Tishiate, she told them she had to level up too, and when Chiru blurted in shock, "So you're really going to fight monsters?" she just smirked, no. What she meant was clear: stay by Chiru's side as his healer, back him up instead of clashing with him, and watch his tight, guarded expression finally loosen as the meaning hit. And right then, Chiru decided that the second they got home, they'd jump back into power leveling, already seeing the brutal grind waiting for them. Chapter 35. In Chiru's apartment, he spread a city map across the table and studied it carefully, pointing to a large shaded block, asking if it marked the exact area scheduled for renovation. Across from him, Miri grinned and cheerfully spelled it out. This whole redevelopment plan was being built exactly on the advice Chiru had given earlier. With everyone packed in one room, they slammed into a briefing, recounting the latest chaos and laying out the Thieves Guild's rebuilding plans. Chiru stared at the old barracks and shops, gone, and Miri told him patrols had taken over security and cleanup, making the whole place way safer and a lot cleaner. Dido grinned and said the proposal sounded perfect, and Ria nodded fast, eager as ever. After a quick pause, Miri looked flustered and confessed it wasn't quite what they'd been describing. Miri said sure, the place felt safer and cleaner, but the real killer was getting customers, because all that polish means nothing without people walking in. Dido pushed for a giant department store on the empty land, just like Takikawa's, but Miri cut in that they were too broke to pull it off, and Dido finally admitted that kind of plan would demand a mountain of money. Chiru told them he'd sent Nola to bargain for funding with companies in the surface town, and Ria lit up instantly, while Shizuku insisted it might have been the turning point. But when Chiru confessed the negotiations collapsed, Ria's shoulders sagged. He said Forblum never shut the door on them for good, but it just didn't make sense to back a spot with zero foot traffic. Dido chimed in that they'd be willing to fund it for now, and Chiru agreed. Once customers finally show up, that plan could actually work. Ria still couldn't shake the fear that they needed customers to build the store, yet they needed the store to pull in customers, so they got stuck in this vicious loop. Miri pitched selling Japanese goods to get rich overnight, but Chiru shut it down hard, saying it would raise eyebrows, drag investigators to his room, and get them caught, leaving Dito wondering if there was any other way. Chiru tapped his chin, trying to find the next move, when Ria's stomach suddenly growled, loud enough to shake the whole room. Ria's cheeks flamed as she let out an awkward laugh and begged for a break, and Chiru grinned and volunteered to run and grab hamburgers for everyone. Chiru stepped outside, slammed the door shut behind him, and then, seeing all the strange commotion, he muttered that way too many people were out today. A woman slid past in a patterned yukata, and Chiru instantly clocked what it meant. Then he snapped into action, remembered the date, yanked the door wide open, and shouted the news to the others with pure shaking excitement. With a grin blazing across his face, Chiru pitched an idea, then told everyone to head outside. Beneath the glowing evening sky, festival lanterns streamed from the shrine gate, spilling golden light across the path, while food and game stalls buzzed along the walkway and people in yukata packed the whole avenue with energy. Ria couldn't stop staring at the roaring crowd while Dido kept asking if this was what a Japanese festival really felt like. Chiru insisted it was all pure energy, and Miri beamed as she soaked it all in. When Miri saw that mouthwatering food everywhere, her eyes practically lit up. Chiru nodded and said an anikai was nothing without it. Dido scanned the stalls, hunting for the right one, like his eyes couldn't afford to miss a thing. To a department store, tiny tents everywhere, but the crowd was so thick it felt like a giant building had come alive, and Ria swore the whole place was buzzing, loud, and bursting with color. 3 girls stared around in pure awe, and Chiru shouted that they should roam and grab whatever grabbed their attention. Then all 3 erupted in excited cheers. Dido immediately lunged for the food, chowing down on a chocolate banana while juggling cotton candy, shaved ice, sausage skewers, and more. Meanwhile, Chiru and the others trailed after him, grinning like the muses had blessed them. At the game stall, Miri leaned in over the goldfish tank, zeroed in on her shot, and after one focused try, hooked a fish for real. She lit up instantly, grinning ear to ear as she raised the water-filled bag like a trophy. At another stall, candy apples gleamed under the lights, and the second Chiru guided Ria over, her eyes lit up with pure wanting. She quickly scooted to the side, cheeks flushed, gently rubbing her own cheek while clutching the apple in her hand like it meant everything. They strolled side by side, Rue in the middle, while Ria clutched her apple, Miri cradled her goldfish, and Dido tore into her cotton candy like it was pure treasure. The very next day, they tore right back into the Thieves' Guild headquarters. Nola stared at the festival pic on Chiru's phone and couldn't believe what a festival from his world looked like. She said she finally got his idea, and that stalls like those were nothing but pressure cookers full of tension. Then 2 nodded, saying the goods weren't hard to come by at all, because they could swap them out with products from their own world. Nola said the district looked spotless but dead quiet, with no businesses in sight, yet she insisted that this kind of move could pull crowds in, and Miri practically burst with excitement, saying that once people showed up, Forblem's funding would come rushing after them. Chiru scribbled notes, wondering which stalls to set up, while Ria grabbed candy apples on site, Dido pushed for crepes, and Chiru grinned and greenlit both plans. He scribbled stall ideas: candy apples, crepes, a carriage ride, chocolate bananas, takoyaki, yakisoba, okonomiyaki, butter potatoes, and sausages. Then Miri leaned in and demanded he add goldfish scooping. Rio couldn't stop wondering if goldfish even existed outside Japan, and Dido shot back that pets were super rare in their world, until Miri grinned and said scooping was the best time of all, with the power to make pets explode in popularity. Optimists would have shown up just for that, so Concern knotted his brow as he pointed and demanded, "You can't pull this off without goldfish, right? Tell me, does your world have any shiny fish?" Mary grinned and said, "Oh yeah, we've got rainbow-colored ones," and he pushed for more. She told him the fish would gobble basically anything, stayed ridiculously tough, and looked gorgeous, like those were the exact reasons people kept choosing them. Chiru lined in and demanded to know where they could possibly be found, and Miri snapped that she didn't know, and it left him staring in pure disbelief. Dido said it with total calm, telling Miri that the rainbow fish lived on the dungeon's 7th layer, while Miri froze in shock, whispering, "Wait, is that real?" Chiru's stomach dropped when he heard it was on the 7th layer, way deeper and way more dangerous than the 5th, and Dido confirmed it with a brutal nod. Miri clutched her hands, trembling and whimpering Chiru's name, and when he groaned, he still asked if it'd be dangerous with all 4 of them, while Dido couldn't even grasp that they were really, truly going for it. Smiling, Chiru admitted he knew the risks, but he still wanted a stall everyone could enjoy, and Dido nodded, saying they'd probably be fine if they were careful, while Miri's face lit up like fireworks. Miri lifted her fist, shouted that it was time to hit the 7th layer for the rainbow fish, and with wild, excited cries, all 4 of them stormed straight into the dungeon depths. Chapter 36. Deep within the dungeon, on the Yomi Labyrinth's 5th layer, a long, empty corridor stretched away from the door, its block-lined walls and high ceiling fading into shadow. 3 tiny mushroom-shaped monsters inched forward through the dark, dim passage. Mary lunged ahead, ears blazing upright, and with a single fast slash of her short sword, she carved through the mushroom monsters in one clean cut. Beaming as they slipped under the stone archway, she laughed that it felt perfect to jump in straight from the 5th layer. As they pushed forward, Chiru fired off a question to Dido. Was the 7th layer packed with lakes and islands? And Dido answered, "Yes, it's all there." Deep under the ground, a whole layer turned into a hidden lake, dotted with tiny islands, and one of those little islets was where the prismatic fish made their home. Chiru nodded and pressed for what was in the sixth layer, and Dito's face went grim as he warned that it demanded even more caution than the seventh. Shocked, Chiru blurted as Dito revealed that the sixth layer wasn't just dangerous. It was packed with smart, organized monsters like goblins, kobolds, and orcs, and they crushed intruders in coordinated groups. Ria's stomach twisted as she remembered the goblins, her grip clamping down on her sword, while Chiru fell deep into questions the moment he heard about the orcs. Where had Inami been all this time? Dito made it clear that on the sixth layer, their top priority was to dodge every fight, because if they ran into enemies, they had to vanish immediately before endless reinforcements flooded in. With unease gnawing at Chiru, she blurted out, "Are we really gonna be okay?" Dito snapped back that the monsters kept to their own turf, so if they didn't poke the wrong nest, they'd slip through safely. They shot up to the stairs of the sixth layer, and Dito barked that any fights up there had to end fast. She slammed the plan down in front of them. Miri would scout with her detection skills, and Miri shot back, "Leave it to me." If fighting couldn't be avoided, Riot would end it fast with that calm, smirking smile. Dito then barked that if any enemy slipped through, they had to bolt instantly. Chiru, "Don't freeze, ditch the pack," and after he stammered he was in, she yanked them down the stairs. He finally made it to the sixth layer. Dito leaned in and whispered, "We're in orc territory now, and this route is the safest way through that layer." Chiru blinked in confusion, stared at the orcs like they were a nightmare, then demanded whether goblin territory wouldn't be safer. Yet Dito only gave a faint smirk and said the truth. Orcs run on tiny numbers. They almost always hunt in pairs, so you're less likely to run into them at all. Right then, Miri's ears snapped upright, and when Chiru questioned her, she blurted out that a hostile pack of 10 was charging straight at them. Chiru stared at it, sure orcs wouldn't move like that, and Miri cut in fast. Those weren't orcs at all. They were tiny enemies, probably goblins. Dito sized up the odds, yanked them toward a dark room, and told them to hold still until the goblins marched right past. The crew bolted into the nearby dark chamber, vanishing the moment they reached it. Ria tiptoed forward until she pinned herself to the corner wall with her sword out, all muscles taut, while Miri, Dito, and Chiru crowded in close behind her. Chiru killed the helmet light, and the world fell into darkness while Dito clutched her glowing pendant to her chest. Then down the corridor, goblins marched like they owned the place. Soft footsteps tiptoe across the stone, echoing like a secret. Skinny little goblins trudged forward, totally oblivious as Chiru's crew lurked nearby, ready to strike. Sweat beaded on Chiru's cheek as his mind screamed, "Why are goblins in orc territory?" Then someone suddenly slammed against his side, trapping his arm between soft warmth as she clung to him, saying nothing. Chiru's cheeks burned as that gentle touch kept tugging at his curiosity. Was it Ria, or Miri, or maybe Dito, judging by how big it was? He figured even a seasoned adventurer would freeze in fear, and when her warm breath slid across his ear as she clung to him, his heart started pounding, danger and all. Finally, the goblins slipped out of sight, their footsteps fading into nothing. Then someone leaned in and asked if it was truly clear, and Miri nodded, saying the enemies were gone. Ditto snatched back her pendant and warned that goblins would have been brutal to beat before the reinforcements showed up. Miri confessed she never realized goblins could even slip into orc territory, and Ria snapped back that, normally, they wouldn't, because they never get along. Still gasping, Chiru admitted he'd lost himself for a second, then panic hit when he heard the others' voices fade away, turned his face white, and demanded, "Why are you all over there?" Before he finally looked and saw who was standing beside him. Fear slammed into him the moment he spotted her. This female orc stood there calmly, right at his side. A raw scream ripped out of his throat. Ria burst forward in a flash, threw herself in front of him, and yelled at Chiru to stay back. But the orc woman didn't even blink. She spoke up in crystal-clear words and asked if he was Japanese, and Chiru's party just stood there, slack-jawed in stunned disbelief. Miri snapped that they had to kill her before she could call for help, and Ria lifted her sword in grief. Then Chiru burst in between them, begging them to wait, so close that it nearly knocked Ria off balance. Ria snapped, demanding to know why he shut them down, and Ria snapped in shock when he said the orc might actually know something about Anami-san. Little did they know, the goblins that had gone on ahead heard the commotion and spun back around, one of them jabbing a claw straight at them. Miri's curse spat from her mouth as she felt them coming back. Dito cut in flat, saying they'd been found, and Ria snapped that there's only one thing left to do, fight. The orc woman slammed a button into the wall and barked at them to hurry. Then Chiru stared in pure shock as a secret door slid open out of the stone. He barked at everyone to move right now, and Dito froze for a second, wondering if they could really trust her. until Miri snapped back that they had no choice. They bolted through the hidden entrance the exact moment the goblins crashed into the room they'd been hiding in. The goblins spun in circles, panicking because they couldn't find a single thing. Still convinced they'd been wrong, they finally shook it off and moved on. In the hidden room, Miri finally exhaled with relief, and Chiru turned to the orc woman, thanking her, then demanding, "Why'd you help us?" The orc snapped that Chiru felt the same way as Anami, and Chiru's stomach dropped. He demanded to know if she really knew him. Dita shot back that it didn't guarantee his safety at all, and Ria warned he could end up locked away or dead. Furious and insulted, the orc snapped that they'd never do something like that, leaving the whole party stunned into silence for a moment. Chiru shot past their reaction and demanded where Inami-sen was. Then the orc grinned, asked if he wanted to see him, and turned on her heel to lead them straight to him. Ditto demanded to know if he really meant to stick with her, and Chiru snapped back that he had to help Inami-san, while Ria immediately pushed, asking if they could even trust her. With absolute certainty, Chiru declared, "I know we can do this," and left the three women blinking at him in stunned disbelief. Without pausing, Ria snapped that if Chiru was heading out, she'd go with one mission, to protect him, no excuses. Dito tried to argue about being left behind, and Miri shot in right away, she was coming too. Guided by the orc woman, they crept forward on tiptoe, moving with non-stop caution and staying one wrong step away from disaster. Diving even deeper, he slipped through the secret hidden passages. Soon they burst into a bigger chamber, and the orc snapped, demanding they wait. Chiru gaped in shock at the patchwork of crude stone and cloth huts, as orcs hauled bundles past them, and kids clung to their sides like they were afraid to let go. He stared at the settlement dug deep into the dungeon and muttered, "Wait, is this really the orc village?" Then he caught sight of a familiar human face and blurted out Ami-san's name, and Inami just stood there beside the orc woman, calm as ever, smiling softly while she clung to his arm and waved at Chiru like this was totally normal. Chapter 37, Chiru smiled in relief and said he was glad Inami was safe. Inami greeted him warmly, speaking as casually as if they had just met again after a short absence. Inami smirked and teased Chiru about finally buying a TV and signing up for a broadcast contract. Then, when Chiru froze in shock, he frantically waved it off, yelling that they were in a whole other world and he'd come here only to save him. Laughing, Inami waved it off, insisting it was obvious they weren't in Japan anymore. Then his smile vanished. He snapped, asking what Chiru meant by saving him, and Chiru shot back that they were in an orc village, before firing the question at Inami. Had he been captured? Inami insisted, cool as ice, that the orcs were harmless and would never pull something like that, yet Dito shot back that everyone knows orcs are dangerous. Inami countered that in this dungeon there were 0 reports of orcs attacking humans, and for a second, Dito just couldn't find a comeback. Dito snapped her head toward Ria and Miri, saying her suspicion made perfect sense, and rage sparked in her words as she pushed them to listen. Ria agreed that forest orcs do hurt humans, but she'd never once heard of dungeon raids like this, and Miri backed her up too, swearing that even while she lived on the first layer, she'd never seen or heard of anything like these incidents. Dito demanded to know why a subjugation quest even existed for Inami if the orcs were truly peaceful, and Chiru snapped back that adventurers probably mistook Inami for an orc when he tried to get them to sign a contract, because nobody had actually been assaulted. Ria clocked the rule hard. Adventurers had been told to keep fighting to a bare minimum, so when everyone walked right past it, it wasn't shocking that nobody realized he was human, and Inami grinned right along, backing up their story. Inami said the orcs in this dungeon were vegetarians, no reason at all to swing on humans, and Chiru froze when she added that the evil god Ruin himself taught them to shun meat, so their whole rampage-free lives were powered by strict, deep religion. Inami said the fact that he was totally unharmed did all the talking, and Chiru nodded, then blurted out why Inami was even living in the village, and if he planned to go back to Japan. Inami cut him off fast, saying he had no intention of returning, and that answer left Chiru staring, utterly lost. With a huge grin, Inami scratched the back of his head and blurted out that he was getting married, and Chiru went stone still, repeating married like he couldn't believe it. Inami whipped around to the female orc beside him and revealed she was the love of his future, the guide who led them here, and the orc woman nodded, introducing herself as Francus. Chiru's whole party froze in awkward silence. He chimed in that he understood, that they were thrilled for Inami, while in his head he realized they'd almost just killed his fiancée moments earlier. Turning away, Inami snapped for them to follow, promising he'd lead them straight to the village elder who was dying to meet them. He told his fiancée, Francus, to head home and whip up some treats, and she nodded, ready to do exactly that. Dito hissed her fears about going with him, but Chiru shot back that an orc had already saved them, and Inami was totally fine, so a trap didn't make sense. Inami then broke in and said it was time to go. Inami sprinted ahead, guiding Teru's party straight through the orc village, and everyone else clung to his heels as they pushed forward. Teru asked if they'd finally reached the elder's place, but Inami said, "Not yet, we're cutting past the orcs' sumo grounds." Then she stared at the house up the road and pointed it out. Teru still doubted the orcs really wrestled there, and Inami nodded, telling him they'd see the ring up close later. After a quick stroll, Inami burst out that they'd finally arrived. Teru stared at the house and swore it looked exactly like the others. Then Inami stepped inside and said the orcs worship equality so hard that even their leader lives plainly. Standing next to a towering god statue, the elder waited while Inami told Teru's group to listen close, because he was ready to make his pitch. The elder spun around and said he'd been waiting for the humans. Teru's crew plopped on the floor while Inami and the elder stayed on their feet, and the elder leaned in and guessed they were Inami's friends. Teru just awkwardly shrugged and admitted he guessed so. The elder declared that the orcs weren't going to strike humans and demanded they stop attacking back. Then Teru jumped in fast, promising they'd never intend to. The elder leaned in and said he especially wanted to clear up the rumors about the orcs. Then he paused, staring like he was weighing every word, and Teru snapped, "Go on, what do you mean?" The elder snapped that they'd never done what everyone was screaming about. No violating female knights, no assault on humans, and Teru confessed that it's those exact images most people think of when they hear orcs. Teru reassured the elder, and the elder demanded he carry that same understanding to the rest of humanity too, so Teru begged him to wait, because human society was massive and tangled, and there was no way to reach everyone face to face. The elder nodded, already knowing Inami had filled him in, and still he couldn't help but mourn how tragic it was. Even so, Teru promised he'd still push the message out and make sure everyone knew the orcs in this dungeon were safe, and the elder thanked him, then told them to go have a great time and get some rest. Inami and Teru slipped back out into the night, and as they walked, Inami grinned and promised he'd lead them straight to his house next. As soon as they rolled up, Inami burst out, "I'm home." Inside, a row of female orcs stepped forward in perfect sync, greeting him all at once, sweetly calling him darling, and Teru went rigid with shock as he finally stammered, Who are you?" Inami introduced them, one by one, Catherine, Rola, Jacqueline, and then he teased the name of his future wife, Francus. With a grin that lit up his face, Inami happily announced that every single one of them was his wife, sure, and Teru was left totally blindsided, whispering to herself that they all looked the same. But then Inami went on that orc society actually accepts polygyny and even jokes about him being jealous, and Teru nearly melted right there as he awkwardly admitted, yeah, he was jealous, at least a little. Inami spun to his wives and introduced Teru as Suzuki-san, and Teru shot back with a polite, respectful introduction of his own. The York women crowded in tight, eyeing Teru's face so closely that one after another they insisted he looked just like Inami. Teru's nerves hit first, sweat poured down his face. Then Ria, Ditto, and Miri surged in and clung to him from both sides like a protective squeeze. While Ria declared he looked way cooler, Ditto chimed in that he was even cuter, and Miri immediately snapped, "Yep." Laughing, Inami told Teru that orcs thought he was insanely handsome, and, half joking, invited him to stay and live with them. Teru stammered that he'd have to go around, and even with that same grin, Inami just sighed, "That's a shame, but I get it." Inami then invited them to crash for the night, and promised he'd whip up hot pot for everyone, and one wife erupted in cheers, while the other raved that Inami's hot pot was absolutely wonderful. But Inami shot back that his place was way too cramped for all of them, so he pushed them to move into the training hall instead. As they marched on, Inami and his wives hauled a giant crate of supplies like it was nothing, while Teru's crew kept pace right beside them. As they headed down the road, Teru asked if being vegetarians meant the hot pot would be nothing but veggies, and Inami quickly reassured him. They couldn't eat animal meat, but fish was totally on the menu. Teru said it sounded weirdly easy, then admitted the fish hot pot actually sounded amazing, so he asked where they got fish and vegetables in the dungeon, and Inami replied that the layer beneath was packed with lakes and islands. Teru snapped back that he'd heard rumors like that before. Then Inami leaned in and explained they grew crops and caught fish there, and how the dungeon's non-stop surge of magic made it all possible. Curious, Teru blurted, "What's in that crate?" And Inami smiled, saying it held the fish for their hot pot, because even if they're small, they pack big flavor and make killer broth. By then, the crew finally crashed into the sumo arena, and inside, Teru froze and gaped at the raised ring, straight up shouting that it was exactly like Japan's wrestling rings. Inami admitted he was just as shocked, and then he broke it down like, since. Because he used to be a sumo wrestler, he immediately clicked with the orcs, talking shop like they'd trained together for years. They pushed into a room inside the arena that was basically a kitchen, and Inami shouted that it was time to start cooking the hot pot. He and his wives jumped into action, chopping and prepping fast, and Teru immediately asked, "Are we really just using salt?" Inami nodded, saying the fish broth was so full of flavor that salt alone was all it needed. Miri happily inhaled the air, whispering that something smelled amazing, and Teru clocked the fish's unusual color while Inami nodded along. Then Miri's eyes went wide, and a startled gasp burst out of her. Miri stammered as Teru demanded to know what happened, and Inami grinned, saying sure, the fish were tiny and rainbow-colored, but he'd still promised they'd taste amazing. Then he dumped them straight into the hot pot. Mary gasped that the fish they'd hunted this whole time had finally shown up. Then Teru, stunned, blurted, "Wait, the prismatic fish." Heartbroken, Miri choked out that her precious fish were about to be sacrificed as the pot hissed and steamed. Inami, grinning like it was no big deal, said that if they'd been prismatic fish, they'd just go catch more another day, and told them to dig in and enjoy the meal. Soon, steaming soup splashed into wooden bowls, and bright fish and crunchy vegetables bobbed on top like they were waving for attention. Teru stared at the prismatic fish, stomach tightening. What if it was poison? With a confident grin, Inami shoved the moment forward, urging him to take a sip. Teru hesitated for a beat, then finally agreed. Teru leaned over his bowl, took a careful sip, and the moment it hit, his eyes flew wide in shock because it was seriously delicious. Grinning, Inami teased that he just knew Teru would think so too, and Teru lit up, saying the seafood brought out an amazing flavor, so the others nodded along, quietly admitting it was downright delicious. One of Inami's wives blurted out that they had steamed potatoes too, and Teru squinted like, "Wait, did I hear that right?" Inami only nodded and told him they actually grow potatoes on the island sitting on the 7th layer. Then Teru took a bite and felt the texture melt in his mouth, soft, fluffy, perfect. Inami jumped in, saying it was basically like sweet potatoes back home, and Teru finished the thought. "They go crazy well with that salted hot pot." Inami smiled like, "Yeah, I get you," and totally matched his enthusiasm. Smiling, Dito bragged that the meal would hit harder with alcohol. Then Inami stood up, pulled out a bottle, and claimed it was shochu made from those exact potatoes. Eyes blazing, Dito leaned in and asked, "Is that for real?" Then she gulped down a glass of shochu and grinned like, "I can get used to this." Laughing, Inami nudged her and said, "Go on, help yourself." Inami's wisdom didn't just help. He hauled in even more potatoes to the situation like a hero, loading up supplies. Ria got to spill in as Ditto and Miri kept clinking cups, and the wise old one beamed, loving every second of their guests' fun. Warm air wrapped around them as the group laughed, chewed, and clinked drinks, turning the whole moment electric. Teru grinned to himself, stunned that he never imagined dungeon life would be this much fun. From the doorway, Inami waved and shouted, and Teru's attention snapped to her as he made his way over. Outside the sumo arena, Inami leaned in and asked Teru what he really thought of the orcs. Teru smiled and said they were some of the kindest people around, and Inami nodded like, "Yeah, I'm with you." Teru hesitated, then pointed out the village had way fewer male orcs than women and kids, and when Inami explained they were still waging a war against goblins on the 6th layer, his face turned grim. So yeah, this meant their male warriors were getting wiped out left and right on the battlefield, and Teru just stared in horror, saying it sounded absolutely terrible. Inami told him the orcs used to be just like goblins, until the goblins started throwing poison darts that were nearly impossible to stop. Teru said that finally made sense of the goblins they'd spotted in orc territory earlier. Then Inami admitted the whole mess had the elder so rattled he'd even push for peace with humans, and that's what sent Teru panicking. "Inami, run, get back to our original world now." With a hard stare, Inami challenged Teru. Would he really ditch everyone he loves just to save himself? Teru blurted out Inami's name out of nowhere, and Inami rubbed his cheek like, "Yeah, I think I tried way too hard to look cool." But his face stayed rock steady when he said he planned to spend his whole life there. Teru got it and broke into a gentle smile. Teru didn't let it go. He remembered those brown grains from the 5th layer and grilled Inami about them, and Inami confirmed it on the spot, saying the leftover seeds they'd found together were still there, and they actually tasted amazing. With a sheepish grin, Teru admitted the truth. Those weren't seeds at all, they were pet food ground from meat. Inami froze, staring in pure horror, and blurted, "Wait, are you serious?" Still rattled, Inami groaned about how he'd ever managed to apologize to Ruin now, and right then Teru cracked up laughing. The next morning, an empty shochu bottle sprawled on the floor as Dito staggered, clutching her pounding head and moaning she felt sick, while Miri beside her groaned too, owning up to the fact she'd totally overdone it the night before. Ria let out a heavy sigh and started rubbing Dito's back, stunned they could even keep exploring after the orcs pointed them straight to the prismatic fish. Then Dito muttered an apology, and Teru grinned like it was nothing, telling them to head home and rest first, which totally threw Ria off. Dito stared at Teru, stunned, blurting, "Are we really going home after all this?" Ria looked baffled and asked if they didn't need the prismatic fish anymore, and Teru nodded, saying they didn't. He just had to go talk to the elder again first. At that exact moment, Inami and the elder stormed into the arena and greeted them, and Teru shot back a greeting like he'd been waiting, saying their timing was perfect since he'd been itching to talk, and the elder immediately asked what Teru wanted to discuss. Teru told the elder he'd heard they wanted to get along with humans, and the elder just nodded, knowing it wouldn't be instant. Then Teru leaned in and said he might have found a way, and the elder immediately snapped back, asking if he was dead serious. With a grin, Teru proposed they pin down a new trait. Then, when the elder pressed him on what it meant, Teru pitched it straight. Let the orc village and the thieves guild swap and barter with each other. Still not getting it, the old man and Mary just gaped at each other, totally lost. Teru warned that fighting the goblins would drain the orcs dry of supplies, and the elder backed him up without hesitation. Then Mary shot a question. What on earth would the thieves guild want from the orcs? Teru teased her with prismatic fish, alcohol, and potatoes, and Miri's face instantly lit up. Then he warned that grinding back and forth to the 7th layer just for the fish was a waste, and Dito nodded along while Ria just smiled softly. Teru knew smoothing out the mess between humans and orcs wouldn't be easy, but he was certain that once people tasted the profits of working together, cooperation would spread, and the bond between the two races would steadily grow. The elder was all in, and Miri nodded like, "Yeah, let's do it." Teru figured the thieves, guild, and the orc village were both buried in their own messes, so it just made sense to trade with each other and pull through together. Inami admitted he probably shouldn't speak after all the chaos he caused, but he still thanked Teru and wished humans and orcs could finally live in peace. Teru smiled and said he hoped the same. At Teru's workplace, Tatishi slammed her hands on the table, lined in close, and glared straight ahead as she demanded to know why he didn't bring her with him. In the restaurant kitchen, Teru fumbled for words, jittery and flustered, as she insisted the dungeon's deeper layers were far too deadly for someone at her low level. Back in their dungeon days, Teru suddenly remembered the moment they bid farewell at the orc village, slipped out of the dungeon, and made it home. Then later, while hunting prismatic fish, they teamed up, split apart, and hustled to prep for the Inishi event in the redevelopment area. After he tried to explain himself, she pushed a bold idea, visit him that night so they could level up, and the second Teru heard it, a wave of obvious discomfort hit him. He figured everyone was already in the other world, busting their tails to set up the redevelopment area's venue, so Riley nodded along. Then Taichi clenched her fist, eyes blazing, and swore she'd be there that very evening. When Teru's shift finally ended, he raced back and shouted, "I'm home," and right on cue, Dito popped out from nowhere with a bright, happy welcome. Startled, Teru blurted out a question. Did Dito really leave her behind? Dito shot back, offended, asking if he didn't want her there. Teru snapped himself back, admitted he'd assumed she'd be helping in the dungeon, then blurted whether Shizuku was with her, only for Dito to say Shizuku was gone, and it left Teru completely baffled. Dito paused, then finally confessed the truth. She won rock, paper, scissors. Stunned, Teru blurted out her words again. Dito snapped back fast, blurting that Shizuku was helping Ria get ready for the Anikai venue, and that it'd basically just be the two of them. Then Teru leaned in and asked what she wanted for dinner, tossing out hamburgers or crepes, and Dito nearly melted trying to get out what she meant. She stood in the sleek modern kitchen in a cat-patterned apron, ingredients lined up perfectly on the counter, and when she looked at him, that shaky, thrilled nervousness was impossible to miss. Teru caught her drift and asked straight up if she was going to cook dinner, so Dito blew out a huff and shot back whether he had a problem with that. Teru stammered that he didn't, then Dito grinned, turned away, and said she'd cook for both, telling him to rest until it was ready. As Dito fired up the stove, she muttered to herself under her breath, while Teru watched, thrown off guard, and felt a creeping unease, silently admitting he was honestly a little worried. Teru stumbled back into his room, wondering if Dito could really cook, then caught his own computer screen, paused on a cooking video, and his face lit up as realization hit. Dito finished, then slammed a steaming plate of eggplant and meat onto the table, piled up bowls of soup and rice, and told him, "It's ready." With a grin, Dito practically pushed him toward the food, so after a quick pause, Teru figured everything looked fine and dug in. Teru's face lit up the moment he tasted the food. It was that good, eyes popping wide, and Dito demanded to know if he really meant it or if he was just putting on an act, and Teru swore it was genuinely delicious. While Teru kept eating, she couldn't help but stare. An outsider from another world had somehow whipped up a real, proper meal with Japanese ingredients and utensils, even though she was just copying a recipe video. Normally, Teru showered her with praise and called her amazing, so Ditto, blushing hard, giggled shyly and urged him to say it again. They kept eating side by side, wrapped in a calm, cozy hush that said everything without a single word. After dinner, Teru scrubbed the dishes, thanked Ditto again, and told him that meal was seriously delicious. Then he grinned and said it was finally time to go take a bath. Just as Ditto was about to slip away, he yanked Teru's arm and demanded, "Wait." Teru jolted and asked if Ditto wanted to go first, but she shut that down. Then Teru declared, "All right, I'll go instead." Ditto shoved him to a stop, cheeks burning and voice all tangled, then insisted he couldn't go in solo, pushing the idea that they should bathe together, and her face somehow went even redder. A bit later, Teru sank into the tub, and the scorching water lapped around him like it was alive. Ditto pointed out that he and Shizuku had already bathed together once before, and she was right. Still, the thought alone made Teru's heart hammer as he worried whether sneaking into the same bath like this was even allowed. He jerked out of his thoughts when Ditto's shadow slid across the frosted bathroom door, and she warned she was coming in. Teru's face went hot, his whole body locked up tight, and he forced out a shaky, trembling reply. His throat turned to dust as he swallowed hard, then he watched her step inside, frozen with nerves. Ditto slid inside wearing a tight one-piece school swimsuit that hugged her curves, and as soon as Teru caught sight of it, tears nearly burst out. He recognized it instantly and screamed at himself inside, while Ditto's face went bright red and he demanded, "Why are you crying?" Teru felt like he'd hit the jackpot, until reality punched him in the face. It was only a third prize win. Panic exploded in him, and he insisted his tears were pure happiness. Then Ditto just bought it and accepted the story. Still burning with embarrassment, Teru suddenly clocked how bad it really was, because unlike Ditto, he wasn't wearing a swimsuit at all. Luckily, the cloudy bathwater blurred everything as Ditto started rinsing herself. Ditto surprised him by climbing straight into the tub and settling down across from him. She admitted it was still awkward to debate together like this. Even with swimsuits on, Teru agreed, then realized she probably thought he had one on too. Awkward silence crashed in, until Ditto finally blurted out what he normally did with Shizuku in the bath. Teru froze, tripping over his own words, then managed to say that Shizuku washed him first, and after that they sat together and soaked, and Ditto nodded like, "Yeah, I get it." Hearing that, Ditto snapped into action. She decided she was going to hold him down before he could even get a word out to protest. She yanked him in close and pressed him to her chest, then cradled him softly while both their faces flared red with heat. She murmured that she almost never got a moment alone with him, then gently patted his head and said no one would dare complain if she did this. But when he couldn't figure out what she meant, Tuer shrugged it off and just let the moment carry him. Then Ditto suddenly went rigid, feeling something unfamiliar pushing against her thighs and gliding over her skin under the water. Her cheeks flared crimson as she shook in place, frantically trying to tell herself it couldn't be what she was thinking. Then she suddenly erupted into a gut-wrenching scream. Fully dressed, Ditto stayed put, cheeks still blazing, and grilled Teru on why he wasn't wearing a swimsuit. So Teru panicked, blurted out an apology, and Ditto spun away. And then she fired the question at him. Did he always bathe naked? Teru answered with zero hesitation, and it left her completely stunned. Ditto leaned toward him and pitched the idea of sneaking into another bath again. But this time there wouldn't be a single swimsuit in sight. Teru could only blurt her name, frozen in stunned disbelief. Right then the doorbell blared, and both of them jumped. Ditto snapped, "Who is it?" Teru's phone started buzzing with a message. Then he tapped it and saw Tateshi texting. She'd arrived, and he instantly remembered she was set to come today. A cold shiver ripped down Teru's spine as he sensed that vicious gaze bearing into him. He spun around, and there was Ditto, locked on him with dark, murderous eyes. Teru's icy stare stabbed right through him, and with a low, furious growl, Ditto snarled that every thick-headed man needed to be destroyed. Only the very next day did they finally start talking like normal people again. Chapter 39. After work that afternoon, the manager praised Teru for doing a good job. As he walked along the street, he thought about how well things had gone with Ditto the day before, and felt it was a shame that Tateshi's visit had ruined the mood. Today, he made sure Taichi knew not to show up like that, because he had to fix things with Ditto. Back in his apartment, Teru shouted for Ditto like, "I'm home," but the door opened to Ria, and she greeted him with a warm smile that made him feel right at ease. Teru couldn't believe it. She was here today, smiling like she owned the place. Ria said it was her turn, and Teru just stood there, staring, stuck on the words like they didn't make sense. He remembered Ditto talking about rock, paper, scissors the day before, and suddenly it clicked. Could that be why he and Ditto had ended up alone together? When he finally asked if Ditto had crossed into the other world, Ria nodded and said Shizuku was there with her. Teru figured they were probably settling, whose turn it was with rock, paper, scissors, and he guessed this whole plan was Shizuku's doing. With no choice but to go along, Chiru nodded and told Ria it would be just the two of them, then asked what they should eat for dinner. Ria lit up and said, "Leave it to me." But Chiru hesitated, wondering if she really meant cooking it herself. His face hardened the second he pictured Ria's old cooking, and the thought hit him like a punch. He was not buying it for a second. Chiru suggested they grab a meal out together, and Ria hesitated, until he reminded her they'd never gone out alone before, and that it was the perfect shot. After thinking it over for a beat, she finally agreed. Ria snapped back to her senses, burst into Chiru's room, and begged, "Give me a second, I need to change." She burst out with a radiant smile and declared she was ready. And when Chiru saw she was wearing the exact same cute outfit he'd bought for her before, his whole world froze as she proudly confirmed it was his gift. Ria asked if she looked okay, and Chiru's heart slammed against his ribs as he said it was perfect on her. Then her smile of relief finally lit up his world when he urged them to head out. Ria strolled through the packed street and said just how crowded Japan was, and Chiru nodded right along, totally getting what she meant. But when he asked what she wanted to eat, Ria froze up and admitted she didn't really know much about Japanese food, so she'd just pick whatever looked good to her, and when she spotted a place, she pointed it out like, "That one, everyone goes there." Chiru shot a quick look at the sign for a Jaetten shop. When he asked if she was sure, Ria grinned and insisted, practically tapping the picture like, "Just look, doesn't that look tasty?" They stormed into the restaurant, and the manager met them with a warm greeting while they slid into 2 seats side by side at the counter. 3 customers shot them a look. One grumbled that this wasn't some dating spot and snapped at the kid what he thought he was doing there, and that shove of attention left Chiru mortified while Ria just stared, totally baffled. Right then their food finally hit the table, when the manager set down their bowls and declared, loud and proud, that the Jaetten was ready. Ready, Ria tore into the food with a grin, clutching her cheeks as she savored every bite and let out happy little sounds. Watching her savor every bite, the customer's tough face melted into something warm, and Chiru just grinned, because even the hardest men can be caught off guard by a moment like that. Once they finished eating, the manager stepped in and thanked them, and Ria beamed that the food was delicious while Chiru just smiled and nodded along. Ria then leaned in and asked what they'd do next, and Chiru fired back that in his world there was something insanely useful for sightseeing, and it instantly lit up her curiosity. A sleek monorail slid along the raised tracks, and Chiru jabbed his finger at it. Ria tilted her head and asked, "What is that?" Chiru told Ria it was a monorail, and that people actually rode on it. Ria mouthed the word in wonder, still stunned that anyone would really board something like that. After a quick stroll, they hit the station and piled onto the train, sitting shoulder to shoulder. Ria pressed her gaze to the window, eyes sparkling, and whispered that it was just amazing. Chiru couldn't stop smiling, as he said they were honestly lucky to have. They grabbed the front seats, because it gave them a crystal-clear view of the city right then. Ria squinted at a giant building in the distance and demanded to know what it was, and Chiru said, "That's IKEA," before she stared in disbelief at how massive it was. Then she pointed at the crowded parking area and asked what that was, and Chiru grinned, "That's Luluport." Ria gushed that it was beautiful, and said she could even spot the starry sky from here in Japan. As the ride ended, they spilled off the monorail, and Chiru instantly felt the bite of the cold creeping in. And he asked if she was cold. Ria admitted she was, but swore she'd be fine if she held his arm tight, her cheeks burning as Chiru snapped into shocked surprise. Smiling, Ria leaned in and asked if he finally felt warm. Chiru just nodded, saying he did. After that sweet moment, he leaned in and urged them to head home, while the city lights shimmered around them, turning the whole night into something even more intimate. When they finally reached Chiru's apartment, they froze, still holding hands, so Ria swallowed hard and called out his name, and Chiru's eyes shot open as he gasped in pure shock. Ria yanked herself back fast and fumbled for words, and Chiru hurried to dodge the awkward moment, blurting whether she'd enjoyed the monorail ride. Ria beamed, told him she loved it, and asked how he felt. Then she abruptly cut herself off, and Chiru just stood there, completely baffled. Ria's face fell as he replayed yesterday, spent the whole day with Dido, and the thought gnawed at him. Did he really have more fun with Dido than with her? Even if he tried to hide it, she could feel his real feelings for Dido, and she'd gladly admit it. Dido was gorgeous, especially compared to someone like her. Chiru lurched forward, clamped his hands on Ria's shoulders, and pulled her in tight as he swore that wasn't what he felt, freezing her where she stood. Then he began to tell her the truth, until someone shoved into the moment and cut him off. The apartment door ripped open and Miri burst inside, practically bouncing with excitement as she blurted that she needed to ask him something. Then her voice cut off when she realized just how close they were standing. Shocked out of his wits, Teru blurted out Miri's name, and Miri just looked it all in, nodded like she'd seen it coming, and said she understood. Miri teased that they'd be raising Ria's level cap with a kiss and demanded Teru join in. Then she leaned in toward Teru like she was about to plant one, and he panicked, swearing they weren't doing anything like that. From the side, Ria repeated what she'd heard, her voice sharp with disbelief and raw anger. Teru froze when Ria locked eyes with him, her glare cold and dangerous, and demanded to know what he meant. After he finished explaining, Teru and Miri dropped onto the floor, while Ria stood right in front of them, staring in disbelief as she repeated that the skill he had let him. To push her level cap higher, 3 times a day, using nothing but a kiss. She couldn't wrap her head around it, and Teru confessed he'd felt the same way, until Miri sized him up. Miri said that kind of power wasn't something you just stumble into. It was a rare latent skill she only found because she could appraise at a high level. Ria finally got it. That was why her own level cap had shot up earlier. With a pout, she snapped that he was probably out there kissing every girl he ran into. Teru blurted that it wasn't just anyone. He only meant the person who'd been stuck at his cap, and that was basically impossible to ignore. Miri waved him off, saying she'd even waited till she got to her own cap, and that earlier she'd just been messing with him. Ria pressed whether he'd already done it with Miri and Dido, and Teru snapped back, yeah, Bernard, he had. Overwhelmed, Ria suddenly snapped into tears, and Teru shot her an urgent reach, panicked. Teru choked out an apology for hiding it, and when Miri, fresh off arriving, burst in, she apologized too. Still choking on tears, Ria snapped that wasn't the real reason. She admitted she was falling apart. Being way below her level cap meant the time before she could kiss him stretched forever, and her tears came down harder. Miri nudged Teru to kiss her once too, so Ria wouldn't feel left out, and through all the crying, Ria asked if it would bother him, if he'd hate it. Teru turned bright red and swore it wouldn't, saying he could do it as many times as she wanted. Mary teased and shoved Ria closer, practically begging them to hurry up and kiss. Ria squeaked and instantly turned beet red, and Teru just stood there, blushing just as wildly. Ria spun to Miri and pleaded for her to wait, so Miri played dumb and asked if she was really against it. Then Ria confessed she couldn't pull this off while Miri was watching. Miri smirked and said not to worry, claiming they could even haul it back to home base. Red-faced, Ria snapped that she didn't get home base at all and demanded to know why Miri was even there. Miri froze, flashed back, then confessed she'd shown up to ask Teru about setting up the stalls. Still blazing red, Ria snapped at Miri to finish up fast so she and Teru could finally kick back once Miri was gone, yet Miri frowned and accused her of being mean. After Mary wrapped up and walked away, Teru and Ria finally leaned in and shared a kiss. With her cheeks blazing, Ryo admitted that having to stop after 3 kisses a day felt way too stingy and left her uneasy. Teru insisted they could kiss way more, but Ryo paused. She couldn't shake the guilt over Miri, and Teru nodded right along. As they chatted, Teru grinned and asked if Ria still hated the thieves. Guilt. Ria admitted she did, until traveling with them proved they weren't the villains she thought they were. They insisted they weren't stealing for fun. If the project worked, they wouldn't have to gamble their lives on dangerous crimes anymore. He said he wanted to put all his know-how to work so the project actually took off, and once it did, they could help rebuild the orphanage she'd been supporting. Ria still thought it might be for someone else, but Teru shut that down and confirmed it was for Nick and Mary. Then he said it was for Ria too, more than anything, and when she lit up, she said his name with pure joy. Then later that night, Ria pulled him close and begged for one more, and before the evening was over, they slipped into sleep side by side. Morning burst through their windows, and the room suddenly came alive with fresh life. Ria's voice sliced through the room, calling his name to wake Teru up, and when he finally cracked his eyes open, groggy as ever, he watched her beam and whisper a cheerful good morning, then he flashed it back. When Teru pushed himself up, he told her it instantly brought him back to the day she first stepped into his room. Then Ria hooked her fingers in his sleeve, and when he turned, her cheeks flared as she whispered to make sure his skill really only worked 3 times a day. She pressed her hand to his chest, leaned in like she owned the moment, and asked if he could give her all 3 kisses that day. Then, right on cue, a terrifying rattling roar slammed out from inside the cabinet. Dido suddenly crumpled out, Shizuku landing right on top of her as she clamped a hand over Dido's mouth, while Teru and Ria gawked in stunned silence. Shizuku blurted out an apology, insisting she'd tried to stop Dido, but the moment Dido saw them having fun, she couldn't rein herself in. The second she broke free, Dido erupted, screaming that it wasn't fair and demanding Teru do the same for her too. Teru and Ria shot each other a look, then exploded into laughter, and right on the edge of tears, Dido snapped, "Okay, what are you two even laughing at?" Chapter 40. Inside Teru's apartment, Teichi held a sheet of paper with both hands, looking slightly surprised yet satisfied as she announced she was finished. She lifted a sketch of Nola in a cute pose, and a little heart floated by her head. Then Nola stared at it, blushing hard, and couldn't believe it was really meant to be her. Quietly, Nola wondered if that's what everyone else saw when they looked at her, Chiru praising her drawing for pulling out her charm, while Shizuku chimed in that it looked downright cute. As the redevelopment district's makeover inched into its final stretch, Ria, Ditto, and Miri raced back to lend a hand, while everyone else stayed put cranking out leaflets to spark attention. Nola told shyly she really hoped those flyers would do the trick, and Teru laughed off her worries. He swore they'd work. Clutching the drawing, Teru insisted they could scan it together with Nola's leaflet and the district map. Plopped at his computer, he snapped the three parts together into one page, and the printer roared to life, leaflets spilling out as the T-sheet flashed that it was done. Nola watched it spit everything out, grinning and saying, "The tools in this world are incredible." With a relieved grin, Teru promised he'd print more, just as Ria, Miri, and Dito burst back from the dungeon and shouted, "We're back." The three slipped inside, and Dito said their side was almost done. Teru praised them. Miri burst into laughter, clutching leaflets as she gushed that Nola's drawing was cute, and Nola's cheeks instantly flared. Dito couldn't stop staring at the art, while Ria grinned and swore it would pull in a crowd. Shizuku stayed glued to the dungeon monitor and blurted that Inami and his wife had finally arrived, so Teru shot to the door, greeted them with a grin, and Inami just as smoothly fired back the same greeting. Inami revealed a gift, a pot brimming with prismatic swimming fish, then grinned and said there were plenty, and that their size was made for easy scooping. Teru shot back that this time they'd bring the supplies, and even handed over cola bottles said to cure poison, making them deadly to goblin blowguns. Inami blinked, then felt the relief hit like a wave. "This is exactly what we need." They even stocked up the orcs, ingredients and seasonings, and Inami cracked open the box, smiling when he spotted soy sauce, pepper, and mayonnaise waiting inside. Chiru said getting the right supplies from the Thieves Guild would be perfect, but they were slammed right now. Inami just laughed it off, waved it away, and thanked him for letting him taste those Japanese flavors again. After a short while, Inami and his wife hauled boxes of supplies back to the dungeon, and when Chiru met him at the doorway, he asked Inami to deliver the village's thanks. Inami nodded right back, wishing Teru good luck in return. Dito said the moment the printing wrapped up, it was time to kick off the next step, and Teru nodded right along. He handed out the assignments and told Ria and Dito to hit the surface town and the Adventurers Guild with leaflets. Ria and Dito agreed instantly. Teru turned to Miri and Nola and ordered them to take care of the first layer. Miri grinned and promised to rally every single member, while Nola just smiled, calm as ever. Soon Miri, Ria, and Ditto hauled bundles of leaflets while Nola walked alongside them, and from the doorway, Teru waved hard as he sent them off. Tatishi, Shizuku, and Teru were left standing there, and once everything was finished, Teru snapped, "All that's left now is waiting for the energy." Finally, the day of the energy hit, and Teru blasted out, "All right, time to go." In the chaos of the dungeon's redevelopment area, Teru and Tatishi sprinted up to a bus stop. A bustling festival street stretched forever ahead, lit up by swaying lanterns, packed with sizzling food stalls, and laughing townspeople filling every corner. They stared in shock at how packed the place had become. Teichi swore the sight looked stunning, and Nola nodded, praising how everyone's hard work made it happen. Then Nola urged them to wander, and the whole group pushed deeper into the crowd. At one of the festival stalls, Ria beamed as she sold candies, passing a gleaming candy apple from her tidy line straight into a smiling boy's hands, while Teru and the others watched her with warm, happy looks. Ria beamed at them, and behind her director, Leica lugged a crate of apples, while Nick and Marie hurried to help at the stand. Then Teru and Tatishi grabbed candy apples and strolled off as the kids waved at them, all fired up. A bit farther down the road, Ditto was sprinting through his food stall, slinging crepes fresh off the hot plate and wrapping them up in paper as fast as you could blink. And the moment the group rolled up, they were blown away by how mouthwatering every single bite looked. Ditto cheered as two stylish women strutted off laughing, crepe in hand with that creamy filling, savoring every delicious bite. Ditto jerked his head another way, and the second Teru heard the chatter, he spun around, only to find a full crowd packed around Miri's stall, buzzing with energy way more than he expected. Mary perched on the edge of a huge water tank, gripping a scooping net as she burst into a grin and hyped the game to her customers, while adventurers and townsfolk packed in tight, everyone scrambling to hook a fish and prove their luck. When Miri spotted Teru, Nola, and Tatishi, she waved like crazy and cheered them on, and the second the group showed up, everyone kept piling in for the scooping game. Ria, Ditto, and Miri happily man their own stalls, smiling wide as they splash festival joy onto everyone who walks by. Once the festival finally fizzled out, They all marched back to Chiru's apartment, and right away he clutched a glass of cola and insisted, even if it just started, we celebrate this win. The redevelopment plan worked. Nola, Teichi, Miri, Dito, and Ria lifted their glasses too, then shouted a toast together. Chiru admitted he never saw the fish scooping stall blowing up this hard, and with a grin, Miri practically rubbed it in. She'd known it would land at number 1. Ria grinned and told Ditto she'd love to hit her stall for some crepes one day, and Ditto shot back with a bold grin that his would blow away the ones from Don Quixote. With a grim face, Tadashi muttered that this room somehow pulls in girls, or worse, that it's cursed. From the table, Shizuku called out to her master, gushing that everything had turned out okay, and Chiru nodded in agreement. But then he warned them they weren't out of the woods yet, because more problems still waited. He figured the future would throw even more problems at them, and Shizuku, buzzing with excitement, told him that anything could happen with everyone pitching in, herself included. Chiru softly patted her head, thanked her, and watched Shizuku beam with pure happiness, because he truly believed that as long as they stayed side by side, nothing could stand in their way. Nola marched up to Chiru and told him the Thieves Guild had already heard from a staffer in Forblum, someone who spotted their successful redevelopment and wanted to talk funding. Chiru's eyes lit up as he demanded, "Wait, is that really true?" Nola confirmed it and asked for his time so he could swing by their company in a few days. Chiru shot up eagerly and agreed on the spot. Then a tipsy Dito came stumbling in, can clutched in his hand, grabbed onto Chiru's arm, and blurted that he'd been flirting with Nola, leaving Chiru completely frozen. Dito leaned in and warned him to stay locked on his dream of becoming a dungeon master, right as Ria yanked his other arm and snapped that he was getting way too close, and Chiru immediately flared up, jealous as fire. Miri barged in, insisting she be let in too, while Tatishi snapped at Chiru with loud, unmistakable anger. Ditto, Tatishi, Miri, Ria, and Nola closed in on Chiru from every side, while Shizuku watched from the table, and Chiru felt totally swamped. He figured that first things first, they had to find a way out of this mess before anything else could even happen. In a cheap little apartment in Takekawa, Tokyo, no ghost haunted the place, just a slime and a nighttime creepiness. When Chiru shoved the door open and called out that he was home, Shizuku and Ria shot back with their greetings. Dito slumped at the table, surrounded by empty beer cans, and snapped that Chiru was late again, because he'd promised they'd hit the dungeon together. Chiru rubbed the back of his head, apologized, and said work had kept him stuck. Miri burst out of the shower naked and grinned at Chiru like nothing was wrong, while Chiru and Ria froze, faces blazing red, and Ria snapped that Miri better get some clothes on, because the whole mess was apparently triggered by 2 more residents. An elven mage and a cat-eared thief. Chiru finished his prep, stuffed everything he needed into his bag, grinned, and apologized for keeping them waiting, while Shizuku, Dito, Ria, and Miri stood there, ready to go. With his fingers locked on the doorknob, Chiru leaned in and asked if everyone was ready. Then boom, the dungeon turned into a cozy pit stop for otherworldly visitors, and every single day felt like a fresh, wild adventure with him.